X the warning. They were very gay that night at the hospitable court of the Marquis. A comedy was performed early in the evening, a comedy which Fra in his chronicle describes as lascivious, by which he may mean no more than playful. Thereafter there was some dancing in the long hall, of which the regent himself set the example, leading forth the ugly but graceful young princess of. His nephew, the Marquis, followed with the Countess of, who would have declined thee if she had dared, for the boy's cheeks were flushed, his eyes glazed, his step uncertain, and his speech noisy and incoherent. And there were few who smiled as they observed the drunken antics of their future prince. Once, indeed, the regent paused, grave and concerned of countenance, to whisper an admonition. The boy answered him with a bray of insolent laughter, and flung away, dragging the pretty countess with him. It was plain to all that the gentle, knightly regent found it beyond his power to control his unruly, degenerate nephew. Amongst the few who dared to smile was Messer de, radiant in a suit of cloth of gold, who stood watching the mischief he had made. For it was he who had first secretly challenged to a drinking bout during supper, and afterwards urged him to dance with the pretty wife of Stiff-necked. A while he stood looking on. Then, wearying of the entertainment, he sauntered off to join a group a part of which the lady was the center. Her ladies, and were with her, the pedant, looking even less pedantic than his habit, and a half-dozen gallants who among them made all the chatter. Her highness was pale, and there was a frown between her eyes that so wistfully followed her unseemly brother, inattentive of those about her, some of whom from the kindliest motives sought to distract her attention. Her cheeks warmed a little at the approach of, who moved into the group with easy, insolent grace. "My lord is gay tonight," he informed them lightly. None answered him. He looked at them with his flickering, shifty eyes, a sneering smile on his lips. "So are not you," he informed them. "You need enlivening." He thrust forward to the princess and bowed. "Will your highness dance?" She did not look at him. Her eyes were fixed, and their glance went beyond him, and was of such intensity that Messer turned to seek the object of that curious contemplation. Down the hall came striding Messer, the orator of Milan, and with him a tall, black-haired young man, in a suit of red that was more conspicuous than suitable of fashion to the place or the occasion. Into the group about the princess they came, whilst the exquisite eyed this unfashionable young man with frank contempt, bearing his pomander ball to his nostrils, as if to protect his olfactory organs from possible offense. Messer, trimly bearded, elegant in his furred gown, and suavely mannered, bowed low before the lady. "Permit me, highness, to present Messer Cain, the son of my good friend Cain of." It was the Marquis who had requested the orator of Milan as was proper, seeing that by reason of his paternity was to be regarded as Milanese to present his assumed compatriot to her highness. Modeling himself upon, executed his bow with grace. As Fra truthfully says of him, he learnt manners and customs and all things so quickly that he might aptly be termed a fluid in the jug of any circumstance. The lady inclined her head with no more trace of recognition in her face than there was in his own. "You are welcome, sir," she said with formal graciousness, and then turned to. "I did not know that the Count had a son. Nor did I, Madonna, until this moment. It was the Marquis who made him known to me." She intoned something that seemed to disclaim responsibility. But she turned affably to the newcomer, and at the ease with which she dissembled. "I knew the Count of well when I was a child, and I hold his memory very dear. He was in my father's service once, as you will know. I rejoice in the greatness he has since achieved. It should make a brave tale." "Per ad is ever a brave tale," answered soberly. "Too often it is per ad, if I may judge by what I have read. You shall tell me of your father, sir. I have often wished to hear the story of his advancement." "To command, highness." He bowed again. The others drew closer, expecting entertainment. But who had no such entertainment to bestow, nor knew of life more than a fragment of what was known to all the world, extricated himself as adroitly as he could. "I am no troubadour or story singer. And this tale of a journey to the stars should be told under the stars. Why, so it shall then. They shine brightly enough. You shall show me's and perhaps your own. She rose and commanded her ladies to attend her. Fetched a sigh of relief. Give thanks, he said audibly to those about him, for heaven's mercy which has spared you this weariness. The door at the end of the hall stood open to the terrace and the moonlight. Thither the princess conducted, her ladies in close attendance. Approaching the threshold, they came upon the marquis, reeling clumsily beside the Countess of, who was almost on the point of tears. He paused in his caperings that he might ogle his sister. Where do you go? And who's this Longshanks? She approached him. You are tired, and the Countess, too, is tired. You would be better resting a while. Indeed, Highness, cried the young Countess, eagerly thankful. But the Marquis was not at all of his sister's wise opinion. Tired and resting? You're childish. Always childish. Childish and meddlesome. Poking your long nose into everything. Some day you'll poke it into something that'll sting it. And what will it look like when it's stung? Have you thought of that? He laughed derisively and caught the Countess by the arm. Let's leave Long Nose and Longshanks. Ha! Ha! His idiotic laughter shrilled up. He was ravished by his own. He let his voice ring out that all might hear and share the enjoyment of his comical conceit. Long Nose and Longshanks. Long Nose and Longshanks. Said she to him, your Longshanks I adore. Said he to her, your Long Nose I deplore. Screaming with laughter, he plunged forward to resume the dance, trod upon one of his trailing, exaggerated sleeves, tripped himself, and went sprawling on the tessellated floor, his laughter louder and more idiotic than ever. A dozen ran to lift him. The princess tapped sharply on the arm with her fan of ostrich plumes. Her face was like graven stone. Come, she commanded, and passed out ahead of him. On the terrace she signed to her ladies to fall behind, whilst with her companion she moved beyond earshot along the marble balustrade, whose moonlit pallor was here and there splashed by the black tide of trailing plants. Now, sir, she invited in a voice of ice, will you explain this new identity and your presence here? He answered in calm, level tones. My presence explains itself when I tell you that my identity is accepted by His Highness the Regent. The son of Cain is not to be the hospitality of the court of. Then why did you lie to me when? No, no. This is the lie. This false identity was as necessary to gain admission here as was the painter's smock I wore yesterday. Another lie. You ask me to believe that you, indignation choked her. My senses tell me what you are, an agent sent to work my ruin. Your senses tell you either more or less, or else you would not now be here. And then it was as if the bonds of her self-control were suddenly snapped by the strain they sought to bear. Oh God! She cried out. I am near distraction. My brother, she broke off on something akin to a sob. Outwardly remained calm. Shall we take one thing at a time? Else we shall never be done. And I should not remain here too long with you. Why not? You have the sanction of my dear uncle, who sends you. Even so. He lowered his voice to a whisper. It is your uncle as my dupe, not you. That is what I expected you to say. You had best leave inference until you have heard me out. Inference, Highness, as I have shown you once already, is not your strength. If she resented his words and the tone he took, she gave no expression to it. Standing rigidly against the marble balustrade, she looked away from him and down that moonlit garden with its inky shadows and tall yew hedges that were sharp black silhouettes against the faintly irradiated sky. Briefly, swiftly, lucidly, told her how her message had been received by the conspirators. You thought to checkmate them, but they perceived the move you have overlooked, whereby they checkmate you. This proves what already I have told you, that they serve none but themselves. You and your brother are but the instruments with which they go to work. There was only one way to frustrate them, one only way to serve and save you. That way I sought. She interrupted him there. You saw it. You saw it. Her voice held bewilderment, unbelief, and even some anger. Why should you desire to save or serve me? If I could believe you, I must account you impertinent. You were a messenger, no more. Was I no more when I disclosed to you the true aims of these men and the perils of your association with them? You were more, she said bitterly. But what were you? Your servant Madonna, he answered simply. Ah, yes. I had forgotten. My servant. Sent by Providence, was it not? You are bitter, lady, said. Am I? She turned at last to look at him. But his face was no more than a faint white blur. Perhaps I find you too sweet to be real. He sighed. The rest of my tale will hardly change that opinion. Is it worth while continuing? He spoke without any heat, a little wistfully. It should be entertaining, if not convincing. For your entertainment, then, what you could not do without destroying yourself was easily possible to me. And he told her of his pretended petition, giving the regent the names of those who plotted against his life. He saw her clutch her breast, caught the gasp of dread and dismay that broke from her lips. You betrayed them. Was it not what you announced that you would do if they did not abandon their plan of murder? I was your deputy, no more. When I presented myself as Cain's adopted son, I was readily believed because the regent cared little whether it were true or not, since in me he perceived the very agent that he needed. Now at last we have something that does not strain belief. Will it strain belief that the regent was already fully informed of this conspiracy? What? Why else should he have trusted or believed me? Of his own knowledge he knew that what I told him was true. He knew, and he held his hand. Again the question was made scornful by unbelief. Because he lacked evidence that you, and through you, your brother, were parties to the plot. What to him our shabby crew? It is the Marquis who must be removed in such a manner as not to impair the Lord Regent's credit. To gather evidence am I now sent. She tore an ostrich plume from her fan in her momentary passion. You do not hesitate to confess how you betray each in turn, to the regent to me, and now, no doubt, me to the regent. As for the last, Madonna, to betray you I need not now be here. I could have supplied the regent with all the evidence he needs against you at the same time that I supplied the evidence against the others. She was silent, turning it over in her mind. And because her mind was acute, she saw the proof his words afforded. But because afraid, she mistrusted proof. It may be part of the trap, she complained. If it were not, why should you remain after denouncing my friends? The aims you pretend would have been fully served by that. His answer was prompt and complete. If I had departed, you would never have known the answer of those men whom you trust, nor would you have known that there is a Judas amongst them already. It was necessary to warn you. Yes, she said slowly. I see, I think. And then in sudden revolt against the conviction he was forcing upon her, and in tones which if low were vehement to the point of fierceness, necessary. She cried, echoing the word he had used. Necessary. How was it necessary? Whence this necessity of yours? A week ago you did not know me. Yet for me, who am nothing to you, whose service carries no reward, you pretend yourself prepared to, and to take risks involving even your very life. That is what you ask me to believe. You suppose me mad, I think. As she faced him now, that a smile broke upon that face so indistinctly seen. His voice, as he answered her, was very soft. It is not mad to believe in madness. Madness exists, Madonna. Set me down as suffering from it. The air of the world is proving too strong and heady, perhaps, for one bred in cloisters. It has intoxicated me, I think. She laughed chillingly. For once you offer an explanation that goes a little lame. Your invention is failing, sir. Nay, lady, my understanding, he answered sadly. She set a hand upon his arm. He felt it quivering there, which surprised him almost as much as the change in her voice, now suddenly halting and unsteady. Messer, if my suspicions wound you, set them down to my distraction. It is so easy, so dangerously easy, to believe what we desire to believe. I know, he said gently. Yet when you've slept on what I've said, you'll find that your safety lies in trusting me. Safety? Am I concerned with safety only? Tonight you saw my brother. I saw. If that is Messer's work, is but a tool. Come, sir. We talk in vain. She began to move along the terrace towards her waiting ladies. Suddenly she paused. I must trust you, sir. I must, or I shall go mad in this ugly tangle. I'll take the risk. If you are not true, if you win my trust only to abuse it and work the evil will of the regent, then God will surely punish you. I think so too, he breathed. Tell me now, she questioned, what shall you say to my uncle? Why, that I have talked with you fruitlessly, that either you have no knowledge of or else you it from me. Shall you come again? If you desire it. The way is open now. But what remains to do? You may discover that. Thus she conveyed that, having resolved to give him her trust, she gave it without stint. They came back into the hall, where stiff and formally made his valedictory bow, then went to take his leave of the regent. The regent disengaged himself from the group of which he was the center, and taking by the arm, drew him apart a little. I have made a sounding, informed him. Either she mistrusts me, or else she knows nothing of. Be sure of the former, sir, said the regent softly. Procure credentials from and try again. It should be easy so. Xi. Under suspicion. At a surprise awaited Messer. The whole company of plotters swarmed about him as he entered the long, dusty room of the mezzanine, and he found himself gripped at once between the fierce and the reckless. He did not like their looks, nor those of any man present. Least of all did he like the looks of who confronted him, oily and falsely suave of manner. Where have you been, master? He that he had need of his wits. He looked round with surprise and contempt in his stare. Oh yes, you're conspirators to the life, he told them. You see a spy in every neighbor, a betrayal in every act. Oh, you have eyes, but no wit to inform your vision. God help those who trust you. God help you all. He wrenched at the arms that held him. Let me go, fools. Licked his lips. His right hand was held behind his back. Stealthily almost he came a step nearer, so that he was very close. Not until you tell us where you have been. Not then unless you tell us more. Sneer became more marked, but no fear showed in his glance. Where I have been, you know. Hence these tragical airs. I've been to court. To what end? Softly questioned. The others preserved a frozen, watchful silence. To betray you, of course. He was boldly ironical. Having done so, I return so that you may slit my throat. Laughed and released the arm he held. I for one am answered. I told you from the first I did not believe it. However, hung on fiercely. I'll need a clear answer before I. Give me air, man, cried impatiently and wrenched his arm free. No need to maul me. I'll not run. There are 7 of you to prevent me, and reflection may cool your. Reflect, for instance, that, if I were for running, I should not have come back. You tell us what you would not or did not do. We ask you what you did, insisted. I'll tell you yet another thing I would not have done if my aim had been betrayal. I should not have gone openly to court so that you might hear of my presence there. The very argument I employed reminded them, with something of his own scorn in his manner now. Let the boy tell his tale. They muttered among themselves. Crossed the room under their black looks, moving with the fearless air of a man strong in the sense of his own integrity. He slid into a chair. There is nothing to tell that is not self-evident already. I want to carry your message to the princess, to point out to her the position of checkmate in which you hold her, to make her realize that being committed to this enterprise, she cannot now either draw back or dictate to us the means by which our aims are to be reached. All this, I rejoice to tell you, I have happily accomplished. Again it was who was their spokesman. All this we may believe when you tell us why you chose to go to court to do it, and how, being what you represent yourself to be, you succeeded in gaining admission. God give me patience with you, dear St. Thomas, said sighing. I went to court because the argument I foresaw with the princess was hardly one to be conducted furtively behind a hedge. It threatened to be protracted. Besides, for furtive dealing, sirs, bold and open approaches are best when they are possible. They were possible to me. It happens, sirs, that I am indeed the adoptive son of Cain, and I perceived how I might use that identity to present myself at court and there move freely. A dozen questions rained upon him. He answered them all in a phrase. The ambassador of Milan, Messer, was there to sponsor me. There was a silence, broken at last by, "May have been your sponsor there. He cannot be your sponsor here, and you know it." "I," growled White-haired. "An impudent tale." "And a lame one," added. "If you had this means of going to court, why did you wait so long to seize it? Other ways were open on former occasions. You forget that Madonna was not expecting me, the garden gate would not be ajar. And I could not this time go as a painter, which was the disguise I adopted on the last occasion. Besides, it is too expensive. It cost me 5 ducats. Again their questions came together, for it was the first they had heard of the disguise which he had used. He told them at last the story, and he saw that it pleased them. "Why did you not tell us this before?" Quoth one, shrugged. "Is it important?" "So that I was your Mercury, did it matter in what shape I went? Why should I trouble you with trivial things? Besides, let me remind you, since you can't perceive it for yourselves, that if I had betrayed you to the Marquis, the captain of justice would now be here in my place." "That at least is not to be," said, and in his vehemence carried 2 or 3 others with him. But the fierce was not of those, nor. The latter least of all, for a sudden memory had stirred in him. His blue eyes narrowed until they were almost hidden in his great red cheeks. "How does it happen that none at court recognized in you the Pallas Amanuensis, perceived his danger, and learnt the lesson that a lie may become a clumsy obstacle to trip a man?" But of the apprehension he suddenly felt, no trace revealed itself upon his countenance. "It is possible some did." "What then?" "Neither identity contradicts the other. And remember, pray, that Messer was there to avouch me." "But he cannot avouch you here," said again, and sternly asked, "Who can?" Looked at him, and from him to the others, who seemed to await almost in breathlessness his answer. "Do you demand of me proof that I am the adoptive son of Cain?" he asked. "So much do we demand it, that unless you can afford it, your sands are run, my cockerel," answered him, his fingers on his dagger as he spoke. It was a case for bold measures if he would gain time. Given this, he knew that all things may become possible, and there was one particular thing his shrewd calculations accounted probable here, if only he could induce them to postpone until tomorrow the slitting of his throat. "So be it. From here, too, it is no more than a day's ride on a good horse. Let one of you go ask the abbot of the name of him left in the convent's care." "A name?" cried sneering. "Is that all the proof?" "All if the man who goes is a fool. If not, he may obtain from the abbot a minute description of this. If more is needed, I'll give you a note of the clothes I wore, and the gear and money with which I left that you may obtain confirmation of that too." But was impatient. "Even so, what shall all this prove?" "It cannot prove you true. It cannot prove that you are not a spy sent hither to betray and sell us." "No, agreed. But it will prove that the identity on which I won to court is what I represent it, and that will be something as a beginning. The rest, if there is more, can surely wait. And meanwhile, was beginning. Meanwhile, I am in your hands. You're never so bloodthirsty that you cannot postpone murdering me until you've my tail. That was what they fell to discussing among themselves there in his very presence, affording him all the excitement of watching the ball of his fate tossed this way and that among the disputants. In the end, the game might have gone against him but for Count, whose own argument that if he had betrayed them, he would never have incurred the risk of returning amongst them. In the end, they deprived of the dagger which was his only weapon, and jointly conducted him above stairs to a shabby chamber under the roof. It had no windows whence an evasion might be attempted, and was lighted by a glazed oblong some 10 feet overhead at the highest part of the sharply sloping ceiling. It contained no furniture, nor indeed anything beyond some straw and sacking in a corner which he was bidden to regard as his bed for that night, and probably for the next. They pinioned his wrists behind him for greater safety, and bade him be thankful that the cord was not being tightened about his neck instead. Upon that they went out, taking the light with them, locking the door, and leaving him a prisoner in the dark. He stood listening to their footsteps receding down the stairs, then he looked up at the oblong of moonlight in his ceiling. If the glass were removed, there would be room for a man to pass through and gain the roof. But considering the slope of it, the passage might as easily lead to a broken neck as to liberty, and in any case he had neither the power nor the means to reach it. He squatted upon the meager bedding, with his chin almost upon his knees, in an attitude of extreme discomfort, making something in the nature of an assessment of his mental and emotional equipment. Seen now from the point of view of cold reason to which danger had sharply brought him, his career since leaving the peace of a week ago seemed fantastic and incredible. Destiny had made sport with him. Sentimentality had led him by the nose. He had mixed himself in the affairs of a state through which he was no more than a wayfarer, because moved to interest in the fortunes of a young woman of exalted station, who would probably dismiss his memory with a sigh when she came to learn how his throat had been cut by the self-seeking fools with whom so recklessly she had associated herself. It was, he supposed, a manifestation of that romantic and unreasonable phenomenon known as chivalry. If he extricated himself alive from this predicament, he would see to it that whatever follies he committed in the future, chivalry would certainly not be found amongst them. Experience had cured him of any linings in that direction. It had also inspired doubts of the infallibility of his syllogism on the subject of evil. He suspected a flaw in it somewhere, for evil most certainly existed. His respect for the value of experience was rapidly increasing. He shifted his position, stretched himself out, and lay on his side, contemplating the patch of moonlight on the floor and speculating upon his chances of winning out of this death trap. Of these he took an optimistic view. The assistance upon which chiefly counted was that of the traitor amongst the conspirators, whom he strove vainly to identify in the light of that evening. Had been the only one who by advocating's cause had procured him this respite. Yet was one of the first to spring upon him dagger in hand on his return from court. But the traitor, whoever he might be, would probably report the event to the Marquis, and the Marquis should take steps directly or indirectly to procure the release of one whom he must now regard as a valuable agent. That thought was the probability. Meanwhile, he would remember that probabilities are by no means certainties, and he would be watchful for an opportunity to help himself. On these reflections he must have fallen asleep, and he must have slept for some time, for when suddenly he awakened, the patch of moonlight was gone from the floor. That was his first conscious observation, his second what that something was stirring near at hand. He raised himself on his elbow, an operation by no means easy with pinioned wrists, and turned his head in the direction of the sound, to perceive a faint but increasing rhomb of light from the direction of the doorway, and to understand with the next heartbeat that the door was being slowly and stealthily pushed open. That was, he afterwards confessed, his first real acquaintance with the emotion of fear, fear that roughened his skin and chilled his spine, fear inspired by the instantaneous conviction that here came someone to murder him as he lay there bound and helpless. The suspense was but of seconds, yet in those seconds seemed to live an age as he watched that slowly widening gap and the faint light which increased in area but hardly in illumination. Then the shadowy form of a man slipped through, darkly discernible in the faint glow from the veiled light he carried. Very softly came his voice. "Quiet. Make no sound." The note of warning partially calmed the tumult of his heart, which was thudding in his throat as if to suffocate him. As quietly as it had been opened, the door was closed again. A thin and partially translucent mantle was pulled from the lantern it had been muffling, and the light beating through the horn panes was reflected from the floor and walls upon the lean, aquiline features of Count. Uttered something that sounded like a chuckle. "I was expecting you," said he. "Exili." Count set the lantern on the floor and came forward. "No need to talk," he muttered. "Roll over so that I can free your hands." He drew his dagger and with it cut bonds. "Take off your shoes. Make haste." Squatted upon his bedding and with blundering fingers still numb from the thong, he removed his footgear. His wits worked briskly, and it was not at all upon the subject of his escape that they were busy. Despite his late resolves, and although still far from being out of peril, with the chance of salvation no more than in sight, he was already at his knight-errantry again. He stood up at last and was whispering urgently. "Wait. We must not go together. Give me 5 minutes to win clear, then follow." Considered him, and his eyes were very grave. "But when my evasion is discovered," he was beginning. Impatiently broke in, explaining hurriedly. "I am the last they will suspect. The others are all here tonight. But I pleaded urgent reasons why I could not remain. I made as of departing, then hid below until all were asleep. They will be at each other's throats in the morning over this." He smiled darkly in satisfaction of his cunning. "I'll take the light. You know your way about this house better than I do. Tread softly when you come." He was turning to take up the lantern when arrested him. "You'll wait for me outside." "To what end?" "Nay, now. There is no purpose in that. Let me come with you, then. If I should stumble in the dark, they'll be upon me. Take care that you do not. At least leave me your dagger since you take the light." "Here, then." Unsheathed and surrendered the weapon to him. Gripped the hilt. With very somber eyes he considered the Count. Then the latter turned aside again for the lantern. "A moment," said. "What now?" Impatiently faced once more the queer glance of those dark eyes, and in that moment stabbed him. It was a swift, hard-driven, merciful stroke that found the unfortunate man's heart and quenched his life before he had time to that it was threatened. Without a sound he reeled back under the blow. His left arm went round his shoulders to ease him to the ground. But his limbs sagged under him. He sank through some brace like an empty sack and then rolled over sideways. The murderer choked back a sob. His legs were trembling like empty hose with which the wind makes sport. His face was leaden-hued, and his sight was blurred by tears. He went down on his knees beside the dead Count, turned him on his back, straightened out the twitching limbs, and folded the arms across the breast. Nor did he rise when this was done. In slaying Count, he had performed a necessary act, necessary in the service to which he had dedicated himself. Thus at a blow he had shattered the instrument upon which the Marquis was depending to encompass his nephew's ruin, and the discovery tomorrow of his death and his own evasion, in circumstances of unfathomable mystery, must strike such terror into the hearts of the conspirators that there would probably be an end to the plotting which served no purpose but to advance the regent's schemes. Yet despite these heartening reflections, could not shake off his horror. He had done murder, and he had done it in cold blood, deliberate and calculatingly. Worse than all his convent rearing asserting itself here, he had sent a man unshriven to confront his Maker. He hoped that the unexpectedness with which doom had overtaken him would be weighed in the balance against the sins which death had surprised upon him. That is why he remained on his knees, and with joined hands prayed fervently and passionately for the repose of the soul which he had dispatched to judgment. So intent was he that he took no heed of the precious time that was meanwhile speeding. For perhaps a quarter of an hour he continued there in prayer, then crossing himself he rose at last and gave thought to his own escape. Thrusting his shoes into his belt and muffling the lantern as had muffled it, he set out, the naked dagger in his right hand. A stair creaked under his step and then another, and each time he checked and caught his breath, listening intently. Once he heard a movement below, and the sound so alarmed him that it was some moments before he could proceed. He gained the floor below in safety, and rounding the balusters continued his cautious descent towards the mezzanine, where, as he knew, slept. Midway down he heard that sound again, this time unmistakably the sound of someone moving in the passage to the right, in the direction of his room. He stopped abruptly and thrust the muffled lantern behind him, so that the faint glow of it might not beat downwards upon the gloom to betray him. He was conscious of pulses drumming in his temples, for shaken by the night's events he was now become an easy prey to fear. Suddenly, to his increasing horror, another, stronger light fell along the passage. It grew steadily as he watched it, and with it came a sound of softly shod feet, a mutter in a voice that he knew and an answering mutter in the high-pitched voice of his old servant. His first impulse was to turn and flee upwards, back the way he had come. But thus he would be rushing into a trap, which would be closed by his guests, who slept most probably above. Then, bracing himself for whatever fate might send, he bounded boldly and swiftly forward, no longer troubling to tread lightly. His aim was to round the stairs and thereafter trust to speed to complete the descent and gain the street. But the noise he made brought hurrying forward, and at the foot of that flight they confronted each other, his way barred by the gentleman of who loosed at sight of him a roar that roused the house. Was in and slippers, a candle in one hand, his servant following at his heels. He was unarmed, but not on that account could he shirk the necessity of tackling and holding this fugitive, whose flight itself was an abundant advertisement of his treachery, and whose evasion now might be attended by direst results. He passed the candle to his servant, and flung himself bodily upon, pinning the young man's arms to his sides and roaring lustily the while. Struggled silently and grimly in that embrace which was like the hug of a bear, for despite his corpulence was as strong as he was heavy. But the grip he had taken, whilst having the advantage of pinning down the hand that held the dagger, was one that it is impossible long to maintain upon an opponent of any, and before he could sufficiently bend him to receive his weight, had broken loose. Old, the servant, having set the candle upon the floor, was running in now to seize legs. He knocked over, winded by a well-directed kick in the stomach, then swung aloft his dagger as rushed at him again. It was in his mind, as he afterwards declared, that he did not desire another murder on his soul that night. But if another murder there must be, he preferred that it should not be his own. So he struck without pity, swerved, throwing up his right arm to parry the blow, and received the long blade to the hilt in his fleshy forearm. He fell back, clapping his hand to the bubbling wound and roaring like a bull in pain, just as, almost naked, but sword in hand, came bounding down the stairs with, and yet another following. For a second it seemed that he had struck too late. If he attempted now to regain the staircase, he must inevitably be cut off, and how could he hope with a dagger to meet sword? Then, on a new thought, he darted forward and plunged into the long room of that mezzanine. He slammed the door and shot home the bolts before and brought up against it on the other side. He uncovered at last his lantern and set it down. He dragged the heavy table across the door so as to reinforce it against their straining shoulders. Then, snatching up the cloak in which the lantern had been muffled, he made for the window and threw it open. He paused to put on his shoes, what time the baffled conspirators were battering and straining at the door. Then he forced the naked dagger as far as it would go into the empty sheath that dangled from his own belt, and tied a corner of the cloak securely to one of the stone mullions, so that some 5 or 6 feet of it dangled below the sill. Onto this sill he climbed, turned, knelt, and laid hold of the cloak with both hands. He had but to let himself down hand over hand for the length of cloth, and then only an easy drop of a few feet would lie between himself and safety. But even as he addressed himself to this, the house door below was opened with a clatter, and out into the street sprang 2 of the conspirators. He groaned as he looked down upon them from his precarious position. whilst they in their shirts, capering fantastically, as it seemed to him in the shaft of light that cut athwart the gloom from the open door, brandished their glittering blades and waited. Since there could be no salvation in climbing back, he was at the end of the wild career he had run since leaving the peace of a week ago. A week? He had lived a lifetime in that week, and he had looked more than once in the face of death. He thought of the abbot's valedictory words, Pax in cella bella. What would he not give now to be back in the peace of that convent cell? As he hung there between two deaths, he sought to compose his mind to prayer, to prepare his soul for judgment, by an act of contrition for his sins. Nor could he in that supreme hour take comfort in his old heresy that sin is a human fiction. And then, even as his despair of body and spirit touched its nadir, he caught a sound that instantly heartened him, the approach of regularly tramping feet. Those below heard it too. The watch was on its rounds. The murderous twain took counsel for a moment. Then, fearing to be surprised there, they darted through the doorway and closed the door again, just as the patrol with lanterns swinging from their halberds came round the corner not a dozen yards away. With nothing to fear from these, now let himself swiftly down the length of the cloak and dropped lightly to the ground. He was breathing easily and oddly disposed to laugh when the officer came up with him, and the patrol of 6 made a half-circle round him. "What's this?" he was challenged. "Why do you prefer a window to a door, my friend?" Was still seeking a plausible answer when the officer's face came nearer to his own, upon which the light was beating down. Recognition was mutual. It was that same officer who had hunted him from the Tavern of the Stag to the palace gardens. "By the blood," cried Messer, "it is Fleet, young friend. Well met, my cockerel. I've been seeking you this week. You shall tell me where you've been hiding." XIII. The trial. The court of the Of was commonly well attended, and often some of the attendants would be distinguished. The princess, for instance, would sometimes sit with the ladies in the little minstrel's gallery of what had once been the banqueting hall of the communal palace, and by her presence attest her interest in all that concerned the welfare of the people of. Occasionally, too, as became a prince who desired to be regarded as a father of his people, the Marquis would come to observe for himself how justice was administered in his name, or in the name of the boy whose deputy he was. On the morning after that affray at Messer's house, both the regent and his niece were to be seen in that hall of justice, the latter aloft in the gallery, the former in a chair placed on the dais alongside of the seat of state. The regent's countenance was grave, his brow thoughtful. This was proper to the occasion, but hardly due to the causes supposed by the spectators. Disclosures now inevitable might win him an increase of the public sympathy he enjoyed. But because premature, they temporarily wrecked his real aims, wrecked in any case by the death of his agent. There were other notabilities present. Messer, who had expressly postponed his departure for Milan, was seated beside the regent. Behind them against the stone wall lounged a glittering group of courtiers, in which De was conspicuous. In the body of the court seethed a crowd composed of citizens of almost every degree, rigidly kept clear of the wide space before the dais by a dozen men-at-arms forming a square with partisans held horizontally. On the left of who was clothed in a scarlet robe and wore a flat round scarlet cap that was edged with miniver, sat his 2 assessors in black, and below these 2 scriveners. The himself, a handsome, bearded man of 50, was a Genoese, to comply with the universal rule throughout Italy that the high office of justiciary should ever be held by one who was a foreigner to the state, so as to ensure the disinterestedness and purity of the justice he dispensed. Some minor cases had briefly been heard and judged, and the court now awaited the introduction of that prisoner who was responsible for this concourse above the average in numbers and quality. He came in at last between guards, tall, comely, with thick, glossy black hair that fell to the nape of his neck, his brave red suit considerably disordered and the worse for wear. He was pale from lack of sleep, for he had spent what was left of the night in the town, among the vermin-infested scourings of, where he had deemed it prudent to maintain himself awake. Perhaps because of this, too, he suffered a moment's loss of his admirable self-command, when upon first entering there he found himself scanned by eyes so numerous and so varied. For an instant he paused, disconcerted, experiencing something of that shyness which is a mixture of mistrust and resentment, peculiar to wild creatures. But the emotion was transient. Before it could be remarked, he had recovered his normal poise, and advanced to the place assigned him on the broad stone flags, bowed to the regent and then waited, his head high, his glance steady. On the hush that fell came this voice, sternly calm. "Your name?" "Cain." Since that was the name he had given himself when he had sought the regent, the lie must be maintained. It was dangerous, of course. But dangers hemmed him in on every side. "Your father's name?" "Cain is my adoptive father's name. The name of my carnal parents I do not know." Desired to explain himself, he did so, and his explanation was a model of brevity and lucidity. It bore witness to a calm which argued to his listeners an easy conscience. But there was to deal with certain facts rather than uncertain personal impressions. "You came hither a week ago in the company of one a bandit with a price on his head. To this one of my officers who is present bears witness." "Do you deny it?" "I do not. It is possible for an honest man to travel in the company of a rogue. You were with him at a house in the district of where a theft was committed, and the owner of which was subsequently murdered here in the hostelry of the Stag by this same whilst in your company. The murdered man you before he died. Do you confess to this?" "Confession implies sin and the seeking of forgiveness." "I admit the facts freely. They nowise contradict my previous statement. But that is not a confession. Yet if you were innocent of evil, why did you run away from my officer? Why did you not remain and state then what you have stated now?" "Because the appearances were against me. I acted upon impulse, and foolishly as men act when they do not pause first to reflect. You found shelter in the house of the Lord. No doubt you told him your story, represented yourself as an innocent man betrayed by appearances, and so moved his compassion." The paused, did not answer. He let the statement pass. He knew the source of it. Last night when the officer had roused the house and announced to his prisoner's supposed association with, had fastened upon it to explain the events. Last night you attempted to rob him, and being caught in the act by Count, you slew the Count and afterwards wounded the Lord himself. You were in the act of escaping from the house by one of its windows when the watch supervened and caught you. Do you admit all this?" "I do not. Nor will the circumstances. I am a robber, it is said. I spend a week in Messer's house. On any night of that week I was alone with him, save only for his decrepit old servant. Yet it is pretended that I chose as the occasion for robbing him a night on which 7 able-bodied friends are with him. Your potency must see that the facts are mocked by likelihood. His potency saw this, as did all present. They saw more. This young man's speech and manner were those of the scholar. He proclaimed himself rather than of the robber he was represented. The justiciary leaned forward, combing his short pointed beard. What then do you say took place? Let us hear you. Is it not within the forms of law that we should first hear my accuser, this Messer? His bold dark eyes raked the court, seeking the stout person of his late host. The smiled a little, and his smile was not quite nice. Ah, you know the law. Trust a rogue to know the law. Which is to make a rogue of every lawyer in the land, said, and was rewarded by a titter from the crowd, pleased with a sarcasm that contained more truth than he suspected. I know the law as I know divinity and rhetoric and other things. Because I have studied it. Maybe, said the grimly, but not as closely as you are to study it now. Messer, too, could deal in sarcasm. An officer with excitement spread upon his face came bustling into the court, but paused upon perceiving that the justiciary was speaking. Your accuser, said Messer, you have heard already, or at least his accusation, which I have pronounced to you. That accusation you are now required to answer. Required, said and all at the calm of this man who knew no fear of persons. By what am I so required? Not by the law, which prescribes that an accused shall hear his accuser in person, and be given leave to question him upon his accusations. Your Excellency should not be impatient that I stand upon the rights of an accused. Let Messer come forth, and out of his own mouth he shall destroy his falsehood. His manner might impress the general, but it did not conciliate his judge. Why, rogue, do you command here? The law does, said, and I voice the law. You voice the law. The smiled upon him. Well's well. I will be patient as you bid me in your impudence. Messer shall be heard. There was an infinite threat in his tone. He leaned back and looked round the court. Let Messer stand forth. There was a rustle and mutter of expectation through the court, for this stiff-necked young cockerel promised to give good entertainment. Then the excited officer who had lately entered thrust forward into the open space. Excellency, Messer is gone. He left at sunrise as soon as the gates were opened, and with him went the 6 whose names were on Messer's list. The captain of the Lombard Gate is here to speak to it. Laughed and was sternly bidden to remember where he stood and to observe the decencies. The captain of the Lombard Gate stood forth to confirm the other's tale. A party of 8 had ridden out of the town soon after sunrise, taking the road to Lombardy. One who rode with his arm in a sling he had certainly for my lord, and he had 3 others whom he named, and a 4th whom he knew for servant. The regent stroked his chin and turned to the who was clearly taken aback. Why was this permitted? He asked sternly. The was ill at ease. I had no news of this man's arrest until long after sunrise. But in any case it is not usual to detain accusers. To detain them, no. But to take certain precautions where the features are so peculiar. Their peculiarity, Highness, with submission, becomes apparent only in this flight. The regent sank back in his chair, and his pale blue eyes were veiled behind lowered lids. Well's well. I interrupt the course of justice. The prisoner waits. A little bewildered not only by the turn of events, but by the regent's attitude, the addressed with a little less judicial sternness. You have heard, sir, that your accuser is not here to speak in person. Again laughed. I have heard that he has spoken. His flight is an eloquent testimony to the falsehood of his charge. Sir, they admonished him. You are to satisfy this court. You are to afford us your own version of what took place, that the ends of justice may be served. Now here was a change of tone, thought, and he was no longer addressed contemptuously as rogue. He took full advantage of it. I am to testify. Why, so I will. He looked at the regent, and found the regent's eyes upon him, stern and commanding in a face that was set. He read its message. But there is little to which I can speak, for I do not know the cause of the quarrel that broke out between Count and Messer. I was not present at the beginnings. I was drawn to it by the uproar, and when I arrived, Count was already dead. At sight of me, perhaps because I was a witness and might inform against them, I was set upon by Messer and his friends. I wounded and so got away, locking myself in a room. I was escaping thence by a window when the watch came up. That is all I can say. It was a tale, he thought, that must convey to the regent the full explanation. But whatever it may have done in that quarter, it did not satisfy the... I could credit this more easily, said the latter, but for the circumstance that Count and yourself were fully dressed, whilst Messer and the others were in their shirts. That in itself suggests who were the aggressors, who the attacked. It might but for the flight of Messer and the others. Innocent men do not run away. Out of your own mouth you have pronounced it, thundered the... You profess innocence of association with. Yet you ran away on that occasion. Oh, but the difference, the appearances against a single man unknown in these parts. Can you explain how you and the dead Count came to be dressed and the others not? It was more than a question. It was a challenge. Looked at the regent. But the regent made no sign. He continued to eye coldly and sternly. Ready enough to tell the full lie he had prepared, yet he had the wit to perceive that the regent, whilst not suspecting its untruth, might find the disclosure inconvenient, in which case he would certainly be lost. As a spy, he reasoned, he could only be of value to the regent as long as this fact remained undiscovered. So he took his resolve. Why Count was dressed, I cannot say. My own condition was the result of accident. I had been to court last night. I returned late and I was tired. I fell asleep in a chair and slept until the uproar aroused me. That the regent's glance approved him. But the slowly shook his head. A convenient tale, he sneered, but lame. Can you do no better? Can any man do better than the truths? Demanded firmly and in the circumstances impudently. You ask me to explain things that are outside my knowledge. We shall say. The tone was a threat. The hoist has often been known to stimulate a man's memory and to make it accurate. The hoist. Spirit trembled for all that his mien preserved its boldness. He looked again at the regent, this time for. The regent was whispering to Messer, and almost at once the orator of Milan leaned forward to address the. May I speak a word in your court, my lord? The turned to him in some surprise. It was not often that an ambassador intervened in the trial of a rogue accused of theft and murder. At your good pleasure, my lord. With submission, then, may I beg that, considering the identity claimed by this prisoner and the relationship urged with his magnificence the Count of, the proceedings against him be suspended until this identity shall have been tested by ordinary means. The ambassador paused. The supreme autocrat of justice had thrown up his head, resentful of such very definite interference. But before he could answer, the regent was adding the weight of his support to the orator's request. However unusual this may be, Messer, he said, in his quiet, cultured voice, you will with me that if the prisoner's identity prove to be as he says, and if his present position should be the result of a chain of unfortunate circumstances, we should by proceeding to extremes merely provoke against the resentment of our exalted friend the Count of. Thus was it demonstrated to how much may hang upon a man's wise choice of a parent. The bowed his head. There was a moment's silence before he spoke. By what means is it proposed that the accused's pretended identity shall be tested? It was who spoke. I had a letter from the abbot of the Of, which this stole from me, but which the officer. We have that letter, the interrupted, his voice harsh. It says nothing of your paternity, and for the rest it can prove nothing until you prove how it was acquired. He claims, interposed again, to come from the convent of the Of, where Messer Cain placed him some years ago. It should not be difficult, nor greatly delay the satisfaction of justice, to seek at the convent confirmation of his tale. If it is confirmed, let one of the fathers who knows him attend here to say whether this is the same man. The combed his beard in silence. And if so, he inquired at last, why then, sir, your mind will be delivered at least of the prejudice created by this young man's association with a bandit. And you will be in better case to judge his share in last night's events. There, to the general disappointment, ended for the moment the odd affair of Cain, which in the disclosures it foreshadowed had promised such unusual entertainment. The regent remained in court after his removal, lest it be supposed that his interest in the administration of justice had been confined to that case alone. But Messer, as did most of those others who came from the palace, and amongst them, pale and troubled, went the princess. Till she vented something of her dismay and anger. A thief, a spy, a murderer, she said. And I trusted him that he might ruin all my hopes. I have the wages of a fool. But if he were what he claims to be, asked her, would that make him any less what he is? He was sent to spy on me, that he might discover what was plotting. My heart told me so, yet to the end I heeded rather his own false tongue. But if he were a spy, why should he have urged you to break off relations with these plotters? So that he might draw from me a fuller revelation of my intentions. It was he who murdered, the shrewdest, the the most loyal and trustworthy of them all, upon whom I depended to curb their recklessness and yet to give them audacity in season. And this vile creature of my uncle's has murdered him." Her eyes were heavy with unshed tears. "But if so, why was he arrested?" "An accident. That was not in the reckoning. I went to see how they would deal with that. And I saw—" Madonna's vision, however, was less clear, or else clearer. "Yet I do not understand why he should murder the Count." "Do you not?" The princess laughed a little, quite mirthlessly. "It is not difficult to reconstruct the happening. Was dressed, and so was he. Suspected him and followed him last night to watch him. The scoundrel's bold appearance at court was his one mistake, his inexplicable imprudence. Taxed him with it on his return, pressed him perhaps with questions that unmasked him, and so to save his own skin this slew the Count. Why else are the others all fled? Because they know themselves detected. Is it not all crystal clear?" The lady shook her head. "If it was your brother's ruin the Marquis plotted, this surely frustrates his own ends. If it were as you say, Messer would have spoken out boldly in court and told his tale. Why, being what you suppose him, should he keep silent, when by speaking he could best serve the regent's purposes?" "I do not know," the princess confessed, "nor does any ever know the regent's purposes. He works quietly, craftily, slowly, and he will never strike until he is sure that the blow must be final. This rogue's conduct was an obedience to the regent's commands. Did you not see the looks that passed between them? Did you not see that, when Messer intervened, it was after a whisper from my uncle? But if this man were not what he says he is, what can the intervention avail in the end?" Madonna was wholly scornful now. "He may be what he claims, and yet at the same time what I know him to be." "Why not? Where is the contradiction?" "Yet I dare to prophesy. This Messer will not again be brought to trial. The means will be afforded him of breaking prison. XIV. Evasion was returned to the common, which was perched high upon the city's red wall, to herd once more with the vile pariahs there incarcerated. But not for long. Within an hour came an order for his removal to a diminutive stone chamber, whose barred, unglazed window looked out upon a fertile green plain, through which the broad, silvery ribbon of the river Po coiled its way towards Lombardy. Thither, a little later in the afternoon, came the Marquis to visit him, in quest of the true facts. Lied to him as fluently as he had lied earlier to the... but no longer with the same falsehoods. His tale now went very near the truth. He had come under the suspicion of the conspirators last night as a result of his visit to court. Explanations had been demanded, and he had afforded them, as he exactly stated. But conscience making cowards of the conspirators, they bound him and locked him in a room until they should have confirmation of his tale. Count, fearing that his life might be in danger, came in the night to set him free. Which leads me to suspect, said, that Count too was an agent of your potency. No matter. I keep to the events. The conspirators, he continued, were more watchful than suspected. They came upon the twain just as bonds had been cut, and had, fortunately, thrust a dagger into his hand. They fell upon, and one of them, the confusion at the moment, did not permit him to say which stabbed the unfortunate Count. Would have shared his fate, but that he hacked right and left with fist and dagger, wounding and certainly one other, possibly two others. Thus he broke through them, flung down the stairs, locked himself in the room on the mezzanine, and climbed out of the window into the arms of the watch. If your Highness had not desired me to go to court, this would not have happened. But at least the conspirators are fled, and the conspiracy is stifled in panic. Your Highness is now safe. Safe? His Highness laughed hard and cruelly. There was now in his mien none of that benignity which was wont to admire in it. The pale blue eyes were hard as steel. A furrow at the base of his aquiline nose rendered sinister and predatory the whole expression of his countenance. Your blundering has destroyed the evidence by which I might have made myself safe. My blundering? Here's justice. Besides, if I were to give the evidence if I were to give a true account of what happened at. If you did that, the regent interrupted angrily. How would it look, do you suppose? A vagrant rogue, the associate of a bandit, was closeted yesterday with me, and so far received my countenance that he was bidden to court. It would disclose a plot, indeed. It would be said that I plotted to fashion evidence against my nephew. Do you think that I have no enemies herein and elsewhere and besides, and his plotters? If had lived, it would have been different, or even if we had, and the others, and could now wring the truth from them under torment. But is dead and the others gone. Deemed him bewildered by his own excessive subtleties. Does flight give no to my tale? He asked quietly. Only until some other tale is told, as told it would be. Then what of the word of a rascal like yourself? And what of me who depend upon the word of so pitiful a knave? Your Highness starts at shadows. Was almost contemptuous. In the end it may be necessary to tell my tale if I am to save my neck. The regent's look and tone made feel cold. Your neck? Why, what does your neck matter? Something to me, however little to your Highness. The regent sneered, and the hard eyes grew harder still. You become inconvenient, my friend. Perceived it. The regent feared lest investigation should reveal that he had actually fostered the conspiracy for purposes of his own, using first Count and then as his agents. Eyes, you become inconvenient, he repeated. Duke would never have boggled over dealing with you. He would have wrung this precious neck by which you lay such store. Do you thank God that I am not? He took the cloak from his left arm. From within its folds he let fall at its feet a coil of rope. From his breast he drew 2 stout files which he placed upon stool. If you remove one of those bars, that should give you passage. Attach the rope to another and descend by it at dusk. When you touch ground, you will be outside the walls. Go your ways and never cross the frontiers of again. If you do, my friend, I promise you that you shall be hanged out of hand for having broken prison. I should deserve it, said. Your Highness need have no anxiety. Anxiety, you dog. The regent measured him with that cold glance a moment, then swung on his heel and left him. Next morning, when it was learnt that the prisoner had escaped, wild and varied were the speculations in to explain it, and stern, searching, and fruitless the inquiry conducted by the governor of the prison. None was known to have visited save only the Marquis, and only one person was so mad as to suppose that the regent had made possible the evasion. You see, said the princess to her faithful, has my prophecy been fulfilled? Was I not right in my reading of this sordid page? But in her dark eyes there was none of the exultation that conjecture so often brings. And at about the same time, having found a fisherman to put him across the Po beyond, was trudging mechanically along, safe now in the territory of Milan. But his thoughts went back to, and the princess. In her eyes I am a rogue, a spy, a trickster, and perhaps worse, which matters nothing, for in her eyes I never could have been anything that signifies. Nor does it really matter that she should know why I died. Let her think what she will. I have made her and her brother safe for the present. That night he lay at an inn and reflected that he lay there at the princess' charges, for he still possessed 3 of the 5 ducats she had given him for his needs. Some day, he said, I shall repay that loan. Next morning he was up betimes to resume at last in earnest his sorely interrupted journey to. But he found that the muses no longer beckoned him as alluringly as hitherto. He had in the last few days tasted stronger waters than those of limpid spring. He had also made the discovery that in fundamental matters all his past learning had but served to lead him astray. He questioned now his heresy on the score of sin. It was possible that, after all, the theologians might be right. Whether sin and evil were convertible terms, he could not be sure. But not only was he quite sure that there was no lack of evil in the world, he actually began to wonder if evil were not the positive force that fashions the destinies of men, whilst good is but a form of resistance which, however strong, remains passive or else, when active, commonly operates through evil that it may ultimately prevail. So much for his syllogism, which had seemed irrefragable. It had fallen to dust at the first touch of worldly experience. Yet, for all his apprehension of the world's wickedness, it was with a sigh of regret that he turned his back upon it. The school of living, striving men called him now with a voice far stronger than that of "and the learned," and reminded him that he was pledged to a service which he could not yet consider fully rendered. The miracle of the dogs, took his way through the low-lying and insalubrious marshlands, about where the rice fields flourished, as they had flourished almost ever since the grain was first introduced from China some 300 years before. It touched his imagination to know himself treading the soil of the great state of Milan, a state which had raised to such heights of fame and power. From the peace which had enforced at home, as much as from his conquests abroad, there had ensued a prosperity such as Milan had never known before. Her industries throve apace. Her weavers of silk and wool sent their products to Venice, to France, to Flanders, and to England. The work of her was sought by all Europe. Great was the trade driven with France in horses and fat Lombardy cattle. Thus the wealth of the world was drawn to Milan, and such was the development there of banking that soon there was scarcely an important city in Europe that had not its Lombard street, just as in every city of Europe the gold coins of, bearing his snake device, circulated freely, coming to be known as ducats of this first Duke of Milan. His laws, if tinctured by the cruelty of an age which held human lives cheap, were nevertheless wise and justly administered, and he knew how to levy taxes that should enrich himself without impoverishing his subjects, perceiving with an intuition altogether beyond his age that excessive taxation serves but to dry up the sources of a prince's treasury. His wealth he spent with a staggering profusion, creating about himself an environment of beauty, of art, and of culture which overwhelmed the rude French and ruder English of his day with the sense of their own comparative barbarism. He spent it also in enlisting into his service the first soldiers of his time, and by reducing a score of petty tyrannies and some that were of consequence, the coils of the viper came to extend from the Alps to the. So wide, indeed, were his dominions become that they embraced the greater part of northern Italy, and justified their elevation to the status of a kingdom and himself to the assumption of the royal crown. In the castle where he had shut himself up to avoid the plague that was crawling over the face of Italy, the regalia was already prepared when this great prince, whom no human enemy had yet been able to approach, was laid low by the invincible onslaught of that foul disease. Because at the time of their great father's death Maria was 13 and Maria 12 years of age, they remained, as Swil provided against such a contingency, under the tutelage of a council of regency composed of the condottieri and the duchess. Dissensions marked the beginnings of that council's rule, and dissensions at a time when closest union was demanded. For in the death of the redoubtable, the many enemies he had made for Milan perceived their opportunity, whilst great captains, disgusted with the vacillations of the degenerate Maria, who was the creature now of this party, now of that, furthered the disintegration of his inheritance by wrenching away portions of it to make independent states for themselves. 5 years of misrule had dissipated all that had so laboriously built, and of all the great soldiers who had helped him to build, the only one who remained loyal sharing with the bastard the governorship of the duchy was that Cain, count of, whom had in his need adopted for his father. Lay at on the second night from, and on the morrow found a boatman to put him across the broad waters of the Ticino, then took the road to, where the lords of Milan possessed a hunting seat. He sang as he tramped, not from any joyousness of heart, but to dispel the loneliness that increased upon him with every step that took him from towards this great city of Milan, this Rome of the north, which it was his intention to view on his way to. Beyond, finding that he was growing footsore on the hard and dusty road, he forsook it for the meadows, where fat cattle, the like of which for bulk he had never seen, were contentedly grazing. Early in the afternoon, by one of the many watercourses that here intersected the ground, he sat munching the bread and cheese which he had stuffed into his scrip before leaving. From the wood crowning the slight eminence beyond the stream came presently a confused sound of voices human and canine, a cracking of whips and other vaguer noises. Suddenly the figure of a man all in brown broke from the little belt of oaks and came racing down the green slope towards the water. He was bareheaded, and a mane of black hair streamed behind him as he ran. He was more than midway across that open space between wood and water when his pursuers came in sight, not human pursuers, but 3 great dogs, 3 bloodhounds, bounding silently after him. And then from the wood emerged at last a numerous mounted company led by one who seemed little more than a boy, very richly dressed in scarlet and silver, whose harsh and strident voice urged on the dogs. Of those who followed, and half perhaps were gay and richly clad like himself, the rest were grooms in leather, and 2 of them as they rode held each in leash 6 straining, yelping hounds. Immediately behind the youth who led rode a powerfully built fellow, black-bearded and black-browed, on a big horse, wielding a whip with a long lash, who seemed neither groom nor courtier, and yet something of both. He, too, was shouting, and cracking that long whip of his to urge the dogs to bring down the human quarry before it could reach the water. But terror lent wings to the heels of the hunted man. He gained the edge of the deep, sluggish stream a dozen yards ahead of the hounds, and without pause or backward glance leapt wide, and struck the water cleanly head foremost. Through it he clove, swimming desperately and strongly, using in the effort the last remnants of his strength. After him came the dogs, taking the water almost together. In horror and pity ran to the spot where the swimmer must land, and proffered a hand to him as he reached the bank. The fugitive clutched it and was drawn vigorously upwards. "May God reward you, sir," he gasped, and again, in a voice of extraordinary fervor, considering how little really had been accomplished, "May God reward you." Then he dropped on hands and knees, panting, exhausted, just as the foremost of the dogs came clambering up the slippery clay of the bank to receive in its throat the dagger with which awaited it. A shout of rage from across the water did not deter him from slitting the throat of the second dog that landed, and he had hurled the body of it after the first before that cavalcade brought up on the far side, vociferous and angry. The third dog, however, a great blackened yellow hound, had climbed the bank whilst was engaged with the second. With a deep-throated growl it was upon him, in a leap which bore him backwards and stretched him supine under the brute's weight. Instinctively flung his left arm across his throat to shield it from those terrible fangs, whilst with his right he stabbed upwards into the beast's vitals. There was a howl of pain, and the dog shrank together a little, suspending its attack. Stabbed again, and this time his dagger found the beast's heart. It sank down upon him limp and quivering, and the warm, gushing blood soaked him almost from head to foot. He heaved aside the carcass, which was almost as heavy as a man, and got slowly to his feet, wondering uneasily what might be the sequel. The young man in red and silver was blaspheming horribly. He paused to scream an order. "Loose the pack on them! Loose the pack!" But the big man addressed, on his own responsibility, had already decided on action of another sort. From his saddlebow he unslung an arbalist, which was ready at the stretch, fitted a bolt, and leveled it at. And never was nearer death. It was the youth he had compassionated who now saved him, and this without intending it. Having recovered something of his breath, and urged on by the terror of those dread pursuers, he staggered to his feet, and without so much as a backward glance was moving off to resume his flight. The movement caught the eye of the black-browed giant, just as he was about to loose his shaft. He swung his arbalist to the fugitive, and as the cord hummed, the young man span round and dropped with the bolt in his brain. Before had removed the stock from his shoulder, to wind the weapon for the second shot he intended, he was slashed across the face by the whip of young Red and Silver. "By the bones of God! Who bade you shoot, brute beast? My order was to loose the pack. Will you me of sport, you son of a dog? Did I track him so far to have him end like that?" He broke into obscenest blasphemy, from which might be extracted an order to the grooms to unleash the beasts they held. But undaunted either by blasphemy or whiplash, interposed. "Will your highness have that knave kill some more of your dogs before they pull him down? He's armed, and the dogs are at his mercy as they climb the bank. He killed my dogs, and dog shall avenge dog upon him, the beast. From that pathetic heap at his feet, the fate that must overtake him if he attempted flight." Fear in him was blent with loathing and horror of these monsters who hunted men like stags. Whatever the crime of the poor wretch so ruthlessly slain under his eyes, it could not justify the infamy of making him the object of such a chase. One of the grooms spoke to and turned to his young master. "Says there is a ford at the turn yonder, Lord Duke." The form of address penetrated the absorption of feelings. A duke, this raging, blaspheming boy, whose language was the language of stables and brothels. What duke, then, but Duke of Milan? And remembered tales he had lately heard of the revolting cruelty of this 20-year-old son of the great. 4 grooms were spurring away towards the ford, and across the stream came the thunder of his voice as the great ruffian again leveled his arbalist. "Move a step from there, my cockerel, and you'll stand before your maker." Through the ford the horses splashed, the waters, shrunken by a protracted drought, scarce coming above their fetlocks. And waiting, bethought him that, after all, the real ruler of Milan was Cain, and took the daring resolve once more to use that name as a scapulary. When the grooms reached him, they found themselves intrepidly confronted by one who proclaimed himself son, and bade them sternly have a care how they dealt with him. But if he had proclaimed himself son of the Pope of Rome, it would not have moved these brutish oafs, who knew no orders and whose intelligence was no higher than that of the dogs they tended. With a thong of leather they attached his right wrist to a stirrup, and compelled him, raging inwardly, to trot with them. He neither struggled nor protested, realizing the futility of both at present. At one part of the ford the water rose to his thighs, whilst the splashing of the horses about him added to his discomfort. But though soaked in blood and water, he still carried himself proudly when he came to stand before the young duke. Beheld a man of revolting aspect. His face was almost embryonic, the face of a man prematurely born whose features in growing had preserved their half-modeled shape. A bridgeless nose broad as a negro, splayed across his fresh-complexioned face, immediately above the enormous purple lips of his shapeless mouth. Round, pale eyes bulged on the very surface of his face, his brow was sloping and shallow and his chin receded. From his handsome father, he inherited only the red-gold hair that had distinguished. Stared at him, fascinated by that unsurpassable ugliness, and meeting the stare, a frown descended between the thick sandy eyebrows. "Here's an insolent rogue. Do you know who I am?" "I am supposing you to be the Duke of Milan," said in a tone that was dangerously near contempt. "Oh, you are supposing it. You shall have assurance of it before we are done with each other. Did you know it when you slew my dogs? Less than ever when I perceived that you hunted with them deliberately." "Why so? Could I suspect that a prince should so hunt a human quarry?" "Why, you bold dogs? Your Highness knows my name." "Your name, oafs." "What name?" "What your Highness called me. Cain." Thus again, with more effectiveness than truth, did he introduce the identity that had served so well before. "I am Cain, Cain's son." It was an announcement that produced a stir in that odd company. A handsome, vigorous young man in mulberry velvet, who carried a hooded falcon perched on his left wrist, pushed forward on his tall black horse to survey this blood-smeared ragamuffin with fresh interest. The Duke turned to him. "You hear what he says?" "Aye, but I never heard that had a son." "Oh, some byblow, maybe." "No matter." A deepening malice entered his evil countenance. The mere fact of his parentage would give an added zest to his maltreatment. For deep down in his dark soul Maria bore no love to the great soldier who dominated him. "We'll rid of the inconvenient incubus. Fall back there, you others. Line the bank." The company spread itself in a long file along the water's edge, like beaters, to hinder the quarry's escape in that direction. Grim fear took hold of. He had shot his bolt, and it had missed its mark. He was defenseless and helpless in the hands of this monster and his bestial crew. At a command from the Duke, they loosed the thong that bound him to the stirrup, and he found himself suddenly alone and free, with more than a glimmering in his mind of the ghastly fate intended for him. "Now, rogue," the Duke shrilled at him, "let us see you run." He swung to. "2 dogs," he commanded. Detached 2 hounds from a pack of 6, which a groom held in leash. Holding each by its collar, he went down on one knee between them, awaiting the Duke's command for their release. Meanwhile had not moved. In fascinated horror he watched these preparations, almost incredulous of their obvious purport. He was not to know that the love of the chase which had led to frame game laws of incredible barbarity had been transmitted to his grandson in a form that was loathsomely depraved. The deer and the wild boar which had satisfied the hunting instincts of the terrible were inadequate for the horrible lusts of Maria. The sport their agonies yielded could not compare in his eyes with the sport to be drawn from the chase of human quarries, to which his bloodhounds were trained by being fed on human flesh. "You are wasting time," the Duke admonished him. "In a moment I shall loose the dogs. Be off while you may, and if you are fleet enough, your heels may save your throat." But he laughed over the words, which were merely intended to befool the wretched victim with a false hope that should stimulate him to afford amusement. White-faced with such a terror in his soul as he had never known and should never know again in whatever guise he should find death confronting him, turned at last and broke wildly, instinctively, into a run towards the wood. The Duke's bestial laughter went after him before he had covered 20 yards and before the dogs had been loosed. His manhood, his human dignity, rose in revolt, conquering momentarily even his blind terror. He checked and swung round. Not another yard would he run to give sport to that pink and silver monster. The Duke, seeing himself thus in danger of being cheated, swore at him foully. "He'll run fast enough, Highness, when I loose the dogs," growled. "Let go, then." As stood there, the breeze ruffling the hair about his neck, the hounds bounded forward. His senses swam, a physical nausea possessed him. Yet through swooning reason, he resolved to offer no resistance so that this horror might be the sooner ended. They would leap for his throat, he knew, and so that he let them have their way, it would speedily be done. He closed his eyes. He groaned, "Jesus!" And then his lips began to shape a prayer, the first that occurred to him, mechanically almost, in Manus. The dogs had reached him, but there was no impact. The eager, furious leaps with which they started had fallen to a sedate and hesitating approach. They sniffed the air, and at close quarters now they crouched down, nosing him, their bellies trailing in the grass, their heavy tails thumping the ground in an attitude of fawning submission. There were cries of amazement from the ducal party. Amazement filled the soul of as he looked down upon those submissive dogs, and he sought to read the riddle of their thought, indeed, of divine intervention, such as that by which the saints of God had at times been spared from the inhumanities of men. And this, too, was the thought of more than one of the spectators. It was the thought of the brutal who, rising from the half-kneeling attitude in which he had remained, now crossed himself mechanically. "Miracle!" he cried in a voice that was shaken by supernatural fears. But the Duke, looking on with a scowl on his shallow brow, raged forth at that. They may never have feared man, but most of them had feared God. Maria was not even of these. "We'll test this miracle by God," he cried. "Loose me 2 more dogs, you fool." Highness was beginning a protest. "Loose 2 more dogs, or I'll perform a miracle on you." His fear of the Duke was even greater than his fear of the supernatural. With fumbling, trembling fingers he did as he was bidden. 2 more dogs were launched against, incited by the Duke himself with his strident voice and a cut of his whip across their haunches. But they behaved even as the first had behaved, to the increasing awe of the beholders, but no longer to awe or mystification. His wits recovered from their palsy, and found a physical explanation for the sudden docility of those ferocious beasts. Right or wrong, his conclusions satisfied him, and it was without dread that he heard the Duke raging anew. So long as they sent only dogs against him, he had no cause for fear. Loose, the Duke was screaming in a frenzy now that thickened his articulation and brought froth and bubbles to his purple lips. Was protesting, as were more moderately some of the members of his retinue. The handsome young man with the falcon opined that here might be witchcraft, and admonished his Highness to use caution. "Loose," his Highness repeated, more furiously insistent. "On your Highness's head the consequences," cried as he released that ferocious bitch, the fiercest of all the pack. But whilst she came loping towards him, grown audacious in his continued immunity, was patting the heads and flanks of the dogs already about him and speaking to them coaxingly, in response to which the Duke beheld them leaping and barking in friendliness about him. When presently the terrible was seen to behave in the same fashion, the excitement in the Duke's following shed its last vestige of restraint. Opinions were divided between those who cried miracle, with the impious yet credulous, and those who cried witchcraft, with Messer, the gentleman of the Falcon. In the Duke's own mind some fear began to stir. Whether of God or devil, only supernatural intervention could explain this portent. He spurred forward, his followers moving with him, and as he looked upon the countenances of that ducal company, was moved to laughter. Reaction from his palsy of terror had come in a mental exaltation, like the glow that follows upon immersion in cold water. He was contemptuous of these fellows, and particularly of and his grooms who, whilst presumably learned in the ways of dogs, were yet incapable of any surmise by which this miracle might be naturally explained. Mockery crept into that laugh of his, a laugh that brought the scowl still lower upon the countenance of the Duke. "What spells do you weave, rascal? By what artifice do you do this?" Spells stood boldly before him. He chose to be mysterious, to feed their superstition. He answered with a proverb that made play upon the name he had assumed. "Did I not tell you that I am Cain? Dog will not eat dogs. That is all the magic you have here." An evasion said like one who thinks aloud. The Duke flashed him a sidelong glance of irritation. "Do I need to be told? Then too this is a trick, rogue. God's blood. I am not to be fooled. What have you done to my dogs?" "Deserved their love," said, waving a hand to the great beasts that still about him. Aye, but how? How? Does anyone know how love is deserved of man or beast? Loose the rest of your pack. There's not a dog and it will do more than lick my hands. Dogs," he added, again with a hint of mysteries, "have perceptions oft to men." "Perceptions, eh? But what do they perceive?" And yielding to his singular exaltation, laughed again as he answered, "Ah, who shall say?" The Duke empurpled. "Do you mock me, filths?" Who was afraid of wizardry laid a hand upon his arm. But the Duke shook off that admonitory grasp. "You shall yield me your secret. You shall so by the host." He turned to the gaping. "Call off the dogs and make the knave fast. Fetch him along." On that the Duke rode off with his, leaving the grooms to carry out his orders. They stood off reluctantly, despite commands, so that in the end for all his repugnance the kennel master was constrained himself to take the task in hand. He whistled the dogs to heel, and left one of his knaves to leash them again. Then he approached almost timidly. "You heard the orders of his Highness," he said in the resigned voice of one who does a thing because he must. Proffered his wrists in silence. The Duke and his following had almost reached the wood, and were out of earshot. "It is the Duke who does this," that black-browed scoundrel excused himself. "I am but the instrument of the Duke." And cringing a little he proceeded to do the pinioning, but lightly so that the thong should not hurt the prisoner, a tenderness exercised probably for the first time in his career as the villainous servant of a villainous master. His hands trembled at the task, which again was a thing that had never happened yet. The truth is that was inspired by another fear, as great as his dread of the supernatural. On both counts he desired to stand well with this young man. He cast a glance over his shoulder to satisfy himself that the grooms were out of earshot. "Be sure," he muttered in his dense black beard, "that His Excellency the Count of shall know of your presence within an hour of our arrival in Milan." Aye, Cain. On the ground that they had far to travel, but in reality to spare this unwelcome prisoner, was mounted on the crupper of his great horse, his lightly pinioned wrists permitting him to hang on by the kennel master's belt. Thus he made his first entrance into the fair city of Milan as dusk was descending. Some impression of the size and strength of it gathered when, a couple of miles away, they made a momentary halt on a slight eminence in the plain. And though instruction had prepared him for an imposing spectacle, it had not prepared for what he actually beheld. He gazed in wonder on the great spread of those massive red walls reflected in a broad navigable moat, which was a continuation of and soaring above these, the spires of a half-dozen churches, among which he was able from what he had read to identify the slender belfry of Sunt and the octagonal brick and marble tower, surmounted by its headless gilded angel belonging to the Church of Saint, built in of the sainted protector of the gouty by the gout-ridden 100 years ago. They entered the city by a vast gateway, some of whose stonework went back to Roman times, having survived Barbarossa's vindictive demolition nearly 3 centuries ago. Over the drawbridge and through the great archway they came upon a guardhouse that was in itself a fortress, before whose portals lounged a group of brawny-bearded mercenaries, who talked loudly amongst themselves in the guttural German of the cantons. Then along a long street in which Palace stood shoulder to shoulder with Hovel, and which, though really narrow by comparison with other streets of Milan, appeared generously broad too. The people moving in this thoroughfare were as oddly assorted as the dwellings that flanked it. Sedately well-nourished, opulent men of the merchant class, glittering nobles attended by armed lackeys with blazons on their breasts, some mounted but more on foot, were mingled here with aproned artisans and with gaunt, ragged wretches of both sexes whose aspect bespoke want and hunger. For there was little of the old prosperity left in Milan under the rule of Maria. Noble and simple alike stood still to bear and incline their heads as the Duke rode past. But who was sharply using his eyes perceived few faces upon which he did not catch a reflection, however fleeting, of hatred or of dread. From this long street they emerged at length upon a great open space that was fringed with elms, on the northern side of which beheld, amid a titanic entanglement of poles and scaffolding, a white architectural mass that was vast as a city in itself. He knew it at a glance for the great cathedral that was to be the wonder of the world. It was built on the site of the old Basilica of Saint, dedicated to a votive offering to the Virgin Mother for the removal of that curse upon the motherhood of Milan, as a result of which the women bore no male children, or, if they bore them, could not bring them forth alive. Had imagined his first wife, the sterile Isabella of Valois, to lie under the curse. Wondered what's thought of the answer to that vast prayer in marble when his second wife brought forth Maria. There are, reflected, worse afflictions than sterility. Had perished before his stupendous conception could be brought to full fruition, and under his degenerate son the work was languishing and stood almost suspended, a monument as much to the latter's misrule as to his father's colossal ambition and indomitable will. They crossed the great square, which too, learned in the history of the place, was holy ground. Here in the now vanished basilica, the great Saint Augustine had been baptized. Here Saint, that Roman prefect upon whom the episcopate had been almost forced, had entrenched himself in his great struggle with the Empress Justina, which marked the beginnings of that strife between church and empire, still kept alive by Guelph and Ghibelline after the lapse of 1,000 years. Flanking the rising cathedral stood the old, half-palace, half-stronghold, which from the days of had been the residence of the lords of Milan. They rode under the portcullis into the great courtyard of which derived a claustral aspect from its surrounding porticos, and passed into the inner quadrangle known as the Court of Saint. Here the company dismounted, and to who held his stirrup for him, Maria issued his orders concerning the prisoner before entering the palace. This of dogs, he announced, should make entertainment for him after supper. Was conducted to a stone cell underground, which was supplied with air, and as much light as would make a twilight of high noon by a grating set high in the massive door. It was very cold and pervaded by a moist, unpleasant fungoid. The darkness and chill of the place struck through him gradually to his soul. He was very hungry, too, which did not help his courage, for he had eaten nothing since midday, and not so much as a crust of bread did have the charity to offer him. At long length, at the end of 2 hours or more, the Duke's magnificence came to visit him in person. He was attended by Messer and 4 men in leather jerkins, one of whom was. His Highness sought to make up in gaudiness of raiment for what he lacked of natural endowments. He wore a trailing, high-necked velvet, one half of which was white, the other red, caught about his waist by a long-tongued belt of fine gold mail that was studded with great rubies. From waist to ground the long gown fell open as he moved, showing his legs, which were cased, the one in white, the other in scarlet. They were the of his house, from which he rarely departed in his wear, following in this the example set him by his illustrious sire. On his head he wore a bulging scarlet cap, tufted at the side into a jagged, upright mass like a cock's comb. His goggling eyes measured the prisoner with a glance which almost sent a shudder through. "Well, rogue, will you talk now? Will you confess what was the magic that you used?" "Lord Duke, I used no magic." The Duke smiled. "You need a Lenten penance to bring you to a proper frame of mind. Have you never heard of the Lent of my invention? It lasts for 40 days and is a little more severe than mere fasting, but very salutary with obstinate or offending rogues, and it teaches them such a contempt of life that in the end they are usually glad to die. We'll make a beginning with you now. I dare make oath you'll be as sorry that you killed my dogs as that my dogs did not kill you." He turned to. "Bring him along," he commanded, and stalked stiffly out. They dragged into a larger stone chamber that was as anteroom to the cell. Here he now beheld a long wooden engine, standing high as a table and composed of 2 oblong wooden frames, one enclosed within the other and connected by colossal wooden screws. Cords trailed from the inner frame. The Duke growled an order. "Lay the rogue stark." Without waiting to untruss his points, 2 of the grooms ripped away his tunic so that in a moment he was naked to the waist. Stood aloof, seeking to dissemble his superstitious awe and expecting calamity or intervention at any moment. The intervention came. Not only was it of a natural order, but it was precisely the intervention should have been expecting, since it resulted from the message he had secretly carried. The heavy studded door at the top of a flight of 3 stone steps swung slowly open behind the Duke, and a man of commanding aspect paused on the threshold. Although close upon 50 years of age, his moderately tall and vigorous, shapely frame, his tanned, shaven face squarely cut with prominent bone structures, his lively, dark eyes, and his thick hair gave him the appearance of no more than 40. A gown of mulberry velvet edged with brown fur was loosely worn over a dress of great richness, a figured tunic of deep purple and gold with hose of wine. A moment he stood at gaze, then spoke in a pleasant, resonant voice, its tone faintly sardonic. "Upon what beastliness is your highness now engaged?" The Duke span round, the grooms stood arrested in there. The gentleman came sedately down the steps. "Who bade you hither?" The Duke raged at him. "The voice of duty. First there is my duty as your governor to see that." "My governor?" Sheer fury rang in the echoing words. "My governor? You do not govern me, my lord, though you may govern Milan. And you govern that at my pleasure, you'll remember. I am the master here. It is I who am Duke. You'll be wise not to forget it. Perhaps I am not wise. Who shall say what is wisdom?" The tone continued level, easy, faintly mocking. Here was a man very sure of himself. Too sure of himself to trouble to engage in argument. "But there is another duty whose voice I have obeyed. Parental duty. For they tell me that this prisoner, with whom you are proposing to be merry, after your fashion claims to be my son." "They tell you? Who told you?" There was a threat to that unknown person in the inquiry. "Can I remember? A court is a place of gossip. When men and women discover a piece of unusual knowledge, they must be airing it. It doesn't matter. What matters to me is whether you too had heard of this." "Had you?" The pleasant voice was suddenly hard. It was the voice of the master, of the man who holds the whip. And it intimidated, for whilst the young Duke stormed and blustered and swore, yet he did so in a measure of defense. "By the bones of Saint, did you not hear that he slew my dogs? Slew 3 of them and bewitched the others. He must have bewitched you, Lord Duke, at the same time, since, although you heard him claim to be my son, yet you venture to upon him without so much as sending me word. Is it not my right? Am I not lord of life and death in my dominions?" The dark eyes flashed in that square, shaven face. "You are," he checked. He waved an imperious hand towards. Go you and your curs with you. They are here in attendance upon me, the Duke reminded him. But they are required no longer. God's light. You grow daily more presumptuous. If you will dismiss them, you may think differently. The Duke's prominent eyes engaged the other's stern glance until, beaten by it, he swung sullenly to his knaves. Away with you. Leave us. Thus he owned defeat. Waited until the men had gone, then quietly admonished the Duke. You set too much store by your dogs, and the sport you make with them is as dangerous as it is bestial. I have warned your highness before. One of these fine days the dogs of Milan will turn upon you and tear out your throat. The dogs of Milan. On me. His highness almost choked. On you who account yourself lord of life and death. To be Duke of Milan is not quite the same thing as to be God. You should remember it. Then he changed his tone. That man you were hunting today beyond was I am told. And this rogue who calls himself your son attempted to rescue him and slew 3 of my best dogs. He was doing you good service, Lord Duke. It would have been better if had escaped. As long as you hunt poor miscreants, guilty of theft or violence or of no worse crime than being needy and hungry, retribution may move slowly against you. But when you set your dogs upon the sons of a great house, you walk the edge of an abyss. Do I so? Do I so? Well, well, my good, as long as it remains above ground, so long shall my hounds be active. I don't forget that it was Castellan of when my mother died there. And you that hear so much gossip about the town and court must have heard what is openly said, that the scoundrel poisoned her. Looked at him with such grim significance that the Duke's high faded under the glance. His face grew ashen. By the bones of God. He was beginning when interrupted. This young man here was not to know your motives. Indeed, he did not know you were the leader of that vile hunt. All that he saw was a fellow creature inhumanly pursued by dogs. None would call me a gentle, humane man. But I give you my word, Lord Duke, that he did what in his place I hope I should have had the courage to do myself. I him for it. Apart from that, he told you that his name was Cain. It is a name that deserves some respect in Milan, even from the Duke. His voice grew cold and hard as steel. Hunt thee all you please, magnificent, and at your own peril. But do not hunt the Cain without first giving me warning of the intention. He paused. The Duke, slow-witted ever, stood between shame and rage before him, silent. Turned too, his tone and manner expressing contempt of his ducal master. Come, boy. His highness gives you leave. Put on your tunic and come with me. Had waited in a fascinated amazement that held a deal of fear, based on the conviction that he escaped Scylla to be wrecked upon Charybdis. For a long moment he gazed now into that indolently good, faintly mocking countenance. Then, with mechanical obedience, he took up the garment, which had been reduced almost to rags, and followed the Count from that stone chamber. Sedately went up the narrow staircase with no word for the young man, who followed in uneasy wonder and dread speculation of what was now to follow. In a fine room that was hung with Flemish tapestries, and otherwise furnished with a richness such as had never yet beheld, lighted by great candles in massive gilt candlesticks that stood upon the ground, the masterful dismissed a couple of waiting lackeys, and turned at last to bestow a leisurely scrutiny upon his companion. So you have the impudence to call yourself my son, he said, between question and assertion. It seems I have more family than I suspected. But I felicitate you on your choice of a father. It remains for you to tell me upon whom I conferred thee of being your mother. He threw himself into a chair, leaving standing before him a sorry figure in his tattered red tunic pulled loosely about him, his flesh showing in the gaps. To be frank, my lord, in my anxiety to avoid a violent death, I overstated our relationship. You overstated it. The heavy eyebrows were raised. The of the countenance became more pronouncedly sardonic. Let me judge the extent of this overstatement. I am your son by adoption only. Down came the eyebrows in a frown, and all passed from the face. Nay, now, that I know for a lie. I might have got me a son without knowing it. That is always possible. I was young once, faith, and a little careless of my kisses. But I could scarcely have adopted another man's child without being aware of it. And now, judging his man, staked all upon the indolent good nature, the humorous outlook upon life which he thought to perceive in his face and voice. He answered him with a studied excess of frankness. The adoption, my lord, was mine, not yours. And then, to temper the impudence of that, he added, I adopted you, my lord, in my hour of peril and of need, as we adopt a patron saint. My wits were at the end of their resources. I knew not how else to avert the torture and death to which wanton brutality exposed me, save by invoking a name in itself sufficiently powerful to protect me. There was a pause in which considered him, half angrily, so that his heart sank and he came to fear that in his bold throw with fortune he had been defeated. Then laughed outright, yet there was an edge to his laugh that was not quite friendly. And so you adopted me for your father. Why, sir, if every man could choose his parents, he broke off. Who are you, rogue? What is your name? I am called my lord. A queer name, that. And what's your story? Continue to be frank with me, unless you would have me toss you back to the Duke for an impostor. At that took heart, for the phrase implied that if he were frank, this great soldier would befriend him at least to the extent of furthering his escape. And so used an utter frankness. He told his tale, which was in all respects the true tale which he had told de. It was, when all is said, an engaging story, and it caught the fancy of the Lord Cain, as, closely watching him, perceived. And in your need, you chose to think that this rider who befriended you was called. The smiled now a little sardonically. It was certainly resourceful. But this business of the Duke's dogs. Tell me what happened there. His tale had gone no farther than the point at which he had set out from on his journey to. Nor now, in answer to this question, did he mention his adventure in and the use he had made there already of his name, but came straight to the events of that day in the meadows by. To this part of his narrative, and particularly to that of his immunity from the fierce dogs, listened in incredulity, although it agreed with the tale he had already heard. What patron did you adopt to protect you there? He asked between seriousness and derision. Or did you use magic, as they say? I answered the Duke on that score with more literal truth than he suspected when I told him that dog does not eat dog. How? You pretend that the mere name of Cain. Oh no. I stank of dog. The great hound I had ripped up when it was upon me had left me in that condition, and the other hounds scented nothing but dog in me. The explanation, my lord, lies between that and miracle. Slowly nodded. And you do not believe in miracles? He asked. Your lordship's patience with me is the first miracle I have witnessed. It is the miracle you hoped for when you adopted me for your father. Nay, my lord. My hope was that you would never hear of the adoption. Laughed outright. You're a frank rogue, said he, and heaved himself up. Yet it would have gone ill with you if I had not heard that a son had suddenly been given to me. To his amazement, the great soldier came to set a hand upon his shoulder. The dark eyes, whose expression could change so swiftly from to melancholy, looked deeply into his own. Your attempt to save his life without counting the risk to yourself was a gallant thing, for which I you, and for which you deserve well of me. And they are to make a monk of you, you say. That is the abbot's hope. Had flushed a little under the sudden, unexpected praise and the softening of the voice that bestowed it. And it may follow, he added, when I return from the abbot's hope. But is it your own? I begin to fear that it is not. By saint, you do not look a likely priest. But that is your own affair. The hand fell from his shoulder, turned, and sauntered away in the direction of the loggia, beyond which the night glowed luminously blue as a sapphire. From me you shall have the protection you invoked when you adopted me, and tomorrow, well accredited and equipped, you shall resume the road to and your studies. You establish, my lord, my faith in miracles, said. Smiled as he beat his hands together. Lackeys in his blue and white liveries appeared at once in answer to that summons. His orders were that should be washed and fed, whereafter they would talk again. Aye. The Countess of Came and talked long together on the night of their first meeting, and as a result the road to was not resumed upon the morrow, nor yet upon the morrow's morrow. It was written that some years were yet to pass before should see, and then not at all with the eyes of the student seeking a seat of learning. Believed that he discovered in the lad certain likenesses to himself, a rather whimsical philosophical outlook, a readiness of wit, and an admirable command of his person such as was unusual amongst even the most cultured. He discovered in him, too, a depth and diversity of learning, which inspired respect in one whose own education went little beyond the arts of reading and writing, but who was of an intelligence to perceive the great realms that lie open to conquest by the mind. He admired also the lad's long, clean-limbed grace, and his boldly handsome, vivid countenance. Had God given him a son, he could not have desired him other than he found. From such a thought in this childless man thrust upon him, perhaps, by the very manner of his advent, it was but a step to the desire to bind the boy to himself by those ties of adoption which had so impudently claimed. That step took with the impulsiveness and assurance that were his chief characteristics. He took it on the third day of's coming, at the end of a frank and detailed narrative of the events in. He had for audience on that occasion not only, but's young and languidly beautiful countess. His tale moved them sometimes to laughter, sometimes to awe, but always to admiration of shrewdness, resource, and address. A sly fox, the Marquis had commented, "Subtlety curbs ambition in him. Yet his ambition is such that one of these days it will curb his subtlety, and then Messer may reap his deserts. I know him well. Indeed, it was in his father's service that I learnt the trade of arms. And that's a better trade for a man than priesthood." Thus from the subject of he leapt abruptly to the subject of, and became direct at once. "With those limbs and those wits of yours, you should agree with that. Will you let them run to waste in cloisters?" Sighed thoughtfully. He scented the inspiration of that question, which fell so naturally into place in this dream in which for 3 days he had been living. It was all so different, so contrary to anything that he could have imagined at the hands of this man with whose name he had made free, this man who daily bade him postpone the resumption of his journey until the morrow. Softly now, in answer to that question, he quoted the abbot, "Pax in cella bella." And yet is the peace of the cloisters really better than the strife of the world? Is there not as much service to be done in righting wrongs? Is not peace stagnation? Are not activity and strife the means by which a man may make his soul? He sighed again. His mention of righting wrongs was no vague expression, as it seemed, of an ideal. He had a particular wrong very vividly in mind. Watching him almost hungrily, was swift to argue. Is not he who immures himself to save his soul akin to the steward who buried his talents? He developed the argument, and passed from it to talk of feats of arms, of great causes rescued, of nations liberated, of fainting right upheld and made triumphant. From broad principles his talk turned, as talk will, to details. He described encounters and actions, broad tactical movements and shrewd stratagems. And then to his amazement the subject was caught up, like a ball that is tossed by, and the student was discoursing to him, the veteran of a score of campaigns and 100 battles, upon the great art of war. He was detailing, from Thucydides, the action of the Thebans against, and condemning the foolish risk taken by, showing how the disastrous result of that operation should have been foreseen by a commander of any real military sense. Next he was pointing the moral to be drawn from the Spartan invasion of Attica, which left the uncovered to the attack of the Athenians. From that instance of disastrous impetuosity, he passed to another of a different kind and of recent date in the battle of, and revealing a close acquaintance with and bouquet, he showed how a great army, when it thrust too deeply into hostile territory, must do so always at the risk of being unable to extricate itself in safety. Then from the broad field of strategy, he ran on, aglow now with a subject of his predilection, to discourse upon tactics, and chiefly to advocate and defend the more general use of infantry, to enlarge upon the value of the hedgehog for defensive purposes against cavalry, supporting his assertions by instancing the Battle of and other recent actions of the Swiss. It could not be expected that a great leader who had depended all his life upon the use of cavalry, should agree with such views as these. But the knowledge displayed by this conventriered youngster, and the shrewd force and lucidity with which, who had never seen a pitched battle, argued upon matters that were regarded as mysteries hidden from all but the initiates in the difficult science of arms, amazed him so profoundly that he forgot to argue at all. Had learnt the trade of war by actual practice in a long and hard apprenticeship. It had never even occurred to him that there was a theory to be learnt in the quiet of the study, to be culled from the records of past failure and achievement in the field. Nor now that this was revealed to him, was he disposed to attach to it any considerable importance. He regarded the young man's disquisitions merely in the light of interesting mental exercises. But at the same time he concluded that one who showed such understanding and critical appreciation of strategy and tactics should, given the other qualities by considered necessary, be quick to gather experience and learn the complex military art. Now every man who truly loves the trade by which he lives is eager to welcome a neophyte of real aptitude. And thus between and another link was forged. Deep down in soul there was that vague desire, amounting as yet to little more than a fantastic hope, to consummate his service to that brave princess of. It was a dream, shadowy, indefinite, almost elusive to his own consciousness. But the door now held so invitingly open might certainly lead to its ultimately becoming a reality. They were occupying at the time the loggia of apartments above the court of Saint, and his lady were seated, one at each end of that open space. Stood equidistant from either, leaning against one of the loggia's slender pillars that were painted red and white, his back to the courtyard, which lay peaceful now in the bright sunlight and almost forsaken, for it was the rest hour of early afternoon. He was dressed in very courtly fashion in a suit of purple which wardrobe had supplied. The kilted tunic was caught about his waist by a belt of violet leather with gold trimmings, and his long black hair had been carefully combed and perfumed by one of servants. He made a brave figure, and the languid sapphire eyes of the countess, as they surveyed him, confirmed for her the conviction already gathered from his frank and smoothly told tale, that between himself and her husband there existed no relationship such as she had at first suspected, and such as the world in general would presently presume. "My Lord Count advises you shrewdly, sir," she ventured, seeing him thoughtful and wavering. "You make it very plain that you are not meant for cloisters." She was a handsome woman of not more than 30, of middle height, with something feline in her beautifully proportioned litheness, and something feline too in the blue-green eyes that looked with sleepy arrogance from out of her smoothly pallid face set within a straight frame of ebony black hair. Considered her, and the bold, direct, appraising glance of his hazel eyes, which seemed oddly golden in that light, stirred an unaccountable uneasiness in this proud daughter of the Count of who had married out of ambition a man so much older than herself. Languidly she moved her fan of peacock feathers, languidly surveyed herself in the mirror set in the heart of it. "If I were to await further persuasions, I must become ridiculous," said. "A courtly speech, sir," she replied with her slow smile. Slowly she rose. "You should make something of him. Set about it without delay." He was never dilatory when once he had taken a resolve. They removed themselves next day, his lady, his household, and to the ducal hunting palace and there the secular education of was at once begun, and continued until close upon, by when some of the sense of unreality of dream experiences began at last to fade from his mind. He was taught horsemanship, and all that concerns the management of horses. Followed a training in the use of arms, arduous daily exercises in the supervised by himself, superficially boisterous, impatient, at times even irascible in his zeal, but fundamentally of an infinite patience. He was taught such crude swordsmanship as then obtained, an art which was 3 parts brute force and 1 part trickery. He was instructed in ballistics, trained in marksmanship with the crossbow, informed in the technicalities of the mangonel, and even initiated into the mysteries of that still novel weapon, the cannon, an instrument whose effects were moral rather than physical, serving to terrify by its noise and stench rather than actually to maim. A Swiss captain in service named taught him the uses of the short but formidable Swiss halberd, and from a Spaniard named he learnt some tricks with a dagger. At the same time he was taken in hand by the Countess for instruction in more peaceful arts. An hour each evening was devoted to the dance, and there were days when she would ride forth with him in the open meadows about the Ticino to give him lessons in falconry, a pursuit in which she was greatly skilled, too skilled and too cruelly eager, he thought, for womanhood which should be compassionate. One autumn day when a northerly wind from the distant snows brought a sting which the bright sunshine scarcely sufficed to temper, and the Countess Beatrice, following the flight of a falcon that had been sent soaring to bring down a strong-winged heron, came to the edge of an affluent of the Ticino, now brown and swollen from recent rains, on the very spot where Duke Maria had loosed his hounds upon. They brought up there perforce, just as overhead the hawk stooped for the third time. Twice before it had raked wide, but now a hoarse cry from the heron announced the strike almost before it could be seen. Then both birds plumbed down to earth, the spread of the falcon's great wings steadying the fall. One of the 4 grooms that followed sprang down, lure in hand, to recapture the hawk and retrieve the game. Looked on in silence with brooding eyes, heedless of the satisfaction the Countess was expressing with almost childish delight. "A brave kill! A brave kill!" she reiterated and looked to him in vain for agreement. A frown descended upon the white brow of that petulant beauty, rendered by vanity too easily sensitive to disapproval and too readily resentful. Directly she challenged him. Was it not a brave kill? He roused himself from his abstraction and smiled a little. He found her petulance amusing ever, and commonly provoked her by the display of that amusement. "I was thinking of another heron that almost fell a victim here." And he told her that this was the spot on which he had met the dogs. "So that we're on holy ground," said she, enough resentment abiding to provoke the sneer. But it went unheeded. And from that my thoughts ran on to other things. He pointed across the river. "That way I came from." "And why so gloomy about that? You've surely no cause to regret your coming." "All cause indeed for thankfulness. But one day I shall hope to return, and in strength enough to hood a hawk that's stooping there. That day is not yet. Besides, the sun is sinking, and we're far from home. So if you're at the end of your dreams, we had best be moving." There was a tartness in her tone that did not escape him. It had been present lately whenever was mentioned. It arose, he conceived, from some misunderstanding which he could not fathom. Either to fathom or to dispel it, he talked now as they rode, unfolding all that was in his mind, more than he knew was in his mind, until actual utterance discovered it for him. "Are you telling me that you have left your heart in?" she asked him. "My heart?" He looked at her and laughed. "In a sense you may say that. I have left a tangle which I desire one day to unravel. If that is to have left my heart there," he paused. "A Perseus to deliver Andromeda from the dragon. A complete knight-errant aflame to ride in the service of beauty in duress. Oh, you shall yet live in an epic. But why so bitter, lady?" Wondered. "Bitter? I laugh, sir, that is all." "You laugh? And the matter is one for tears, I think. The matter of your lovesickness for of." He gasped and checked, and then he, who a moment ago had gently chided her for laughing, himself laughed freely. "You are merry on a sudden, sir. You paint a comic picture, dear Madonna, and I must laugh. The nameless in love with a princess. Have you discovered any other signs of madness in me?" He was too genuinely merry for deceit, she thought, and looked at him sideways under her long lashes. "If it is not love that moves you to these dreams, what then?" His answer came very soberly, austerely. "Whatever it may be, love it certainly is not, unless it be love of my own self. What should I know of love? What have I to do with love? There speaks the monk they almost made of you. I vow you shuddered as you spoke the word. Did the fathers teach you the monkish lie that love is to be feared? Of love, Madonna, they taught me nothing. But instinct teaches me to not to be grotesque. I am the nameless, born in squalor, cradled in a kennel, reared by charity. Beatific modesty. Saintly humility. Even as the dust am I, you cry, in false self-abasement that rests on pride of what you are become, of what you may yet become, pride of the fine tree grown from such mean soil. Survey yourself. That lady is my constant. But you bring no honesty to the task, and so your vision's warped. Should I be honest if I myself in my own eyes? Why, where's the need? Was more than you are when he was your age. His birth could not have been less lowly, and he had not the half of your endowments, not your beauty, nor your learning, nor your address. Lady, you will make me vain. Then I shall advance your education. There is who was brother in arms. Like you, he too was born in the mud. But he kept his gaze on the stars. Men go whither they look. Raise your eyes, boy, and break my nose in falling over the first obstacle in my path. Did they do this? Is tyrant of Parma a sovereign prince? Could be the same if his heart were big enough. Yet in other things he did not want for boldness. He married me, for instance, the only daughter of the Count of, whose rank is hardly less than that of your lady of. But perhaps she is better endowed. Perhaps she is more beautiful than I am. Is she? Lady said, I have never seen anyone more beautiful than you. The slow solemnity of his delivery and transformed the meaning of his words. A scarlet flush swept across the ivory pallor of the Countess. She veiled her eyes behind lids which were lowered until the long lashes swept her cheek. A little smile crept into the corners of her full and perfect lips. She reached out a hand and momentarily let it rest upon his own as he rode beside her. That is the truth. He was a little bewildered to see so much emotion evoked so lightly. It, he thought, to a consuming vanity. The truth, he said shortly and simply. She sighed and smiled again. I am glad, so glad to have you think well of me. It is what I have desired of you. But I have been afraid that your princess of might supply an obstacle. Could any supply an obstacle? I scarcely understand. All that I have and am I owe to my Lord Count. Am I an ingrate that I could be less than your slave, yours and my Lord Count? She looked at him again, and now she was oddly white, and there was a hard brightness in her eyes which a moment ago had been so soft and melting. Oh, you talk of gratitude, she said. Of what else? Of what else, indeed? It is a great virtue, gratitude, and a rare. But you have all the virtues. Have you not? He that she sneered. They passed from the failing sunlight into the shadows of the wood. But the chill that fell between them was due to deeper causes. IV, the champion, Cain took his ease in those declining days of 1407, and devoted himself to the training and education of. It was the first rest the great soldier had known in 10 years, a rest he would never have taken but for the novel occupation which provided him. For was of those who find no peace in utter idleness. He was of a restless, active mind, and being no scholar found no outlet for his energy save in physical directions. Hereat, away from turbulence, and able for the first time since death to live without being perpetually on guard, he confessed himself happier than he could remember to have been. If this were life, he said to one evening as they sauntered through the parklands where the red deer grazed, a man might be content. Content, said, is stagnation. And man was not made for that. I am coming to perceive it. The peace of the convent is as the peace of the pasture to the ox. Smiled. Your education progresses. I have left school, said. You relish this lull in your activities, as a tired man relishes sleep. But no man would be glad to sleep his life away. Dear philosopher, you should write a book of such sayings for man's entertainment and information. I think I'll wait until I am a little older. I may change my mind again. It was not destined that the rest by which was setting such store should endure much longer. Of trouble in Milan began to reach them daily, and in the week before Christmas, on a morning when a snowstorm kept them within doors about a great hissing fire in the main hall, wondered whether he should not be returning. The bare suggestion seemed to anger his countess, who sat brooding in a chair of brown walnut set at one of the corners of the hearth. "I thought you said we should remain here until spring." Her tone revealed the petulance that was ever just under the surface of her nature. "I was not to know," he answered her, "that in the meantime the duchy would go to pieces." "Why should you care? It is not your duchy, though a man might have made it so by this. To make you a duchess, smiled. His tone was quiet, but it bore the least strain of bitterness. This was an old argument between them, though heard it now for the first time. There are obstacles supplied by. Shall I enumerate them? I know them by heart, your obstacles of. She thrust out a lip that was very full and red, suggesting the strong life within her. They did not suffice to curb and they are at least as you. We will leave my birth out of the discussion, Madonna. Your reluctance to be reminded of it is natural enough, she insisted with malice. He turned away and moved across to one of the tall mullioned windows, trailing his feet through the pine needles and slim boughs of evergreens with which the floor was strewn in place of rushes, at this season of the year. His thumbs were thrust into the golden girdle that cinctured his trailing of crimson velvet edged with lynx fur. He stood a moment in silence, his broad square shoulders to the room, looking out upon the wintry landscape. "The snow is falling more heavily," he said at last. But even upon that her malice fastened. It will be falling still more heavily in the hills about Bergamo where rules. He span round to interrupt her, and his voice rasped with sarcasm. And not quite so heavily in the plain about where it is tyrant. If you please, Madonna, we will change the subject. I do not please. But I do. His voice beat upwards to the tones that had reduced whole squadrons to instant obedience. The lady laughed, and none too tunefully. She drew her rich cloak of ermine more closely about her shapely figure. And of course what you please is ever to be the law. We come when you please, and we depart again as soon as you are tired of country solitude. He stared at her, frowning, a little puzzled. Why, Bice, he said slowly, I never before knew you attached to. You have ever made a lament of being brought hither, and you deafened me with your complaints 3 months ago when we left Milan. Which, nevertheless, did not restrain you from forcing me to come. That does not answer me. He advanced towards her. What is this sudden attachment to the place? Why this sudden reluctance to return to the Milan you profess to love, the gaieties of the court in which you strain to shine? I have come to prefer peace, if you must know, if you must have reason for all things. Besides, the court is not gay these days. And I am reminded there of what it might be, of what you might make it if you had a spark of real spirit. There's not one of them, not Norse nor dolls nor, who would not be duke by now if he had the chance accorded to you by the people's love. To see him still curb himself before this display of shameless cupidity. The people's love is mine, Bice, because the people believe me to be honest and loyal. That faith would leave them the moment I became a usurper, and I should have to rule by terror with an iron hand as. So that you ruled, she was interrupting him when he swept on. I should be as detested as is Maria today. I should have wars on my hands on every side, and the duchy would become a parade ground. It was so in early days. Yet upon that he built the greatness of Milan and his own. A nation prospers by victorious war. Today Milan is impoverished. Maria's misrule has brought her down. However you squeeze her citizens, you cannot make them yield what they lack, the gold that will hire and furnish troops to defend her from a general attack. But for that Wood and the others have dared what they have dared. I have made you Countess of, my lady, and you'll rest content with that. My duty is to the son of the man to whom I owe all that I have. Until that same son hires someone to murder you. What loyalty does he give you in return? How often has he not tried to shake you from the saddle? I am not concerned so much with what he is as with what I am. Shall I tell you what you are? She leaned towards him, contempt and anger bringing aging lines into her lovely white face. If it will ease you, lady, you may tell me what you think I am. A woman's breath will neither make nor unmake me. A fool. My patience gives proof of that, I think. Do you thank God for it? And on that he wheeled and sauntered out of the long room. She sat huddled in the chair, her elbows on her knees, her dark blue eyes on the flames that leapt about the great sizzling logs. After a while she spoke. There was no answer. She turned. The long, high-backed form on which he had sat over against the wall was vacant. The room was empty. She shrugged impatiently and swung again to the fire. And he's a fool, too. A blind fool, she informed the flames. It was dinner time when they returned together. The table was spread and the lackeys waited. When you have dined, Madonna quietly informed her, you will prepare to leave. We return to Milan today. Today? There was dismay in her voice. Oh, you do this to vex me, to assert your mastership. You... His raised hand interrupted her. It held a letter, a long parchment document. He dismissed the servants, then briefly told her his news. There was trouble in Milan, dire trouble. His bastard, together with young Carlo's grandson, were harassing the city in the Ghibelline interest. In a recent raid, had fired the quarter about the gate. There was want in the city, and this added to insecurity was rendering the citizens mutinous. And now, to crown all, was news that, taking advantage of the distress and unrest, was raising an army to invade the duchy. It is who writes, and in the Duke's interest begs me to return immediately and take command. Command? She laughed, and the faithful lackey runs to serve his master. You deserve that should whip you again as he whipped you a year ago. If he does, I have a notion who will be Duke of Milan. He's a man, this. When he's Duke of Milan, Bice, I shall be dead, said, smiling. So you may marry him then, become his duchess, and be taught how to behave to a husband. Call the servants. They dined in haste, a brooding silence presiding over the meal, and within an hour of dining they were ready to set out. There was a mule litter for the countess, horses for Anne, a half-dozen mounted grooms, and a score of lances to serve as escort. The company of 100 Swiss, which had taken with him too, were to follow on the morrow under their own captain, to guard the baggage which would be brought in bullock carts. But at the last moment, who, since rising from table, had worn a thoughtful, undecided air, drew aside. Here's a commission for you, boy, he said, and drew a letter from his breast. Take 10 lances for escort, and ride hard for Genoa with this letter for, who is vicar there for the King of France. Deliver it in person, and at need supplement it. Listen, it is to request from him the hire of 1,000 French lances. I have offered him a fair price in this letter. But he's a greedy fellow and may require more. You have authority at need to pledge my word for twice the sum stated. I am taking no risks this time with. But do not let suspect that we are menaced, or he will adapt the price to our need. Let him suppose that I require the men for a punitive expedition against some of the rebellious Milanese fiefs. Asked a question or two, and then professed himself not only ready, but by the trust reposed in him. They embraced and parted to mount and ride away, to await the groom who was to fetch his horse, and who was to detail the men for his special escort. As gave the word to ride, the Countess thrust her head between the leather curtains of her litter. Where is... He does not ride with us. He doesn't. You are leaving him at... No, but I have other work for him. I am sending him on a mission. Other work? Her usually sleepy eyes grew wide awake and round. What work? Nothing that will imperil him. He spurred his horse forward to avoid further questions. Push on there. They reached Milan as dusk was falling and the snow had ceased. They entered by and went at a trot through the slush and filth of the... But miraculously, the word of coming ran ahead. They found the great square thronged with people who had turned out to acclaim him. Never yet since death had it happened to enter Milan unacclaimed. But never yet had he received so terrific a manifestation of affection and goodwill as this. It expressed reaction from the terror sown by a lately current that even had at last forsaken Maria's service, leaving the people at the mercy of their duke and of such men as Della, and as well as of the enemies now known to be rising against them. Was the people's only hope. In war he had proved himself a bulwark. In peace he had been no less their champion, for he had known how to curb the savagery of his master, and how to bring some order out of the chaos into which Maria's misrule was plunging the duchy. His presence now in the very hour of crisis, in one of the darkest hours which Maria's dark reign had provided for them, uplifted them on wings of confidence to exaggerated heights of hope. As the thunders of the acclamations rolled across the great square to the old, from one of whose windows the Duke looked down upon his people, bareheaded, his hair tossed by the breeze, his square-cut, shaven face looking oddly youthful for his 50 years, smiled and nodded, whilst his countess, drawing back the curtains of her litter, showed herself too, and for sake was acclaimed with him. As the little troop reached the gateway, raised his eyes and met the glance of the Duke at the window above. Its malevolence dashed the glow from his spirit, and he had a glimpse of the swarthy, saturnine countenance of Della, who was looking over Maria's shoulder. They rode under the gloomy archway and the jagged teeth of the portcullis, across the court of the, and into the court of Saint. Here they drew up, and it was a gentleman of Milan and a Guelph, one of the, who ran forward to hold the stirrup of the Ghibelline champion. Went in his turn to assist his countess to alight. She leaned on his arm more heavily than was necessary. She raised her eyes to his, and he saw that they were aswim in tears. In a subdued but none the less vehement voice she spoke to him. "You saw, you heard, and yet you doubt. You hesitate." "I neither doubt nor hesitate," he quietly answered. "I know where my path lies, and I follow it." She made a noise in her throat. "And at the window, Maria and that others. Did you say them?" "I saw. I am not afraid." It would need more courage than theirs to express in deed their hatred. Besides, their need of me is too urgent. One day it may not be so. Let us leave that day until it dawn. Then it will be too late. This is your hour. Have they not told you so? They have told me nothing that I did not know already, those in the streets and those at the window. Come, Madonna. And the countess, raging as she stepped beside him, from between her teeth cursed the day when she had mated with a man old enough to be her father, who at the same time was a fool. The commune of Milan. They deafen us with their acclamations of you, those sons of dogs. Thus the Duke, in angry greeting of the great, who was not only the last of his father's captains to stand beside him in his hour of need, but the only one who had refrained from taking arms against him. Nor did he leave it there. Me they distracted with their howling lamentations when I rode abroad this morning. They need a lesson in loyalty, I think. I'll afford it them one of these fine days. I will so, by the bones of Saint. I'll show them who is Duke of Milan. There was a considerable concourse in the spacious chamber known as the Hall of, in which the Duke received the, and as wide-set, dark eyes raked their ranks, he perceived at once the influence that had been at work during his few months of absence. Here at the Duke's elbow was the sinister Della, the leader of the Guelphic party, the head of the great house of the, who had striven once with the for supremacy in Milan, and in the background wherever he might look saw only Guelphs and others. They were at their ease, and accompanied by wives and daughters, these men who 2 years ago would not have dared come within a mile of the palace. Indeed, the only noteworthy Ghibelline present, and he was a man so amiably weak as to count for little in any party, was the Duke's natural brother, Maria, the son who had inherited the fine slender height, good looks, and red gold hair of. Was moved to anger. But he dissembled it. The people perceive in me the possible of your duchy. He was smiling, but his eyes were hard. It is well to propitiate those who have the power to serve us. Do you reprove his highness? Wondered Della, scowling. Do you boast your power? Growled the Duke. I rejoice in it, since it is to be used in your potency's service, unlike which is being used against you." Behind his countess watched and inwardly smiled. These fools were stirring her lord, it seemed, where she could not stir him. However, interposed to clear the air. "And you are very welcome, Lord Count. Your coming is most timely." The Duke flashed him a sidelong glance and grunted, "Huh," but went on, his manner affable and courtly. "And His Highness is grateful to you for the dispatch you have used in responding to his call. After all, as titular governor, spoke with the voice of authority, in matters of administration being even superior to the Duke. And whose aim was far from provocative, was glad enough to pass through the door held for him. My dispatch is natural enough, since I have no object but the service of His Highness and the Duchy." Later, however, when attended a council that evening to determine measures, a certain asperity was again in his tone. He came to the business exacerbated by another scene with his countess, in which again she had upbraided him for not dealing with these men as their ill will deserved by seizing upon the duchy for himself. Della's undisguised malice, the Duke's mean, vindictive, unreasoning jealousy, scarcely held in curb even by his needs, and his hopeless incompetence, almost drove to conclude that Beatrice was in the right and that he was a fool to continue to serve where he might command. Trouble came when the question arose of the means at their command to resist, and announced that the whole force under their hands amounted to the 1,000 mercenaries of Zone, commanded by his lieutenant, and some 500 foot made up of Milanese levies. Denounced this force as utterly inadequate, and informed the council that to supplement it he had sent for 1,000 men. 1,000 men! Was aghast, and so were the others. But 1,000 men will cost the treasury. Interrupted him. I have offered 15 gold florins a month for each man, and 50 for the officer commanding them. But my messenger is authorized to pay twice that sum if necessary. 15,000 florins, and perhaps 30,000. Why, you're surely mad. That is twice the sum contributed by the commune. Whence is the remainder to come? His Highness's allowance is but 2,500 florins a month. The commune must be made to, that the duchy is in danger of utter shipwreck. If sacks Milan, it will cost them 50 times the hire of these troops. So they must provide the means to defend it. It is your business, my lord, as one of the ducal governors, to make that clear to them. They will take the view that this levy is far beyond the needs of the case. You must persuade them of their error. Became impatient in his turn. How can I persuade them of what I do not myself believe? After all, cannot be in great strength. I doubt if his whole force amounts to more than 1,000 men. You doubt? Stormed now and banged the table in his wrath. Am I to get myself and my cut to pieces because you allow conjecture to fill the place of knowledge? You set my reputation on the board in your reckless gambling. Your reputation stands high, Lord Count, sought to mollify him. But how long will you let it stand so? I shall presently be known for improvidence and carelessness in estimating the enemy forces and in opposing my troops to impossible odds. Once I am given that character, where do you think I shall be able to hire men to follow me? Mercenaries who make a trade of war do not go into battle to get themselves slaughtered, and they do not follow leaders under whom this happens. That, my lord, you should know. I suffered enough last year against this same, when your reckless lack of information sent me with 600 men to meet his 4,000. Then as now, you argued that he was in small strength. That is not an error into which it is suffered to fall twice. Let it happen again, and I shall never be able to raise another. Maria laughed softly, secretly nudged by Della. Span round on his stool to face the Duke, and his face was white with anger, for he read the meaning of that laugh. In his stupid jealousy, the loutish prince would actually welcome such a consummation, unable to perceive its inevitable consequence to himself. Your Highness laughs. You will not laugh when it is accomplished. You will discover that when there is an end to me there will be an end to your Highness as Duke of Milan. Do you think these will save you? And rising in his passion, he swept a hand to indicate Della, and who will follow when he takes the field. All the world knows that his mother was a better soldier than he, and that when she died he could not hold Pisa. And how will these two poor pimps who fawn upon you serve you in your need? Maria, livid with anger, was on his feet too by now. By God, if you had dared say the half of this before my father's face, your head would have been on the tower. If I had said it before him, I should have deserved no less. I should deserve no less if I did not say it now. We need plain speaking here to clear away these of suspicion and ill will. Maria's wits, which ever worked sluggishly and crookedly, were almost now under the eyes of this stern soldier. Had ever been able to whistle him to heel, which was the thing he most detested in. It was an influence which lately, during his absence, he had been able to shake off. But he found himself cowed now, despite the support he received from the presence of his enemies. It was Della who answered for him. "Is that a threat, Lord Count? Dare you suggest to His Highness that you might follow the example of, and the others? You pled for plain speaking. Be plain, then, so that His Highness may know precisely what is in your mind." "I," cried His Highness, glad enough to be supplied with this command. "Be plain," controlled his wrath until he found it transmuted into contempt. "Does your Highness heed this whittling? Did it require the welcome given me today to prove my loyalty?" "To prove it? How does it prove it? How—" looked at the others, taking his time to answer. "If I had a disloyal thought, all I need is to go down into the streets and unfurl my banner. The banner of the dog. How long do you think would the banner of the snake be seen in Milan after that?" Maria sat down abruptly, making incoherent noises in his throat, like a hound snarling over a bone. The other three, however, came to their feet, and Della spoke the thought of all. A subject who proclaims himself a danger to his prince has forfeited the right to live. But laughed at them. "To it then, sirs," he invited. "Out with your daggers. There are 3 of you, and I am almost unarmed." He paused and smiled into their sullen eyes. "You hesitate. You, I see that having done it, you would need to make your souls, and prepare yourselves to be torn in pieces by the mob." He turned again to the Duke, who sat glowering. "If I boast the power which comes to me from the people's love, it is that your Highness may fully appreciate a loyalty which has no thought of using that power but to uphold your rights. These of yours, who have profited by my absence to inspire in you black thoughts against me, take a different view. I will leave your Highness to deliberate with them." He stalked out with a dignity which left them in confusion. At last it was Della who spoke. A hectoring bully, swollen with pride. He forces his measures down our throats, commits us to extravagance whose only purpose is to bolster his reputation and proposes to save the duchy from ruin in one way by ruining it as effectively in another. But weak and incompetent though he might be, and although sore from his affronts, yet this indubitable worth and the cardinal fact that a quarrel with him now would mean the end of all of them. He said so, thereby plunging his half-brother into deeper mortification and stirring his two-fellow into resentful opposition. "What he is doing we could do without him," said. "Your Highness could have hired these men from, and used them to put down insolence at the same time as—" but showed him the weakness of his argument. "Two would have led them. Do you dream that would hire out the troops of the King of France without full confidence in their leader? As himself says, mercenaries do not hire themselves out to be slaughtered." "Himself might have been hired," suggested the fop, "at the price of setting the heel of the King of France upon our necks." No, was emphatic, which did not, however, restrain Della from debating the point with him. In the midst of the argument, Maria, who had sat gnawing his nails in silence, abruptly heaved himself up. "A foul plague on you and your wrangles. I am sick of both. Settle it as you like. I've something better to do than sit here listening to your vaporings." And he flung out of the room, in quest of the distractions which his vapid spirit was ever craving. In his absence, those three, the weakling, the fop, and the schemer, settled the fortunes of his throne. Della, realizing that the moment was not propitious for intrigue against, yielded too. It was decided that the commune's confirmation should be sought for action in increasing his. So summoned the communal council, and because he feared the worst, demanded the maximum sum of 30,000 florins monthly for troops. The commune of Milan, so impoverished by the continuous rebellious depredations of the last 5 years, was still wrangling over the matter. Its members were still raising their hands and wagging their heads, when 3 days later rode into Milan with 1,000 horse, made up chiefly of Gascons and Burgundians, and captained by one of its lieutenants, an amiable gentleman named La Tour Cadillac. The people's fear of storm and pillage, whilst diminished by his presence, was not yet entirely subdued. Hence there was a glad welcome for the considerable accretion to the defensive strength represented by this French legion. That gave the commune courage, and presently it was also to be afforded relief upon hearing that not 30,000 florins monthly as Maria had stated, but 15,000 was to be the stipend of the French lances. Was delightedly surprised when he learnt this from. You must have found that French peddler in a singularly easy that he should have let you have the men on my own terms, and low terms they are. Rendered his accounts. I found him anything but easy, and we spent the best part of 2 days haggling. He began by laughing at your offer, described it as impudent, wondered if you took him for a fool. Thereupon I made shift to take my leave of him. That sobered him. He begged me not to be hasty, confessed that he could well spare the men, but that I must know the price was not more than half the worth of his soldiers. At 30 florins a month for each man, he would appoint a leader for them at his own charges. I said little beyond asserting that no such price was possible, that it was beyond the means of the commune of Milan. He then proposed 25 florins, and finally 20, below which he swore by all the saints of France that he would not go. I begged him to take time for thought, and as the hour was late to let me know his decision in the morning. But in the morning I sent him a note of leave-taking, informing him that, as his terms were beyond our means, and as our need was none so pressing, I was setting out for the cantons to raise the men there. His mouth fell open. Body of gods! That was a risk. No risk at all. I had the measure of the man. He was so covetous, so eager to drive the bargain, that I almost believe I could have got the men for less than your price if you had not stated it in writing. I was not suffered to depart. He sent a messenger to beg me wait upon him before leaving Genoa, and the matter was concluded on your terms. I signed the articles in your name, and parted such good friends with the French vicar that he presented me with a magnificent suit of, as an earnest of his esteem of Cain and Cain's son. Loosed his great full-throated laugh over the discomfiture of the crafty, slapped his shoulder, commended his guile, and carried him off at once to the palace of the New where the council awaited him. By one of 6 gates that pierced this vast walled enclosure, which was the seat of Milan's civic authority, they came upon the multitude assembled there and to the palace of the in its middle. This was little more than a great hall carried upon an open portico, to which access was gained by an exterior stone staircase. As they went up, to whom the place was new, looked over the heads of the clamorous multitude in admiring wonder at the beautiful loggia of the, with its delicately pointed arcade in black and white marble, and its parapet hung with the shields of the several quarters of the city. Before the assembled council, with the handsome Maria richly robed beside the president, came straight to the matter nearest his heart at the moment. Sirs, he said, you will rejoice to see the increase of our strength by 1,000 lances hired from the King of France in an assurance of Milan's safety. For with a force now of some 3,000 men with which to take the field against, you may tell the people from me that they may sleep tranquil nights. But that is not the end of my good tidings. He took by the shoulder and thrust him forward upon the notice of those. In the terms made with, my adoptive son here has saved the commune of Milan the sum of 15,000 florins a month, which is to say a sum of between 30 and 50,000 florins, according to the length of this campaign. And he placed the signed and sealed parchment which bore the articles on the council table for their inspection. This was good news indeed, almost as good, considering their depleted treasury, as would have been the news of a victory. They did not dissemble their satisfaction. It grew as they considered it, dilated upon Messer's intelligent care of their interests. Such foresight and solicitude were unusual in a soldier, and were usually left by soldiers contemptuously to statesmen. This the president of the council frankly confessed in the little speech in which he voiced the commune's thanks to Messer, showing that he took it for granted that a son of, by adoption or nature, must of necessity be a soldier. Nor was the expression of that gratitude confined to words. In the glow of their enthusiasm, the communal council ended by voting Messer a sum of 5,000 florins as an earnest of appreciation of his care of their interests. Thus, suddenly and without warning, found not merely fame, but as it seemed to his modest notions, riches thrust upon him. The president came to shake him by the hand, and after the president there was the ducal governor, the Lord Maria, sometime Prince of Pisa. For once he was almost disconcerted. The fortunate, the threshold, half god, half beast, the princess once described him, without suspecting that the phrase describes not merely but man. Aware of this, the anonymous chronicler who has preserved it for us goes on to comment that the princess said at once too much and too little. He makes phrases in his turn which I will spare, seeks to prove that if the moieties of divinity and beastliness are equally balanced in a man, that man will be neither good nor bad. Then he passes on to show us a certain poor swineherd, who rose to ultimate eminence, in whom the godly part so far predominated that naught else was humanly discernible, and a great prince of whom more will be heard in the course of this narrative, who was just as the beasts that perish, without any spark of divinity to exalt him. These are the extremes. For each of the dozen or so intermediate stages which he discerns, our chronicler has a portrait out of history, of which his learning appears to be considerable. From his general manner, from the fact that most of his illustrations are supplied by Florentine sources, and from the austerely elegant Tuscan language in which he writes, a fairly definite conclusion is possible on the score of his identity. It is more than probable that this study of the fortunate belongs to that series of historical portraits from the pen of which the life of is perhaps the most widely known. Research, however, fails to discover the source from which he draws. Whilst many of his facts agree completely with those contained in the voluminous monkish Vita, left us by Fra, whoever he may have been, yet discrepancies are frequent and irreconcilable. Thus, at the very outset, on the score of his name, to cling to my assumption, tells us that he was called not merely because he was a man of war, but because he was the very child of war, born as it were out of the very womb of conflict. The use of this metaphor reveals a full acquaintance with the tale of the child's being plucked from the midst of strife and alarms. But Fra's account of the name is the only one that fits into the known facts. That this name should have been so descriptive of afterlife merely provides one of those curious instances of homonymy in which history abounds. Continuing his comments upon the princess' phrase, states that it is not a nature thus to be packed into a sentence. Because of his perception of this fact, he wrote his biographical sketch. Because of my perception of it, I have embarked upon this fuller narrative. I choose to begin at a point where himself may be said to make a certain beginning. I select the moment when he is to be seen standing upon the threshold of the secular world, known to him until that moment only from the writings of other men, yet better known to him thus than it is to many who have lived a lifetime among their fellows. After all, to view a scene from a distance is to enjoy advantages of perspective to the actors in that scene. His reading had been prodigious. There was no branch of learning from the theological fathers on the art of war to which he had not addressed his eager spirit. And his exhaustion of all immediately available material for study was one of the causes of his going forth from the peace of the convent of which he was a nursling, in quest of deeper wells of learning, to slake his hot intellectual thirst. Another cause was a certain heretical doctrine of which it was hoped that further study would cure him, a doctrine so subversive of theological teaching that 100 years later it must have made him closely acquainted with the operations of the Holy Office, and probably in Spain certainly have brought him to the fire. This abominable heresy, fruit of much brooding, was that in the world there is not, nor can be, such a thing as sin. And it was in vain that the abbot, who loved him very dearly, sought by argument to convert him. It is your innocence that speaks. Alas, my child, in the world from which hitherto you have been mercifully sheltered, you will find that sin is not only real but terribly abundant. Answered with a syllogism, the logical formula to which he had reduced his doctrine. He presented it in the Socratic manner of inquiry, which was the method of argument he ever preferred. Are not all things in the world from God? Is not God the fount of all goodness? Can therefore any created thing be other than good? And the devil then, quoth the abbot, smiled a singularly sweet smile that had power to draw men's love and lead them into agreement with him. Is it not possible that those who invented the devil may have studied divinity in Persia, where the creed obtains that powers of light and darkness and Ahriman strive perpetually for mastery of the world? Surely otherwise they would have remembered that if the devil exists, God must have created him, which in itself is blasphemy, for God can create no evil. Aghast, the abbot descended at a stride from the theological to the practical. Is it not evil to steal, to kill, to commit adultery? Ah, yes. But these are evils between men, disruptive of society, and therefore to be suppressed lest man become as the beasts. But that is all. All. The abbot's deep-set eyes surveyed the youth with sorrow. My son, the devil lends you a false subtlety to destroy your soul. And gently now, that benign and fatherly man preached him a sermon of the faith. It was followed by others in the days that ensued. But to all the weapons of his saintly rhetoric continued to oppose the impenetrable shield of that syllogism of his, which the abbot knew at heart to be fallacious, yet whose fallacy he in vain to expose. But when the good man began to fear lest this heresy should come to trouble and corrupt the peace and faith of his convent, he consented to speed its author too, and to those further studies which he hoped would cure him of his heretical. And that is how, on a day of August of the year of grace 1407, departed from the convent of Our Lady of Grace of. He went on foot. He was to be dependent for food and shelter mainly upon the charity of the religious houses that lay on his way to, and as a passport to these he bore in his scrip a letter from the abbot of the. Beside it lay a purse containing for emergencies 5 ducats, a princely sum not only in his own eyes, but in those of the abbot who at parting had bestowed it upon him. The tale of his worldly possessions is completed by the suit of coarse green cloth he wore and the knife at his girdle, which was to serve all purposes from the carving of his meat to affording him a means of defense from predatory beasts and men. To fortify him spiritually in his adventurous pilgrimage through Lombardy, he had the abbot's blessing and a memory of the fond tears in the eyes of that old man who had reared him from the age of 6. At the last the abbot had again reminded him of the peace of the convent and of the strife and unhappiness that distract the world. Pax in cella bella. The mischief began, and you may account it symbolical by his losing his way. This happened a mile or 2 beyond the township of Livorno. Because the peace of the riverside allured a mind that for 17 years had been schooled in peace, because the emerald meadows promised to be soft and yielding to his feet, he left the dusty highway for the grassy banks of Po. Beside its broad waters winding here about the shallow, pleasant hills of trudged staff in hand, the green hood of his cape thrown back, the long lyre-pipe trailing like a tail behind him, a tall, lithe stripling of obvious, olive-skinned, black-haired, and with dark eyes that surveyed the world bold and fearlessly. The day was hot. The air was laden with the heavy perfumes of late summer, and the river swollen and clouded by the melting snows on distant Monte Rosa. He wandered on, lost in daydreams, until the sunlight passed with the sinking of the sun behind the wooded heights across the river, and a breeze came whispering through the trees on his own bank. He checked, his dark eyes alert, a frown of thought rumpling the fair smoothness of his lofty brow. He looked about, became aware of a deep forest on his left, bethought him of the road, remembered where the sun had set, and hence that for some time he had been traveling south and consequently in the wrong direction. In following the allurements offered to his senses, he had gone astray. He made some homely philosophy upon that, to his infinite satisfaction, for he loved parallels and antitheses and all such intellectual toys. For the rest, there was about him no doubt or hesitation. He computed, from the time he had taken and the pace at which he had come, the extent to which he had wandered from the road. It must run too far beyond this forest to leave him any hope of lying that night, as he had intended, with the Augustinian fathers at their house on the frontiers of the state of Milan. Save for the hunger that beset him, he was undismayed. And what, after all, is a little hunger to one schooled to the most rigid Lenten fasts in season? He entered the wood and resolutely went forward in the direction in which he knew the road to lie. For a half-mile or more he penetrated by a path growing less visible at every step, until darkness and the forest swallowed him. To go on would certainly be to lose himself completely in this maze. Better far to lie down and sleep where he was, and wait for the morning sun to give him his orientation. So he spread his cloak upon the ground, and this proving no harder as a couch than the pallet to which he was accustomed, he slept soundly and peacefully. When he awakened, he found the sunlight in the forest and something else of almost more immediate interest, a man in the habit of a minor friar. This man, tall and lean, was standing beside him, yet half turned from him in a curious attitude of arrested movement, almost as if the abrupt suddenness with which had sat up a single heartbeat after his eyes had opened had checked his intention to depart. Thus an instant, then the friar was facing him again, his hands folded within the loose sleeves of his robe, a smile distending his countenance. He uttered a greeting. Pax tecum. Tecum frater pax was mechanical answer, what time he studied this stranger's villainous countenance, marking the animal looseness of mouth, and the craft peering from the little eyes that were black beads thrust into a face of clay. A closer scrutiny softened his judgment. The man's face was disfigured, ridged, and pitted from the smallpox. These scars had contracted the skin about the eyes, thus altering their expression, and to the ravages of the disease was also due the sickly pallor overspreading cheek and brow. Considering this, and the habit which the man wore, a habit which had no cause to associate with anything that was not sweet and good, he disposed himself to make amends for the hastiness of his first assumptions. Benedictus sis, he murmured, and with that abandoned Latin for the vulgar tongue. I bless the providence that sends you to a poor who has lost his way. The friar laughed aloud at that, and the lingering apprehension left his eyes, which thus relieved grew to look upon. Lord, Lord, and I like a fool and coward, having almost trod upon you, was for creeping off in haste, supposing you a sleeping robber. This forest is a very sanctuary of thieves. They infest it thick as rabbits in a warren. Why then do you adventure in it? Why? Oh. And what shall they steal from a poor friar mendicant? My beads, my girdle. He laughed again. A humorous fellow, clearly, taking a proper saintly joy in his indigenous condition. No, no, my brothers. I have no cause to go in fear of thieves. Yet supposing me a thief, you were in fear of me. The man's smile froze. This stripling's simple logic was disconcerting. I feared, he said at last, slowly and solemnly, your fear of me. A hideous passion, fear in man or beast. It makes men murderers at times. Had you been the robber I supposed you, and waking suddenly found me beside you, you might have suspected some intent to harm you. It is easily guessed what would have followed then. Nodded thoughtfully. No explanation could have been more complete. The man was not only virtuous, but wise. Whither do you journey, brother? To, answered him by way of. Why, that is my way too, at least as far as the Augustinian monastery on the. Wait here, my son, and we will go together. It is good to have a comrade on a journey. Wait but some few moments to give me time to bathe, which is the purpose for which I came. I will not keep you long. He went striding off through the grass. Called after him, Where do you bathe? Over his shoulder the friar answered him, There is a rivulet down yonder. But a little way. Do not stray from that spot, so that I may find you again, my son. Thought the form of address an odd one. A Minorite is brother, not father, to all humanity. But it was no suspicion based on this that brought him to his feet. He was a youth of cleanly habits, and if there was water at hand, he too would profit by it. So he rose, picked up his cloak, and went off in the wake of the swiftly moving friar. When presently he made him a present of a proverb. Who goes slowly goes soundly. But never gets there, was the slightly breathless answer. And it's still some way to the water. Some way. But you said, I was mistaken. One place is like another in this labyrinth. I am none so sure that I am not as lost as you are. It must have been so, for they trudged a full mile before they came to a brook that flowed westward towards the river. It lay in a dell amid mossy boulders and spreading fronds of ferns, all dappled now with the golden light that came splashing through the trees. They found a pool of moderate dimensions in a bowl of stone fashioned by the ceaseless sculpture of the water. It was too shallow to afford a bath, but the friar's ablutionary disposition scarce seemed to demand so much. He rinsed face and hands perfunctorily, whilst stripped to the waist, and displaying a white torso of much beauty and more, did what was possible in that cramped space. After that the friar produced from one of the sack-like pockets of his habit an enormous piece of sausage and a loaf of rye bread. To who had gone supperless to bed this was as the sight of manna in the desert. "Little brother," he cooed in sheer delight. "Little brother. Aye. We have our uses, we little brothers of St. Francis." The Minorite sliced the sausage in 2 equal halves. "We know how to provide ourselves upon a journey." They fell to eating, and with the stilling of his hunger, experienced an increasing kindliness to this good Samaritan. At the friar's suggestion that they should be moving so as to cover the greater part of the road to before the noontide heat, stood up, brushing the crumbs from his lap. In doing so his hand came in contact with the scrip that dangled from his girdle. "Saints of God!" he ejaculated as he tightened his clutch upon that bag of green cloth. The beady eyes of the Minorite were upon him, and there was blank inquiry in that ashen, corrugated face. "What is it, brother?" His fingers groped within the bag a moment, then turned it inside out to reveal its utter emptiness. He showed his companion a face which blended suspicion with dismay. "I have been robbed," he said. "Robbed?" The other echoed, then smiled a pitying concern. "My surprise is less than yours, my son. Did I not say these woods are infested by thieves and robbers? Had you slept less soundly, you might have been robbed of life as well. Render thanks to God, whose grace is discernible even in misfortune. For no evil befalls us that will not serve to show how much greater that evil might have been. Take that for comfort ever in adversity, my child." Aye, displayed ill, whilst his eyes abated nothing of their suspicious glance. "It is easy to make philosophy upon the woes of others. Child, what is your woe? What is the full sum of it? What have you lost when all is said?" 5 ducats and a letter," flung the answer fiercely. 5 ducats. The friar spread his hands in pious remonstrance. "And will you blaspheme God for 5 ducats? Blaspheme? Is not your furious frame of mind a blasphemy, your anger at your loss, where there should be a devout thankfulness for all that you retain? And you should be thankful, too, for the providence that guided my steps towards you in the hour of your need." "I should be thankful for that," stressed the question with mistrust. The friar's countenance changed. A gentle melancholy invested it. "I read your thoughts, child, and they harbor suspicion of me." "Of me?" He smiled. "Why, what a madness! Should I turn thief? Should I imperil my immortal soul for 5 paltry ducats? Do you not know that we little brothers of St. Francis live as the birds of the air, without thought for material things, our trust entirely in God's providence? What should I do with 5 ducats or 500? Without a single minted coin, with no more than my gown and my staff, I might journey from here to Jerusalem, living upon the alms that never fail us. But assurances are not enough for minds poisoned by suspicion." He flung wide his arms and stood cruciform before the youth. Come, child, make search upon me for your ducats, and so assure yourself. Come, flushed and lowered his head in shame. There is not the need, he answered lamely. The gown you wear is a full assurance. You could not be what you are, and yet the thing that for a moment he broke off. I beg that you'll forgive my unworthiness, my brother. Slowly the friar lowered his arms. His eyes were smiling again. I will be merciful by not insisting. He laid a hand, lean and long in the fingers as an eagle's claw, upon the young man's shoulder. Think no more of your loss. I am here to repair it. Together we will journey. The habit of St. Francis is wide enough to cover both of us, and you shall not want for anything until you reach. Looked at him in gratitude. It was Providence indeed that sent you. Did I not say so? And now you see it for yourself. To which sincerely made the prescribed answer. Vi. The fruitless wooing. To have done what had done was after all no great matter to the world of the court, and would have attracted no attention there. But to have received the public thanks of Milan's civic head, and a gift of 5,000 florins in recognition of his services, was instantly to become noteworthy. Then there was the circumstance that he was the son of the famous for adoptive, was universally accepted as the euphemism for natural, and this despite the Countess Beatrice's vehement assertions of the contrary. And lastly, there was the fact that he was so endowed by nature as to commend himself to his fellow men, and no less to his fellow women. He moved about the court of Milan during those 3 or 4 weeks of preparation for the campaign against, with the ease of one who had been bred in courts. With something of the artist's love of beauty, he was guilty almost of extravagance in his raiment, so that in no single detail now did he suggest his lowly origin and convent rearing. Rendered conspicuous at the outset by events and circumstances, he became during those few weeks almost famous by his own natural gifts and attractions. Maria conceived an attachment for him. The Duke himself chose to be pleasant and completely to forget the incident of the dogs. Even Della's mortal but secret enemy sought to conciliate him, whose bold, penetrating glance saw everything, whose rigid features betrayed nothing, steered a careful course by the aid of philosophy, and a sense of which grew steadily and concurrently with the growth of his knowledge of men and women. If he had a trouble in those days when he was lodged in apartments in the ducal palace, it lay in the too assiduous attentions of the Countess Beatrice. She was embittered with grievances against, old natural grievances immeasurably increased by a more recent one, and to his discomfort it was to that she went with her plaints. I am 20 years younger than is he, she said, which was an exaggeration, the truth being that she was exactly 15 years her husband's junior. I am as much of an age to be his daughter as are you, to be his son. Refused to perceive in this the assertion that she and were well matched in years. Yet, Madonna, said he gently, you have been wed these 10 years. It is a little late to repine. Why did you marry him? 10 years ago he seemed none so old as now. He was 10 years younger. So were you. But the difference seemed less. We appeared to be more of an age until the gout began to trouble him. Ours was a marriage of ambition. My father compelled me to it. Would go far, he said. And so he would, so he could, if he were not set on cheating me. On cheating you, Madonna. He could be Duke of Milan if he would. Not to take what is offered him is to cheat me, considering why I married him. If this were so, it is the price you pay for having cheated him by taking him to husband. Did you tell him this before you were wed? As if such things are ever said. You are dull sometimes. Perhaps. But if they are not said, how are they to be known? Why else should I have married a man old enough to be my father? It was no natural union. Could a maid bring love to such a marriage? Ask someone else, Madonna. His manner became frosty. I know nothing of maids and less of love. These sciences were not included in my studies. And then, finding that hints were wasted against, of simplicity and assumed like any other panoply, she grew outrageously direct. I could repair the omission for you, she said, her voice little more than a tremulous whisper, her eyes upon the ground. Started as if he had been stung. But he made a good recovery. You might if there were no. She flashed him an upward glance of anger, and the flooded her face. However, went calmly on. I owe him a debt of loyalty, I think, and so do you, Madonna. I may know little of men, but from what I have seen, I cannot think that there are many like. It is his loyalty and honesty prevents him from gratifying your ambition. It is surprising that she should still have wished to argue with him. But so she did. His loyalty to whom? To the Duke, his master. That animal's. Does he inspire loyalty? To his own ideals, then. To anything in fact but me, she complained. It is natural enough, perhaps. Just as he is too old for me, so am I too young for him. You should judge me mercifully when you remember that. It is not mine to judge you at all, Madonna, and heaven preserve me from such presumption. It is only mine to remember that all I have and all I am, I owe to my Lord Count, and that he is my adoptive father. You'll not, I hope, on that account desire me to be a mother to you, she sneered. Why not? It is an amiable relationship. She flung away in anger at that, but only to return again on the morrow to invite his sympathy and his consolation, neither of which he was prepared to afford her. Her wooing of him grew so flagrant, so reckless in its assaults upon the defenses behind which he entrenched himself, that one day he boldly forth to rout her in open conflict. What do you seek of me that my Lord Count cannot give you? He demanded. Your grievance against him is that he will not make you a duchess. Your desire in life is to become a duchess. Can I make you that if he cannot? But it was he himself who was routed by the counterattack. How you persist in misunderstanding me. If I desire of him that he make me a duchess, it is because it is the only thing that he can make me. Cheated of love, must I be cheated also of ambition? Which do you rate more highly? She raised that perfect ivory face, from which the habitual insolent languor had now all been swept. Her deep blue eyes held nothing but entreaty and submission. That must depend upon the man who brings it. To the best of his ability, my lord has brought you both. She cried out in sudden petulance. Must you always be thinking of? He bowed a little. I hope so, Madonna, he answered with a grave finality. And meanwhile the profligate court of Maria observed this assiduity of lady, and the Duke himself set the fashion of making it a subject for jests. It is not recorded of him that he made many jests in his brief day, and certainly none that were not lewd. His adoptive son should soon be standing in nearer relationship to him, he said. He will be discovering presently that his wife has become by Messer's wizardry his adoptive daughter. So pleased was his highness with that poor conceit that he repeated it upon several occasions. It became a theme upon which his courtiers played innumerable variations. Yet, as commonly happens, none of these reached the ears of. If any had reached them, it would have been bad only for him who uttered it. For his attachment to his quite unworthy lady amounted to worship. His trust in her was unassailable. Judging the honesty of others after his own, he took it for granted that Beatrice's attitude towards his adoptive son was as motherly as became the wife of an adoptive father. This, indeed, was his assumption even when the Countess supplied what any other man must have accounted grounds for suspicion. The occasion came on an evening of early April. Had received a message by a groom to wait upon. He repaired to the Count's apartments to find him not yet returned, whereupon, with a manuscript of his comedy to keep him company, he went to wait in the loggia, overlooking the inner quadrangle of which was laid out as a garden, very green in those first days of April. Thither, a little to his chagrin, for the austere music of Dante's Tuscan lines was engrossing him, came the Countess, sheathed in a gown of white samite, with great sapphires glowing against the glossy black of her hair to match the dark mysterious blue of her languid eyes. She came alone and brought with her a little lute, an instrument which she played with some expertness. And she was gifted, too, in the making of little songs, which of late had been excessively concerned with unrequited love, despair, and death. The Count, she informed, had gone to the castle, by which she meant, of course, the great fortress of built and commonly inhabited by the late Duke. But he would be returning soon. And meanwhile, to beguile the tedium of his waiting, she would sing to him. Singing to him found her, and he was not to guess with what reluctance had suffered her voice to substitute the voice of Dante. Nor, in any case, was he at all concerned with that. He came abruptly into the room from which the loggia opened, his manner a little pressed and feverish. And the suddenness of his entrance, acting upon a conscience not altogether at rest, cropped her song in mid-flight. The eyes she raised to his flushed and frowning face were startled and uneasy. Who sat dreaming, holding the vellum-bound manuscript which was closed upon his forefinger, sprang up, with something in his manner of that confusion usually discernible in one suddenly recalled from dreams to his surroundings. Strode out to the loggia, and there loosed his news at once. "Is moving. He left Parma at dawn yesterday, and is advancing towards with an army fully 4,000 strong." 4,000! Cried. "Then he is in greater strength than you even now. Thanks to the French contingent and the communal militia, the odds do not perturb me. Is welcome to the advantage. He'll knight a greater when we meet. That will be in 2 days' time, in 3 at latest. For we march at midnight. All is in readiness. The men are resting between this and then. You had best do the same." Thus, with a complete change from his usual good-tempered, easy-going manner, already the commander, rapping out his orders without waste of words, delivered himself. But now his countess, who had risen when he announced the imminence of action, expressed her concern. She cried. Her face was white to the lips, her rounded bosom heaving under its close-fitting sheath. There was dread in her eyes. "Goes with you." Looked at her, and the lines between his brows grew deeper. It wounded him sharply that in this hour concern for another should so completely override concern for himself. Beyond that, however, his resentment did not go. He could think no evil where his vice was concerned, and indeed, his eager interposition would have supplied the antidote had it been necessary. "Why, Madonna, you would not have me left behind. You would not have me miss such an occasion." His cheeks were aglow, his eyes sparkled. Laughed. "You hear the lad. Would you be so cruel as to deny him?" She recaptured betimes the wits which surprise had scattered, and prudently dissembled her dismay. On a more temperate note, from which all passion was excluded, she replied, "He's such a child to be going to the wars." "A child? Pooh! Who would become master should begin early. At his age, I was leader of a troop." He laughed again. But he was not to laugh later, when he recalled this trivial incident. Shortly before midnight they rode out from the palace of the old, attended by, for his esquire, a page bestriding a mule that was laden with his and a half-dozen men-at-arms. Was silent and pensive. His lady's farewells had lacked the tenderness he craved, and the Duke whose battles he went to fight had not even been present to speed him. He had left the palace to go forth upon this campaign, slinking away like a discharged lackey. The Duke, he had been told, was absent, and for all that he was well aware of the Duke's detestable pernoctations, he preferred to believe that this was merely another expression of that ill will which, despite all that he had done and all that it lay in his power to do, the Duke never failed to display towards him. But as the little company rode in the bright moonlight down the out of a narrow side street emerged a bulky man, almost dragged along by 3 great hounds straining at the leash and yelping eagerly, their noses to the ground. A slender figure in a cloak followed after him, calling petulantly as he came. "Not so fast. Body of gods. Not so fast, I say. I am out of breaths." There was no mistaking that strident voice. It was the Duke himself, and close upon his heels came 6 armed lackeys to make a bodyguard. And his powerful hounds crossed the main street of almost under the head of his horse, the brawny huntsman panting and swearing as he went. "I cannot hold them back, Lord Duke," he answered. They're hot upon the scent, and strong as mules, devil take them. He vanished down the dark gulf of an alley. From the leader of the Duke's bodyguard came a challenge. Who goes there at this hour? Loosed a laugh that was full of bitterness. Cain, Lord Duke, going to the wars. It makes you laugh, eh? The Duke approached him. He had missed the bitterness of the laughter, or else the meaning of that bitterness. Oh yes, it makes me laugh. I go to fight the battles of the Duke of Milan. It is my business and my pleasure. I leave you, Lord Duke, to yours. Aye. Bring me back the head of that rogue. Good fortune to you. Your Highness is gracious. God be with you. He moved on. That rogue is getting too far ahead. Ho there. Oh, damn your vile soul. Not so fast. The gloom of the alley absorbed him. His bodyguard followed. Again laughed. God be with me, says the Duke's magnificence. May the devil be with him. I wonder upon what foulness he is bent tonight. He touched his horse with the spur. Forward. They came to the castle of the vast fortress of, built as much for the city's protection from without as for his own from the city. The drawbridge was lowered to receive them, and they rode into the great courtyard of San, which was thronged with men-at-arms and bullock carts laden with the necessaries of the campaign. Here in the inner courtyard and in the great plain beyond the walls of both castle and city, the army of was drawn up, marshaled by. Rode through the castle, issuing brief orders here and there as he went, then, at the far end of the plain beyond, at the very head of the assembled forces, he took up his station attended by the page and his little personal bodyguard. There he remained for close upon an hour, and in the moonlight, supplemented by a dozen flaring barrels of tar, he reviewed the army as it filed past and took the road south towards. The order of the going had been preconcerted between and his lieutenant, and it was who led the vanguard, made up of 500 mounted men of the civic militia of Milan and 300 German infantry, a mixed force composed of Bavarians, Swabians, and Saxons, trailing the ponderous German pike which was 15 feet in length. They were uniform at least in that all were stalwart, bearded men, and they sang as they marched, swinging vigorously to the rhythm of their outlandish song. They were commanded by a Swabian named. Next came Cadillac with the French horse, of whom 800 rode in with lances erect, an imposing array of mounted steel which flashed ruddily in the flare from the tar barrels. The remaining 200 made up a company of mounted. After the French came an incredibly long train of lumbering wagons drawn by oxen, and laden, some with the ordinary baggage of the army tents, utensils, arms, munitions, and the like, and the others with mangonels and siege implements including a dozen cannon. Finally came the rearguard composed of Saon, increased by recent recruitings to 1,200 men-at-arms, and supplemented by 300 under, of whom 100 were, and the remainder infantry armed with the short but terribly effective Swiss halberd. When the last had marched away to be absorbed into the darkness, and the song of the Germans at the head of the column had faded out of earshot, muffled by the tramp of the rearguard, with his little knot of personal attendants set out to follow. Towards noon of the following day, with well behind them, they came to a halt in the hamlet of, having covered 25 miles in that first almost unbroken march. The pace was not one that could be maintained, nor would it have been maintained so long, but that was in haste to reach the south bank of the Po before it could cross. Therefore, leaving the main army to rest at, he pushed on with 500 lances as far as. With these at need, he could hold the bridgehead, whilst waiting for the main army to join him on the morrow. However, there was still no sign of the enemy, and in the who held the city, one of the possessions wrested from the Duchy of Milan, found an unexpected ally. Had sent to demand passage of the, and though with the true brigand instinct of their kind, had replied by offering him passage on terms. But the greater brigand had mocked the proposal, sending word back that, unless he were made free of the bridge, he would cross by force and clean up the town in passing. As a consequence, whilst advance was retarded by the necessity of reaching in full force, was given free and unhindered passage by the, so that he might act as a buckler for them. Having brought his army on the morrow safely across the Po, assembled it on the left bank of the little river. He destroyed the bridge by which the way crosses the stream at, and sat down to await, who was now reported to be at 10 miles away. However, did not come directly on, but quitting the way struck south, and crossing the shallow hills into the valley of the, threatened thence to descend upon's flank. That was the beginning of a series of movements, of marchings and countermarchings, which endured for a full week without ever bringing the armies in sight of each other. These carried them gradually south, and their operations became a game of hide-and-seek among the hills. At first it bewildered that two commanders, each of whom had for aim the destruction of the other, should appear so sedulously to avoid an engagement. But in the end, he came to understand the spirit actuating them. Each fought with mercenary troops, and just as it is not the business of mercenaries to get themselves killed, neither is it their business to slay if slaughter can be avoided. They fought for profit, and whilst prisoners were profitable, since they yielded not only arms and horses, but also ransoms, dead men yielded nothing beyond their harness. Therefore they demanded that their commanders should lead them as nearly as possible into a position of such strategical advantage that the enemy, perceiving himself at their mercy, should have no choice but to surrender. To this general rule the only exception was afforded by the Swiss, who were indifferent to bloodshed. But of Swiss there were only a few on side and none at all on. At the end of a week after endless, matters were very much as they had been at the beginning. Had fallen back again on, hoping to draw into open country, whilst refusing to be drawn lay patiently at San. 3 days waited there, to be suddenly startled by the news that was at 8 miles away. Suspecting here an attempt to slip past him, and by crossing perhaps to invade the territory of Milan, and also because he conceived that had placed himself in a disadvantageous position, leaving an opening for attack, decided upon instant action. In the best house of San, which he had temporarily adopted for his quarters, assembled on the morning of the 10th of May his chief officers, of the Swiss and the French commander Cadillac. In a small plain room on the ground floor, darkened by semi-closed shutters to exclude the too ardent sun, they were gathered with them about the plain deal table at which sat. On the table's white surface, they with a stick of charcoal had drawn a map which if rough was fairly accurate of scale. In the past week had seen and studied a half-dozen such charts, and had come to read them readily. Charcoal stick in hand, expounded. Lies here, and the speed at which he has moved from will constrain him to rest there, whatever his ultimate intention. Interposed. He was a large young man, handsome, florid, and self-assured. He is too placed for an attack from the plain. He holds the slopes, whence he can roll down like an avalanche. You are interrupting me. His voice was dry and cold. And you point out the obvious. It is not my intention to make a frontal attack, but merely to simulate one. Here is my plan. I divide the army into 2 battles. One of these, composed of the French horse, the civic militia, and pikes, you shall lead, marching directly upon as if intending to attack. Thus you engage attention and pin him there. Meanwhile, with the remainder of the forces, I myself march up the valley of the as far as, and then, striking over the hills, descend thence upon's camp. That will be the moment of your simulated attack from the plain below to become real, so that whichever way turns, we are upon his rear. There was a murmur of approval from the 4 officers. Looked from one to another, smiling a little. No situation could be better suited for such a. And now the chess player and student of the art of war, greatly daring, yet entirely unconscious of it, presumed to advance a criticism. The weakness lies in the assumption that this situation will be maintained until action is joined. Gasped and with an Cadillac gave the young man a stare of haughty, angry amazement. Laughed outright at so much impudence. Between whom and a certain friendship had sprung up during the months they had spent together was the only one who spared his feelings, whilst, having vented his scorn in laughter, condescended to explain. We ensure that by the speed of our onset, which will leave him no time to move. It is the need for rest that has made him take up this strong position. Its very strength is the trap in which we'll take him. He rose, brushing the matter aside. Come, the details each of you can work out for himself. What imports is that we should move at once, leave camp and baggage so that we may march unhampered. Here speed is all, but was so little abashed by their contempt that he actually returned to the attack. If I were in's place, he said, I should have scouts along the heights from two. Upon discovering your intentions from your movements, I should first descend upon's force, and having routed it, I should come round and on to engage your own. Thus the division of forces upon which you count for success might easily be made the cause of your ruin. Again there was a silence of amazement at this babe in warlike matters, who thrust his opinions upon the notice of tried soldiers. Let us thank God, said with stinging sarcasm, that you do not command troops, or our overthrow would be assured. And he led the rather cruel laughter, which at last silenced. The two battles into which the army was divided moved at dusk, leaving all baggage and even the cannon, of which judged that he would have no need in operations of the character intended. Before midnight had reached his station within a mile of, and was ready to breast the slopes at dawn, and from their summit descend upon's camp. Meanwhile the forces rested, and himself snatched a few hours' sleep in a green tent which had hurriedly been pitched for him. However, too excited by the prospect of action to think of sleeping, and rendered uneasy by his apprehensions, paced by the river which murmured at that point over a broad shallow, its waters sadly shrunken by the recent drought. Here in his pacings he was joined by. I did not laugh at you today, the Swiss reminded him. I have to thank you for that courtesy, said gravely. Courtesy wasn't in my mind. A patriotic Swiss and an able soldier had the appearance of neither. He was of middle height and a gracefully slim figure, which he dressed with elegance and care. His face was shaven, long and olive-skinned, with a well-bridged nose and dark pensive eyes under straight black eyebrows. There was about him something mincing and delicate, but entirely pleasant, for with it all he was virile and intrepid. You voiced, he said now, a possibility which should not have been left outside their calculations. I have never seen a battle, said, but I do not need to see one to know that all strategy is bad which does not consider and provide for every likely countermove that is discernible. And the countermove you suggested was discernible enough at least, when you suggested it. Looked at the Swiss, so far as the Swiss was visible, in the faint radiance of that warm summer night. Thinking as you do, why did you not support me? And Cadillac are soldiers of repute, and so is even, whilst I am but the captain of a small body of Swiss infantry whose office it is to carry out the duties imposed upon him. I do not give advice unasked, which is why even now I dare not suggest that he repair his omission to place scouts on the heights. He takes vulnerability too much for granted. Smiled, which is why you seek me, hoping that I will suggest it to him. I think it would be well considered. We could do better. We could go up ourselves and make observations. They came an hour or so later to the crest of the hill, and there remained on watch for some 2 hours, until the light of dawn was strong enough to disclose to them in detail the slopes towards. And what they saw in that cold light was the, if not of the exact possibility had voiced, at least of something very near akin. The difference lay in that, instead of moving first against and later against, was beginning with the latter course. And instantly perceived the advantages of this. Could descend upon from above in a position of enormous tactical advantage, and having destroyed him, go round to meet on level terms of ground. The order of the movements, however, was a detail of comparative unimportance. What mattered was that was actually moving to destroy severally the 2 battles into which had divided his army. In the upland valley to the north, a couple of miles away, already breasting the gentle slopes towards the summit from which, and observed them, swarmed the whole army of. The watchers waited for no more. Down the hill again they raced, and came breathless into the tent where slept. Their news effectively awakened him. He wasted no time in futile raging, but summoning his officers, issued orders instantly to marshal the men and march down the valley so as to go round to effect a reunion with battle. It will never be effected that way, said quietly. Scowled at him, dismissed the officers to their tasks, and when only remained, angrily demanded of what the devil he meant by constantly intruding opinions that were not sought. If the last opinion I intruded had been weighed, said, you would not now be in this desperate case. Desperate almost exploded on the word. How is it desperate? Come outside, my lord. To his self-sufficiency, to allow it to swell into a monstrous bubble which when fully swollen he would reduce to nothing by a single prick, went with him from the tent, gravely following. And in the open, by the river under that long line of shallow hills, expounded the situation in the manner of a pedant lecturing a scholar. Already, by his present position, has driven the wedge too deeply between yourself and a reunion of forces is no longer possible by marching down the valley. In less than an hour will command the heights and observe your every movement. He will be at a center, whence he can hurl his force along a radius to strike you at whatever point of the periphery you chance to occupy. And he will strike you with more than twice your numbers, falling upon your flank from a position of vantage which would still render him irresistible if he had half your strength. Your position, my lord, with the river on your other flank, is much as was the position of the Austrians at when they were utterly broken by the Swiss. His impatience and anger had gradually a transmutation into wonder and dismay, and he knew not whether to be more dismayed because he had failed to perceive the situation for himself, or because it was pointed out to him by one whose knowledge of the art of war was all derived from books. Without answering, he stood there brooding, chin in hand, striving to master his bitter vexation. If you had heeded me yesterday, was beginning, which was very human but hardly generous, when roughly cut him short. Pesa, he growled. What is done is done. We have to deal with what we find. He turned to. We must retreat across the river before thrusts us into it. There is a ford here above at this height of water. That, ventured, is but to increase our separation from. Don't I know it? Roared, now thoroughly in a rage with himself and all the world. Do you suppose I can perceive nothing? Let a messenger ride at once too, ordering him to fall back and cross below. The river should be fordable just below the islands. Thus it is possible he might be able to rejoin me. It should certainly be possible, the Swiss agreed, if pursues us across the ford, intent upon delivering battle whilst the odds are so heavily in his. I am counting upon that. We draw him on, refusing battle until is also across and in his rear. Thus we'll snatch victory from defeat. But if he doesn't follow, quoth, and again, in spite of what had happened, frowned his haughty impatience of this fledgling's presumption. Went on, if you were in his place, would you follow, when, by remaining on this bank and marching down the valley, you might keep the two enemy battles apart so as to engage each at your convenience? If we're to do that, I should recross, and he would then have me upon his rear. After all, if his position has advantages, it has also disadvantages. However he turn, he will be between two forces, which is no disadvantage to him unless the two can operate simultaneously, and this he can prevent once you have crossed the river by leaving a force to watch you and dispute your passage should you attempt to return. And for that a small force will suffice. With 100 well posted, I could hold that ford for a day against an enemy. You could. Almost laughed. I could, and I will if the plan commends itself to you. What plan? It was a plan that had occurred to even as they argued, inspired by the very arguments they had used. He had been conning the ground beyond the water, a line of shallow hills, with a limestone bluff crowned by a dense wood of lofty elms commanding the ford itself. Should be drawn to pursue you across the river, which might easily happen if you cross in full sight of his forces and with all the appearance of disorder. An army in flight is an almost irresistible lure to an overwhelming force. It was thus that Duke William of Normandy ensured his own ultimate victory at. The slopes across the water offer no difficulty to a pursuer, and the prospect of bringing you to an engagement before can rejoin you should prove too seductive. It should even render obstinate when he finds his passage disputed. And for this, as I have said, 100 will suffice. In the end, he must either force a passage, or decide to abandon the attempt and go instead against first. But before either happens, if you act promptly, you may have rejoined by crossing to him at, and then come round the hills upon his rear, thus turning the tables upon him. Whether he is still here, attempting to cross, or whether he is marching off down the valley, he will be equally at your mercy if you are swift. And I will undertake to hold him until sunset with 100. Overwhelmed with amazement by that lucid exposition of a masterly plan, stood and stared at him in silence. Gravely at last he asked him, "And if you fail?" "I shall still have held him long enough to enable you to extricate yourself from the trap in which you are now caught." His bewildered glance sought the dark, comely face of. He smiled grimly. "Am I a fool that a boy should instruct me in the art by which I have lived? And would you trust 100 of your Swiss to this same boy?" "With confidence." But still hesitated. "You, that if the passage is forced before I arrive, it will go very hard with you." Shrugged in silence. Thought he was not understood. "Such an action as you propose will entail great slaughter, perhaps. Will be impatient of that, and he may terribly avenge it." Smiled. "He will have to cross first, and meanwhile I shall count upon his impatience and vindictiveness to hold him here when he should be elsewhere." VIII. The Battle of... The morning sunlight falling across the valley flashed on the arms of his vanguard, on the heights, even as his rearguard went splashing through the ford, which at its deepest did not come above the bellies of the horses or the breasts of 100 Swiss, who, with arbalists above their heads to keep the cords dry, were the last to cross. From his saw the main body of his army straggling in disorder over the shallow hill beyond the water, and persuaded that he had to deal with a rabble disorganized by fear, he gave the order to pursue. A squadron of horse came zigzagging down the hillside at speed, whilst a considerable body of infantry dropped more directly. The last stragglers of the fugitive army had vanished from view when that cavalry gained the ford and entered the water. But before the head of the column had reached midstream, there was a loud hum of arbalist cords, and 50 bolts came to empty nearly as many saddles. The column checked, and whilst it hesitated, another 50 bolts from the enemy, invisible in the woods that crowned the bluff, dealt fresh destruction. There was a deal of confusion after that, a deal of raging and splashing, some seeking to turn and retreat, others behind, who had not been exposed to that murderous hail, clamoring to go on. So that by the time men had drawn their cords anew and set fresh bolts, the horsemen in the water had gone neither forward nor back. And now let them have a full 100 in a single volley, and thereby threw them into such panic that there was an end to all hesitation. They turned about, those that were still able to do so, and driving riderless horses before them and assisting wounded comrades to regain the shore, they floundered their way back. The effect of this was precisely that upon which in his almost uncanny knowledge of men had counted. He was filled with fury, which he expressed to those about him, denouncing the action as insensate. From the eminence on which he sat his horse, he could see that over the shallow hills across the river the disorderly flight of his troops continued, and raging at the delay in the pursuit, rode down the hill with the remainder of his forces. Excited officers met him below to deafen him with facts which he had already perceived. The ford was held against them by a party of, rendering impossible the pursuit his potency had commanded. "I'll show you," savagely promised them, and he ordered 100 men into the village to bring thence every door and shutter the place contained. Close upon 3 hours were spent in that measure of preparation, but counted upon speedily making up for that lost time once the bluff were cleared of those pestilential. His preparations completed, launched the attack, sending a body of 300 foot to lead it, each man bearing above his head one of the cumbrous improvised shields, and trailing after him his pike attached now to his belt. From the summit of the bluff, looked down upon what appeared to be a solid roof of timber thrusting forward across the stream. A troop of horse was preparing to follow as soon as the pikemen should have cleared the way. Drew 2/3 of his men farther off along the river. Thus, whilst lengthening the range, rendering aim less certain and less effective, at least it enabled to shoot at the vulnerable flank of the advancing host. The attack was fully 2/3 of the way across the ford, which may have been some 200 yards in width, before his men were in their new positions. He ordered a volley of 20 bolts so as to judge the range, and although only half of these took effect, yet the created, in men who had been conceiving themselves invulnerably sheltered, was enough to arrest them. A second volley followed along the low line of exposed flank, and being more effective than the first, flung the column into complete disorder. Dead men lay awash where they had fallen. Wounded men were plunging in the water, shouting to their comrades for help, what time their comrades cursed and raved, rousing the echoes of that normally peaceful valley, as they had been roused before when the horsemen found themselves in similar plight. Odd shutters and doors went floating down the stream, and the continuity of the improvised roof having been broken, those immediately behind the fallen found themselves exposed now in front as well as on the flank. A mounted officer spurred through the water, shouting a command repeatedly as he came, and menacing the disordered ranks with his sword. At last his order was understood, and the timber shields were swung from overhead to cover the flank that was being assailed. That thought should checkmate the defenders of the ford, who with such foresight had shifted their position. But scarcely was the executed when into them came a volley from the 30 men had left at the head of the bluff in anticipation of just such a counter-movement. Because the range here was short, not a bolt of that volley failed to take effect, and by the impression it created of the ubiquity of this invisible opponent, it completed the discomfiture of the assailants. They turned, flung away their shields, and went scrambling back out of range as fast as they could breast the water. To speed them came another volley at their flanks, which claimed some victims, whilst several men in their panic got into deep water and 2 or 3 were drowned. Livid with rage and chagrin, watched this second repulse. He knew from his earlier observations and from the extent of the volleys that it was the work of a negligible contingent posted to cover retreat, and his wrath was deepened by the reflection that, as a result of this delay, might, if not actually escape, at least compel him now to an arduous pursuit. No farther than that could see, in the blindness of his rage, precisely as had calculated. And because he could see no farther, he stood obstinately firm in his resolve to put a strong force across the river. The sun was mounting now towards noon, and already over 4 hours had been spent at that infernal ford. Yet realizing, despite his impatience, that speed is seldom gained by hastiness, now deliberately considered the measures to be taken, and he sent men for a mile or more up and down streams to seek another passage. Another hour was lost in this exploration, which proved fruitless in the end. But meanwhile held in readiness a force of 500 men-at-arms in full, commanded by an intrepid young knight named. "You will cross in spite of any losses," instructed him. "I compute them to number less than 200 men, and if you are resolute, you will win over without difficulty. Their bolts will not take effect save at short range, and by then you will be upon them. You are to give no quarter and make no prisoners. Put every man in that wood to the sword." An ineffective volley rained on breastplate and helmet at the outset, and encouraged by this ineffectiveness, urged forward his men-at-arms. Thus he brought them steadily within a range, whereat arbalist bolt could pierce their protecting steel plates. But whose error in prematurely loosing the first volley was the fruit of inexperience, took no chances thereafter. He ordered his men to aim at the horses. The result was a momentary check when a half-score of stricken chargers reared and plunged and screamed in pain and terror, and flung off as many riders to drown helplessly in there, weighed down by it and unable to regain their feet. But himself urged them on with a voice of brass, and brought them after that momentary pause of confusion to the far bank. Here another dozen horses were brought down, and 2 or 3 men directly slain by bolts before had marshalled them and led them charging up and round the shallow hill, where the ascent was easy to the wood that crowned the bluff. The whole of his army straggling along the left bank of the river cheered them lustily on, and the dominant cry that rang out clearly and boldly was "No quarter." That cry rang in the ears of Cain, as he mounted the hilltop above and behind's force. He had made such good speed, acting upon's plan, that crossing it he had joined, whom he met between there, and sweeping on round and up he had completed a circuit of some 12 miles in a bare 5 hours. And here below him, at his mercy now, the strategic position of that day's dawn completely reversed, lay his army, held in check there by the skill and gallantry of, and his 100 Swiss. But it was clear that he had arrived barely in time to command victory, and possible that he had arrived too late to save. Instantly he ordered Cadillac to cleave through, and cross in a forlorn attempt to rescue the party in the wood from the slaughter obviously intended. and down the hill like an avalanche went the French horse upon an enemy too stricken by surprise to take even such scant measures of defense as the ground afforded. Over and through them went Cadillac, riding down scores and hurling hundreds into the river. Through the ford his horses plunged and staggered at almost reckless speed to turns 500, who, emerging from the wood, found themselves cut off by a force of twice their strength. Back into the wood they plunged and through it, with Cadillac following. Out again beyond they rode, and down the slope to the plain at breakneck speed. For a mile and more Cadillac pursued them. Then, bethinking him that after all his force amounted to 1/3 of his entire army, and that his presence might be required on the main scene of action, he turned his men and rode back. They came again by way of the wood, and along the main path running through it they found nigh upon a score of Swiss dead, all deliberately butchered, and one who still lived despite his appalling wounds, whom they brought back with them. By the time they regained the ford, the famous battle of, as it is known to history, was all but over. The wide breach made in ranks by Cadillac's charge was never healed. Perceiving the danger that was upon them from his main army, the two broken ends of that long line went off in opposite directions, one up the valley and the other down, and it must be confessed that, realizing the hopelessness of the position in which he had been surprised, himself led the flight of the latter and more numerous part of his army. It may have been his hope to reach the open plains beyond, and there reform his men, and make a stand that should yet retrieve the fortunes of the day. But himself with his own of 1,200 men took a converging line along the heights to head off at the proper moment. When he judged the moment to have arrived, wheeled his long line and charged downhill upon men who were afforded in that narrow place no opportunity of assuming a proper formation. And some 200 horse, by desperate spurring, eluded the charge. The remainder, amounting to upwards of 1,000 men, were rolled over, broken, and hemmed about, so that finally they threw down their arms and surrendered before they were even summoned to do so. Meanwhile, with the third battle into which the army had been so swiftly divided, dealt similarly with the fugitives who had attempted to ascend the valley. 2,000 prisoners, 1,500 horses, 100 baggage carts well laden, a score of cannon besides some tons of arms was the booty that fell to Cainat. Of the prisoners, 500 Burgundian men-at-arms were taken into his own service. 1,000 others were stripped of arms and horses, whilst the remainder, among whom were many officers and knights of condition, were held for ransom. The battle was over, but had gone off in pursuit of, and, assuming command, ordered the army to follow. They came upon their leader towards evening between and where he had abandoned the pursuit, having crossed the river below the islands. Flushed and exultant, gave him news of the completeness of the victory and the richness of the booty. And, quoth his dark eyes grave, Cadillac told of the bodies in the wood, with sorrow on his long swarthy face repeated the tale of the wounded Swiss who had since died. The fellow had reported that the men-at-arms who rode in amongst them shouting, "No quarter," had spared no single life. There could be no doubt that had perished with the rest. His chin sank to his breast, and the lines deepened in his face. It was his victory, he said slowly, sorrowfully. His was the mind that conceived the plan which turned disaster into success. His the gallantry and self-sacrifice that made the plan possible. He turned to who more than any other there had been's friend. Take what men you need for the task, and go back to recover me his body. Bring it to Milan. The whole nation shall do to his ashes and his memory. Ix. There are men to whom death has brought a glory that would never have been theirs in life. An instance of that is afforded by the history of, at this stage. Honest, loyal, and incapable of jealousy or other kindred meanness, must have given a due measure of credit for the victory over, if had ridden back to Milan beside him. But that he would have given him, as he did, a credit so full as to make the achievement entirely, could hardly be expected of human nature or of. A living man so extolled would completely have eclipsed the worth of himself, besides which to the man who in achieving lays down his life, we can afford to be more generous because it is less costly than to the man who survives his achievement. Never, perhaps, in its entire history had the Ambrosian city been moved to such a delirium of joy as that in which it now hailed the return of the victorious, who had put an end to the grim menace, overhanging a people already distracted by internal feuds. News of the victory had preceded, who reached Milan ahead of his army 2 days after Srout. It had uplifted the hearts of all, from the meanest scavenger to the Duke himself. And yet the first words Maria addressed to in the audience chamber before the assembled court were words of censure. You return with the work half done. You should have pursued to Parma and invested the city. This was your chance to restore it to the crown of Milan. My father would have demanded a stern account of you for this failure to garner the fruits of victory. Flushed to the temples, his jaw was thrust forward as he looked the Duke boldly and scathingly between the eyes. Your father, Lord Prince, would have been beside me on the battlefield to direct the operations that were to preserve his crown. Had your Highness followed his illustrious example, there would be no occasion now for a reproach that must recoil upon yourself. It would better become your Highness to return thanks for a victory purchased at great sacrifice. The goggle eyes looked at him balefully, until their glance faltered as usual under the dominance of this will, the dominance which Maria so bitterly resented. Ungracefully, the slender yet awkward body sprawled in the great gilded chair, red leg thrown over white one. It was Della, tall and dark at his master's side, who came to the Duke's assistance. You are a bold man, Lord Count, so to address your prince. Bold, aye, growled the Duke, encouraged by that support. Body of gods, bold to recklessness. One of these days, he broke off, the coarse lips curling in a sneer. But you spoke of sacrifices. The cunning that lighted his brutishness fastened upon that. It boded, he hoped, a tale of losses that should dim the luster of this popular idol's achievement. Rendered his accounts, and it was then that he proclaimed part. He related how Swit had devised the whole plan which had reversed the positions and he spoke sorrowfully of how and his 100 Swiss had laid down their lives to make victory certain. I commend his memory to your Highness and to the people of Milan. If the narrative did not deeply move Maria, at least it moved the courtiers present, and more deeply still the people of Milan when it reached them later. The outcome was that for the victory, the city put on mourning for the martyred hero to whom the victory was due, and commanded a requiem to be sung in saint for this, whose name, unknown yesterday, was by now on every man's lips. His origin, rearing, and personal endowments were the sole subjects of discussion. The tale of the dogs was recalled by the few who had ever heard of it, and now widely diffused as an instance of miraculous powers, which disposed men almost to canonize. Meanwhile, however, returning exacerbated from that audience was confronted by his lady, white-faced and distraught. You sent him to his death, was the furious accusation with which she greeted him. He checked aghast both at the words and the tone. I sent him to his death. You knew to what you exposed him when you sent him to hold that ford. I did not send him. Himself he desired to go, himself proposed it. A boy who did not know the risk he ran. The memory of the protest she had made against his going rose suddenly invested with new meaning. Roughly, violently, he caught her by the wrist. His face, suddenly inflamed, was close to her own, the veins of his brow standing out like cords. A boy, you say? Was that what you found him, lady? Scared but defiant, she asked him, what else? What else? Your concern suggests that you discovered he's a man. What was to you? For once he so terrified her that every sense, but that of self-preservation, abandoned her on the instant. To me, she faltered. To me, I to you. Answer me. There was death in his voice and in the brutal, crushing grip upon her wrist. What should he have been? She was almost whimpering. What lewdness are you dreaming? I am dreaming nothing, madam. I am asking. White-lipped she answered him. He was as a son to me. In her affright she fell to weeping, yet could be glad of the ready tears that helped her to play the part so suddenly assumed. I have no child of my own, and so I took him to my empty mother's breast. The plaint, the veiled reproach, overlaid the preposterous falsehood. After all, if she was not old enough to be his mother, at least she was his senior by 10 years. Loosed his grip and fell back, a little abashed and ashamed. What else could you have supposed him to me? She was complaining. Not surely that I had taken him for my lover. No, he lied lamely. I was not suspecting that. What then? She insisted, playing out her part. He stood looking at her with feverish eyes. I don't know, he cried out at last. You distract me, Bice. And he stamped out. But the suspicion was as a poison that had entered his veins, and it was a moody, silent, who sat beside his lady at the state supper given on the following night in the old palace. It was a banquet of welcome to the regent of, his nephew the Marquis, and his niece the Princess, whose visit was the result of certain recent machinations on the part of Maria. Maria had lately been exercised by the fundamental weakness of Maria's position, and he feared lest the victor in the conflict between and might, in either case, become a menace to the duchy. No less was he exercised by the ascendancy which was being obtained in Milan by the Guelphs under Della, an ascendancy so great that already there were of a possible marriage between the duke and the daughter of Rimini, who was regarded as the leader of the Guelphic party in Italy. Now, if weak and amiable, was at least sincere in his desire to serve his brother as in his desire to make secure his own position as ducal governor. For himself and his brother, he could see nothing but ultimate disaster from too great a Guelphic ascendancy. Therefore had he proposed an alliance between Maria and his father's old ally and friend, the Ghibelline prince of. Maria's jealous fear of popularity had disposed him, and letters had been sent to the orator of Milan on his side, anxious to restore to the cities of, and which had been wrested from it by the all-conquering, and having also an eye upon the lordship of Genoa, once an appanage of the crown of, had conceived that the restoration of the former should be a condition of the treaty of alliance which might ultimately lead to the reconquest of the latter. Accordingly, he had made haste, in response, to come in person to Milan that he might settle the terms of the treaty with the duke. With him he had brought his niece and the nephew on whose behalf he ruled, who were included in his invitation. His aim in this last detail was to avert the threatened marriage. A marriage between the duke and the princess of might be made by an absolute condition of that same treaty, if his ambition for his niece were properly fired. At the banquet that night watched his brother, who sat with on his right and the princess on his left, for signs from which he might calculate the chances of bringing the secret part of his scheme to a successful issue. And signs were not wanting to encourage him. It was mainly to the princess that Maria addressed himself. His glance devoured the white beauty of her face with its crown of red gold hair. His pale goggle eyes leered into the depths of her own which were so dark and inscrutable, and he discoursed the while, loud and almost incessantly, in an obvious desire to dazzle and to please. And perhaps because the lady remained unmoved, serenely calm, a little absent almost, and seldom condescending even to smile at his gross sallies, he was piqued into greater efforts for her entertainment, until at last he blundered upon a topic which obviously commanded her attention. It was the topic of the hour. There sits Cain, Count of, he informed her. That square-faced fellow yonder, beside the dark lady who is his countess. An overrated upstart, all puffed up with pride in an achievement not his own. The phrase drew the attention of the Marquis. But if not his own, whose then the achievement, Highness? Why of fledglings, one whom he claims for his adoptive son. The adjective was stressed with sarcasm. A fellow named. The regent betrayed interest. So too did the princess. For the first time she faced her odious host. Meanwhile Maria ran on, his loud voice audible even too, as he no doubt intended. The truth is that by his rashness was all but outfought, when this showed him a trick by which he might turn the tables on. A trick, said she in an odd voice, and Maria, overjoyed to have won at last her attention, related in detail the strategy by which victory had been snatched. A trick, as your highness said, was her comment. Not a deed of arms in which there was a cause for pride. Maria stared at her in surprise, whilst laughed aloud. My niece is romantic. She reads the poets and from them conceives of war as a joyous joust, or a game of chivalry, with equal chances and a straightforward encounter. Why then, laughed the Duke, the tale should please you, Madonna, of how with 100 men this rascal held the ford against army for as long as the trick's success demanded. He did that? She asked, incredulous. He did more. He laid down his life in doing it. He and his 100 were massacred in cold blood. That is why on Wednesday, at Saint, a requiem mass is to be sung for him who in the eyes of my people deserves a place in the calendar beside St. George. His aim in this high praise was less to bestow laurels upon than to strip them from. And I am not sure that the people are wrong. Vox vox. This was oddly gifted, oddly guarded. In illustration of this, he passed on to relate that incident which had come to be known by then in Milan as the miracle of the dogs. He told the tale without any shame at the part he had played, without any apparent sense that to hunt human beings with hounds was other than a proper sport for a prince. As she listened, she was conscious only of horror of this monstrous boy, so that the flesh of her arm shrank under the touch of his short, broad paw, from which the fingernails had been all but entirely gnawed. Anon, however, in the solitude of the handsome chamber assigned to her, she came to recall and weigh the things the Duke had said. This had laid down his life in the selfless service of adoptive father and country, like a hero and a martyr. She could understand that, in one of whom her knowledge was what it was of, as little as she could understand the miracle of the dogs. Ex the night. That requiem mass at Saint, for the repose of the soul of, was never sung. And this because, whilst the bells were solemnly tolling in summons to the faithful Messer himself very much in the flesh, and accompanied by, who had been sent to recover his body, marched into the city of Milan by the gate at the head of some 70 Swiss, the survivors of his 100. There was some delay in admitting them. When that dusty company came in sight, swinging rhythmically along, in steel caps and metal-studded leather tunics, crossbows shouldered, the officer of the gate assumed them to be one of the marauding bands which were continually harassing the city by their incursions. By the time that had succeeded in persuading him of his identity, had already sped before him with the amazing news. Hence, in a measure as he penetrated further into the city, the greater was his difficulty in advancing through the crowd which turned out to meet him, and to make him acquainted with the fame to which his supposed death had hoisted him. In the square before the cathedral, the crowd was so dense that he could hardly proceed at all. The bells had ceased, for news of his coming had reached Saint, and the intended service was naturally abandoned. This deplored, for a sermon on his virtues would have afforded him an entertainment vouchsafed to few men. At last he gained the courtyard of the, which was thronged almost as densely as the square outside. Thronged, too, were the windows overlooking it, and in the loggia on the right perceived the Duke himself, standing between the tall, black Saturnine Della and the scarlet Archbishop of Milan, and beside the Archbishop the Countess Beatrice, a noble lady sheathed in white samite with black hair fitting as close and regularly to her pale face as a cap of ebony. She was leaning forward, one hand upon the parapet, the other waving a scarf in greeting. The moment critically, like an epicure in life's phenomena. Fra rightly described the event as one of those many friendly contrivings of fortune, as a result of which he came ultimately to be known as the Fortunate. Similarly the moment when he stood before the Duke and his assembled court in the great frescoed chamber known as the Hall of, named after that son of who was born ad Galli. Himself had fetched him thither from the court of and he stood now dusty and travel-stained, in steel cap and leather tunic, still leaning upon the 8-foot halberd which had served him as a staff. Calm and unabashed under the eyes of that glittering throng, he rendered his account of this fresh miracle as it was deemed to which he owed his preservation. And the account was as simple as that which had explained to the miracle of the dogs. When men-at-arms had forced the passage of the ford, had been on the lower part of the bluff with some 2/3 of his band. He had climbed at once to the summit, so as to conduct the 30 men he had left there to the shelter on the southern slope. But he came too late. The vindictive soldiers were already pursuing odd survivors through the trees to the cry of no quarter. To them being impossible, conceived it his duty to save the men who were still with him. Midway down the wooded farther slope he had discovered, at a spot where the descent fell abruptly to a ledge, a cave whose entrance was overgrown and dissembled by a tangle of wild vine and jessamine. Thither he now led them at the double. The cave burrowed deeply into the limestone rock. We replaced, he related, the trailing plants which our entrance had disturbed, and retired into the depths of the cave to await events, just as the first of the horsemen topped the summit. From the edge of the wood they surveyed the plain below. Seeing it empty, they must have supposed that those they had caught and slain composed the entire company which had harassed them. They turned and rode back, only to return again almost at once, their force enormously increased as it seemed to us who could judge only by sounds. I knew that in reality they were in flight before the French cavalry, which had been sent across to rescue us. For an hour or more after their passage, we remained in our concealment. At last I sent forth a scout, who reported a great body of cavalry advancing from the. This we still assumed to be horse brought back by news of real movements. For another 2 hours we remained in our cave, and then at last I climbed to the summit of the bluff, whence I could survey the farther bank of the. To my amazement I found it empty, and then I became aware of men moving among the trees near at hand, and presently found myself face to face with, who told me of the battle fought and won whilst we had lain in hiding. He went on to tell them how they had crossed the river and pushed on too in a famished state. They found the village half wrecked by the furious tide of war that had swept over it. Yet some food they obtained, and towards evening they set out again so as to overtake's army. But at Sand, which they reached late at night, and where they were constrained to lie, they found that had not gone that way, and that therefore they were upon the wrong road. Next morning, consequently, they decided to make their own way back to Milan. They crossed the Po, only to find themselves detained by the, for having marched into the town without permission. The knew of the battle fought, but not of its ultimate issue. Was in flight, but he might rally. And so, for 2 days, and his little band were kept in, until it was definitely known there that rout was complete. Then, at last, his departure was permitted, since to have detained him longer must provoke the resentment of the victorious. We have made haste on the march since, he concluded, and I rejoice to have arrived at least in time to prevent a requiem, which would have been rendered a mockery by my obstinate tenacity to life. Thus, on a note of laughter, he closed a narrative that was a model of lucid brevity and elegant Tuscan delivery. But there were 2 among the courtly crowd who did not laugh. One was Ove's handsome, swaggering lieutenant, who looked sourly upon this triumph of an upstart in whom he had already feared a rival. The other was the princess, who, herself unseen in that concourse, discovered in this narrative only an impudent confession of trickery from one whom she had known as a base trickster. Almost she suspected him of having deliberately contrived that men should believe him dead to the end, that by this sensational resurrection he should establish himself as the hero of the hour. Maria, elegant and debonair, came to shake him by the hand, and after came the Duke with Della, to praise him almost fawningly as the victor of. That title, Lord Duke, belongs to none but my lord. Modesty, sir, said Della, is a garment that becomes a hero. If my lord did not wear it, sir, you could not lie under your present error. He must have to his own cost my little achievement. But they would not have him elude their flattery, and when at last they had done with him, he was constrained to run the gauntlet of the sycophantic court, which must fawn upon a man whom the Duke approved. And here to his surprise he found the Marquis, who used him very civilly and with no least allusion to their past association. At last escaped and sought the apartments of. There he found the Countess alone. She rose from her seat in the loggia when he entered, and came towards him so light and eagerly that she seemed almost to drift across the floor. There was a flush on her usually pale cheeks, a glitter in her bright slanting eyes, and she came holding out both hands in welcome. She cried again, and her voice throbbed like the plucked chords of a lute. Instantly he grew uneasy. Madonna! He bowed stiffly, took one of her proffered hands, and bore it formally to his lips. To command. This time that melodious voice was pitched reproachfully. She seized him by his leather-clad arms and held him so, confronting him. Do you know that I have mourned you dead? That I thought my heart would break? that my own life seemed to have gone out with yours. Yet all that you can say to me now in such an hour as this so cold and formally is to command. Of what are you made? And of what are you made, Madonna? Roughly almost, he disengaged himself from her grip. He was very angry, and anger was a rare emotion in his cold, calculating nature. Oh God! Is there no loyalty in all this world? Below there was the Duke to nauseate me with flattery, which was no more than base disloyalty to my lord. I escape from it to meet here a disloyalty, which wounds me infinitely more. She had fallen back a little and momentarily turned aside. Suddenly she faced him again, breathless and very white. Her long, narrow eyes seemed to grow longer and narrower. Her expression was not nice. Why, what are you assuming? There was now no music in her voice. It was harshly metallic. Has soldiering made you fatuous by chance? She laughed unpleasantly, as upon a sudden scorn-provoking revelation. I see. You thought that You thought. Why, you fool. You poor, vain fool. Shall I tell what you thought, and how you have dared to insult me with it? He stood bewildered, aghast, and indignant. He sought to recall her exact expressions. You used words, Madonna. He was beginning hotly when suddenly he checked, and when he resumed the indignation had all gone out of him. What you have said is very just. I am a fool, of course. You will give me life. He made to go, but she had not yet done with him. I used words, you say. What words? What words that could warrant your assumptions? I said that I had mourned you. It is true. As a mother might have mourned you. But you could think. She swung past him towards the open loggia. Go, sir. Go wait elsewhere for my lord. He departed without another word, not indeed to await, whom he did not see again until the morrow, a day which for him was very full. Betimes he was sought by the Lord Maria, who came at the request of the Commune of Milan to conduct him to the palace, there to receive the thanks of the representatives of the people. I desire no thanks, and I deserve none. His manner was almost sullen. You'll receive them none the less. To disregard the invitation were ungracious. And so the Lord carried off the son of nobody to the homage of the city. In the communal palace he listened to a recital by the president of his shining virtues and still more shining services, in token of their appreciation, of which the fathers of the Ambrosian city announced that they had voted him the handsome sum of 10,000 gold florins. In other words, they had divided between himself and the sum they had been intending to award the latter for delivering the city from the menace of. After that, and in compliance with the request of the council, the rather bewildered was conducted by his noble escort to receive the accolade of knighthood. For the ceremony in the suit of black which had been gift to him, he was conducted into the court of the, where Maria in red and white attended by the nobility of Milan awaited him. But it was very grave and solemn, who claimed the right to bestow the accolade upon one who had so signally and loyally served him as an esquire. And when rose from his knees, it was the Countess of, at her husband's bidding, who came to buckle the gold spurs to the heels of the new knight. For arms, when invited to choose a device, he announced that he would adopt a variant of his own, a dog's head argent on a field azure. At the conclusion, a herald proclaimed a joust to be held in the castle of, on the morrow, when the knight would be given opportunity of proving publicly how well he deserved the to which he had acceded. It was a prospect which he did not relish. He knew himself without skill at arms, in which he had served only an elementary apprenticeship during those days at. Nor did it increase his courage that should come swaggering towards him, his florid countenance wreathed in smiles of simulated friendliness, to claim for the morrow the of running a course and breaking a lance with his new brother knight. He smiled, nevertheless, as falsely as himself. You may, sir. I will do my. He noted the gleam in his eyes, and went, so soon as he was free, in quest of, with whom his friendship had ripened during their journey from. Tell me, have you ever seen in the. Once, a year ago, in the castle of. A great hulking bull of a man. You describe him. He charges like a bull. He bore off the prize that day against all comers. The Lord of had his thigh broken by him. So, said very thoughtful. It's my neck he means to break tomorrow. I read it in his smile. A swaggerer said, he'll take a heavy fall one day. Unfortunately, that day is not tomorrow. Are you to ride against him then? There was concern in his voice. So he believes. But I don't. I have a feeling that tomorrow I shall not be in case to ride against anyone. I have a fever coming on, the result of hardships suffered on the way from. Nature will compel me, I suspect, to keep my bed tomorrow. Considered him with grave eyes. Are you afraid? What else? And you confess it. It asks courage, which shows that whilst afraid I am not a coward. Life is full of paradox, I find. Laughed. No need to protest your courage to me. I remember. There I had a chance to succeed. Here I have none. And who accepts such odds is not a brave man, but a fool. I don't like broken bones, and still less a broken reputation. I mean to keep what I've won against the day when I may need it. Reputation is a delicate bubble, easily pricked. To be unhorsed in the lists is no proper fate for a hero. You're a calculating rogue. That is the difference between me and who is just a superior man-at-arms. Each to his trade, and mine is of the however many knighthoods they bestow on me. Which is why tomorrow I shall have the fever. This resolve, however, went near to shipwreck that same evening. In the hall of the Duke gave audience, which was to be followed by a banquet. Bidden to this came the new knight, trailing a splendid of sapphire velvet edged with miniver that was caught about his waist by a girdle of hammered silver. He had dressed himself with studied care in the azure and argent of his new blazon. His tunic displayed at the breast where the fell carelessly open, and at the arms which protruded to the elbow from the wide short sleeves of his upper garment was of cloth of silver, whilst his hose was in broad vertical stripes of alternating blue and white. Even his thick black hair was held in a caul of fine silver thread that was studded with sapphires. Imposingly tall, his youthful lankness dissembled by his dress, he drew the eyes of the court as he advanced to pay homage to the Duke. Thereafter he was held a while in friendly talk by Della and the Archbishop. It was in escaping at last from these that he found himself suddenly looking into the solemn eyes of the princess, of whose presence in Milan this was his first intimation. She stood a little apart from the main throng under the fretted minstrel's gallery, at the end of the long hall, with the handsome for only companion. Startled, he turned first red, then white, under the shock of that unexpected encounter. He had a feeling under those inscrutable eyes of being detected, stripped of his fine trappings and audacious carriage, and discovered for an upstart impostor, the son of nobody, impudently ruffling it among the great. Thus an instant. Then, recovering his poise, he went forward with leisurely dignity to make his bow, in which there was nothing rustic. She's slightly. Her eyes kindled, and she drew back as if to depart. A single interjectory word escaped her. Audacious. Lady, I thank you for the word. It shall supply the motto I still lack, audex, remembering that. She had not been a woman had she not answered him. Fortune has you already. You prosper, sir. By God's grace, Madonna. God has less to do with it, I think, than your own arts. My arts? He questioned not the word, but the meaning she applied to it. Such arts as Judas used. You should study the end he made. On that she would have gone, but the sharpness of his tone arrested her. Madonna, if ever I those arts, it was in your service, and a reproach is a poor requital. In my service? Her eyes momentarily blazed. Was it in my service that you came to spy upon me and betray me? Was it in my service that you murdered? She smiled with terrible bitterness. I have, you see, no illusions left of the service that you did me. No illusions. His voice was wistful. She reasoned much as he had feared that she would reason. Lord God, you are filled with illusions, the result of inference, and I warned you, Madonna, that inference is not your strength. You poor buffoon. Will you pretend that you did not murder? Of course I did. The admission amazed her where she had expected denial. You confess it. You dare to confess it. So that in future you may assert with knowledge what you have not hesitated to assert upon mere suspicion. Shall I inform you of the reason at the same time? I killed Count because he was the spy sent by your uncle to betray you, so that your brother's ruin might be accomplished. Oh, she cried in so loud a voice of indignation that her lady clutched her arm to impose caution. You say that of... He was the truest, bravest friend I ever knew, and his murder shall be atoned if there is a justice in heaven. It is enough. Not yet, Madonna. Consider only that one circumstance which intrigued thee of, that at dead of night, when all household was asleep, only Count and I were afoot and fully dressed. Into what tale does that fit besides the lie I told thee? Shall I tell you? Shall I listen to one who confesses himself a liar and murderer? Alas, both in the service of an ungracious lady. But hear now the truth. Briefly and swiftly he told it. I am to believe that. She asked him in sheer scorn. I am to be so false to the memory of one who served me well and faithfully as to credit this tale of his baseness upon no better word than yours. Why, it is a tale which, even if true, must brand you for a beast. This man, whatever he may have been, was moved to rescue you, you say, from certain doom, and all the return you made him for that act of charity was to stab him. He wrung his hands in despair. Oh, the perversity of your reasoning! But account me a beast, if you will, for the deed. Yet admit that the intention was selfless. Judge the result. I killed Count to make you safe, and safe it has made you. If I had other aims, if I were an agent to destroy you, why did I not speak out in this court? Because your unsupported word would hardly have sufficed to doom persons of our condition. Which again is precisely why I killed Count, because if he had lived, he would have supported it. Is it becoming clear? Clear? Shall I tell you what is clear? That you killed in self-defense when he discovered you for the Judas that you were. Oh, believe me, it is very clear. To make it so, there are your lies to me, your assertion that you were a poor nameless scholar who had imposed himself upon the Marquis by the of being Cain's son. You said it was. You'll deny that now. Some of his assurance left him. No, I don't deny it. You'll tell me, perhaps, that you deceived the Lord himself with that. And now, without waiting for an answer, she demolished him with the batteries of her contempt. In so great a pretender even that were possible. You pretended to lay down your life at, yet behold you resurrected to garner the harvest which that trick has earned you. Oh, shameful! He cried out, stirred to anger by a suspicion so ignoble. Are you not rewarded and knighted for the stir that was made by thee of your death? You are to give proof of your knightly worth in the lists tomorrow. It will be interesting. On that she left him standing there with wounds in his soul that would take long to heal. When at last he swung away, a keen eye observed the pallor of his face and the loss of assurance from his carriage, the eye of lady who approached him on her lord's arm. You are pale, she commented in pure malice, having watched his long entertainment with the princess of. Indeed, Madonna, I am none so well. Not ailing. There was some concern in his tone and glance. And there and then the rogue saw his opportunity and took it. It will be nothing. He passed a hand across his brow. The excitement following upon the strain of these last days. You should be a bad boy. It is what I tell myself. He allowed to persuade him and quietly departed. His sudden illness was later at the banquet when his place remained vacant, and consequently there was little surprise when it was known on the morrow that a fever prevented him from bearing his part in the jousts at By the doctor who ministered to him, he sent a message to of deepest and regret that he was not permitted to rise and break a lance with him. Xi, the sage of Marius' plans for the restoration of Ghibelline authority suffered shipwreck, as was to be expected in a council mainly composed of Guelphs. The weapon placed in their hands by Maria for his own defeat was the Marquis's demand, as the price of his alliance, that he should be supported in the attempt to recover Genoa too. Della laughed the proposal to scorn, and thereby incur the resentment of the King of France. He developed that argument so speciously that not even who was present suspected that it did not contain the true reason of Della's opposition. In hiring a French contingent to strengthen the army which he had led against, had shown the uses that could be made of. What had done Della could do, nominally on the Duke's behalf. He could hire lances from, to set against himself when the need for this arose. Possibly, ventured, the surrender of, and certain other guarantees would suffice to bring into alliance. But Della desired no such alliance. Surrender? We have surrendered too much already. It is time we sought alliances that will restore to Milan some of the fiefs of which she has been robbed. And where, quietly asked him, will you find such allies? Della hesitated. He knew as well as any man that policies may be wrecked by premature disclosure. If his cherished scheme of alliance with of Rimini were suspected, forewarned, would arm himself to frustrate it. He lowered his glance. I am not prepared to say where they may be found. But I am prepared to say that they are not to be found at the price demanded by that prince. Maria was left to make what excuses he could to the Marquis, and the Marquis received them in no pleasant manner. He deemed himself slighted, and said so, hinting darkly that Milan counted enemies enough already without wantonly seeking to add to them. Thus in dudgeon he returned to. Della's patient reticence was very shortly justified. In the early days of June came an urgent and pitiful appeal from the Duke's brother Maria, Count of, for assistance against the Ovlodi, who were ravaging his territories and had seized the city of. The Duke was in his closet with Della, and when that letter reached him, he scowled and frowned and grunted over the parchment a while, then tossed it to Della. A plague on him that wrote it. Can you read the scrawl? Della's took it up. It is from your brother Highness, the Lord Maria. That skin of lard. Maria was contemptuous. If he remembers my existence, he must be in need of something. Della gravely read the letter aloud. The prince guffawed once or twice over a piteous phrase, meanwhile toying with the head of a great mastiff that lay stretched at his feet. He guffawed more heartily than ever at the end, the malice of his nature finding amusement in the calamities of his brother. His obesity is disturbed at last. Let the slothful hog exert himself, and sweat away some of his monstrous bulk. Do not laugh yet, my lord. Della's lean, crafty, swarthy face was grave. I have ever warned you against the ambition of, and that it would not be satisfied with the reconquest of Lodi. He is in arms, not so much against your brother as against the house of God's bones. Goggle-eyed, the Duke stared at his adviser. Then to vent unreasoning fury, he rose and caught the dog a vicious kick, which drove it yelping from him. By hell am I to go in arms against? Is that your counsel? No less. And this campaign against scarcely ended. Am I to have nothing but wars and feuds and strife to distract my days? Am I to spend all in quelling brigandage? By the passion, I'd as soon be Duke of Hell as reign in Milan. In that case, said Della, do nothing, and the rest may follow. Devil take you. He caught up a hawk lure from the table, and set himself to strip it as he talked, scattering the feathers about the room. Curb him, you say? Curb this damned thief of Lodi. How am I to curb him? The French lances are gone back to. The parsimonious fathers of this miserly city were in haste to dismiss them. They think of nothing but ducats, may their souls perish. They think more of ducats than of their duke. Inconsequently, peevishly, he ranted on, reducing the hawk lure to rags the while and showing the crafty Della his opportunity. He said at last, when the Duke ceased, "Can be in no great strength when all is reckoned. His own should fully suffice to whip him out of and back to Lodi." Maria moved restlessly about the room. What if it should not? What if should be broken by? What then? We'll be at the gates of Milan. He might be if we could not prepare for the eventuality. With a sudden curious eagerness, Maria glared at his mentor. Can we? In God's name, can we? If we could, he checked. But the sudden glow of hate and evil hope in his prominent pale eyes showed how he was rising to the bait. Della judged the moment opportune. We can, he answered firmly. How in alliance with your highness would be strong enough to defy all comers. The Duke leapt as if stung. But instantly he curbed himself. The loose embryonic features tightened, reflecting the concentration of the embryonic wicked mind within. His tone was musing. He let himself drop once more into his broad armchair and sat there, cross-legged, pondering. Della moved softly to his side and lowered his voice to an impressive note. Indeed, your highness should consider whether you will not in any event bring in so soon as has departed on this errand. The handsome, profligate lounging, a listener by the window, cleared up all ambiguity, and so make sure that this upstart does not return to trouble you again. Maria's head sank a little between his shoulders. Here was his chance to rid himself for all time of the tyrannical tutelage of that, made strong by popular support. You speak as if sure that will come. Della put his cards on the table at last. I have his word that he will accept a proposal of alliance from your highness. You have his word. The ever-ready suspicions of a weak mind were stirring. I took his feeling against the hour when your potency might need a friend. And the price? Della spread his hands. Has ambitions for his daughter. If she were Duchess of Milan. Is that a condition? The Duke's voice was sharp. A contingency only, Della untruthfully assured him. Yet if the alliance would be consolidated, it would become a family affair. Give me air. Let me think. He rose, thrusting Della away by a sweep of his thin arm. Ungainly in his gaudy red and white, shuffling his feet as he went, he crossed to the window where made way for him. There he stood a moment looking out, whilst between and Della a look of intelligence was flashed. Suddenly the boy swung round again, and his grotesque countenance was flushed. By God and his saints! What thought does it ask? He laughed at the picture in his mind of a Cain ruined beyond redemption. Nor could he perceive, poor fool, that he would be but exchanging one yoke for another, probably heavier. Still laughing, he dismissed Della and sent for. When they came, he was given Maria's letter, which he spelled out with difficulty, being little more of a scholar than the Duke. It is grave, he said when he had reached the end. You mean that is to be feared. Not so long as he is alone. But how long will he so continue? What if he should be joined by and the other malcontents? Singly they matter nothing. United they become formidable. And this bold hostility of may be the signal for a leg. What then? Smash and drive him out of before it becomes a rallying ground for your enemies. About it then, rasped the Duke. You have the means. With the Burgundians enlisted after, my stands at 2,300 men. If the civic militia is added, it is required for the city's defense against and the other roving insurgents. Did not argue the matter. I'll do without it then. He set out next day at early morning, and by nightfall, the half of that march too accomplished, he brought his army, and exhausted by the June heat, to rest under the red walls of. To proceed straight against the very place which had seized and held was a direct course of action, in conflict with ideas, which did not hesitate to lay before the war-experienced officers composing council. He prefaced their exposition by laying down the principle, a little didactically, that the way to defeat an opponent is to assault him at the weakest point. So much and his officers would have conceded on the itself. But's principle involved a wider range, including the enemy's position before ever battle was joined, so as to ensure that the itself should be the enemy's weakest point. The course he now urged entailed an adoption of the strategy employed by the Athenians against the Thebans in the war, a strategy which so much admired and was so often to apply. In its application now, instead of attacking behind whose walls the enemy lay in strength, he would have invaded his own temporarily unguarded tyranny of Lodi. Laughed a little at his self-sufficiency, and emboldened by that, took it upon himself to put the fledgling down. "It is in your nature, I think, to avoid the direct attack." He sneered as he spoke, having in mind the jousts at Milan and the manner in which had cheated him of the satisfaction upon which he counted. "You forget, sir, that your knighthood places you under certain obligations." "But not, I hope," said innocently, "under the obligation of being a fool." "Do you call me that?" Sudden suavity was in itself a provocation. "You boast yourself the champion of the direct attack. It is the method of the bull. But I have never heard it argued from this that the bull is intelligent even among animals. So that now you compare me with a bull." Flushed a little, conscious that Anne were smiling. "Quiet," growled. "We are not here to squabble among ourselves. Your assumptions sometimes become presumptions. So you thought on the—" Brought his great fist down upon the table. "In God's name, will you be pert? You interrupt me. Battering ram tactics are not in my mind. I choose a different method. But I attack none the less because and his men are there." Discreetly said no more, suppressing the argument that by reducing unguarded Lodi and restoring it to the crown of Milan from which it had been ravished, a moral effect might be produced of far-reaching effect upon the fortunes of the duchy. After a conference with Maria in his great castle of, resumed his march, his army now increased by 600 Italian mercenaries under a soldier of fortune named, whom Maria had hired. He took with him a considerable train of siege artillery, of mangonels and cannon, to which the Count had materially added. Nevertheless, he did not approach within striking distance of such weapons. He knew the strength to withstand assault of that fortress city, built some 300 years before on the confines of the, and to be a Guelphic stronghold in the struggle between church and empire. Derisively then the Ghibellines had dubbed it a fortress of straw. But astride of the river, above its junction with this of straw had successfully proposed to employ the very strength of her strategic position for the undoing of her present garrison if it showed fight. And meanwhile he would hem the place about, so as to reduce it by starvation. Crossing the Po somewhere in the neighborhood of, he marched up the left bank of the Tu, a village in the plain by the river just within 3 miles of. There he took up his quarters, and thence on a radius of some 3 miles he drew a cordon throughout that low-lying, insalubrious land, intersected with watercourses where only rice fields flourished. This cordon crossed the 2 rivers just above their junction, swept thence to Marengo, recrossing the Ran to in the south and on to in the west, just beyond which it crossed the again, and by way of San in the north went on to complete the circle at. So swift had been the movement that the first intimation to that they were besieged was from those who, issuing from the city on the morrow, were stopped at the lines and ordered to return. From information obtained from these, in many cases under threat of torture, it became clear that the populous city was indifferently, and unequal therefore to a protracted resistance. And this was confirmed during the first week by the desperate efforts made by, who was raging like a trapped wolf in. 4 times he attempted to break out in force. But within the outer circle, and close to the city so as to keep it under observation, had drawn a ring of scouts, whose warning in each case enabled him to concentrate promptly at the point assailed. The advantage lay within these engagements, since the cavalry upon which chiefly depended found it impossible to operate successfully in those swampy plains. Over ground into which the horses sank to their fetlocks at every stride, a cavalry charge was a Horses were piked by foot, and formations smashed and hurled back by an enemy upon whom their impact was no more than a spent blow. If they escaped, it was because would make no prisoners. He would not willingly relieve of a single mouth that would help to eat up its power of endurance. For the same reason he enjoined it upon his officers that they should be as sparing as possible of life. That is to say, of human life, said, raising his voice in council for the first time since last rebuked. They looked at him, not understanding. What other life is in question? Ask them. There are the horses. If allowed to survive, they may be eaten in the last extremity. They acted upon that reminder when made his next sally. Did not wait as hitherto to receive the charge upon his pikes, but raked the enemy ranks, during their leisurely advance and again during their subsequent retreat, with low-aimed arbalist bolts which slew only horses. Whether perceived the reason, or whether he came to that the ground was not suitable for cavalry, his fourth sally to the north in the direction of San was made on foot. He had some 2,000 men in his following, and had they been lightly armed and properly led, it is probable that they would have broken through, for the opposing force was materially less. But unaccustomed to handling infantry, committed the error of the French at. He employed dismounted men at arms in all the panoply in which normally they rode to battle. Their fate was similar to that of the French on that earlier occasion. Toiling over the clammy ground in their heavy, their advance became leaden-footed, and by the time they reached its lines they were exhausted men easily repulsed, and as glad as they were surprised to escape death or capture. After that failure, 3 representatives of the Commune of, accompanied by one of its captains, presented themselves at its quarters in the house of the curate of temporarily appropriated by the. They were ushered into a plain yellow-washed room, bare of all decoration save that of a crudely painted wooden crucifix, which hung upon the wall above a straight-backed wooden settle. An oblong table of common pine stood before this settle, a writing pulpit, also of pine, placed under one of the 2 windows by which the place was lighted, and 4 rough stools and a shallow armchair completed the furniture. The only gentle touch about that harsh interior was supplied by the sweet-smelling lemon verbena and rosemary mingled in the fresh rushes, with which the floor was copiously strewn to dissemble its earthen nudity. Showily dressed as usual in blue and crimson, with variegated hose and a caul confining his flaxen hair, had appropriated the armchair, and his gorgeous presence seemed to fill the place. And, who commanded the Burgundians, occupied the stools and afforded him a sober background. Leaned upon the edge of the settle, where sat alone, square-faced and stern, whilst the envoys invited him to offer terms for the surrender of the city. The Lord Count of, he told them, does not desire to mulct too heavily those of his subjects who have remained loyal. He, the constraint of which they may have been the victims, and he will rest content with a payment of 50,000 florins to indemnify him for the expenses of this expedition. The envoys breathed more freely, but had not yet done. For myself, I shall require another 50,000 florins for distribution among my followers, to ransom the city from pillage. The envoys were aghast. 100,000 gold florins. Cried one. My lord, it wills. He raised his hand for silence. That as regards the commune of. Now as concerns the lord, who has so rashly ventured upon this aggression. He is allowed until noon tomorrow to march out of with his entire following, but leaving behind all arms, horses, bullocks, and war material of whatsoever kind. Further, he will enter into a bond for 100,000 florins, to be paid either by himself personally or by the commune of Lodi to the Lord Count of City of, to indemnify the latter for the damages sustained by this occupation. And my lord will further submit to the occupation of the city of Lodi by an army of not more than 2,000 men, who will be housed and fed and salaried at the city of Lodi's charges until the indemnity is paid. With the further condition that if payment is not made within 1 month, the occupying army shall take it by putting the city to sack. The officer sent by, a stiff, black-bearded fellow named, flushed indignantly. These terms are very harsh, he complained. Salutary, my friend, corrected him. They are intended to show the Lord that brigandage is not always ultimately profitable. You think he will agree? The man's air was truculent. The three looked scared, smiled grimly. If he has an alternative, let him take advantage of it. But let him understand that the offer of these terms is for 24 hours only. After that, I shall not let him off so lightly. Lightly, cried in anger, and would have added more, but that cropped the intention. You have leave to go. Thus royally dismissed them. They did not return within the 24 hours, nor as day followed day did make any further sign. Time began to hang heavily on the hands of the besiegers, and irritation grew daily, particularly when an attack of the gout came to imprison him in the cheerless house of the curate of. One evening a fortnight after the parley and nearly a month after the commencement of the siege, as sat at supper with his officers, all save who was posted at the who was growing impatient of small things, inveighed against the quality of the food. It was to whose riders fell the task of provisioning the army, who answered him. Faith, if the siege endures much longer, it is we who will be starved by it. My men have almost cleaned up the countryside for a good 10 miles in every direction. It was a jocular exaggeration, but it provoked an explosion from. God confound me if I understand how they hold out. With 2,000 ravenous soldiers in the place, a week should have brought them to starvation. Thoughtfully stroked his square red beard. It's colossally mysterious, said he. Mysterious, aye. That's what plagues me. They must be fed from outside. That is quite impossible. Was emphatic. As lieutenant, it fell to his duty to see that the cordon was properly maintained. Yet what is the alternative, wondered, unless they are eating one another? His blue eyes flashed upon him almost malevolently for this further reflection upon his vigilance. You set me riddles, he said disdainfully. And you're not good at riddles, drawled, meeting malice with malice. I should have remembered it. Heaved himself up. Now, by the bones of God, what do you mean? The ears of the ill had caught a distant sound. Quiet, you bellowing calf. He snapped. Listen. Listen. Who comes at that breakneck speed? It was a hot, breathless night of July, and the windows stood wide to invite a cooling draught. As the four men, so bidden, grew attentive, they caught from the distance the beat of galloping hooves. It's not from, said. No, no, grunted, and thereafter they listened in silence. There was no reason for it save such as men's imaginings will give a sound breaking the deathly stillness of a hot, dark night, yet each conceived and perhaps intercommunicated a feeling that these hooves approaching so rapidly were harbingers of portents. Went to the door as two riders clattered down the village street, and seeing the tall figure silhouetted against the light from within, they slackened pace. The Lord Cain of. Where is he quartered? Here. Roared, and at the single word the horses were pulled up with a rasping of hooves that struck fire from the ground. Exili. Faith. If Cain's eyes grew wide in astonishment to see his countess ushered into that mean chamber by, wider still did they grow to behold the man who accompanied her, and to consider their inexplicable conjunction. For this man was of, cousin to that who had been castellan of, and who by Maria's orders had procured the assassination of Maria's mother. The rest is a matter of history, upon which I have already touched. In a vain attempt to mask his own matricide, to make the crime appear as the work of another, Maria had seized the unfortunate castellan who had served his evil will too faithfully, and charging him with the crime, caused him barbarously, and without trial to be done to death. Thereafter, because he perceived that this did not suffice to turn the public mind from the conviction of his own horrible guilt, Maria had vowed the extermination of the family, as a blood offering to the manes of his murdered mother. It was of whom he had hunted with his dogs into the arms of in the meadows of, and that was the fifth innocent member of the family whom he had done to death in satisfaction of his abominable vow. This of, who now led the Countess Beatrice into her husband's presence, was a slight but vigorous and moderately tall man of not more than 30, despite that so abundantly mingled with his thick black hair. His shaven countenance was proud and resolute, with a high-bridged nose flanked perhaps too closely by dark eyes that glowed and flashed as in reflection of his superabundant energy of body and of spirit. Between himself and there was esteem, but no other link to account for his sudden appearance as an escort to the Lady Beatrice. From the settle which he occupied, his ailing legs stretched upon it, the amazed greeted them by a rough soldier's oath on a note of interrogation. The Countess, white and lovely, swept towards him. "You are ailing." Concern charged her murmuring voice as she stooped to receive his kiss. His brightened, but his tone was almost testy. To discuss his ailments now was but to delay the explanation that he craved. "That I ail is no matter. That you should be here, what brings you bice and with there?" We take you by surprise," she answered him. "Yet heaven knows there would be no night for that if ever you had heeded me, if ever you had used your eyes and your wits as I bade you. Will you tell me what brings you and leave the rest?" She hesitated a moment, then swung imperially to her traveling companion. "Tell him, Messer de," responded instantly. He spoke rapidly, using gestures freely, his face an ever-shifting mirror of his feelings, so that at once you knew him for a brisk-minded, impulsive man. "We are here to speak of what is happening in Milan." "Do you know nothing of it, my lord?" "In Milan, dispatches reach me weekly from His Highness. They report nothing that is not reassuring." The Countess laughed softly, bitterly. Plunged on. "Is it reassuring to you that the of Rimini and his brother Carlo are there with an army 5,000 strong?" Was genuinely startled. "They are moving against Milan." Again the Countess laughed, and this time laughed with her. "Against it?" And he launched his thunderbolt. "They are there at the express invitation of the Duke." Without pausing for breath, he completed the tale. On the 2nd of the month, the lady was married to Duke Maria, and her father has been created governor of Milan. A dead silence followed, broken at last by. The thing was utterly incredible. He refused to believe it, and said so with an oath. "My lord, I tell you of things that I have witnessed," insisted. "Witnessed? Have you been in Milan?" "You?" His features twisted into a crooked smile. "After all, there are still enough staunch Ghibellines in Milan to afford me shelter. I take my precautions, Lord Count. But I do not run from danger. No, ever did, which is why this hellhound Duke has made so many victims." Appalled, looked at him from under heavy brows. Then his lady spoke, a faint smile of bitter derision on her pale face. "You'll understand now why I am here. You'll see that it was no longer safe in Milan for wife, the wife of the man whose ruin is determined and to be purchased by the Duke at all costs, even at the cost of putting his neck under his heel." His mind, however, was still entirely absorbed by the main issue. "But," he cried. "My lord," said promptly, "is as much a victim, and has been taken as fully by surprise as you and every Ghibelline in Milan. It is all the work of Della. To what end he strives only himself and Satan know. Perhaps he will lead Maria to destruction in the end. It may be his way of resuming the old struggle for supremacy between and. Anyhow, his is the guiding brain. But did that weak bastard never raise a hand? My lord has gone to earth for his own safety's sake in the castle. There is besieging him, and the city has been converted into an armed camp laboring to reduce its own citadel. That monster Maria has set a price upon the head of the brother, who has so often shielded him from the just wrath of the commune and the people. There is a price, too, upon the heads of his cousins, and who are within the fortress, together with many other Ghibellines, among whom my own cousin. Lord," he ended passionately, if the great could but come to life again, to see the filthy shambles his horrible son has made of the great realm he built. Silence followed. His head lowered, his brows knitted, was drawing a figure on the table with the point of a knife. Presently, whilst so engaged, he spoke, slowly, sorrowfully. "I am the last of all those condottieri who were brothers in arms, the last of those who helped him build up the great state which his degenerate son daily. His faithless, treacherous nature drove the others away from him one by one, each taking some part of his dominions to make an independent state for himself. I alone have remained, loyally to serve and support his tottering throne, making war upon my brother Condottieri in his defense, suffering for him and from him, for the sake of his great father who is my friend, for the sake of the trust which his father left me when he died. And now I have my wages. I am sent to restore to the pestilential hands of these false from which it has been wrested, and whilst I am about this errand, my place is usurped by the greatest Guelph in Italy, and measures are taken to prevent my ever returning. His voice almost broke. There was a long-drawn sigh from the Countess. "There is no need to tell you more," she murmured. "You begin to open your eyes and to see for yourself at last." And then was speaking. "I come to you in the name of all the Ghibellines of Milan, who look to you as to their natural leader, who trust you and have no hope save in you. Before this Guelphic outrage they cringe in terror of the doom that creeps upon them. Already Milan is a city of blood and horror. You are our party's only hope, Milan's only hope in this dreadful hour." Buried the knife blade deep in the table with sudden violence, and left it quivering there. He raised at last his eyes. They were blood-injected, and the whole expression of his face had changed. The good nature of which it habitually wore the stamp had been entirely effaced. "Let God but heal this leg of mine," he said, "and from my hands they shall eat the fruits of treachery until they choke them." He stretched out his hand as he spoke towards the crucifix that hung upon the wall, making of his threat a solemn vow. Looking beyond him at the Countess, read in the covert exultation of her face her assumption that her greed for empire was at last promised gratification, and her insensibility that it should be purchased on terms that broke her husband's heart. In the torrid heat of the following noontide, rode alone to visit at. He did not go round by the lines, but straight across country, which brought him past the inner posts of surveillance and as close under the red walls of as it was safe to go. The besieged city seemed to sleep in the breathless heat of the low-lying lands upon which it had been reared. Saving an occasional flash of steel from the weapon or breastplate of some sentinel on the battlements, there was no sign of a life which starvation must by now have reduced to the lowest ebb. As rode he meditated upon the odd course of unpremeditated turbulence which he had run since leaving the seclusion of a year ago. He had traveled far indeed from his original intention, and he now at the ease with which he had adapted himself to each new set of circumstances he met, applying in worldly practice all that he had learnt in theory by his omnivorous studies. From a mental developed by those studies, he drew an increasing consciousness of superiority over those with whom fate associated him, a state of mind which did not bring him to respect his fellow man. Greed seemed, too, that morning, the dominant impulse of worldly life. He saw it in all the stark, selfish evil of it, wherever he turned his retrospective glance. Most cruelly, perhaps, had he seen it last night in the Countess Beatrice, who dignified it as was common by the name of ambition. She would be well served, he thought, if that ambition were in such a way that she should curse its fruit with every hour of life that might be hers thereafter. Thus might she yet save her silly, empty soul. He was drawn abruptly from the metaphysical to the physical by two intrusions upon his consciousness. The first was a spent arbalist bolt, which struck the crupper of his horse and made it bound forward, a reminder too that he had all but got within range of those red walls. The second was a bright object gleaming a yard or two ahead of him along the track he followed. The whole of his army might have passed that way, seeing in that bright object a horseshoe and nothing more. But's mind was of a different order. He read quite fluently in that iron shoe that it was cast from the hind hoof of a mule within the last 24 hours. 2 nights ago a thunderstorm had rolled down from the hills, which were now hazily visible in the distance on his right. Had the shoe been cast before that, rust must have dimmed its polished brightness, yet, as closer examination confirmed, no single particle of rust had formed upon it. Asked himself a question, since no strangers were allowed to come or go within the lines, what man of us had during the last 2 days ridden to a point so barely out of range of an arbalist bolt from the city? And why had he ridden a mule? He had dismounted, and he now picked up the shoe to make a further discovery. A thick leather-cased pad attached to the underside of it. He did not mount again, but leading his horse, he proceeded slowly on foot along the track that led to. It was an hour later when the outposts challenged him on the edge of the village. He found sitting down to dinner when he reached the house where the Swiss was quartered. "You keep an indifferent watch somewhere between here and was greeting. You often bewilder me," complained. "Here to enlighten you then." Slapped down the shoe on the table, adding precise information as to where he had found it and his reasons for supposing it so recently cast. "And that's not all. For half a mile along that track there was a white trail in the grass, which investigation proved to be wheaten flour, dribbled from some sack that went that way perhaps last night." Was aghast. He had not sufficient men, he confessed, to guard every yard of the line, and after all, the nights could be very dark when there was no moon. "I'll answer for it that you shall have more men tonight," promised him, and without waiting to dine rode back in haste to. He came there upon a council of war, debating an assault upon now that starvation must have enfeebled the besieged. In his present impatience, could not even wait until his leg, which was beginning to mend, should be well again. Therefore he was delegating the command to, and considering with him as well as with and, the measures to be taken. Beatrice was at her siesta above stairs in the house's best room. Snooze brought them vexation and dismay. Soon, however, was grandiosely waving these aside. "It matters little now that we have decided upon assault." "It matters everything, I think," said, and so drew upon himself the haughty glare of magnificent lieutenant. Always, it seemed, must those two be at odds. "Your decision rests upon the assumption that the garrison is weakened by starvation. My discovery alters that." Was nodding slowly, gloomily, when a reckless gambler in military matters, ready now to stake all upon the chance of distinction which his leader's illness afforded him, broke in assertively. "We'll take the risk of that. You are now in haste, my lord, to finish here, and there is danger for you in delay." "More danger surely in precipitancy," said, and so put in a rage. "God rid me of your presumption," he cried. "At every turn you intrude your green opinions upon seasoned men of war." He was right came the guttural tones of, and he may be right again. And in any case, added, who knew the fortifications of better than any of them, if there is any doubt about the state of the garrison, it would be madness to attack the place. We might pay a heavy price to resolve that doubt. Yet how else are we to resolve it? Demanded, seeing in delays the loss of his own opportunity. That, said quietly, is what you should be considering. Considering would have added more, but suddenly raised hand arrested him. Considering, yes, said the situation is changed by what tells us, and it is for us to study it anew. Reluctant though he might be to put this further curb upon his impatience, yet he recognized the necessity. Not so, however, his lieutenant, but may be mistaken. This evidence, after all, was hardly necessary, interrupted. If had really been in the straits we have supposed, he must have continued, and ever more desperately, his attempts to fight his way out. Having found means to obtain supplies from without, he has remained inactive because he wishes you to believe him starving so that you may attack him. When he has damaged and weakened you by hurling back your assault, then he will come out in force to complete your discomfiture. You have it all clear, snared, and you see it all in the cast shoe of a mule and a few grains of wheat. He swung about to the others, flinging wide his arms. Listen to him. Learn our trade, sirs. Go to school to master. Indeed, you might do worse, cut in, and so struck him into gaping, angry amazement. Reasons soundly enough to put your wits to shame. When I listen to him, God help me, I begin to ask myself if the gout is in my leg or my brains. Continue, boy. What else have you to say? Nothing more until we capture one of these victualling parties. That may be possible tonight, if you double or even treble force. Possible it may be, said. But how exactly do you propose that it be done? Took a stick of charcoal, and on the pine board drew lines to elucidate his plan. Here the track runs. From this the party cannot stray by more than a quarter mile on either side, for here the river and there another watercourse thickly fringed with young poplars will prevent it. I would post the men in an unbroken double line, along an arc drawn across this quarter-mile from watercourse to watercourse. At some point of that arc the party must strike it, as fish strike a net. When that happens, the two ends of the arc will swing inwards until they meet, thus completely enclosing their prey against the chance of any single man escaping to give the alarm. Nodded, smiling through his gloom. Does anyone suggest a better way? After a pause it was who spoke. That plan should answer as well as any other. Though he yielded, vanity would not permit him to do so graciously. If you approve it, my lord, I will see the necessary measures taken. But pursed his lips in doubt. I think, he said after a moment's pause, that might be given charge of the affair. He has it all so clear. Thus it fell out that before evening was back again in his quarters. To also were moved, after night had fallen 200 Germans from his command at. Not until then did cast that wide human arc of his athwart the track exactly midway between, and from the on the one side to the lesser watercourse on the other. Himself he took up his station in the arc's middle, on the track itself. Was given charge of the right wing, and another Swiss named, placed in command of the left. The darkness deepened as the night advanced. Again a thunderstorm was descending from the hills and the clouds blotted out the stars until the hot gloom wrapped them about like black velvet. Even so, however, his order was that the men should lie prone, lest their silhouettes should be seen against the sky. Thus in utter silence they waited through the breathless hours that were laden by a storm which would not break. Midnight came and went, and his hopes were beginning to sink, when at last a rhythmical sound grew faintly audible, the soft beat of padded hooves upon the yielding turf. Scarcely had they made out the sound than the mule train, advancing in almost ghostly fashion, was upon them. The leader of the victualling party, who knowing himself well within the ordinary lines, had for some time now been accounting himself secure, was startled to find his way suddenly barred by a human wall which appeared to rise out of the ground. He seized the bridle of his mule in a firmer grip, and swung the beast about even as he yelled an order. There was a sudden stampede, cries and imprecations in the dark, and the train was racing back through the night, presently to find its progress barred by a line of pikes. This way and that the flung in their desperate to escape. But relentlessly and in utter silence the net closed about them. Narrower and ever denser grew the circle that enclosed them, until they were hemmed about in no more space than would comfortably contain them. Then at last lights gleamed. A dozen lanterns were uncovered that might take stock of his capture. The train consisted of a score of mules with bulging panniers, and half a dozen men captained by a tall, loose-limbed fellow with a bearded, pockmarked face. Sullenly they stood in the lantern light, realizing the futility of struggling and already in fancy feeling the rope about their gullets. Asked no questions. To who had approached him as the ring closed, he issued his orders briefly. They were surprising, but never placed obedience in doubt. 100 men under to remain in charge of the mules at the spot where they had been captured until should make known his further wishes, 20 men to escort the muleteers, disarmed and pinioned, back to, the others to be dismissed to their usual quarters. A half-hour later in the kitchen of the peasant's house on the outskirts of, where had taken up his temporary residence, and the captured leader faced each other. The prisoner, his wrists pinioned behind him, stood between two Swiss pikemen, whilst holding a candle level with his face scanned those pallid, pockmarked features which seemed vaguely familiar. "We've met before, I think," broke off. It was the beard that had made an obstacle for his memory. "You are that false friar who journeyed with me to that brigand named." The beady eyes blinked in terror. "I don't deny it. But I was your friend then, and but for that blundering peasant." "Quiet." He was curtly bidden. Set down the candle on the table, which was of oak, rough-hewn and ponderous as a refectory board, and himself sat down in the armchair that stood by its head. Fearfully considered him, taking stock of the richness of his apparel and the air of authority by which the timid convent nursling of a year ago was now invested. His fears him from any philosophical reflections, upon the mutability of human life. Suddenly, bold dark eyes were upon him, and the brigand shuddered despite the stifling heat of the night. You know what awaits you. I know the risks I ran. But a rope, my friend. I tell you so as to dispel any fond doubt. The man reeled a little, his knees sagging under him. The guards steadied him. Watching him seemed almost to smile. Then he took his chin in his hand, and for a long moment there was silence save for the prisoner's raucous, agitated breathing. At last spoke again, very slowly, painfully slowly to the listening man, since he discerned his fate to be wrapped up in words. You claim that once you stood my friend. Whether you would, indeed, have stood my friend to the end, I do not know. Circumstances parted us prematurely. But before that happened, you had stolen all that I had. Still, it is possible you would have repaid me had the chance been yours. I would. The wretched man protested. By the Mother of God, I would. I am so foolish as to permit myself to believe you. And you'll remember that your life hangs upon my belief. You were the instrument chosen by fate to shape my course for me, and there is on my part a desire to stand your friend. God reward you for that. God. Quiet. You interrupt me. First, I shall require proof of your good will. Proof? Was confused. What proof can I give? You can answer my questions clearly and truthfully. That will be proof enough. But at the first sign of prevarication, there will be worse than death for you, as certainly as there will be death at the end. Be open with me now, and you shall have your life and presently your freedom. The questions followed, and the answers came too promptly to leave any suspicion of invention. He tested them by cross-questions, and was left satisfied that from fear of death and hope of life, answered truthfully throughout. For a half-hour, perhaps, the examination continued, and left in possession of all the information that he needed. Was in the pay of Cardinal of, a brother of the besieged tyrant, who operating from was sending these mule trains of victuals into on every night when the absence of moonlight made it possible. The mules were left in the city to be eaten together with their loads, and the men made their way back on foot from the city gates. The only one ever permitted to enter was himself, who invariably returned upon the morrow in possession of the password to gain him admission on the next occasion. He had crossed the lines, he confessed, more than a dozen times in the last 3 weeks. Further, elicited from him a minute description of the Cardinal of Lodi, and of the principal persons usually found in attendance upon him, of the topography of, and of much else besides. Many of his answers took down in writing. XIV. The muleteer. It wanted less than an hour to dawn when the mule train came up to the southern gate of, and its single leader disturbed the silence of the night by a shrill whistle thrice repeated. A moment later a light showed behind the grating by the narrow postern gate built into the wall beside the portcullis. A voice bawled a challenge across the gulf. Who comes? Messenger from Messer, answered the muleteer. Give the word of the knight. Lodi triumphant. The light was moved, and presently followed a creaking of winches and a rattle of heavy chains. A great black mass, faintly discernible against the all-encompassing darkness, slowly descended outwards, and came to rest with a thud almost at the very feet of the muleteer. Across that lowered drawbridge the archway of the guardhouse glowed in light, and revealed itself a swarm with men-at-arms under the jagged teeth of the raised portcullis. The muleteer spoke to the knight. He took farewell of men who were not with him, and called instructions after someone of whom there was no sign, then drove his laden mules across the bridge, and himself came last into the light between the men-at-arms drawn up there to ensure against treachery, ready to warn those who manned the winches above in the event of an attempt to rush the bridge. The muleteer, a tall fellow, as tall as, but much younger, dressed in a loose tunic of rough brown cloth with leg clothing of the same material cross-gartered to the knees, found himself confronted by an officer who thrust a lantern into his face. You are not. Devil take you, answered the muleteer. You needn't burn my nose to find that out. His easy impudence allayed suspicion. Besides, how was a besieged garrison to suspect a man who brought in a train of mules all laden with provisions? Who are you? What is your name? I am called, which is short for. And tonight I am the deputy of who has had an accident and narrowly escaped a broken neck. No need to ask your name, my captain. Warned me I should meet here a fierce watchdog named, who would want to eat me alive when he saw me. But now that I have seen you, I don't believe him. Have you anything to drink at hand, my captain? It's a thirsty night. And with the back of his hand, the muleteer swept the beads of sweat from his broad, comely forehead, leaving it clean of much of the grime that elsewhere disfigured his countenance. You'll take your mules to the communal, the captain answered him shortly, resenting his familiarity. Day was breaking when Messer came to the communal palace and drove his mules into the courtyard, there to surrender them to those whom he found waiting. It was a mixed group made up of officers and representatives of the civic government. The officers were well-nourished and vigorous, the citizens looked feeble and emaciated, from which the muleteer inferred that in the matter of rationing the citizens were being sacrificed to the soldiery. Messer, who for a muleteer was a singularly self-assertive fellow, demanded to be taken at once to the lord. They were short with him at first for his impudence, until he brought a note almost of menace into his demand, whereupon an officer undertook to conduct him to the citadel. Over a narrow drawbridge they entered which was the heart of that great Guelphic fortress, and from a small courtyard they ascended by a winding staircase of stone to a stone chamber whose walls were bare of arras, whose Gothic windows were unglazed, and whose vaulted ceiling hung so low that the tall muleteer could have touched it with his raised hand. A monkish table of solid oak, an oaken bench, and a high-backed chair were all its furniture, and a cushion of crimson velvet the only sybaritic touch in that chill austerity. Leaving him there, the young officer passed through a narrow door to a farther room. Thence came presently a swarthy man who was squat, and with thick, pouting lips and an air of great consequence. He was wrapped in a crimson gown that trailed along the stone floor, and attended by a black-robed monk and a tall, lean man in a soldier's leathern tunic, with sword and dagger hanging from a rich belt. The squat man's keen, haughty eyes played searchingly over the muleteer. "I am to suppose you have a message for me," he said, and sat down in the only chair. The monk, who was stout and elderly, found a place on the bench, leaning his elbows on the table. The captain stationed himself behind, whilst the officer who had brought Messer lingered in the background by the wall. The tall young muleteer lounged forward, no whit abashed in the presence of the dread Lord of Lodi. "His Excellency the Cardinal desires you to understand, my lord, that this mule train of victuals is the last one he will send." "What?" Clutched the arms of his chair and half raised himself from his seat. His countenance lost much of its chill dignity. "It isn't that it's no longer safe, but it's no longer possible. Who has had charge of these expeditions is a prisoner in the hands of. He was caught yesterday morning on his way back from. As likely as not he'll have been hanged by now. But that's no matter. What is important is that they've found us out, and the cordon is now so tightly drawn that it's madness to try to get through. Yet you," said the tall captain, "have got through. By a stratagem that's not to be repeated. I took a chance. I stampeded a dozen mules into lines near. At the alarm there was a rush for the spot. It drew, as I had reckoned, the men on guard between and leaving a gap. In the dark I drove through that gap before it was repaired." "That was shrewd," said the captain. "It was necessary," said shortly. "Necessary not only to bring in these provisions, but to warn you that there are no more to follow." His eyes looked out of a face that had turned. The man's bold manner and crisp speech intrigued him. "Who are you?" he asked. "You are no muleteer. Your lordship is perspicacious. After was taken, no muleteer could have been found to run the gauntlet. I am a captain of fortune. To serve your lordship. I lead a company of 300 lances, now at my Lord Cardinal's orders At my Lord Cardinal's invitation I undertook this adventure, in the hope that it may lead to employment. By God, if I am to be starved, I am likely to offer you employment. If your lordship waits to be starved. That was not my Lord Cardinal's view of what should happen. He'll teach me my trade, will he, my priestly brother? Messer shrugged. As to that, he has some shrewd notions. Notions? My Lord Cardinal was very savage in his chagrin. What are these notions? One of them is that this pouring of provisions into was as futile as the torment of the Danaids. Danaids? Who are they? I hoped your lordship would know. I don't. I quote my Lord Cardinal's words, no more. It's a pagan allusion out of, the monk explained. What my Lord Cardinal means, said, is that to feed you was a sheer waste, since as long as it continued, you sat here doing nothing. Doing nothing was indignant. Let him keep to his mass and his breviary, and what else he understands. He understands more than your lordship supposes. More of what? Of the art of war, my lord. And my lord laughed unpleasantly, being joined by his captain, but not by the monk whom it offended to see a cardinal derided. And now went on, he assumes that this news will be a spur you need. Why damn his impudence and yours? I need no spur. You'll tell him from me that I make war by my own judgment. If I have sat here inactive, it is that I have sat here awaiting my chance. And now that the threat of starvation will permit you to sit here no longer, you will be constrained to go out and seek that chance. Sleeket was frowning darkly, his eyes aflame. He disliked this cockerel's easy, impudent tone. Captains of fortune did not usually permit themselves such liberties with him. Where shall I seek it? Tell me that, and I'll condone your insolence. My Lord Cardinal thinks it might be sought in quarters at. Oh yes, or in the Indies or in hell. They're as accessible. I have made sorties from here 4 of them, and all disastrous. Yet though were due to no fault of mine. Is your lordship quite sure of that? Quoth Messer softly, smiling a little. The Lord of Lodi exploded. Am I sure? He cried, his face turning purple and inflating. Dare any man suggest that I am to blame? My Lord Cardinal dares. He more than suggests it. He says so bluntly. And your impudence no doubt agrees with him. Upon the facts could my impudence do less? His tone was mocking. The 3 stared at him in sheer unbelief. Consider now, my lord, you made your sallies by day, in full view of an enemy who could concentrate at whatever point you attacked over ground upon which it was almost impossible for your horse to charge effectively. My Lord Cardinal thinks that if you had earlier done what the threat of starvation must now compel you to do, and made a sally under cover of night, you might have been upon the enemy lines before ever your movement could be detected, and a concentration made to hold you. Looked at him with heavy contempt, then shrugged, a priest's notion of war. He sneered. The tall captain took it up with Messer. Less disdainful in tone, he no less conveyed his scorn of the cardinal's ideas. Such an action would have been well if our only aim had been to break through and escape leaving his hands. But so ignoble an aim was never in my lord's thoughts. He leaned on the tall back of his master's chair and thrust out a deprecatory lip. Necessity may unfortunately bring him to consider it now that. Messer interrupted him with a laugh. The necessity is no more present now than it has ever been. Cain will lie as much at your mercy tomorrow night as he has lain on any night in all these weeks of your inaction. What do you say? Breathed, at our mercy. The 3 of them stared at him. At your mercy. A bold stroke and it is done. The line drawn out on a periphery, some 18 miles in length, is very tenuous. There are strong posts at Marengo and San. Yes, yes. This we know. Marengo and San have been weakened since yesterday, to strengthen the line from 2 in view of the discovery that has been fed from there. And are the posts farthest from, which is the strongest post of all in quarters. His eyes began to kindle. He was sufficiently a soldier, after all, to perceive whither Messer was going. Yes, yes, he muttered. Under cover of night, a strong force could creep out by the northern gate, so as to be across thee at the outset, and going round by the river fall upon almost before an alarm could be raised. Before supports could be brought up, you would have broken the force that is stationed there. The capture of and his chief captains, who are with him, would be as certain as that the sun is rising now. After that, your besiegers would be a body without a head. Followed a silence. Licked his thick lips as he sat huddled there considering. By God, he said, and again, after further thought, by God. He looked at his tall captain. The captain tightened his lips and nodded. It is well conceived, he said. Well conceived. Cried on that note of ready laughter. No better conception is possible in your present pass. You snatch victory from defeat. His confidence inspired them visibly. Then asked a question. What is force at? Is it known? Some 400 or 500 men. No more. With half that number you could overpower them if you took them by surprise. I do not run unnecessary risks. I'll take 600. Your lordship has decided then, said the tall captain. What else? Fingered his bearded chin. It should succeed. I'd be easier if I were sure the enveloping movement could be made without giving the alarm. Unbidden, the audacious Messer broke into their council. Aye, that's the difficulty. But it can be overcome. That is where I can serve you, I and my 300 lances. I move them round during the day wide of the lines and bring up behind, at the concerted hour I push them forward, right up against rear, and at the moment that you attack in front I charge from behind, and the envelopment is made. But how to know each other in the dark? Said, your force and ours might come to grips, each supposing the other to be. My men shall wear their shirts over there, if yours will do the same. Lord of Heaven, said, you have it all thought out. That is my way. That is how I succeed. Heaved himself up. On his broad face it was to be read that he had made up his mind. Let it be tonight, then. There is no gain in delay, nor can our stomachs brook it. You are to be depended upon, Captain. If we come to terms, said Azali. I'm not in the business for the love of adventure. His countenance sobered from its elation. His eyes narrowed. He became the man of affairs. And your terms, quoth he, a year's employment for myself and at a monthly stipend of 15,000 gold florins. God of Heaven, ejaculated, is that all? And he laughed scornfully. It is for your lordship to refuse. It is for you to be reasonable. 15 thou, besides, I don't want your for a year. But I prefer the security of a year's employment. It is security for you, too, of a sort. You'll be well served. 10,000 florins for your assistance in this job, said firmly. I'll be wishing you good morning, said Messer as firmly. I know my value. You take advantage of my urgent needs, complained. And you forget what you already owe me for having risked my neck in coming here. After that they haggled for a full half hour, and if guarantees of Messer's good faith had been lacking, they had it in the tenacity with which he clung to his demands. At long length the Lord of Lodi yielded, but with an ill grace and with certain mental reservations, notwithstanding the bond drawn up by his monkish secretary. With that parchment in his pocket, Messer went gaily to breakfast with the Lord, and thereafter took his leave, and slipped out of the city to carry to the cardinal at the news of the decision, and to prepare for his own part in it. It was a dazzling morning, all sign of the storm having been swept from the sky, and the air being left the cleaner for its passage. Messer smiled as he walked, presumably because on such a morning it was good to live. He was still smiling when towards noon of that same day he strode unannounced into his quarters was at dinner with his 3 captains, and the countess faced her lord at the foot of the board. He looked up as the newcomer strode to the empty place at the table. "You're late. We have been awaiting you and your reports. Was there any attempt last night to put a victualling party across the lines?" "There was," said. "And you caught them?" "We caught them. Yes." Nevertheless, the mule train and the victuals won into. They looked at him in wonder, scowled upon him. "How, sir? And this in spite of your boast that you caught them?" Fixed him with eyes that were red and rather bleary from lack of sleep. "In spite of it," he agreed. "The fact is that mule train was conducted into by myself." And he sat down in the silence that followed. "Do you say that you've been into? Into the very citadel?" "I had breakfast with the squat lord of Lodi." "Will you explain yourself?" "Cried. Did so. XV. The sequel you already guess, and its telling need not keep us long. That night, and 600 men, wearing their shirts over there, rode into as pretty an ambush about the village of, as is to be found in the history of such operations. It was a clear night, and although there was no moon, there was just light enough from the star-flecked sky to make it ideal, from the point of view of either party, for the business in hand. There was some rough fighting for perhaps a half-hour, and a good deal of blood was shed, for men, infuriated at finding themselves trapped, fought viciously and invited hard knocks in return. In the handsome of gift, but without a headpiece, to which as yet he had been unable to accustom himself, held aloof from the furious scrimmage, just as he had held aloof from the jousts in Milan. He had a horror of personal violence and manhandling, which some contemporaries who detected it have accounted a grave flaw in his nature. Nevertheless, one blow at least for his side was forced upon him, and all things considered it was a singularly appropriate blow. It was towards the end of the fight, just as the followers began to own defeat and throw down their weapons, that one man, all cased in, and with a headpiece whose peaked visor gave him the appearance of some monstrous bird, came charging furiously at the ring of enemies that confined him. He was through and over them in that terrific charge, and the way of escape was clear before him save for the aloof, who of his own volition would have made no move to check that impetuous career. But the fool must needs drive straight at through the gloom. Pulled his horse aside, and by that swerve avoided the couched lance which he suspected rather than saw. Then, rising in his stirrups as that impetuous knight rushed by, he crashed the mace with which he had armed himself upon the peaked visor, and rolled his assailant from the saddle. Thereafter he behaved with knightly consideration. He got down from his horse, and relieved the fallen warrior of his helmet, so as to give him air which presently revived him. By the usages of chivalry, the man was prisoner. The fight was over. Already men with lanterns were going over the meadow which had served for, and into the village of, to the great alarm of its rustic inhabitants, the disarmed survivors of force, amounting still to close upon 500, were being closely herded by men. Through this dense press conducted his prisoner, in the charge of 2 Burgundians. In the main room of quarters, the 2 first confronted each other in the light. Laughed as he looked into that flat, swarthy countenance, with the pouting lips that were frothing now with rage. "You filthy, venal hound! You've sold yourself to the highest bidder. Had I known it was you, you might have slit my throat, or ever I would have surrendered." In the chair to which his swathed leg confined him, and who had come but a moment ago to report the engagement at an end, stared now at its raging prisoner, in whom they, and meanwhile was answering him. "I was never for sale, my lord. You are not discerning. I was my lord's man when I sought you this morning in." Looked at him, and incredulity was tempering the hate of his glance. It was a trick. He could hardly believe that a man should have dared so much. "You are not Captain of Fortune. My name is—" "It's the name of a trickster, then, a cheat, a foul, treacherous hind who imposed upon me with lies." He looked past his captor at, who was smiling. "Is this how you fight? Merciful God!" Laughed. "Are you to prate of chivalry and knight-errantry, you faithless brigand? Count it against him when you fix his ransom. He is your prisoner." If he were mine, I'd not enlarge him under 50,000 ducats. His people of Lodi should find the money, and so learn what it means to harbor such a tyrant. Savage eyes glowered at. Pouting lips were twisted in vicious hate. Pray God that you never fall prisoner of mine. Tapped his shoulder, and he tapped hard. I do not like you, Messer. You're a fool, and the world is troubled already by too many of your kind. So little am I venal that from a sense of duty to mankind, I might send your head to the Duke of Milan you betrayed, and so forego the 100,000 ducats ransom you're to pay to me. His mouth fell open. Say nothing more, admonished him. What you've said so far has already cost you 50,000 ducats. Insolence is a costly luxury in a prisoner. He turned to the attendant Burgundians. Take him above stairs, strip off his, and bind him securely. Wise, you inhuman barbarian. I've surrendered to you. You have my word. Your word. Loosed a laugh that was like a blow in the face. Had your word, yet before he was cold you were in arms against his son. I'll trust my bonds rather than your word, my lord. He waved them out, and as he turned, and saw that he was quivering. Trickster and betrayer, eh? And to be called so by such a Judas. Thus he showed what had stirred him. Yet not quite all. They were not to guess that he could have borne the epithets with equanimity if they had not reminded him of other lips that had uttered them. Solace yourself with the ransom, boy. And you're not modest, faith. 100,000. Well's well. Laughed. You were in luck to take prisoner. In luck indeed, curtly agreed. Then turned to face. And so, my lord, the affair is happily concluded. Concluded. There was derision in interjection. Why, sir, the affair has not yet begun. This was no more than the prelude. Prelude to what? To the capture of. It's to be taken before daylight. They stared at him and was frowning almost in displeasure. You said nothing of this. I thought it would be clear. Why do I lure to make a from, with 600 men wearing their shirts over their arms, to be met here by another 300 under captain, similarly bedecked? 900 horsemen, or thereabouts, with their shirts over their arms, will ride back in triumph in the dim light of dawn. And the jubilant garrison will lift up its gates to receive them. You intended that, said when at last he found his voice. What else? Is it not a logical consummation? You should break your morning fast in, my lord. The great captain looked almost with reverence at this fledgling in the art of war. By God, boys, you should go far. At you showed your natural talent for this game of arms. But this, shall we come to details? Said to remind them that time was precious. Little, however, remained to be concerted. Bice, contriving the entire, was waiting under arms. Offered command of what he called the white shirts, to be supported by with the main battle. However, thought that should lead the white shirts. Theirs will be the of the affair, reminded him. I offer it to you as your due. Let Messer have it. What fighting there may be will fall to the lot of the pretended returning, when the garrison discovers the imposture. That is a business which Messer understands better than I do. You are generous, sir, said. Looked sharply to see if he were sneering. But for once was obviously sincere. As had planned, so the thing fell out. In the light of breaking day, creeping pallid and as the moonstone over the meadows about, the anxious watchers from the walls beheld a host approaching, whose white shirts announced them for and his raiders. Down went drawbridge up portcullis to admit them. Over the timbers of the bridge they thundered, under the deep archway of the gatehouse they streamed, and the waiting soldiery of deafened the ears of the townsfolk with their cheers, which abruptly turned to cries of rage and fear. For there were amongst them, beating them down and back, breaking a way into the gatehouse, assuming possession of the machinery that controlled drawbridge and portcullis, and spreading themselves out into the square within to hold the approaches of the gate. Their true quality was at last revealed, and in the tall man on the tall horse who led and directed them, of was by many. And now as the daylight grew, another host advanced upon the city, the main battle of army. This was followed by yet a third, a force detailed to escort the disarmed of who were being brought back prisoners. When 2 hours later broke his fast in the citadel, as had promised him that he should, with his officers about him and his countess, her beauty all aglow, at the table's foot, there was already peace and order in the captured city. Aye, aye, the friar. They made their way towards the road, not directly, but by a course with which Fra, as the friar announced himself named, seemed singularly well acquainted. It led transversely across the forest, and as they went, Fra plied with questions. There was a letter, you said, that was stolen with your gold. I's tone was bitter. A letter worth many times 5 ducats. Worth many times. A letter? The incredulity on the friar's face was ludicrous. Why, what manner of letter was that? Who knew the contents by heart, recited them word for word. Fra scratched his head in perplexity. I have Latin enough for my office, but not for this, he confessed, and finding searching glance upon him, he softened his voice to add, truly enough, we little brothers of St. Francis are not famed for learning. Learning disturbs humility. Sighed. So I know to my cost, said he, and thereafter translated the lost letter. This is our dearly beloved son of this house, who goes hence to increase his knowledge of the humanities. We commend him first to God, and then to the houses of our own and other brethren orders for shelter and assistance on his journey, involving upon all who may befriend him the blessing of our Lord. The friar nodded his understanding. It might have been a grievous loss, indeed. But as it is, I will do the office of your letter whilst I am with you, and when we part I will see you armed with the like from the prior of the Augustinians on the. He will do this at my word. The young man thanked him with a fervor dictated by shame of certain unworthy suspicions which had recurred. Thereafter they trudged on a while in silence, broken by the friar at last. And is your name, then? An odd name that. Not, or rather, why it is even less Christian than the other. Where got you such a name? Not at the font, you may be sure. There I was christened after the good saint, who is still my patron saint. Then why? There's a story to it, my story, answered him, and upon slight encouragement proceeded to relate it. He was born, he told the friar, as nearly as he could guess, some 6 years after the outbreak of the Great Schism, that is to say, somewhere about the year 1384, in a village of whose name, like that of his own family, he had no knowledge. Of my father and my mother, he continued, I can evoke no mental picture. Of my father, my only positive knowledge is that he existed. Of my mother, I know that she was a termagant of whom the family, my father included, stood in awe. Amongst my earliest impressions is the sense of fear that invaded us at the sound of her scolding voice. It was querulous and strident, and I can hear it to this day harshly raised to call my sister. Was that sister's name, the only name of all my family that I remember, and this because I must often have heard it called in that dread voice. There were several of us. I have one vivid memory of perhaps a half-dozen tumbling urchins, playing at some game in a bare chill room that was yellow-washed, lighted by an unglazed window beyond which the rain was streaming down upon a narrow, dismal street. There was a clang of metal in the air, as if we're at work in the neighborhood. And we were in the charge, I remember, of that same, who must have been the eldest of us. I have an impression, vague and misty, of a lanky girl whose lean bare legs showed through a rent in her tattered petticoat. Faintly I discern a thin, pinched face set in a mane of untidy yellow hair, and then I hear a heavy step and the creak of a stair and a shrill, discordant voice calling. And then a scuttle amongst us to shelter from some unremembered peril. Of my family, that is all that I can tell you, brother. You'll agree, perhaps, that since my memory can hold so little, it is a pity that it should hold so much. But for these slight impressions of my infancy, I might weave a pleasant romance about it, conceive myself born in a palace and heir to an illustrious name. That these memories of mine concern the year 1389 or 1390, I know from what the abbot tells me, and also from later studies and deductions of my own. As you may know, there was at that time a bitter war being waged hereabouts between Ghibelline and Guelphic. It may have ravaged these very lands by which we travel now. One evening at the hour of dusk, a foraging troop of horse swept into my native place. There was pillage and brutality of every kind, as you can imagine. There was terror and confusion in every household, no doubt, and even in our own, although heaven knows we had little cause to stand in dread of pillage. I remember that as night descended, we huddled in the dark, listening to the sounds of violence in the distance, coming from what I now imagine to have been the more opulent quarter of that township. I can hear my mother's heavy breathing. For once she inspired no terror in us, being herself stricken with terror and cowed into silence. But this greater terror was upon us all, a sense of impending evil, of some horror advancing presently to overwhelm us. There were sniveling, whimpering sounds in the gloom about me from and the other children. It is odd how things heard have remained stamped upon my mind so much more vividly than things seen, which usually are more easily remembered. But from that moment my memory begins to grow clear and consecutive, perhaps from the sudden sharpening of my wits by this crisis. It was probably the instinct to withdraw myself beyond the reach of that approaching evil, which drew me furtively from the room. I remember groping my way in the dark down a steep, crazy staircase, and tumbling down 3 stone steps at the door of that hovel into the mud of the street. I picked myself up, bruised and covered with filth. At another time this might have set me howling. Just then my mind was filled with graver concerns. In the open the noises were more distinct. I could hear shouts, and once a piercing scream that made my young blood run cold. Away on my right there was a red glow in the sky, and associating it with the evil that was to be escaped, I turned down the alley and made off, whimpering as I ran. Soon there was an end to the houses, and I was out of their shadow in the light of a rising moon on a road that led away through the open country into eternity, as it must have seemed to me. From this I have since argued either that the township had neither gates nor walls, or else that the mean quarter we inhabited was outside and beyond them. I cannot have been above 5 years of age, and I must have been singularly sturdy, for my little legs bore me several miles that night, driven by unreasoning fear. At last I must have sunk down exhausted by the roadside, and there fallen asleep, for my next memory is of my awakening. It was broad daylight, and I was in the grasp of a big, bearded man who from his cap to his spurs was all steel and leather. Beside him stood the great bay horse from which he had just leaped, and behind him, filling the road in a staring, grinning, noisy cluster, was ranged a troop of fully 50 men with lances reared above them. He soothed my terrors with a voice incredibly gentle in one so big and fierce, and asked me who I was and whence I came, questions to which I could return no proper answers. To increase my confidence, perhaps, he gave me food, some fruit and bread, such bread as I had never tasted. "We cannot leave you here, baby," he said. "And since you don't know where you belong, I will take charge of you." I no longer feared him or those with him. What cause had I to fear them? This man had stroked and petted and fed me. He had used me more kindly than I could remember ever to have been used before. So when presently I was perched in front of him on the withers of his great horse, I knew no sense but one of entire satisfaction. Later that day we came to a town, whose inhabitants regarded us in cringing awe. But perhaps because its numbers were small, the troop bore itself with circumspection, careful to give no provocation. The man-at-arms who had befriended me kept me in his train for a month or more. Then, the exigencies of the campaign against demanding it, he placed me with the Augustinian fathers at the near. They cared for me as if I had been a prince's child, instead of a stray waif picked up by the roadside. Thereafter at intervals he would come to visit me, and these visits, although the intervals between them grew ever longer, continued for some 3 or 4 years, after which we never saw or heard of him again. Either he died or else lost interest in the child he had saved and protected. Thereafter the Augustinians were my only friends. They reared me and educated me, hoping that I would one day enter the order. They made to trace my birthplace and my family, but without success. And that, he ended, is all my story. Ah, not quite all, the friar reminded him. There is this matter of your name. Ah, yes. On that first day when I rode with my man-at-arms, we went to a tavern in the town I mentioned, and there he delivered me into the hands of the taverner's wife to wash and clothe me. It was an odd fancy in such a man, as I now, but I am persuaded that whilst he rode that morning, with my little body resting in the crook of his great arm, he conceived the notion to adopt me for his own. Men are like that, their natures made up of contradictory elements, and a rough, even brutal soldier of fortune, not normally pitiful, may freakishly be moved to pity by the sight and touch of a poor waif astray by the roadside. And on that he fell to musing. But the name. The friar reminded him again. He laughed. Why, when the taverner's wife set me before him, scoured clean and dressed in a comely suit of green cloth, not unlike the suit I am wearing now, for I have affected green ever since in memory of him, and of the first fair raiment I ever wore, which was of his providing, it may be that I presented a comely appearance. He stared at me in sheer surprise. I can see him now, seated on a three-legged stool in a patch of sunlight that came through the blurred glass of the window, one hand on the knee of his booted leg, the other stroking his crisp black beard, his eyes conning me with an increasing kindliness. "Come hither, boy," he bade me, and held out his hand. I went without fear or hesitation. He rested me against his knee, and set a hand upon my head still tingling from its recent combing. "What did you tell me is your name?" he asked. I answered him. He stared a moment, then a smile half scornful broke upon his rugged, weather-beaten face. "Thou, with that solemn countenance and those big melancholy eyes." He ran on in words which I remember, though I barely caught their meaning then. Was there ever and less hilarious? There's no hilarity about you, child, nor ever has been, I should judge. Oh, fond. Rather with such a face. Is he not a lovely lad? He turned me about for the approval of the taverner's wife, who stood behind me, and she, poor woman, made haste to agree, with fawning smiles, as she would have agreed with anything uttered by this dread man who must be conciliated. Oh, he repeated, savoring the word of his invention with an inventor's pride. That were a better name for him, indeed. And by the host he shall be renamed. Do you hear me, boy? Henceforth you are. Oh. Thus, he explained, the name so lightly bestowed became his own, and later, because of his rapid and rather excessive growth, the monks at the fell into the habit of calling him, or Big. It still wanted an hour or so to noon, when the twain emerged from the forest onto the open road. A little way along this, they came upon a homestead set amid rice fields, now denuded, and vineyards where men and women were at the of the vintage, singing as they harvested the grape. And here had an instance of how the little brothers of St. Francis receive alms, without being so much as put to the trouble of asking for them. For at sight of the friar's frock, one of those who presently announced himself the master of the homestead, came hurrying to bid them stay and rest and join the household at dinner, of which the hour was at hand. They sat down to rough, abundant fare in the roomy kitchen, amid the members of that considerable family, sharing with them the benches set against a trestle table of well-scoured deal. There was a cereal porridge, spread like mortar, upon a board into which each dipped a wooden spoon, and after this came strips of roast kid with boiled figs and bread moist and solid as cheese. To wash all down there was a rough red wine, sharp on the palate, but wholesome and cool from the cellar, of which the friar drank overcopiously. They numbered a round dozen at table, the old peasant and his wife, a nephew and 7 children of full age, 3 of whom were young women, red-lipped, dark-skinned, deep-bosomed wenches with lusty brown arms and bright eyes which were overbusy about for his ease. Once across the board he caught the eye of the friar, and about these and the fellow's loose lips there played a smile of sly and unpleasant amusement at its uneasiness under these feminine attentions. Later, when Frost's excessive consumption of wine had brought a flush to the cheekbones of that pallid face and set a glitter in the beady eyes, caught him pondering the girls with such a wolfish leer that all his first instincts against the man were roused again, and not the thought of his office or the contemplation of his habit could efface them. After dinner the friar must rest a while, and beguiled the time of waiting, which was also the time of siesta in which all is suspended, by wandering in the vineyard whither the peasant's daughters led him, and where they engaged him in chatter that he found monstrous tedious and silly. Yet but for this and the fact that the vineyard bordered on the road, his association with the friar would have ended there, and all his subsequent history must have been different indeed. The Minorite's siesta was shorter than might have been expected, and when something less than an hour later he resumed his journey, so confused was he by sleep and wine that he appeared to have forgotten his companion quite. Had not seen him striding away along the road too, it is certain the young man would have been left behind. Nor did he manifest much satisfaction when came running after him. The scowl on his face argued displeasure. But his excuses and his explanations that he was but half awake permitted the assumption that it was himself with whom he was displeased. He moved briskly now, swinging his long legs in great strides, and casting ever and anon a glance behind him. Offered a remonstrance at the pace, a reminder that was but some 2 leagues away, and they had the afternoon in which to reach it. "If I go too fast for you, you may follow at your leisure," the friar grumbled. It was for an instant in his mind to take him at his word, then partly perversity and partly a suspicion which he strove in vain to stifle overcame his natural pride. "No, no, little brother. I'll accommodate my pace to yours as befits." A grunt was the only answer, nor, indeed, although made several attempts to resume conversation, was there much said between them thereafter as they trudged on in the heat of the afternoon along the road that crosses the fertile plains from two. They did not, however, proceed very far on foot. For being presently overtaken by a string of 6 or 7 mules with capacious panniers slung on either flank, the leading beast bestridden by the muleteer, received another demonstration of how a little brother of St. Francis may travel upon charity. As the column advanced upon them at a brisk trot, Fra stepped to the middle of the road, with arms held wide as if to offer a barrier. The muleteer, a brawny, black-bearded fellow, drew rein within a yard of him. "What now's, little brothers? How can I serve you?" "The blessing of God upon you, brother." "Will you earn it by a little charity besought in the name of the blessed Francis? If your beasts are not overladen, will you suffer them to carry a poor footsore Franciscan and this gentle lad into?" The muleteer swung one cross-gartered leg over to the side of the other and slipped to the ground, that he might assist them to mount, each on one of the more lightly laden mules. Thereupon, having begged and received Fra's blessing, he climbed back into his own saddle, and they were off at a sharp trot. To the experience of a saddle, or of what did duty for a saddle, was as novel as it was painful, and so kept his thoughts most fully engaged. It was his first essay in equitation, and the speed they made shook and tossed and bruised him until there was not a bone or muscle in his body that did not ache. His, too, was a little bruised by the hilarity which his efforts to maintain his seat excited in his 2 companions. Thankful was he when they came in sight of the brown walls of. These surged before them almost suddenly in the plain as they took a bend of the road, for the city's level position was such as to render it inconspicuous from afar. The road led straight on to the sand gate, towards which they clattered over the drawbridge spanning the wide moat. There was a guardhouse in the deep archway, and the door of this stood open, revealing some 3 or 4 soldiers lounging within. But they kept a loose and careless guard, for these were peaceful times. One of them, a young man in a leather but bare of head, sauntered forward as far as the doorway to fling a greeting at the muleteer, which was taken by the fellow as permission to pass on. From that gateway, cool and cavernous, they emerged into one of the streets of the busy capital of the warlike state of, which at one time, none so far distant, had bidden fair to assume the lordship of northern Italy. They proceeded slowly now, perforce. The crooked street, across which the crazy houses seemed to lean towards each other so as to exclude the sunlight from all but a narrow middle line, was thronged with people of all degrees. It was ever a busy thoroughfare, this street of sand, leading from the gate of that name to the cathedral square, and from his post of vantage on the back of the now ambling mule, able at last to sit unshaken, looked about him with deep interest upon manifestations of life known to him hitherto through little more than the imagination which had informed his extensive reading. It was market day in, and before the shops the way was blocked by trestle tables, on which the merchants displayed their wares, shouting their virtues to lure the attention of the wayfarers. Through this they came, by low and narrow archways, to an even greater bustle in the open space before the cathedral, founded as new some 700 years before by King of the Lombards. He turned to stare at the Roman architecture of the red and white, flanked by slender square towers, each surmounted by an hexagonal extinguisher roof. He was still considering the cruciform windows when the mule halted and recalled his attention. Ahead of him Fra was slipping to the ground, bestowing thanks and invoking the blessings of God upon the muleteer. Dismounted, a little stiff from his ride, and very thankful to be at the end of it. The muleteer flung them a "God guard you" over his shoulder, and the string of mules passed on. "And now, brother, we'll seek a supper, if you please," the friar announced. To seek it was natural enough, but hardly thought in the tavern across the square, whither he was led. On the threshold, under the withered bough that was hung as a sign above the portal, the young man demurred, protesting that one of the religious houses of the town were a fitter resort, and its charitable shelter more suitable to a friar mendicant. "Why, as to charity," quoth Fra, "it is on charity I depend. Old here, the taverner, is my cousin. He will make us free of his table, and give me news of my own folk at the same time. Is it not natural and proper that I seek him?" Reluctantly was forced to agree. And he reminded himself, to buttress a waning faith in his companion, that not once had he voiced a suspicion of the friar's actions, to which the friar's answer had not been ready and complete. XVI. Severance. The knight rode alone in the hot glow of an August afternoon through the moist and fertile meadowland between and San. He was dejected by the sterility of worldly achievement and mourned the futility of all worldly. In itself, as he had to admit from his own experience, there was a certain dynamic entertainment, affording an illusion of useful purpose. With achievement, the illusion was dispelled. The purpose grasped was so much water in the hands. Man's greatest accomplishment was to produce change. Restlessness abode in him none the less because no one state could be shown to be better than another. The only good in life was study, because study was in that never reached. It a man to the end of his days, and it aimed at the only true reality in all this world of shams and deceits. Messer conceived that in abandoning the road to, and master, he had missed his way in life. Nay, further, his first false step had been taken when, driven by that heresy of his, rooted in ignorance and ridiculous, he had quitted the monastery at. In conventual, after all, there was a definite purpose. Their mortal existence was regarded as no more than the antechamber to real life which lay in the hereafter, a brief novitiate wherein man might prepare his spirit for eternity. By contrast with that definite, peaceful purpose, this world of blindly striving, struggling, ever-restless men, who addressed themselves to their span of mortal existence as if it were to endure forever, was no better, no more purposeful, and of no more merit in its ultimate achievement than a clod of writhing earthworms. Thus Messer, riding by sparkling waters in the dappled shade of poplars, standing stark against the polished azure of the summer sky, and the very beauty with which God had dressed the world made man's defilement of it the more execrable in his eyes. Emerging from the screen of poplars, he emerged also from his gloomy reflections, dragged thence by the sight of a lady on a white horse that was gaily caparisoned in blue and silver. She was accompanied by a falconer and attended by two grooms whose liveries in the same announced them of the household of Messer Cain, Count of, and now by right of conquest and self-election tyrant of. For in accepting his tacit dismissal from the Duke of Milan, had thrown off his allegiance to all, and played now, at last, for his own strong hand. Would have turned another way. It had become a habit with him whenever he espied the Countess. But the lady hailed him, consigning the hooded falcon on her wrist into the keeping of her falconer, who with the grooms fell back to a respectful distance as, reluctantly obedient, approached. "If you're for home, we'll ride together." Uncomfortable, he murmured a assent that sounded as false as he intended that it should. She looked at him sideways as they moved on together. She spoke of hawking. Here was fine open country for the sport. A flight could be followed for miles in any direction, moving almost as directly along the ground as the birds moved in the air above. Yet sport that day had been provokingly sluggish, and quarries had been sought in vain. It would be the heat, she opined, which kept the birds under cover. In silence he jogged beside her, letting her prate, until at last she too fell silent. Then, after a spell, with a furtive sidelong glance from under her long lashes, she asked him a question in a small voice. "You are angry with me." He was startled but recovered instantly. "That were a presumption, Madonna. In you it might be a condescension. You are so aloof these days. You have avoided me as persistently as I have sought you. Could I suppose you sought me? You might have seen, if I had not deemed it wiser not to look." She sighed a little. "You make it plain that it is not in you to forgive. That does not describe me. I bear no malice to any living man or woman. But what perfection! I wonder you could bear to stray from heaven." It was no more than an impulsive display of her claws. Instantly she them. "No, no. Dear God, I do not mean to mock at you. But you're so cold, so placid. That is how you come to be the great soldier men are calling you. But it will not make men love you." Smiled. "I don't remember to have sought men's love. Nor women's, eh? The fathers taught me to avoid it. The fathers. Her mockery was afoot again. "In God's name, why ever did you leave the fathers?" "It was what I was asking myself when I came upon you." "And you found no answer when you saw me?" "None's, Madonna." Her face whitened a little and her breath came shorter. "You're blunt," she said, and uttered a little laugh that was hard and unpleasant. He explained himself. "You are my lord's wife." "Ah." Her expression changed again. "I knew we should have that. But if I were not. She faced him boldly, in a sudden eagerness that he deemed piteous. The solemnity of his countenance increased. He looked straight before him. In all this idle world, there is not so idle as to consider what we might be if it were different. She had no answer for a while, and they rode a little way side by side in silence, her attendants following out of earshot. "You'll forgive, I think, when I explain," said she at last. "Explain?" he asked her. "That night in Milan, the last time we spoke together. You thought I used you cruelly. No more cruelly than I deserve to be used in a world where it is expected of a man that he shall be more sensible to beauty than to. I knew it was made you harsh," she said, and reached forth a hand to touch his own where it lay upon the pommel. "I understood. I understand you better than you think. Could I have been angry with you then? You seemed angry." "Seemed. That is the word. It was necessary to seem." You did not know that was behind the arras that masked the little door. "I hoped that you did not." It was like a blow between the eyes. She snatched away her hand. Brows met over staring, glaring eyes, and her nether lip was caught in sharp white teeth. "You know," she gasped at last, and her voice held all the emotions. The arras quivered, and there was no air. That drew my eyes, and I saw the point of my lord's shoe protruding from the curtain's hem. Her face held more wickedness in that moment than he would have thought possible to find wed with so much perfection. "When did you see? Was it before you spoke to me as you did? Your thoughts do me poor credit. If I had seen in time, should I have been quite so plain and uncompromising in my words? I did not see until after I had spoken. The explanation nothing her. Almost I hoped you'd say that the words you used because you know of's presence." After that, he thought, no tortuous vagaries of the human mind should ever again astonish him. "You hoped I would confess myself a bloodless coward who uses a woman as a buckler against a husband's righteous wrath." As she made no answer, he continued, "Each of us has been defrauded in his hopes. Mine were that you did not suspect's presence, and that you spoke from a heart at last aroused to loyalty." It took her a moment fully to understand him. Then her face flamed scarlet, and unshed tears of humiliation and anger blurred her vision. But her voice, though it quivered a little, was derisive. "You spare me nothing," she said. You strip me naked in your brutal scorn, and then fling mud upon me. I have been your friend, eyes and more. But that is over now. Madonna, if I have offended. Let be. She became imperious. Listen now. You must not continue with my lord, because where he goes thither must I go too. You ask me to take my dismissal from his service. He was incredulous. I beg it, It is yourself have brought things to the pass where I may not meet you without humiliation. And continue daily to meet you I will not. Her ready, wicked temper flared up. You'll go, or else I swear. Swear nothing, he thundered, very suddenly aroused. Threaten, and you bind me to hand and foot. Instantly she was all soft and pleading. A fool she was. Nevertheless, indeed, perhaps because of it, she had a ready grasp of the weapons of her sex. Oh, I do not threaten. I implore, Silence were your best agent now. He was curt. I know your wishes, and he broke off with a rough wave of his hand. Where should I go? He asked, but the question was addressed to fate and not to her. She answered it, however. Do you ask that? Why, in this past month since fell your fame has gone out over the face of Italy. The credit for two such great victories as those of, and is all your own, and the means by which you won them are on every man's tongue. Is generous, he said, and his tone was bitter. There's not a prince in Italy would not be glad to employ you. In fact, the world is full of places for those we would dismiss. After that they rode in silence until they were under the walls of the city. You'll go. I am considering. He was very grave, swayed between anger and a curious pity, and weighing other things besides. In the courtyard of the citadel he held her stirrup for her. As she came to earth and turned, standing very close to him, she put her little hand on his. You'll go, I know. For you are generous. This, then, is farewell. Be you fortunate. He bowed until his lips touched her hand in formal homage. As he came upright again, he saw the square-shouldered figure of in the Gothic doorway, and its watching eyes, he thought, were narrow. That little thing was the last item in the scales of his decision. Came to greet them. His manner was pleasant and hearty. He desired to know how the hawking had gone, how many pheasants his lady had brought back for supper, how far afield she had ridden, where had joined her, and other similar facts of amiable commonplace inquiry. But watching him perceived that his excessively ready smile never reached his eyes. Throughout supper, which he took as usual in the company of his captains and his lady, was silent and brooding, nor even showed great interest when told of the arrival of a large body of Ghibelline refugees from Milan to swell the forces which was assembling against the coming struggle, whether defensive or offensive, with and Duke Maria. Soon after the Countess had withdrawn, gave his captains leave. However, still kept his place. His resolve was taken. That which the Countess claimed of him as a sacrifice to her lacerated vanity, he found his sense of duty to claiming also, and his prudent, calculating wits confirming. Raised heavy eyes from the contemplation of the board, and leaned back in his chair. He looked old that night in the flickering candlelight. His first words betrayed the subject upon which his thoughts had been lingering. "Ha, boy, I am glad to see the good relations between Bice and yourself. I had a coolness between you lately. I am the Countess's servant, as I am yours, my lord." I grunted, and poured himself wine from a jug of beaten gold. "She likes your company. She grudged you once, when I sent you on a mission to Genoa. I'm brought to think of it, because I am about to repeat the offense. You wish me to go to Fermen." Showed his surprise. Looked at him quizzically. "Why not? Do you think he will not come?" "Oh, he'll come. He'll march on Milan with you to smash, and afterwards he'll try to smash you in your turn, that he may remain sole master in the name of the King of France. You include politics in your studies." "I use my wits." "To some purpose, boy. to some purpose. But I never mentioned nor thought of him. The men I need must be procured elsewhere. Where would you think of seeking them? And then understood. Wanted him away and desired him to understand it, which was why he had dragged in that allusion to the Countess. Was made reticent by his deep love for his unworthy lady. His need for her remained fiercely strong, however she might be disposed to stray. Used his wits, you see, as he had lately boasted. Why had spied that night in Milan? Surely because in the relations between and the Countess he had already perceived reason for uneasiness. That uneasiness his spying had temporarily allayed. Yet not so completely but that he continued watchful, and now, at the first sign of a renewal of that association, it took alarm. Though might still be sure that he had nothing to avenge, he could be far from sure that he had nothing to avert. A great sorrow welled up from his heart. All that he now was, all that he possessed, his very life itself, he owed to boundless generosity. And in return he was become a thorn in his flesh. Why, sir, he said slowly, smiling a little as if in deprecation, this matter of levies has been lately in my thoughts. To be frank, I have been thinking of raising a of my own. Sat bolt upright in his surprise. Clearly his first emotion was of displeasure. Oh ho! You grow proud. I have my ambitions. How long have you nursed this one? It's the first I hear of it. Blandly looked across at him, and bland was his tone. I matured the conceit as I rode abroad today. As you rode abroad. His eyes were intently upon his face. It conserved its blandness. This glance flickered and fell away. They understood each other. I wish you the luck that you deserve. You've done well by me. You've done very well. None knows it better than I, and it's right you should go, since you've the sense to see that it's best for you. The had faded from his face, his eyes were very bright. He swallowed before he could trust himself to speak, to play the comedy out. You take it very well, sir, this desertion of you. But I'm your man for all my ambition. Thereafter they discussed his future. He was for the cantons, he announced, to raise a body of Swiss, the finest infantry in the world, and meant to depend on infantry. As a parting he begged for the loan of, who would be useful to him as a sponsor to his compatriots of, and the promised him not only himself, but 50 men of the Swiss cavalry had latterly recruited to be a nucleus of the went to raise. They pledged each other in a final cup, and parted to seek his bed in quest of. Having heard the proposal, at once engaged himself, protesting that the higher pay offered him had no part in the decision. And as for men, there's not one of those who fought with you on the bluff above but will want to come. They numbered 60 when they were called up, and with consent they all went with on the morrow. For, having decided upon departure, there was no reason to delay it. Betimes in the morning had business with a banker of named, with whom's ransom was deposited in return for certain bills of exchange negotiable in Bern. Thereafter he went to take his leave of, and to lay before him a suggestion, which was the fruit of long thinking in the stillness of a wakeful night. He was guilty, he knew, of a duplicity, of serving ends very different indeed from those that he pretended. But his conscience was at ease, because, although he might be using as a tool for the performance of his ultimate secret aims, yet the immediate aims of himself would certainly be advanced. There is a service I can perhaps do you as I go, said at parting. You are levying men, my lord, which is a heavy drain upon your own resources. Prisoners like don't fall into the hands of each of us. Have you thought instead of seeking alliances? Was disposed to be hilarious. With whom? With the dogs that are baying and snarling round Milan. With N. Carlo and the like. There's of, said quietly. So there is, the crafty fox, and the price he'll want for his alliance. You might find it convenient to pay it. Like myself, the Marquis has ambitions. He covets and the lordship of Genoa. Would be in the day's work in a war on Milan. So it would. We might begin hostilities by occupying it. But Genoa now. Genoa can wait until your own work is done. On those terms comes in with you. God's life. You're omniscient. Not quite. But I know a great deal. I know, for instance, that went to Milan at its invitation to offer alliance to Maria on those terms. He left in dudgeon, affronted by Maria's refusal. He's as vindictive as he's ambitious. Your proposal now might tickle both emotions. This was sound sense, and admitted it emphatically. Shall I go by way of and negotiate the alliance for you with Messer? You'll leave me in your debt if you succeed. That is what we'll say when I propose it to him. You're sanguine. I'm certain. So certain that I'll impose a condition. Messer shall send the Marquis to you to be your esquire. You'll need an esquire in my place. And what the devil am I to do with? Make a man of him and hold him as a guarantee. Grows old and accidents often happen on a campaign. If he should die before it's convenient, you'll have the sovereign of beside you to continue the alliance. By God, you look ahead, in the hope of seeing something someday. I've said that the regent has his ambitions. Ambitious men are reluctant to relinquish power, and in a year's time the Marquis will be of age to succeed. Have a care of him when he's with you. Looked at him and blew out his cheeks. You're bewildering sometimes. You seem to say 100 things at once. And your thoughts aren't always nice. Sighed. My thoughts are by the things they dwell on. XVII. The return. The knight contrasted the manner of his departure from a year ago with the manner of his return, and took satisfaction in it. There was more worldliness in his heart than he suspected. He rode, superbly mounted on a tall horse, with at his side a little way ahead of the troop of 60 mounted, all well equipped and trim in visorless steel caps and metal-studded leather, their leader rearing a lance from which fluttered a bannerall bearing his device, on a field azure the dog's head argent. The rear was brought up by a string of pack mules, laden with tents and equipment of the company. Clearly this tall young knight was a person of consequence, and as a person of consequence he found himself entreated in. The regent's reception of him admirably blended the condescension proper to his own rank with the deference due to us. The regent, you'll remember, had been in Milan at the time of sleep to fame, and that was all that he chose now to remember of Cain's adoptive son. He had heard also, as all Italy had heard by now, of how had been taken, and his present deference was a reflection of true respect for one who displayed such shining abilities of military leadership. By no word or sign did he betray recollection of the young man's activities in a year ago. A tactful gentleman, this regent of his court, he professed, was by this visit of the illustrious son of an illustrious sire, and he hoped that in the peace of Messer would rest him a while from his late glorious. You may yet count me a disturber of that peace, Lord Marquis. I come on an embassy from my lord of its purport. The aims wherein your highness failed in Milan might find support in. Took a deep breath. Well, well, said he. We will talk of it when you have dined. Our first anxiety is for your comfort. Understood that he had said enough. What really needed was time in which to weigh the proposal he perceived before they came to a discussion of it. They dined below in a small room contiguous to the great hall, a cool, pleasant room whose doors stood wide to those spacious, sunlit gardens into which had fled when the men pursued him. They were an intimate family party, the princess, the marquis, his tutor, and his gentleman, the shifty-eyed young lord of. The year that was sped had brought little change to the court of, yet some little change a shrewd eye might observe. The marquis, now in his 17th year, had aged materially. He stood some inches taller, he was thinner and of a leaden pallor. His manner was restless, his eyes dull, his mouth sullen. The regent might be proceeding slowly, but he proceeded surely. No need for the risk of violent measures against one who was obligingly killing himself by the profligacy so liberally supplied him. The princess, too, was slighter and paler than when last had seen her. A greater wistfulness haunted her dark eyes, a listlessness born of dejection hung about her. But when, conducted by her uncle, had stood unexpectedly before her, straight as a lance, tall and assured, the pallor had been swept from her face, the languor from her expression. Her lips had tightened, and her eyes had blazed upon this liar and murderer to whose treachery she assigned the ruin of her hopes. The regent, observing these signs, made haste to present the visitor to the young marquis in terms that should ensure a preservation of the peace. "This is the knight Cain. He comes to us as the envoy of his illustrious father, the Count of, for whose sake as for his own you will do him." The youth looked at him languidly. "Give you welcome, sir," he said without enthusiasm, and wearily proffered his princely hand, which dutifully kissed. The princess made him a stiff, unsmiling inclination of her head in acknowledgment of his low bow. Was jocosely familiar, absurdly dignified. It was an uncomfortable meal. Having recognized for the prisoner in this court a year ago, was beginning to recall the incident when the regent headed him off, and swung the talk to the famous seizure of, rehearsing the details of the affair, how disguised as a muleteer had entered the besieged city, and how pretending himself next a captain of fortune he had proposed the in which subsequently he had trapped, and how thereafter with his own men in the shirts of he had surprised the city. "Trick upon trick," said the princess in a voice, speaking now for the first time. "Just that," agreed shamelessly. "Surely something more," protested. "Never was stratagem more boldly conceived or more neatly executed. A great feat of leadership, sir, deserving the renown it has procured you." "And 100,000 florins," said. So they knew that, too, reflected. Laughed. "You set a monstrous value on the Lord. I hoped his people of Lodi, who had to find the gold, would afterwards ask themselves if it was worth while to retain a tyrant quite so costly." "Sir, I have done you wrong," the princess confessed. "I judged you swayed by the thought of enriching yourself." He affected to miss the sarcasm. "Your Highness would have done me wrong if you had left that out." Alone did not smile at that. Her brown eyes were hard as they held his gaze. "It was Messer, they tell me, who led the charge into the city. That is a gallant knight, ever to be found where knocks are to be taken." "True," said. "It's all he's fit for. An ox of a man. That is your view of a straightforward, honest fighter. Perhaps I am prejudiced of the weapon of intelligence." She leaned forward a little to dispute with him. All were interested and only uneasy. "It is surely necessary, even in the lists. I remember at a tournament in Milan an address of this knight. He bore off the palm that day. But then you were not present. You had a fever, or was it an ague?" "Most likely an ague. I always shiver at the thought of a personal encounter." The regent led the laugh and now even smiled, but it was a smile of scorn. Remained solemn. "Why do you laugh, sirs? It is no more than true." "True," cried. "And it was you unhorsed." "That was an accident. I slid aside when he rode at me. He overshot his aim, and I took advantage of the moment." His eyes were still upon him, almost incredulous in their glance. Oh, he was utterly without shame. He retorted upon her with the truth, but it was by making the truth sound like a mockery that he defeated her. She looked away at last, nor spoke to him again. Delivered from her attacks, addressed himself to the young marquis, and by way of polite inquiry into his studies asked him how he liked Virgil. Quoth the boy, mildly surprised. "You know, do you?" "Bah, he's a thieving rogue, but very good with dogs." "I mean the poet, my lord." "Poet? What poet?" "Poets are a weariness. Reads me their writings sometimes. God knows why, for there's no sense in them. If you read them to yourself, you might." "Read them to myself." "Read." "God's bones, sir. You take me for a clerk." "Read." He laughed the notion contemptuously away and buried his face in his cup. His Highness is a backward scholar, deprecated. We do not thrust learning upon him, explained. He is not very strong. Slip quivered and perceived that it was with difficulty she kept silent. Why, you know best, sir, he lightly said, and changed his subject. Thereafter the talk was all of trivial things until the meal was done. After the princess had withdrawn and the young marquis and had begged leave to go, the regent dismissed Messer and the servants, but retained his guest to the last. I will not keep you now, sir. You'll need to rest. But before we separate, you may think it well to tell me briefly what my lord proposes. Thus I may consider it until we come to talk of it more fully this evening. Who knew, perhaps as few men knew, the depth of his craft, foresaw a very pretty duel in which he would have need of all his wits. Briefly then, said he, your Highness desires the recovery of, and similarly the restoration of the lordship of Genoa. Alone you are not in strength to gratify your aims. My lord, on the other hand, is avowedly in arms against the Duke of Milan. He is in sufficient strength to stand successfully on the defensive. But his desire is to take the offensive, drive out, and bring the Duke to terms. An alliance with your Highness would enable each of you to achieve his ends. The regent took a turn in the room before he spoke. He came at last to stand before, his back to the Gothic doorway and the sunlight beyond, graceful and tall, and so athletically spare that a boy of 20 might have him his figure. He looked at with those pale, close-set eyes which to the discerning belied the studiedly benign expression of his handsome, shaven face. What guarantees does the Lord of offer? He asked quietly. Guarantees, echoed, and nothing in his blank face betrayed how his heart had leapt at the regent's utterance of that word. Guarantees that when I shall have done my part, he will do his. Calm, passionless, and indifferent he might show himself. But if underneath that well-managed mask he did not seethe with eagerness, spurred on by ambition and vindictiveness, then knew nothing. If he paused to ask for guarantees, it was because he so ardently desired the thing offered that he would take no risk of being cheated. Smiled ingenuously. My lord proposes to open the campaign by placing you in possession of. That is better than a guarantee. It is payment in advance. A momentary gleam in the pale eyes was instantly suppressed. Part payment, said the regent's emotionless voice. And then, of necessity, to consolidate your possession, the next movement must be against Milan itself. Slowly the regent inclined his head. I will consider, he said gravely. I will summon the council to deliberate with me, and we will weigh the means at our command. Meanwhile, whatever my ultimate decision, I am by the proposal. Thus calm, correct, displaying no eagerness, leaving it almost in doubt whether the consideration was due to inclination or merely to deference for, the regent quitted the matter. You will need rest, sir. He summoned his chamberlain to whom he entrusted his guest, assured the latter that all within the palace and city of were at his orders, and ceremoniously took his leave. XVII. The hostage. The golden light of eventide lay on the terraced palace gardens, on the white temple mirrored in the placid lake, on granite balustrades where roses trailed, on tall, trim hedges that were centuries old, and on smooth emerald lawns where peacocks sauntered. Thither the princess, trimly sheathed in russet, and her ladies, and in formally stiff brocades, had come to take the air, and thither came sauntering also the knight and the pedant. The knight was discoursing Lucretius to the pedant, and the pedant did not trouble to conceal his boredom. He had no great love of letters, but displayed a considerable knowledge of Apuleius and smirkingly quoted lewdnesses now from the Golden Ass, now from Supper. Forsook Lucretius and became a sympathetic listener, displaying a flattering wonder at Messer's learning. Out of the corner of his eye he watched the upper terrace where the princess lingered. Presently he ventured a contradiction. Messer was at fault, he swore. The line he quoted was not from, but from Horace. Insisted, the dispute grew heated. But the lines are verses, said, and supper is in prose. True, but verses occur in it. Kept his patience with difficulty in the face of such irritating mistaken assurance. When laughed his assertion to scorn, he went off in a pet to fetch the book, so that he might finally silence and shame this ignorant disputant. Took his way to the terrace above, where the princess sauntered. She observed his approach with stern eyes, and when he bowed before her, she addressed him in terms that made of the difference in their ranks a gulf between them. "I do not think, sir, that I sent for you." He preserved an unruffled calm, but his answering assertion sounded foolish in his own ears. "Madonna, I would give much to persuade you that I am your servant." "Your methods do not change, sir." "But why should they? Are they not the methods that have brought you fame? Will you give your ladies leave a moment, while I speak 2 words with you?" "Messer will not be absent long. I have sent him off on a fool's errand, and it may be difficult to make another opportunity." For a long moment she hesitated. Then, swayed perhaps by her very mistrust of him, she waved her ladies back with her fan. "Not in that direction, Highness," he said quickly, "but in that. So they will be in line with us, and anyone looking from the palace will not perceive the distance separating us, but imagine us together." She smiled a little in disdainful amusement. "But she gave the order." "How well equipped you are," she said. "I came into the world, Madonna, with nothing but my wits. I must do what I can with them." Abruptly, for there was no time to lose, he plunged into the business. "I desire to give you a word of warning in season, lest, with your great talent for misunderstanding, you should be made uneasy by what I hope to do. If I succeed in that which brings me, your brother will be sent hence tomorrow, or the next day, to my lord's carat." That turned her white. "Oh God! What now? What villainy is meant?" "To remove him from the regent's reach, to place him somewhere where he will be safe until the time comes for his own succession. To this end am I laboring." "You are laboring? You? It is a trap." A trap too, she was starkly terrified. "If it were that, why should I tell you? Your foreknowledge will no more assist than it can hinder. I do this in your service. I am here to propose an alliance between my lord and—" This alliance was suggested by me for 2 purposes: to serve some immediate needs and to ensure the regent's ultimate ruin. It may be delayed, but it will come, just as surely as death comes to each of us. To make your brother safe while we wait, I shall impose it as a condition of the alliance that the Marquis goes to as a hostage." "Ah, now I begin to understand." "By which you mean that you begin to misunderstand. I have persuaded that the Marquis will serve as a hostage for the regent's good, and the regent shall be made to believe that this is our sole purpose. But the real aim is, as I have told you, to make your brother safe. By he will be trained in all those things which it imports that a prince should learn. He will be made to forsake the habits and pursuits by which he is now being disgraced and ruined. Lady, for your peace of mind, believe me." He was emphatic, earnest, solemn. "Believe you?" she cried out in mental torture. "I have cause to do that, have I not? My past dealings with you, indeed, all that is known of you, bear witness to your truth, and by falsehood, trickery, and treachery, you have raised yourself to where you stand today. And you ask me to believe you. Why should you do this? Why, that is the only test. What profit do you look to make?" He looked at her with pain and misery in his dark eyes. "If in this thing there were any design to hurt your brother, I ask you again, Madonna, why should I stand here to tell you what I am about to attempt? Why do you tell me at all? To relieve you from anxiety if I succeed in removing him. To let you know if I should fail of the attempt, of the earnest desire to serve you, although you make it very hard." Messer was hurrying towards them, a volume in his hands. She stood there silent, stricken, not knowing what to believe, desiring hungrily to trust, yet restrained by every known action in his past. "If I live, Madonna," he said quietly, lowering his voice to a murmur, "you shall yet ask me to forgive your cruel unbelief." Then he turned to Meet's chuckling triumph, and to submit that the pedant should convict him of error. Not so great a scholar as he believes himself, this Messer noisily informed the princess. And then, too, himself, you'll dispute with soldiers, sir, in future, who lack the learning and the means to put you right. Here are the lines, here in supper, as I said. See for yourself. So, he simulated confusion. My apologies, Messer, for having given you the trouble to fetch the book. You win the trick. It was an inauspicious word. To it was clear that the trick had lain in temporarily removing Messer, inconvenient presence, and that trick had won. She moved away now with her ladies who had drawn close upon approach, and was left to endure the pedant's ineffable company until later that night carried him off to his own closet to discuss in private and in greater detail the terms of the proposed alliance. His Highness had considered, and had taken his resolve now that he was prepared to enter into a treaty. He looked for a clear expression of satisfaction, but disappointed him. Your Highness speaks, of course, with the full concurrence of your council. My council? The regent frowned over the question. Where the issues are so grave, my lord will require to be sure that all the terms of the treaty are approved by your council, so that there may be no going back. In that case, sir, he was answered a little frostily, you had better attend in person before the council tomorrow and satisfy yourself. That was precisely what desired, and having won the point, whose importance the shrewd was far from suspecting, had no more to say on the subject that evening. In the morning he attended before the Council of Five, as it was called, of. At the head of the council table, the Marquis was enthroned in a chair of state flanked by a secretary on either hand. Below these sat the 3 on one side and 2 on the other, all of them important nobles of, and one of them, a white-bearded man of venerable aspect, the head of that great house of, which once had disputed with the sovereignty of the state. When the purpose for which came had been formally restated, there was a brief announcement of the resources at its disposal, and a demand that the occupation of should be the first step of the alliance. When at last was categorically informed that was prepared to throw her resources into an alliance which they thanked the Count of for proposing, rose to felicitate the members of the council upon their decision in terms calculated to fan their smoldering into a roaring blaze. The restoration of the subsequent conquest of Genoa were not, indeed, to be the end in view, but merely a beginning. The 2 provinces of High and Low, into which the state at present was divided, should be united by the conquest of the territory now lying between. Thus fortified, there would be nothing to prevent from pushing her frontiers northward to the Alps and southward to the sea. Then indeed might she at last resuscitate and her old ambitions. Established not merely as the equal but as the superior of neighboring Savoy, with Milan crumbling into ruins on her eastward frontiers, it was for to assume the lordship of northern Italy. It went to their heads, and when resumed his seat, it was they who now pressed the alliance. No longer asking him what means brought to it, they boasted and exaggerated the importance of those which they could offer. Thus the treaty came there and then to be drawn up, article by article. The secretaries' pens spluttered and scratched over their parchments, and throughout it seemed to the regent and his gleeful that they were getting the better of the bargain. But at the end, when all was done and the documents complete, Messer had a word to say which was as cold water on the white heat to which he had wrought their enthusiasm. There remains only the question of a guarantee from you to my lord. Guarantee. They echoed the word in a tone which clearly said they did not relish it. The regent went further. Guarantee of what, sir? That wills her part of the undertaking. My God, sir! Do you imply a doubt of our? It is no question of highness, but of a bargain whose terms are clearly to be set forth to avoid subsequent disputes on either side. Does the word guarantee offend your highness? Surely not, for it was your highness who first used that word between us. The looked at the regent. The regent remembered and was uncomfortable. Yesterday your highness asked me what guarantees my lord would give that he would his part. I did not cry out and wounded, but at once conceded that the immediate occupation of should be your guarantee. Why then, sirs, should it give rise to heat in you if on my lord's behalf I ask a return in kind, something tangible to back the assurance that when is occupied you will march with my lord against Milan as he may deem best? But unless we do that, said the regent impatiently, there can follow no conquest of Genoa for us. If there did not, you would still be in possession of, and that is a great deal. Councils of supineness might desire you to rest content with that. Should we hate them, do you suppose? Said the Marquis of. I do not. Nor will my lord. But suppositions cannot be enough for him. This interruption, where all had flowed so smoothly, was clearly fretting them. Another interposed. Would it not be well, Highness, to hear what guarantees my lord of will require? And assenting, spoke to anxious ears. It is in the nature of a hostage, and one that will cover various eventualities. If, for instance, the Marquis should come to the throne before these enterprises are concluded, it is conceivable that he might decline to be bound by your undertakings. If there were no other reasons, and they will be plain enough to your excellencies, that one alone would justify my lord in asking, as he does, that the person of the Marquis of be delivered into his care as a hostage for of this treaty. Betrayed into a violent start, sat now pale and thoughtful, commanding his countenance by an effort. Another in his place would have raged and stormed and said upon impulse things from which he might not afterwards retreat. But was no creature of impulse. He weighed and weighed again this thing, and allowed his to babble, listening the while. They were hostile, of course, to the proposal. It had no precedent, they said. Whereupon smothered them in precedents culled from the history of the last 1,000 years. Retreating from that assertion, then, they became defiant, and assured him that precedent or no precedent they would never lend themselves to any such course. The regent still said nothing, and whilst vaguely suspicious, he wondered whether the emphatic refusal of the was based upon some suspicion of himself. Had they by any chance, despite his caution, been harboring mistrust of his relations with his nephew, and did they think that this proposal of was some part of his own scheming, covering some design nefarious to the boy? One of them turned to him now. Your Highness says no word to this. And the others with one voice demanded his own pronouncement. He stirred. His face was grave. I am as stricken as are you. My opinion, sirs, you have already expressed for me. Smiling a little, as one who is entirely, now answered them. Sirs, suffer me to say that your heat fills me with wonder. My lord had expected of you that the proposal would be welcome. Welcome, cried. To view life in a foreign court and camp is acknowledged to be of all steps the most important in the education of a future prince. This is now offered to the lord, in such a way that two objects would simultaneously be served. The simple statement, so simply uttered, gave pause to their opposition. But if harm should befall him while in his hands, cried one, can you suppose, sirs, that my lord himself would dread the consequences of such a disaster less than you? Can you suppose that any measure would be neglected that could make for the safety and well-being of the Marquis? He thought they wavered a little, reassured by his words. However, sirs, since you feel so strongly, he continued, my lord would be very far from wishing me to insist. One of them drew a breath of relief. The others, if he could judge their countenances, moved in apprehension. The regent remained inscrutable. It remains, sirs, ended, for you to propose an alternative guarantee. Time will be lost in submitting it to my lord, deplored, and the others by their nods, and one or two by words, showed the returning eagerness to seal this treaty which meant so much to. Oh no, reassured them. I am empowered to determine. We have no time to lose. If this treaty is not concluded by tomorrow, my orders are to assume that no alliance is possible and continue my journey to the cantons to levy there the troops we need. They looked at one another blankly, and at last the regent asked a question. Did the Count of himself suggest no alternative against our refusing him this particular guarantee? It did not occur to him that you would refuse. And frankly, sirs, in refusing that which himself he has suggested, it would be courteous to supply your reasons, lest he regard it as a reflection upon himself. The reasons, sir, you have already been afforded, answered. We are reluctant to expose our future sovereign to the perils of a campaign. That assumes perils which could not exist for him. But I am perhaps presuming. I accept your reason, Highness. It is idle to debate further upon a matter which is decided. Quite idle, agreed with him. That guarantee we cannot give. And yet, began the Marquis of. The regent interrupted him, for once he was without suavity. There is no and yet to that, he snapped. Again they looked at one another. They were growing uneasy. The immediate benefits and the future glory of which had been painted for them were beginning to dissolve under their eyes like a mirage. In the awkward pause that followed, guessed their minds. He rose. In this matter of determining the guarantee, you will prefer, no doubt, to deliberate without me. He bowed in leave-taking, then paused. It would be a sad thing, indeed, if a treaty so mutually desirable and so rich in promise should fail for no good reason. He bowed again. To command, sirs. One of the secretaries came to hold the door for him, and he passed out. An echo of the babel that was loosed in that room on his departure reached him before he had gone a dozen paces. He smiled quietly as he sought his own apartments. He warmly approved himself. It had been shrewd of him to keep back all hint of the hostage until he stood before the council. If he had breathed a suggestion of it in his preliminary talks with the regent, he would have been dismissed at once. Now, however, Messer was committed to a battle in which his own conscience would fight against him, weakening him by fear of discovery of his true aims. The wicked flee when no man, said to himself. And you'll never stand to fight this out, my wicked one. An hour and more went by before he was summoned again to hear the decision of the council. That decision is best given in his own words, as contained in the letter preserved for us in the Vatican Library, which he wrote that same night to Cain, one of the very few writings of his which are known to survive. It is couched in the pure and austere lingua which Dante sanctioned, and it may be Englished as follows. My dear Lord, these will reach you by the hand of who goes hence to tomorrow together, with 10 of my Swiss, to serve as escort for the young prince of. To render this escort worthy of his rank, it is supplemented by 10 lances sent by His Highness the Marquis. Also bears the treaty with, into which I have entered in your name. Its terms are as we concerted. It was not without a deal of cajolery and strategy, and only by setting the regent at odds with his council that I was able to obtain as a hostage the person of the Marquis. The regent, had the choice been given him, would rather, I think, have sent you his right hand. But he was constrained by the council who see, and rightly only good to the state in this alliance with your excellent lordship. He has insisted, however, that the boy be accompanied by his tutor, a scoundrel who has schooled him in naught but lewdness, and his gentleman who, though young, is an even greater preceptor in those same Stygian arts. Since it is proper that a prince on his travels should be attended by tutor and companion, there was no good objection that I could make to this. But I beg you, my dear lord, to regard these two as the agents of the Marquis, to watch them closely, and to deal with them drastically should you discover or suspect even that they anything against the young Marquis. It would be a good service to the boy, and acceptable, no doubt, in the sight of God, if you were to wring the necks of these two scoundrels out of hand. But difficulties with the regent of would follow. As for the prince himself, your lordship will find him soft in body, and empty in mind, or at least empty of all but viciousness. If despite your many occupations and preoccupations your lordship could trouble yourself to mend the lad's ways, or to entrust him to those who will undertake the mending of them, and at the same time watch over him vigilantly, you would perform a deed for which God could not fail to reward your lordship. I need not remind you, my dear lord, that the safety of a hostage is a very sacred matter, nor should I presume so to remind you, but for my reasons for believing, as your lordship already knows, that this young prince may be beset by perils from the very quarters which ordinarily should be farthest from suspicion. In addition to these twain, the Marquis is attended by a physician and 2 body servants. Of these I know nothing, wherefore they should be observed as closely as the others. The responsibility under which you lie towards the state of will be your justification for placing attendants of your own choosing to act jointly with these. The physician should be permitted to give the boy no physic of which he does not previously partake. In this way, and if you do not warn him of it beforehand, you may speedily and effectively be rid of him. I am grieved that you should be plagued with this matter at such a season. But I hope that you will not count the price too dear for the alliance of, which puts into the field at once close upon 6,000 well-equipped men, between horse and foot. You will now be in sufficient strength to deal at your pleasure with that base duke and his Guelphic brigands. Send me your commands by, who is to rejoin me at Lucerne. I shall set out in the morning as soon as the Marquis has left for. Your lordship shall have news of me soon again. Humbly I kiss the hands of my lady your countess, and for you, my dear lord, that God may bless and prosper you, is the fervent prayer of this your son and servant. I, the Lord. On a day of September of the year of our Lord 1409, a dust-laden horseman clattered into the courtyard of a palace near the Bridge of the Trinity in Florence, and announced himself a courier with letters for the noble lord. He was consigned by a man-at-arms to an usher, by the usher to a chamberlain, and by the chamberlain to a slim young secretary. From this you will gather that access to the lord was no longer a rough and ready business, and from this again that he had traveled far since detaching himself from the Lord Cane a year ago. At the head of the which he had raised, he had fought in the course of that year a half-score of engagements, now in this service, now in that, and in all but one he had won easy triumphs. Even his single failure, which was in the pay of the Ests of Ferrara, was such as to enhance his reputation. Forced by overwhelming numbers to admit defeat, yet by sheer skill he had baffled the great's attempt to surround him, and had brought off his with such little loss that victory was a barren one. His, now known as the Company of the White Dog, from the device he had adopted, had grown to the number of 1,200 men, with a heavy preponderance of infantry, his handling of which was giving the other great captains of Italy food for thought. In fame he was the rival of, almost the rival of himself, under whose banner he had served in the war against his old opponent. And Fraude tells us unequivocally in his chronicle that the ambush in which ended his turbulent life in March of that year was of his planning. Since then he had continued in the service of the Florentine Republic at a monthly stipend, which had gradually been raised with the growth of his to 20,000 gold florins. Like all famous men, he was not without detractors. He was charged with a cold ruthlessness which brought, it was claimed, an added horror into warfare, shocking adversaries as it had shocked into ordering that no quarter should be given. So opposed, indeed, was this ruthlessness to the accepted canons of Italian warfare, that it was said, could enlist only Swiss mercenaries who notoriously were not queasy in these matters. The probable truth, however, is that he employed only Swiss because they were the best infantry in the world, and further so as to achieve in his following a solidarity and cohesion not to be found in other companies, made up of a medley of nationalities. Lastly, he was found lacking in those spectacular qualities of leadership, in that personal knightly prowess by which such men as took the eye. Never once had he led a charge, stimulating his followers by his own example. Never had he taken part in an escalade or even been seen at work in a melee. At where he had routed the revolted, it was said that he had never left the neighborhood of his tent and never mounted his horse until the engagement was all but over. Hence, whilst his extraordinary strategic talents were duly respected, it began to be put about that he was lacking in personal courage. Careless of criticism, he had pursued the course he prescribed himself, gathering laurels as he went. On those laurels he was momentarily resting in the City of the Lilies, when that courier rode into the courtyard of his palace, with letters from the Count of. The Lord, as men now called this leader, grown out of the erstwhile nameless waif, in a pleated full-sleeved tunic of purple satin gripped about his loins by a golden girdle, and with a massive chain of gold about his neck, stood in a window embrasure to decipher the crabbed untidy characters, indited from on the feast of Saint. My dear son wrote, I need you. So come to me at once with every man that you can bring. The Duke has called in the French, is in Milan with 6,000 men, and has been appointed ducal governor. Unless I strike quickly before I am myself stricken, Milan will be made a fief of France and the purblind Duke a vassal of the French king. It is the Duke's subjects themselves who summon me. The gout, from which I have been free for months, is troubling me again infernally. It always seizes me just when I most need my strength. Send me word by the bearer of these that you follow at speed. Lowered the letter and gazed out across the spacious, sunlit courtyard. There was a ghost of a smile on his bronzed face, which had gained in strength and virility during the year that was sped. He was faintly, disdainfully amused at the plight into which Maria's evil blundering must have placed him before he could take the desperate step of calling in the French. The domination had not been long-lived. Their Guelphic grip had been ruthlessly crushing the city, where every office, even that of, was given into the hands of Guelphs. And that same grip had been crushing the Duke himself, who discovered belatedly that, in throwing off the yoke of for that of the, he had exchanged King Log for King Stork. Then, in his shifty, vacillating way, he sent ambassadors to beg to return. But the ambassadors fell into the hands of the spies, and the Duke was constrained to shut himself up in the fortress of to evade their fury. Whereupon they had drawn off to Brescia, which they seized, loudly boasting that he would not rest until he was Duke of Milan, so that Maria should pay the price of breaking faith with him. Terror now drove the Duke to lengths of viciousness and inhumanity, unprecedented even in his own vile career. Issuing from the castle of to return to his palace so soon as the immediate menace was removed, he found himself beset by crowds of his unfortunate people, distracted by the general paralysis of industry and menaced by famine. Piteously they clamored about him. "Peace, Lord Duke. Peace. Give us for our governor and give us peace. Peace, Lord Duke. Peace." His fair face grimly set, his bulging eyes glaring venomously, he had ridden ahead with his escort, closing his ears to their cries, and more than one unfortunate was trampled under the horses' hooves as they passed on. But the cries continuing, that evil voice suddenly reined in his bravely caparisoned charger. "You want peace, you dogs. You'll deafen me with hellcat cries of peace. What peace do you give me, you filthy rabble? But you shall have peace. Oh ho! You shall have it." He stood in his stirrups and swung round to his captain. "Ho there, you!" His face was inflamed with fury, a wicked mockery, and evil mirth hung about his swollen purple lips. So terrible indeed was his aspect that Della, who rode beside him, ventured to set upon his arm a restraining hand. But the Duke flung the hand off, snarling like a dog at his elderly mentor. He backed his horse until he was thigh to thigh with his captain. "Give them what they ask for," he commanded. "Clear me a way through this. Use your lances. Give them the peace they want." A great cry arose from those who stood nearest, held there by the press behind. "Lord Duke! Lord Duke!" they wailed. And he laughed at them, laughed aloud in mockery, in anticipation of the gratification of his unutterable bloodlust. "On! On!" he commanded. "They are impatient for peace." But the captain of his guard, a gentleman of family, sat his horse appalled, and issued no such order as he was bidden. "Lord Duke," he began, but got no further, for the Duke, catching the appealing note in his voice, seeing the horror in his eyes, suddenly crashed his iron glove into the young man's face. "God's blood! Will you stay to argue when I command?" Reeled under that cruel blow, and with blood suffusing his broken face would have fallen, but that one of his men caught and supported him in the saddle. The Duke laughed to see what he had done, and took command himself. "Into them! Charge!" he commanded in a shout on which his voice shrilled up and cracked. And the Bavarian mercenaries who composed the guard, to whom the Milanese were of no account and all civilians contemptible, lowered their lances and charged as they were bidden. 200 of those poor wretches found in death the peace for which they clamored. The others fled in panic, and the Duke rode on to the through streets which terror had emptied. That night he issued an edict forbidding under pain of death the utterance of the word peace in his city of Milan. Even from the mass must that accursed word be expunged. If they had not also clamored for, it is probable that to fresh ambassadors would have been sent to invite him to return. But the Duke would have men know that he was Duke, that he was not to be coerced by the wishes of his subjects, and so, out of perversity so blind that it took no account of the pit he might be digging for himself, the Duke invited to Milan. When made haste to answer, then the appeal to which should have gone from the Duke went, instead, from the Duke's despairing subjects. Hence his present summons, too. There was no hesitation in his mind, and fortunately no obstacle in his present employment. His agreement with the Florentine Republic had been determined in the last few days. Its renewal was at present under consideration. He went at once to take his leave of the Signory, and 4 days ahead of his army, he was in being affectionately embraced by. He arrived at the very moment at which, in council with his captains and his ally the Marquis, who had come over from, was finally determining the course of action. I planned in the sure belief that you would come, bringing at least 1,000 men. I bring 1,200, all of them well seasoned. Good lads. Patted his shoulder. Come you in and let them hear it from you. Leaning heavily upon his arm, for the gout was troubling him, he led his adoptive son up that winding stone staircase which so well remembered ascending on that morning when, as a muleteer, he went to fool. So master is here, said, and glad to come. He's been restive in, constantly plaguing me to place him in possession of Genoa. But I've held him off. I do not trust master sufficiently to do all my part before he has done any of his. A sly fox that, and an unscrupulous. And the young Marquis inquired, laughed. You will not him, he has grown so demure and staid. He thinks of entering holy orders. He'll yet come to be a man. Stared. That he was well your letters told me. But this, how did you accomplish it? By driving out his tutor and the others who came with him. A foul crew. He paused on the stairs. I took their measure at a glance, and I had your hint. When one night and the tutor made the boy drunk and themselves drunk with him, I sent them back with a letter in which I invited him to deal with them as their abuse of trust deserved. I dismissed at the same time the physician and the body servants, and I informed that I would place about the Marquis in future none but persons whom I could trust. Perforce he must write to thank me. What else could he do? You laugh. Faith, it's laughable enough. I laughed too, which didn't prevent me from being watchful. They resumed the ascent, and expressed the hope that the Lady Beatrice was well. Common courtesy demanded that he should conquer his reluctance to name her too. He was answered that she was having removed her thither lest should come to be besieged. Thus they came to the chamber where the council sat. It was the same stone chamber with its vaulted ceiling and Gothic windows open to the sky in which had given audience to. But it was no longer as bare as when the austere tyrant of Lodi had inhabited it. The walls were hung with arras, and rich furnishings had been introduced by the more sybaritic. About the long oaken table sat 5 men, 4 of whom now rose. The one who remained seated, as if in assertion of his rank, was the regent of. To the newcomer's bow he returned a short nod. "Ah, the lord." His tone was languid, and that he sneered. Wherefore he made haste to snap, and he brings 1,200 men to the enterprise, my lord. That should ensure him a welcome, the regent admitted, but without cordiality. He seemed observed, out of, and disgruntled, shorn of his habitual suavity. The others came forward to greet. First the magnificent, taking the eye as ever by the of his raiment, the dignity of his carriage, and the poise of his handsome fair head. He was more cordial than had yet known him. But there was something of patronage, of tutorial commendation in his congratulatory allusions to his achievements in the field. He may yet be as great a soldier as yourself, growled, as he sagged into the chair at the table's head to ease his leg. Missing the irony, bowed. You'll make me vain, my lord. My God, said, came the brawny, bearded, red-faced, grinning honest welcome, and taking his hand in a grip that almost hurt. Then followed the swarthy, mercurial little Piedmontese captain, and lastly there was a slight, graceful, sober, self-contained boy in whom might have failed to thee of a year ago, but for the increased likeness he bore to the princess. So strong was that likeness grown that was conscious of a thrill, as he met the solemn, searching gaze of those dark and rather wistful eyes. Place at the table was found for, and he was informed of the situation and of the resolve which had been all but reached. With his own 1,200 and with 3,000 men that would send after leaving a sufficient force to garrison, could put 8,000 men into the field, which should be ample for the undertaking. They were well mounted and well equipped, the equipment including a dozen cannon of 300 pounds apiece and 10 bombards throwing balls of 200 pounds. And the plan of campaign? Asked. It was expounded to him. It was extremely simple. They were to march on Milan and reduce it. All was in readiness as he would have seen for himself, for as he rode into, he had come through the great encampment under the walls where the army awaited the order to march. When had done, considered a moment before speaking. There is an alternative, he said at last, which you may not have considered. Is grasping more than he can hold. To occupy Milan, whose people are hostile to a French domination, he has drawn all his troops from Genoa, where he has made himself detested by his excessive. You are confusing the issues here. You plan under the persuasion that Milan is the enemy, whereas the only real adversary is. To cover himself at one point, he has uncovered at another. Why aim your blow at his heart, which is protected by his shield, when you may aim it at his head, which is unguarded by so much as a helmet? They made him no answer save with their eyes, which urged that he himself should answer the question he propounded. March then not on Milan, but on Genoa, which he has so foolishly left open to attack a folly for which he may have to answer to his master, the King of France. The Genoese themselves will offer no resistance, and you may take possession of the city almost without a blow. Approval came warm and eagerly from the Marquis, to be cut short by. Wait, he rasped. The notion of his ambitions being entirely, before, should have carried out any of his own part of the bargain, was not at all in accordance with his views. How shall the possession of Genoa bring us to Milan? It will bring to Genoa, answered. It will draw him from his stronghold into the open, and his strength will be reduced by the fact that he must leave some force behind to keep the Milanese in subjection during his absence. So strategically sound did the plan appear to upon consideration, that it overcame his reluctance to place the regent at this stage, in possession of Genoa. That reluctance he afterwards expressed too, when they were alone. You do it not for but for yourself, he was answered. As for him, smiled quietly. You need not grudge him any advantages. They will prove very transient. Payday will come for him. Looked sharply at his adoptive son. Why, boy, said he at last in a voice of wonder. What is there between you and of? Only my knowledge that he's a scoundrel. If you mean to make yourself the scourge of scoundrels, you'll be busy in Italy. Why, it's sheer knight-errantry. You may call it that, said and became thoughtful. Aye. The battle of... The rest of this affair, this campaign against the too ambitious vicar of the King of France, is a matter of history, which you may read in the chronicles of Messer and elsewhere. With a powerful army numbering close upon 12,000 men, descended upon Genoa, which surrendered without a blow. At first there was alarm at the advance of so large an army. The fear of pillage with its attendant violence ran through the Genoese, who took the precaution of sending their women and their valuables to the ships in the harbor. Then the representatives of the people went out to meet, and to assure him that they would welcome him and the deliverance from the French yoke, provided that he would not bring his troops into the city. The only purpose for which I could wish to do so, answered from the litter to which he was confined by the gout, grown worse since he had left, would be to enforce the rightful claims of the Marquis of. But if you will take him for your prince, my army need advance no nearer. On the contrary, I will withdraw it towards, to make of it a shield against the wrath of the marshal, when he returns. And so it befell that, attended only by 500 of his own men, made his state entry into Genoa on the morrow, hailed as a deliverer by the multitude, whilst fell back on, there to lie in wait for. Nor was his patience tried. Upon confidently preparing for his attack, the news of the happenings in Genoa fell like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. Between fury and panic he quitted Milan, and by his very haste destroyed what little chance he may ever have had of mending the situation. By forced marches, he reached the plains about to find the road held against his jaded men. And here he piled error upon error. Being informed that himself, incapacitated by the gout, had been carried that morning into Genoa, and that his army was commanded in his absence by his adoptive son, the French commander decided to strike at once before should recover and return to direct the operations in person. The ground was excellent for cavalry, and entirely of cavalry, some 4,000 strong, was main battle composed. Leading it in person, he hurled it upon the enemy's center in a charge which he thought must irresistibly cleave through. Nor did the mass of infantry, of which center was composed, resist. It yielded ground before the furious onslaught of the French lances. Indeed, as if swayed by panic, it began to yield long before any contact was established, and the French in their rash exultation never noticed the orderliness of that swift retreat, never suspected the trap, until they were fast caught in it. For whilst the center yielded, the wings stood firm, and the wings were entirely composed of horse, the right commanded by the Piedmontese, the left by, who, sulky and disgruntled at his supersession in a supreme command which he deemed his right, had never of denouncing this disposition of forces as an insensate reversal of all the known rules. Back and back, ever more swiftly fell the foot. On and on pressed the French, their lances couched, their voices already clamantly mocking these opponents, who were being swept away like leaves by the mere gust of the charge. Riding in the rear of his retreating infantry with a mounted trumpeter beside him, uttered a single word. A trumpet blast rang out, and before its note had died the retreat was abruptly checked. His men, who formed the van of that center, suddenly drove the butts of their 15-foot German pikes into the ground. Each man of the two front ranks went down on one knee. A terrible hedge of spears suddenly confronted the men-at-arms of France, riding too impetuously in their confidence. 100 horses were piked in the first impact. Then the impetus of those behind, striking the leading ranks which sought desperately to check, drove them forward onto those formidable German points. The entire charging mass was instantly thrown into confusion. "That," said grimly, "will teach to respect infantry in future. Sound the charge." The trumpeter wound another blast thrice repeated, and in answer, as had preconcerted, the right and left wings, which had gradually been extending, wheeled about and charged the French on both flanks simultaneously. Only then did perceive whither his overconfident charge had carried him. Vainly did he seek to rally and steady his staggering followers. They were enveloped, smashed, ridden down before they could recover. Himself, fighting like a man possessed, fighting, indeed, for very life, hewed himself a way out of that terrible press, and contrived to join the other two of the three battles into which he had divided his army, and which were pressing forward now to the rescue. But they arrived too late. There was nothing left to rescue. The survivors of the Flower's army had thrown down their arms and accepted quarter, and the reserves ran in to meet a solid enemy front, which drove wedges into their ranks and mercilessly battered them, until rooted beyond redemption drew off with what was left. A swift action, which was a model of the harmonious collaboration of the parts. Thus did describe the battle of which was to swell his ever-growing fame. As said, had sought to grasp more than he could hold when he had responded to Maria's invitation, and at he lost not only Milan, but Genoa as well. In ignominy he took the road to France, glad to escape with his life and some battered remnants of his army, and Italy knew him no more after that day. In the palace at Genoa, overlooking the harbor, where Of had taken up his quarters, and where the incapacitated was temporarily lodged, there was a great banquet on the following night to celebrate at once the overthrow of the French and the accession of as Prince of Genoa. It was attended by representatives of the 12 greatest families in the state, as well as by, hobbling painfully on a crutch, and his captains, and whilst the official hero of the hour was, the new prince, the real hero was. He received without emotion, without any sign either of pride or of modesty, the tribute lavishly paid him by illustrious men and distinguished women, by the adulatory congratulatory speech of, or the almost malicious stress which laid on his good fortune. "You are well named," that splendid soldier had said. "I am still wondering what would have happened if had perceived the trick in time," was coldly amiable in his reply. It will provide you with healthy mental exercise. Consider at the same time what might have happened if had fathomed our intentions at, or had guessed my real purpose at. Moved on, leaving to bite his lip and digest the laughter of his brother captains. His interview later with Prince was more serious. From its outset he mistrusted the fawning suavity of the courtly regent, so that, when at the end of compliments upon his prowess, the regent proposed to take him and his company into the pay of at a stipend vastly in excess of that which Florence had lately paid him, was not at all surprised. Two things became immediately clear. First, that desired greatly to increase his strength, the only reason for which could be the shirking, now that all his aims were accomplished, of his engagements towards. Second, that he took it for granted, as he had done before, that was just a venal, self-seeking adventurer who would never permit considerations to stand in the way of profit. And the cupidity and calculation now revealed in his countenance assured that his skill in reading men had not been at fault on this occasion. "You offer me," he broke off. Stealthily his glance swept the glittering groups that moved about the spacious white and gold room to Kane, where he sat at the far end in a great crimson chair. He lowered his voice a little. "The loggia is empty, my lord. We shall be more private there." They sauntered forth to that covered balcony overlooking the great harbor, where ranks of shipping drawn up against the mole were slumbering under the stars. A great towering galley was moving across the water with furled sails, her gigantic oar-blades flashing silver in the moonlight. With his glance upon that craft, his voice subdued, spoke, and the close-set eyes of the tall, elegant regent strained to pierce the shadows about the young's face. "This is a very noble offer, Lord Prince. I hope I shall never begrudge a man his worth." It was a speech true to the character he loved to assume. "You are a great soldier. That fact is now established and admitted." Did not contradict him. "I do not perceive at present your need for a great soldier, Highness. True, your proposal seems to argue plans already formed. But unless I know something of them, unless I may judge for myself the likely extent of the service you require, these generous terms may in effect prove an illusion." Resumed his momentarily suspended breath. He even laughed a little, now that the venal reason for his curiosity was supplied. But he deemed it wise to probe a little further. "You are, as I understand, under no present engagement to the Count of." His answer was very prompt. "Under none. In discharge of past, I engaged to assist him in the campaign against the Marshal. That campaign is now ended, and with it my engagement. I am in the market, as it were, my lord. That is what I assumed. Else, of course, I should not have come to you with my offer. I lose no time, because soon you will be receiving other proposals. That is inevitable. For the same reason I name a stipend which I believe is higher than any has ever yet commanded. But you have not named a term. That was why I desired to know your plans, so that for myself I might judge the term." "I will make the engagement to endure for 3 years," said. "The proposal becomes generous indeed." "Is it acceptable?" Laughed softly. "I should be greedy if it were not. It will carry the usual condition that you engage for such service as I may require and against any whom circumstances may make my enemy." "Naturally," said. But he seemed to falter a little. "Naturally," he repeated. And yet he paused and waited, craftily refraining from any word that should curb him in opening his mind. "And yet I should prefer that service against my lord be accepted." "You would prefer it," said, "but do you make it a condition?" His hesitation revealed him to the regent for a man torn between interest and scruples. Weakly at last he said, "I would not willingly go in arms against him." "Not willingly. That I can understand. But you do not answer my question. Do you make it a condition?" Still avoided answering. Would the condition make my employment impossible? And now it was who hesitated or seemed to hesitate. "It would," he said at last. Very quickly he added, "Nothing is less likely than that, and I should be opposed to each other." Yet you'll understand that I could not possibly employ a who would have the right to desert me in such a contingency. Oh, yes. I understand that. I have understood it from the first. I am foolish, I suppose, to hesitate where the terms are so generous. He sighed, a man whose conscience was in. My lord could hardly blame me, he left the sentence unfinished. And to end the rogue's hesitation, threw more weight into the scales. And there will be guarantees, he said. Guarantees? The lands of Asti along the Frum too, to be made into a fief, and placed under your vicarship with the title of Count of Asti. Caught his breath. He turned to face the Marquis, and in the moonlight his countenance looked very white. My lord, you promise something that is not yours to bestow. It is to make it mine that I require your service. I am frank, you see. Saw more. He saw the infernal subtlety with which this tempter went to work. He made clear his intentions, which must amount to no less than the conquest and occupation of all those rich lands which lay between high and low. To accomplish this, and a score of other cities now within the Duchy of Milan would pass under his dominion. Inevitably, then, must there be war with, who to the end of his days would be in arms to preserve the integrity of the duchy. And offered this, whose services he coveted, a dazzling reward to be gained only when those aims were fulfilled. On that seducer's arm placed a hand that shook with excitement. You mind this, my lord. It is a solemn undertaking. With difficulty preserved his gravity. How shrewdly had he not taken the measure of this greedy rogue. Your patent shall be made out in anticipation and signed at the same time as the contract. Stared out to sea. Count of Asti, he murmured, a man dazzled, dazed. Suddenly he laughed, and laughing surrendered his last scruple, as was already confident that he would. When do we sign, Lord Prince? Tomorrow morning, Lord Count, answered with a tight-lipped smile, and on that the matter satisfactorily concluded, they quitted the loggia and parted company. They met again for the signing of the documents early on the following morning in the regent's closet, in the presence of the notary who had drawn up the contract at dictation, of two of and of who accompanied, and who, as lieutenant, was an interested party. The notary read first the contract, which pronounced correct in all particulars, and then the ennobling parchment whereby created him Count of Asti, detailing the lands which he was to hold in fief. This document, already signed and sealed, was delivered together with the contract which he was now invited to sign. The notary dipped a quill and proffered it, but looked at the regent. Documents, he said, are perishable, and the matter contained in these is grave. For which reason I have brought with me a witness, who in case of need can hereafter testify to your undertaking, my lord. The Marquis frowned. Let Messer examine them for himself then. Not Messer. The witness I prefer waits in your antechamber, Highness. He stepped quickly to the door, followed by the regent's surprised glance. He pulled it open and at once was revealed to them, grave of countenance, leaning upon his crutch. The regent made a noise in his throat, as hobbled in to take the parchments which proffered him. Thereafter there was a spell of dreadful silence, broken at last by the lord, who was unable longer to control himself. You miserable trickster! You swaggering Judas! I should have known better than to trust you. I should have known that you'd be true to your false, shifty nature. You dirty fox! A trickster! A Judas! A fox! Appealed mildly to the company against the injustice of these epithets. But why such violence of terms? Could I in loyalty to my adoptive father put my signature to this contract until it had received his approval? You mock me, you vile son of a dog. Looked up. His face was stern, his eyes. Think of some fouler epithet, my lord, so that I may cast it at you. So far no term that you have used will serve my need. That gave pause in his reviling of another. But only for a moment. Almost at once he was leaping furiously towards. The feral nature under his silken exterior was now displayed. He was a man of his hands, this regent of, and beggared of words to meet the present case. He was prepared for deeds. Suddenly he found in his way, the bold, mocking eyes level with his own, and his right hand was behind his back where the heavy dagger hung. "Shall we be calm?" was saying. "There are half a dozen men of mine in the anteroom if you want violence." He fell back, and for all that his eyes still glared, he made an obvious effort to regain his self-command. It was difficult in the face of contemptuous laughter, and the words was using. "You treacherous slug! I place you in possession of, I make you Prince of Genoa, before calling upon you to strike a single blow on my behalf, and you prepare to use this newfound power against me. You'll seduce from me the best among my captains to turn his weapons against me in your service. If had been an ingrate like yourself, if he had not been staunch and loyal, whom you dare to call a Judas, I might have known nothing of this until too late to guard myself. But I know you now, you dastardly usurper, and by the bones of God, your days are numbered. You'll prepare for war on Cain, wills you? Prepare then, for by the passion, that war is coming to you." Stood there white to the lips, between his two dismayed, and said no word in answer. With curling lip, considered him. "I'd never have believed it if I had not read these for myself," he added. Then proffered the documents to again. "Give him back his parchments, and let us go. The sight of the creature nauseates me." And without more, he hobbled out. Lingered to tear the parchments across and across. He cast them from him, bowed ironically, and was going out with when the regent found his voice at last. "You kite-hearted trickster! What stipend have you wrung from as the price of this betrayal?" Paused on the threshold. "No stipend, my lord," he answered equably. "Merely a condition, that so soon as the affairs of Milan are settled, he will see justice done to your nephew, the Marquis, now of age to succeed, and put a definite end to your usurpation." His sheer amazement betrayed from him the sudden question. "What is, to you, villain?" "Something he is, or else I should never have been at pains to make him safe from you by demanding him as a hostage. I have been laboring for him for longer than you think, Highness." "You have been laboring for him? You? In whose pay?" Sighed. "You must be supposing me a tradesman, even when I am really that quite senseless thing, a knight-errant." And he went out with, "Aye. Return." A strong party of men-at-arms rode out of Genoa that morning, their corselets flashing in the sunshine, and took the upland road by the valley of the Tords and camp. In their midst went a mule litter wherein brooded upon the baseness and ingratitude of men, and asked himself whether perhaps his ambitious countess were not justified of her impatience with him, because he for purposes other than the of himself. From he dispatched with a strong escort to bring the Countess Beatrice thence to, without loss of time. He had no mind to allow, to hold her as a hostage to set against, who remained with. 3 days after leaving S army, reduced by contingent of 3,000 men which had been left behind, but still in great strength, reached and halted there to encamp again outside the town. S vanity was the main reason. He would not cross the Ticino until he could sit a horse again, so that he might ride lance on thigh into Milan. Already his condition was greatly improved under the ministrations of a Genoese physician named, renowned for his treatment of the podagric habit, who was now in strain. A week passed, and now completely restored, was only restrained from pushing on by the arguments of his physician. Meanwhile, however, if he did not go to Milan, many from Milan were coming to him. Amongst the first to arrive was the firebrand of, who out of his passionate vindictiveness came to urge to hang Maria and make himself Duke of Milan, assuring him of the support of all the Ghibelline faction. Heard him without emotion, and would commit himself to nothing. Amongst the last to arrive was the Duke himself, in a rash trustfulness which revealed the desperate view he must take of his own case and of the helplessness to which his folly and faithlessness had reduced him. He came accompanied by his evil genius Della, the fop, the captain of his guard, and a paltry escort of 100 lances. With those 3 attending him, he was received in the house of the ducal prefect of. "Your Highness me by this proof of your trust in my integrity," said, bending to kiss the ducal hand. Integrity. The Duke's grotesque face was white, his red eyebrows drawn together in a scowl. Is it integrity that brings you in arms against me? Not against you, Lord Duke. Never yet have I stood in arms against your highness. It is upon your enemies that I make war. I have no aim but the restoration of peace to your dominions. Fine words on the lips of a mutinous traitor, sneered the Duke. He flung himself petulantly into a chair. If your highness believed that, you would not dare to come here. Not dare. God's bones, man. Are these words for me? I am Duke of Milan. I study to remember it, highness, said, and the rumblings of anger in his voice drove Della to pluck at his master's sleeve. Thus warned, Maria changed the subject but not the tone. You know why I am here. To permit me, I hope, to place myself at your potency's commands. But you make me sick with your fair words. He grew sullen. Come, man. What is your price? My price, highness. What does your highness conceive I have to sell? A little patience with his magnificence, my lord, Della begged. I thought I was displaying it, said. Otherwise it might be very bad for everybody. He was really growing angry. And now the idiot Duke must needs go prodding him into fury. What's that? Do you threaten me? Why, here's an insolent dog. Turned livid with passion. A tall fellow among his captains, very noble-looking in cloth of silver under a blue, laughed aloud. The pale, bulging eyes of Maria sought him out venomously. You laugh, knave. He snarled and came to his feet, outraged by the indignity. What is here for laughter? Laughed again as he answered, Yourself, Lord Duke, who and yourself are nothing. You are Duke of Milan at present by the grace of God and the of Cain. Yet you do not hesitate to offend against both. Quiet, growled. I need no advocates. The Duke echoed, glaring malevolently. I remember you, and remember you I shall. You shall be taught. By God, it is your highness shall be taught. Crashed into the threatening speech, roaring like a. Get you hence back to your Milan until I come to give you the lesson that you need, and thank God that you are your father's son, and I have grace enough to remember it, for otherwise you'd never go hence alive. Away with you, and get yourself schooled in manners before we meet again, or as God's my life, I'll birch you with these hands. Terrified, cowering before that raging storm, the line of which had never yet broken about his ducal head, Maria shrank back until his three companions were between himself and Della, almost trembling, sought to pacify the angry. My lord, this is not worthy. Not worthy. Is it worthy that I shall be called dog by a cross-grained brat to whom I've played the foster father? Out of my sight, sir. Out of my sight, all of you. The door. The Duke of Milan to the door. They went without another word, fearing indeed that another word might be their last. But they did not yet return to Milan. They remained in, and that evening Della came seeking audience again of to make the Duke's peace with him, and having swallowed his rage by then, consented to receive his highness once more. The young man came, this time well schooled in prudence, to announce that he was prepared to give peaceful entrance into Milan and to restore him to his office of ducal governor. In short, that he was prepared to accord all that which he had no power to refuse. His answer was brief and clear. He would accept the office again, provided that it was bestowed upon him for a term of 3 years, and the bestowal guaranteed by an oath of fealty to be sworn upon his hands by the syndics of the Grand Council. Further, the castle was to be delivered into his keeping absolutely, and not only the Guelphic, who now held the office of, but all other Guelphs holding offices of state must be dismissed. Lastly, Della, whom accused of being at the root of most of the trouble which had distracted Milan, must go into banishment together with. This last was the condition that Maria would not swallow. He swore it was a vile attempt to deprive him of all his friends. Thus the conference ended inconclusively, and it was not until 3 weeks later that the Duke finally yielded and accepted its terms in their entirety. On the evening of Wednesday, the 6th of November of that year, attended by a large company, Cain, Count of, rode into Milan to resume his governorship, a governorship which he was resolved to render absolute this time. They entered the city in a downpour of rain, notwithstanding which the streets were thronged by the people who turned out to welcome the man in whom they beheld there. And in the young Duke, without a single friendly Guelph at hand to comfort him, sat listening to that uproar, gnawing his fingernails and shuddering with rage and spite. It becomes necessary, however, to remember, lest we should be swept along by this stream of history, that this present chronicle is concerned not with the fortunes of Milan, but with those of, and that in these Cain and Maria are concerned only to the extent of the part they bore in molding them. In the confused pages of old you may read in detail, though you may not always clearly understand, the events that followed upon's triumphant return to Milan. You will gather that the strength in which he was known to be gave pause to his plans to seize the duchy, that in fact the Archguelph chose to content himself with his usurpation of the lordship of Brescia and Bergamo, and in Bergamo he remained until went to seek him there some 2 years later. If he did not go before, it was because other more immediate and active enemies of Milan claimed his attention. Was in arms again, as were also and his nephew Carlo, and a host of lesser insurgents, chief of whom was the Duke's own brother, that Maria who was Count of. By the Ghibellines who had fled to him from Milan during the days of En's domination, Maria had been flattered into believing that he was that party's only hope in northern Italy. His ambition thus aroused, he was ready to take advantage of the general distraction and to appropriate for himself the ducal chlamys. To this purpose was he arming when returned to Milan, and news of his preparations reached, whilst he was suppressing the various rebellious outbreaks in the Milanese, stamping out the embers of revolt in such places as and Gorgonzola. Only when he had restored order, established a proper administration, and so brought back tranquility to that harassed land, did he turn his attention to the menace of the enemies farther afield. And the first of these was Maria. He marched on, carried the city by assault, and put it to sack, choosing of all nights in the year for that operation the night of Christmas. That sack of is one of the most unsparing and terrible in the terrible history of sacks, and the deed remains a blot upon the fame of a soldier who, although rough and occasionally even brutal in his ways, was yet a leader of high principles and a high sense of duty. Thereafter he dealt with Maria much as he had dealt with his ducal brother. He appointed himself governor of the young man's dominions, filled the offices of state with men in his own confidence, and completely stripped the count of authority. The fat, flabby young prince submitted in a singularly apathetic fashion. He was of solitary, studious habits, a recluse, almost savagely shy, shunning the society of men because of his excessive consciousness of his own grotesque ugliness. The spark of ambition that had been struck from him having been thus summarily quenched, he retired to his books again, and let have his way with the state, nor complained so long as left him in the enjoyment of the little that was really necessary to his eremitic ways. Made now of his headquarters, coming to dwell in the great castle itself, and bringing thither from his countess. And with the countess of came also the princess of, to rejoin at last her brother, who had continued throughout in's train. The princess had left with the countess, when appeared there as envoy with an escort. Her going had been in the nature of a flight, whose object had been first to rejoin her cherished brother, and second, to remove herself from the power of her uncle, which, in all the circumstances made clear by, seemed prudent. It is possible that she may also have hoped by her presence near, to stimulate him into the threat against the regent, on which he had parted from him in Genoa, but had still more immediate matters to rectify before coming to the affair of the lord. The regent must wait his turn. He moved against in the following May, and made short work of it. The campaign against Crema followed, and meanwhile, with it increased to 1,500 men and supported by, had marched out of Milan to deal with the rebellious, whom in the end he finally and definitely defeated. That done, he returned to Milan, where ever since descent upon he had held the position of deputy, and had earned respect and even affection by the equable wisdom of his rule. All this in greater detail you will find set forth by and Fra of, and it is Fra who tells us that, determined that should not suffer by the loyalty which had made him refuse the county of Asti, had constrained Maria to create him count of, and the commune of Milan to enlist the services of his for 2 years at a stipend of 30,000 ducats monthly. IV. The Count of. In the vast park of the trees stood leafless and black against the white shroud of snow that covered the chilled earth. The river Ticino gurgled and swirled about the 100 granite pillars which carried the great roofed bridge, 500 feet in length, spanning its and turgid waters. Beyond this the Lerne reared above white roofs her 100 snow-capped towers to the December sky, and beyond the city, isolated within the girdle of a moat that was both wide and deep, stood the massive square castle, pink as coral, strong as iron, at once impregnable fortress and unrivaled palace, one of the great monuments of power and described by Petrarch as the princeliest pile in Italy. The pride of the place was the library, a spacious square chamber in one of the rectangular towers that rose at each of the 4 corners of the castle. The floor was of mosaics, figuring birds and beasts, the ceiling of ultramarine star-flecked in gold, and along the walls was ranged a collection of some 900 manuscript parchment volumes bound in velvet and damask, or in gold and silver brocades. Their contents contained all that was known of theology, astrology, medicine, music, geometry, rhetoric, and the other sciences. This room was the haunt of the lonely, morose, and studious boy, the great's younger son, Maria, Count of. He sat there now by the log fire that hissed and spluttered and flamed on the cavernous hearth, diffusing warmth and a fragrance of pine throughout the chamber. And with him at chess sat the Lord Cain, Count of, one of the new-found friends who had invaded his loneliness, and broken through the savage shyness which solitude and friendlessness had set about him like a shell. The others, the dark and handsome Countess of, the fair and now almost ethereal Princess of, and that sturdier counterpart of herself, her brother, were in the background by one of the 2 light windows with trefoil arches springing from slender. The princess was bending low over a frame, embroidering in red and gold and blue an altar cloth for Sanin. The countess was yawning over a beautifully illuminated copy of Petrarch, More. The boy sat idle and listless between them, watching his sister's white tapering fingers as they flashed to and fro. Presently he rose, sauntered across to the players, drew up a stool, and sat down to watch the game over which they brooded silently. A crutch lay beside, and his right leg was thrust out stiff and unbending, to explain why he sat here on this day of late December playing chess, whilst the campaign against continued to rage in the hills of Bergamo. He was suffering the penalty of the pioneer. Having already demonstrated to his contemporaries that infantry, when properly and can hold its own in the field against cavalry, he had been turning his attention to artillery. 2 months ago he had mounted a park of guns under the walls of Bergamo with the intention of breaching them. But at the outset of his operations, a bombard had burst, killing 2 of his bombardiers and breaking his thigh, thus proving his contention that artillery was a danger only to those who employed it. The physician, who still continued in his train, had set the bone, whereafter had been carefully packed into a mule litter, and by roads which torrential rains had reduced to quagmires, he had been dispatched to get himself mended. His removal from the army was regretted by everybody with 2 exceptions, glad to be relieved of a brother captain by comparison with whose military methods his own were constantly suffering in the general esteem, and Maria, when he discovered in a chess player who was not only his equal but his master, and who in other ways won the esteem of that very friendless boy. The princess was dismayed that this man, who out of unconquerable prejudice she continued to scorn and mistrust, should become for a season her fellow inquilin. And it was in vain that, who in the course of his reformation had come to conceive a certain regard for, sought to combat his sister's deep-rooted prejudice. When he insisted that it was by contriving that he had been removed from his uncle's control, she had been moved to vehement scorn of his credulity. That is what the trickster would have us think. He no more than carried out the orders of the Count of. His whole life bears witness to his false nature. Nay, now's Nate. You'll not deny that he is what all Italy now proclaims him, one of the greatest captains of his time. And how has he made himself that? Is it by knightly qualities, by soldierly virtues? All the world knows that he prevails by guile and trickery. You've been listening too, said her brother. He would give an eye for skill. You're but a boy, she reminded him with some asperity. And of course is a handsome man. She crimsoned at the sly tone. On odd visits too, had been very attentive to the princess, employing all a peacock's arts of self-display to dazzle her. "He is an honest gentleman," she countered hotly. "It is better to trust an upright, honest soldier than a sly schemer whose falsehood has been proven to us. If he schemes my ruin for my uncle's profit, he goes about it oddly, neglecting opportunities." She looked at him with compassion. "Never aims where he looks. It is the world says that of him, not I. And at what do you suspect that he is aiming now?" Her deep eyes grew thoughtful. "What if he serves our uncle to destroy us, only so that in the end he may destroy our uncle to his own advantage? What if he should aim at a throne?" Thought the notion fantastic, the fruit of too much ill-ordered brooding. He said so, laughing. "If you had studied his methods, you would not say that. See how he has wrought his own advancement. In 4 short years this son of nobody, without so much as a name of his own, has become the knight, the lord of the company of the White Dog, and now the Lord Count of holding the rich lands of Infeud. One there was who might have told her things which would have corrected her judgment, and that was Countess. For the Lady Beatrice knew the truth of those events in which were at the root of the princess' bitter prejudice, of which also she was aware. "You hate him very bitterly," the Countess told her once when had been the subject of their talk. "Would not you, if you were in my place?" And the Countess, looking at her with those long indolent eyes of hers, an inscrutable smile on her red lips, had answered with languorous slowness, "In your place it is possible that I should." The tone and the smile had intrigued the princess for many a day thereafter. But either she was too proud to ask what the Countess had meant, or else afraid. When after some 8 weeks abed had begun to hobble about the castle, and it was impossible for the princess entirely to avoid him, she was careful never to be alone where he might so surprise her, using him when they met in the company of others with a distant, frigid courtesy, which is perhaps the most piercing of all hostility. If it wounded, he gave no sign. He was, and therein lay half the secret of his strength, a very patient man. He was content to wait for the day when by his contriving the reckoning should be presented to the Marquis, and she should know at last whose servant he really was. Meanwhile he modelled his upon her own. He did not seek her company, nor indeed that of any in the castle save Maria, with whom he would spend long hours at chess, or instructing him out of his own deep learning, supported by one or another of the treatises in that fine library. Until the coming of, the Count of had believed himself a strong chess player. Had made him that his knowledge of the game was elementary. Where against former opponents he had swept to easy triumphs, he now groaned and puffed and sweated over the board to lessen the ignominy of his inevitable defeats. Today, however, he was groaning less than usual. He had piled up a well-supported attack on his flank, and for the first time in weeks, for these games had begun whilst was still abed, he saw victory ahead. With a broad smile, he brought up a bishop further to strengthen the mass of his attack. He saw his way to give check in 3 and checkmate in 4 moves. Although only in his 20th year, he was of a hog-like bulk. Of no more than middle height, he looked tall when seated, for all the length of him was in his flabby, paunchy body. His limbs were short and shapeless. His face was as round as the full moon and as pale. A great dewlap spread beneath his chin, and his neck behind hung in loose fat folds upon his collar, so that the back of his head, which was flat, seemed to slope inwards towards the crown. His short black hair was smooth and sleek as a velvet cap, and a fringe of it across his forehead descended almost to the heavy black eyebrows, thus masking the intellectual depth of the only noble feature of that ignoble countenance. Of his father all that he had inherited physically was the hooked, predatory nose. His mouth was coarsely shaped, and its lines confirmed the impression of cruelty you gathered from the dark eyes, which were small and as a snake. And the impression was a true one, for the soul of this shy, morose young prince was not without its share of that Sadic cruelty which marked all the men of his race. To meet the bishop's move advanced a knight. The prince's laugh rang through the silent room. It was a shrill, almost womanish laugh, and it was seldom heard. High-pitched, too, was the voice that followed. "You but delay the inevitable," he said, and took the knight. But the move of the knight, which had appeared purely defensive to the prince in his intentness upon his own attack, had served to uncover the file of his queen. Supports had been previously and just as cunningly provided. Advanced his hand, a long, beautiful hand upon which glowed a great carved sapphire set in brilliance the blue and white that were his. Forth flashed his queen across the board. "Checkmate, Lord Prince," said quietly, and sank back smiling into the brocaded chair. Maria stared unbelieving at the board. The lines of his mouth drooped, and his great pendulous cheeks trembled. Almost he seemed on the point of tears. "God wrought you. Always, always is it the same. I plan and build, and whilst you seem to do no more than defend, you are preparing a death stroke in an unexpected quarter." Between jest and earnest, he added, "You slippery rogue. Always you defeat me by a trick." The princess looked up from her embroidery on the word, caught the movement and the glance in his direction. He knew the thought behind, and it was that thought he answered. "In the field, my opponents use the same word to decry me. But those who are with me applaud my skill." He laughed. "Truth is an elusive thing, Highness, as new. The aspect of a fact depends upon the angle from which you view it." Maria sat back, his great chin sunk to his breast, his podgy white hands gripping the arms of his chair, his sullen. "I'll play no more today," he said. The Countess rose and crossed the room with a rustle of stiff brocade of black and gold. "Let me remove the board," she said. "A vile, dull game. I wonder that you can waste such hours upon it." Maria raised his beady eyes. They kindled as they observed her, raking her generous yet supple lines from head to foot. It was not the first time that the watchful had seen him look so at his lady, nor the first time that he had seen her wantonly display herself to provoke that unmistakable regard. She bent now to the board, and smoldering glance was upon the warm ivory beauty of her neck, and the swell of her breast revealed by the low-cut gown. "It is human to despise what we do not understand," was answering her. "You would defend the game, of course, since you excel in it. That is what you love, to excel, to wield mastery. Do we not all? Do not you yourself, Madonna, glory in the power your beauty gives you?" She looked at. Her heavy eyelids drooped. "Behold him turned courtier, my lord. He perceives beauty in me." "He would be blind else," said the fat youth, greatly daring. And the next moment, in a reaction of shyness, a mottled flush was staining his unhealthy pallor. Lower drooped the lady's eyelids, until a line of black lashes lay upon her cheek. "The game," interposed, "is a very proper one for princes. Messer told me so." "He means, child," answered him, "that it teaches them a bitter moral, that whilst a state depends upon the prince himself is entirely dependent upon others, being capable in his own person of little more than his meanest pawn." To teach that lesson to a despot, said, was the game invented by an Eastern philosopher. And the most potent piece upon the board, as in the state, is the queen, symbolizing woman. Thus Maria, his eyes full upon the Countess again, laughed. He knew his world, that ancient Oriental. But he did not laugh as the days passed, and he observed the growing lechery in the beady eyes with which the Count watched the Lady Beatrice's every movement, and the Lady Beatrice's provocative complacency under that vigilance. One day, at last, coming upon the Countess alone in that library, unmasked the batteries he had been preparing. He hobbled across to the arched window by which she was seated, and leaning against it, looked out upon the desolate park. The snows had gone, washed away by rains, and since these had come a frost under which the ground lay now as and hard as iron. "They will be feeling thee of the winter in the camp under Bergamo," he said, moving, as ever, obliquely to the attack. "They will so. Should have gone into winter quarters. That would mean recommencing in the spring a job that is half done already. Yet with his gout and the infirmities of age, it might prove wiser in the end. Each age has its own penalties, Madonna. It is not only the elderly among humanity who need compassion. Wisdom oozes from you like sweat from another." There was a tartness in her accents. "If I were your biographer, I should write of you as the soldier sage or the philosopher at arms." Propped on his crutch and his one sound leg, considered her, his head on one side, and fetched a sigh. "You are very beautiful, Madonna." She was startled. "God save us!" she cried. "Does the soldier sage contain a mere man, after all? Your mouth, Madonna, is too sweetly formed for acids. The choicest fruits, sir, have an alloy of sharpness. What else about me finds in your eyes?" "In my eyes. My eyes, Madonna, are circumspect. They do not prowl hungrily over another's pastures." She looked at him between anger and apprehension, and slowly a wave of scarlet came to stain her face and bosom, to tell him that she understood. He lowered himself carefully to a chair, thrusting out his damaged leg, to the knee joint of which articulation was only just beginning to return. "I was saying, Madonna, that they will be feeling thee of the winter in the camp under Bergamo. There was a hard frost last night, and after the frost there will be rains under which the hills thereabouts will melt in mud." He sighed again. "You would regret, Madonna, to exchange for that the ease and comfort of. You have the fever again." "I am not thinking of making that exchange." "No, I am thinking of it for you. You, Saint Mary. And do you dispose of me? It will be cold up there, Madonna. But you need cooling. Coolness restores judgment. It will bring you back to a sense of duty to your Lord." She came to her feet beside him, quivering with anger. Almost he thought her intention was to strike him. "Have you come here to spy upon me?" "Of course. Now you know why I broke my leg." She looked unutterable scorn. "The princess is right in her opinion of you, in her disdain of you." His eyes grew sad. "If you were generous, Madonna, nay, if you were merely honest, you would not embrace her opinions, you would correct them, for you have the knowledge that would suffice to do so. But you are not honest. If you were, there would be no need for me to speak now in defense of your absent lord. Is it for you to say I am not honest?" There was now more of sorrow than indignation in her voice, and tears were gathering in her eyes to deepen their sapphire hue. "God knows I have been honest with you. It is this very honesty you abuse in your present misjudgment of me." "Oh, me miserable!" It was the cry of a wounded soul. She sank down again into her chair. Self-pity welled in her to drown all else. "I am to be starved of everything. If ever woman was pitiable, I am that woman, and you of all living men that know my heart, can find for me only cruelty and reproach." It moved him not at all. The plea was too inconsequent and illogical, and the display of a lack of reason repelled him like a physical defect. "Your plaint, Madonna, is that will not make you a duchess. He may do so yet if you are patient." Her tears had suddenly ceased. "You know something," she exclaimed in a hushed voice. The rogue fooled her with that illusion, whilst refraining from using words which might afterwards be turned against him. "I know that you will lose the chance if meanwhile you should cease to be his wife. If you were so mad as to become the leman of another, you know as well as I do that the Lord would put you from him. What should you be then? That is why I am your friend when I think of the camp at Bergamo for you." Slowly she dried her eyes. Carefully she removed all stains of tears. It consumed a little time. Then she rose and went to him and took his hand. "Thank you, my friend." Her voice was hushed and tender. "You need have no fear for me." She paused a moment. What has my lord said to you of his intent?" "Nay, nay," he laughed, "I betray no confidences." The trickster's tone was a confidence in itself. He swept on. "You bid me have no fear for you. But that is not enough. Princes are reckless folk. I'd not have you remain in jeopardy." "Oh, but Bergamo," she cried out, "to be encamped in winter. You need not go so far, nor under canvas. In your place, Madonna, I should retire to. The castle is at your disposal." "It is, then." In that loneliness, it is the company here that makes it prudent. And you may take the princess and her brother with you. Come, come, Madonna. Will you trifle with fate at such a time? Will you a glorious destiny for the sake of an obese young lordling? She considered, her face fretful. Tell me, she begged again, what my lord has divulged to you of his intentions. Have I not said enough already? The entrance of Maria at that moment saved him the need of further invention. It perturbed him not at all that the prince's round white face should darken at the sight of them so close and fond. She was warned. Her greed of power and would curb her wantonness and ensure her withdrawal too, as he urged. Glowed with the satisfaction of a battle won, nor troubled about the deceit he had. V justice. The Epiphany mummeries were long, the iron hand of winter was withdrawn from the land, and in the great forest of, where had loved to hunt, the trees were breaking into bud before condition permitted him to think of quitting the ease of Maria's castle. His leg had mended well, the knee joint had recovered its suppleness, and only a slight limp remained. He spoke of returning to Bergamo. This lotus eating has endured too long already, he told the prince in answer to the latter's remonstrances, for Maria was reluctant to part with one who in many ways had beguiled for him the tedium of his lonely life, rendered lonelier than ever before by the withdrawal of the Countess of, who had gone with the princess too. But it was not written that Maria should be left alone, for on the very eve of his intended departure, himself was borne into the castle of, crippled by an attack of gout of a severity which had compelled him to leave his camp just as he was preparing to reap the fruits of his long and patient siege. He had lost weight, and his face, out of which the healthy tan had departed, was drawn. His hair from that it had been was almost white. But the spirit within remained unchanged, indomitable, and intolerant of this enforced inertia of the flesh. He was put to bed immediately on his arrival, for he was in great pain and swore that the gout, which he called by all manner of evil names, had got into his stomach. Warned me there was danger of it. Where is? I ask you. He stood with Maria by the canopied bed in a spacious chamber in the northern tower, adjacent to the Hall of Mirrors. Devil take his soul, left me a month ago, when I seemed well, to go to Duke Maria, who desired to appoint him his physician. I've sent for him again to the Duke. Meanwhile some doctor will be required to give me ease. He groaned with pain. Then, recovering, rapped out his orders to. It's a mercy you are recovered, for you are needed at Bergamo. Meanwhile commands there, but he has my orders to surrender his authority to you on your arrival. It was an order which did not relish, as he plainly showed when reached the camp 2 days later. But he dared not disobey it. Examined the dispositions, but changed nothing. He carried forward the plans already made by. The siege could be tightened no further, and considering the straits to which must be reduced, there could be little point in wasting lives on an assault. A week after's coming there rode into the great camp of green tents under the walls of Bergamo, a weary, excited fellow all splashed with mud from the fury of his riding. Brought by the guards who had checked his progress, 'tis large and handsomely equipped pavilion, pitched beside the racing waters of this slight, swarthy, fierce-eyed man proved to be that stormy petrel of. Rose from the couch covered by a black bearskin on which he had been reclining, and closed the beautifully illuminated copy of Juvenal's Satires, which had been a parting gift from Maria. His gesture dismissed the Swiss halberdiers who had ushered in this visitor. The very name of was of ill omen, and illumined was the man's haggard countenance now, and his own announcement. I bring evil tidings, Lord Count. You are consistent, said. A great quality. Stared at him. Give me to drink, he begged. God, how I thirst. I have ridden from without pause save to change horse at Caravaggio. From his tone and manner changed, apprehension showed in both. But not on that account was he neglectful of the needs of his guest. On an ample square table in mid-tent stood a jug of wine and some beautiful drinking cups, their bowls of beaten gold, their stems of choicely wrought silver, beside a dish of sweetmeats, bread, and a small loaf of cheese. Poured a cup of strong red. Drained it. I am consistent, as you say. And so is that Maria. Of his consistency, mine. By your leave. He flung himself wearily into the cushioned faldstool by the table and set down his cup. Nodded and resumed his seat on the bearskin. What has happened in nothing. Nothing yet. I rode there to warn of what is happening in Milan, but the man is ill. He could do nothing if he would, so I come on to you. And now, leaning forward and scarcely pausing to draw breath, he launched the news he had ridden so desperately to bring. Della is back in Milan, recalled by Maria. Waited, but nothing further came. Well, man, he asked, is that all? All? Does it mean so little to you that you ask that? Don't you know that this damned Guelph, whom banished when he should have hanged him, has been throughout the inspirer of all the evil that has been wrought against and against all the Ghibellines of Milan? Don't you understand that his return bodes ill? What can he do? What can Maria do? Their wings are clipped. They are growing fresh ones. Came to his feet again, his weariness forgotten in his excitement. Since Della's secret return a month ago, orators have been sent to the battered, and even to invite them into a leg. Laughed. Let them leg. If they are so mad as to do so, we'll smash their league into shards when this Bergamo business is over. You forget that under his hand is the strongest army in Italy today. We muster over 12,000 men. My God! I seem to be listening to himself. Slobbered in his excitement, his eyes wild. It was thus he answered me. Why then have troubled to come to me? In the hope that you would see what he will not. You talk as if the army were all. You forget that Maria is a thing of venom, like the emblem of his accursed house. Where there is venom and the will to use it, beware the occasion. If anything should happen to, what hope will remain for the Ghibellines of Milan? What should happen to? At what are you hinting, man? Looked at him between rage and compassion. Where is? He asked. Why is he not with now that needs him? Do you know? But is he not with? Has he not yet arrived? Arrived? Why was he ever withdrawn? To be made physician to the Duke. A pretext, my friend, to deprive of his healing services. Do you know that since his coming to Milan he has not been seen? There are that he is dead, that the Duke has murdered him. Considered. Then he shrugged. Your imagination fools you. If Maria proposed to strike, he would surely attempt something more active and effective. It may be little, I confess, but it is a straw that points the way of the wind. A straw indeed, agreed. But in any case, what do you require of me? You have not told me that you take a strong detachment of your men and repair at once to Milan to curb the Duke's evil intentions and to deal with Della. For that my lord's orders would be necessary. My duty is here, and I dare not neglect it. Nor is the matter so urgent. It can wait until Bergamo has been reduced, which will not be long. Too long it may be. But not all the passionate pleading with which he now distressed could turn the latter from his clear duty, or communicate to him any of the vague alarms which agitated. And so, at last, he went his ways in despair, protesting that both and were beset with the blindness of those whom the gods wished to destroy. However, saw in warning no more than an attempt to use him for the execution of a private vengeance. 3 days later, he thought he had confirmation of this. It came in a letter bearing signature, but penned in the crabbed and pointed hand of the countess, who had been summoned from to minister to her lord. It informed that the physician had come at last in response to his request, and that hoped soon to be afoot again. Indeed, there was already a perceptible improvement in his condition. So much for that has been murdered, said to himself, and laughed at the scaremongering of that credulous hothead. But he thought differently when after another 3 days, a second letter reached him signed by the countess herself. My lord begs you to come to him at once, she wrote. He is so ill that Messer despairs of him. Do not lose a moment, or you may be too late." He was more deeply stirred by that summons than by anything he could remember. If those who accounted him hard and remorselessly calculating could have seen him in that moment, the tears filming his eyes at the very thought of losing this man whom he loved, they must have formed a gentler opinion of his nature. He sent at once for, and ordered a strong horse to be saddled, and 20 lances to prepare to ride with him. Ride with him, however, they did not. They followed, for he rode like one possessed of devils. In 3 hours he covered the 40 miles of difficult road that lay between Bergamo, and leaving one horse foundered and arriving on a second one that was spent by the time he reached Maria's stronghold. Down he flung from it in the great courtyard, and staggering and bespattered, he mounted the main staircase so wide and of such shallow steps that it was possible to ascend it on horseback. Without pausing to see the prince, he had himself conducted straight to his chamber, and there under the damask-hung canopy he found his adoptive father supine, inert, his countenance leaden-hued, looking as if he were laid out in death, save for his stertorous breathing and the fire that still glowed in the eyes under their tufted brows. Went down on his knees beside the bed, and took, in both his own that were so warm and strong, the cold, heavy hand that lay upon the coverlet. The head rolled a little on its pillow, the ghost of a smile irradiated the strong, rugged face, the fingers of the cold hand faintly pressed. "Good lad, you have lost no time," he said in a weak, rasping voice. "And there is no time to lose. I am sped. Indeed, my body's dead already. Says the gout is mounting to my heart." Looked up. Beyond the bed stood the countess, fretful and troubled. At the foot was, and in the background, a servant. "Is this so?" he asked the physician. "Can your skill avail nothing here?" "He is in God's hands," said, mumbling indistinctly. "Send them away," said, and his eyes indicated, and the servant. "There is little time, and I have things to tell you. We must take order for what's to follow." The orders did not amount to very much. He required of that he should afford the countess his protection, and he recommended to him also Maria. "When died, he left his sons in my care. I go to meet him with clean hands. I have discharged my trust, and dying I hand it on to you. Remember always that Maria is Duke of Milan, and whatever the shortcomings he may show, for your own sake if not for his, loyalty to him, as you would have your own captains be loyal to you." When at last, and announcing his desire to rest, bade him go, found pacing in the hall of mirrors, and sent him to. "I shall remain here within call," he said, and oblivious of his own fatigue, he paced in his turn that curious floor whereon birds and beasts were figured in mosaics under the gaudy flashing ceiling of glass, whence the place derived its name. There found him a half-hour later, when he emerged. "He sleeps now," he said. "The countess is with him. It is not yet the end." "Ask me." "Not yet. The end is when God wills. He may linger for some days." Looked sharply at the doctor, considered him indeed now for the first time since his arrival. This was a man of little more than 35. He had been vigorous of frame, inclining a little to portliness, rubicund if grave of countenance, with strong white teeth and bright dark eyes. Beheld now an emaciated man upon whose shrunken frame a black velvet gown hung in loose folds. His face was pale, his eyes dull, but of all the very shape of his face had changed. His jaw had fallen in, so that nose and chin were brought closer like those of an old man, and when he spoke he hissed and mumbled indistinctly over toothless gums. "By the host, man, what has happened to you?" Shrank visibly from the questions, and from the stern eyes that seemed to search his very soul. Eyes have been ill," he faltered. "Very ill. It is a miracle I am alive today." "But your teeth, man." "I have lost them, as you see. A consequence of my disease." A horrible suspicion was sprouting in his mind, nourished by the memory of this man's death which had reported. He took the doctor by the sleeve of his velvet gown and drew him towards one of the double windows. His shrinking, his obvious reluctance to undergo this closer inspection, were so much added food to suspicion. "How do you call this disease?" he asked, clearly from his hesitancy, had been unprepared for the question. It is a sort of pedagogic affection, he mumbled. And your thumb, why is that bandaged? Terror leapt to his eyes. His toothless jaws worked fearfully. That is not an injury. Take off the bandage. Take it off, man. I desire to see this injury. Do you hear me? At last, with shaking fingers, stripped the bandage from his left thumb and displayed it naked. Went white, and his eyes were dreadful. You have been tortured, Master Doctor. Maria has subjected you to his Lent. This Lent of Maria's invention was a torment lasting 40 days, on each of which one or more teeth were torn from the patient's jaws, then day by day a finger-nail, whereafter followed the eyes and finally the tongue, whereupon the sufferer being rendered dumb and unable to confess what was desired, he was shown at last the mercy of being put to death. His livid lips moved frantically, but no words came. He reeled where he stood until he found the wall to steady him, and watched him with those dreadful, searching eyes. To what end did he torture you? What did he desire of you? I have not said he tortured me. It is not true. You have not said it. No, but your condition says it. You have not said it because you dare not. Why did he do this? And why did he desist? Gripped him by the shoulders. Answer me. To what did the torments suffice to constrain you? Will you answer me? O God! Groaned the physician, sagging limply against the wall and looking as if he would faint. But there was no pity in his face. Come with me, he said, and it was almost by main force that he dragged the wretched doctor across that hall out to the gallery, and down the wide steps to the great court. Here under the arcade some men-at-arms of his bodyguard were idling. Into their hands delivered. To the question chamber, he said shortly. Shattered in nerve and sapped of manhood by his sufferings, cried out, piteously inarticulate. Pitilessly waved him away, and the soldiers bore him off, screaming, to the stone chamber under the northeastern tower. There, in the middle of the uneven stone floor, stood the dread framework of the rack. Who had followed ordered them to strip him. The men were reluctant to do the office of executioners, but under the eyes of, standing as implacable as the god of wrath, they set about it, nevertheless, and all the while the broken man's cries for mercy filled that vaulted place with an ever-mounting horror. At the last, half-naked, he broke from the men's hands and flung himself at his feet. In the name of the sweet Christ, my Lord, take pity on me. I can bear no more. Hang me if you will, but do not let me be tortured again. Looked down on the groveling, slobbering wretch with an infinite compassion in his soul. But there was no sign of it on his countenance or in his voice. You have but to answer my question, sir, and you shall have your wish. You shall be hanged without further suffering. Why did the Duke torture you, and why did the torture cease when it did? To what importunities did you yield? Already you have guessed it, my lord. That is why you use me so. But it is not just. As God's my witness, it is not just. What am I but a poor man caught in the toils of the evil desires of others? As long as God gave me the strength to resist, I resisted. But I could bear no more. There was no price at which I would not have purchased respite from that horror. Death I could have borne had that been all they threatened. But I had reached the end of my endurance of pain. Oh, my lord, if I were a villain, there would have been no torture to endure. They offered me bribes great enough to dazzle a poor man, that would have left me rich for the remainder of my days. When I refused, they threatened me with death unless I did their infamous will. Those threats Then they subjected me to this protracted agony, which the Duke impiously calls his Lent. They drew my teeth brutally with unutterable violence, 2 each day until all were gone. Broken and most starved as I was, distracted by pain, which for a fortnight had been unceasing, they began upon my fingernails. But when they tore the nail from my left thumb, I could bear no more. I yielded to their infamy. made a sign to the men, and they pulled to his feet. But his eyes dared not meet the terrible glance of. You yielded to their demands that, under the of curring him, you should poison my lord. That is the thing to which you yielded. But when you say they, whom do you mean? The Duke Maria and Della. Remembered's warning, he is a thing of venom, like the emblem of his house. Poor wretch, said, you deserve some mercy, and you shall have it, provided you can undo what you have done. Alas, my lord, groaned, wringing his hands in a passion of despair. Alas, there is no antidote to that poison. It works slowly, gradually, corroding the intestines. Hang me, my lord, and have done. Had I been less of a coward, I would have hanged myself before I did this thing. But the Duke threatened that if I failed him, the torture should be resumed and continued until I died of sheer exhaustion. Also he swore that my refusal would not save my lord, whom he would find other means of dispatching. Stood between loathing and compassion. But there was no thought in his mind of hanging this poor wretch, who had been the victim of that malignant duke. He uttered an order in cold, level tones, restore him his garments and place him in confinement until I send for him again. On that he departed from that underground chamber and slowly, thoughtfully made his way above. By the time he reached the courtyard, his resolve was taken, though his neck should pay for it, Maria should not escape. For the first and only time in those adventurous years of his, did he swerve from the purpose by which he laid his course, and turn his hand to a task that was not more or less directly concerned with its ultimate. And so, without pausing for rest or food, you behold him once more in the saddle, riding hard for Milan on that Monday afternoon. He conceived that he bore thither the first news of moribund condition, but had been ahead of him by a day and a half, and the ran not that was dying, but that he was already dead. In all the instances history affords of poetic justice to give pause to those who offend against God and man, none is more arresting than that of the fate of Maria. Already on the previous Friday word had reached the Duke, not only from but from at least one of the spies he had placed in his brother's household, that the work of poisoning was done and that hours were numbered. Gloating with Della, and over the assurance that at last the ducal neck was delivered from that stern heel, under which so long it had writhed like the serpent of evil under the heel of Saint Michael, Maria had been unable to keep the knowledge to himself. About the court on that same Friday night he spoke unguardedly of as dead or dying, and from the court the news filtered through to the city and was known to all by the morning of Saturday. And that news carried with it a dismay more utter and overwhelming than any that had yet descended upon Milan since Maria had worn the ducal crown. When wielding the authority of ducal governor, had been the people's bulwark against the extortions, brutalities, and criminal follies of their duke. When absent and deposed from power, he had still been their hope, and they had possessed their soul as best they could against the day of his return, which they knew must dawn. But dead meant an unbridling of the duke's bestiality, a free charter to his misrule, and for his people an outlook of utter hopelessness. It may be that they exaggerated in their own minds this calamity. It was for them the end of the world. Despair settled that morning upon the city. The Duke would have laughed if it had been reported to him, because he lacked the wit to perceive that when men are truly desperate, catastrophes ensue. And at once, whilst the great mass of the people were stricken by horror into a dull inertia, there were those who saw that the situation called for action. Of these were members of the leading Ghibelline families of Dell and others. There was that captain of the ducal guard whose face the Duke had one day broken with his iron gauntlet, and fiercest and most zealous of all there was that of whose family had suffered such deep and bitter wrongs at the Duke's hands. There was no suspicion in the mind of any that the Duke himself was responsible for the death of. It was simply that death created a situation only to be met by the destruction of the Duke. And this situation the Duke himself had been at such hideous pains to bring about. And so, briefly to recapitulate here a page of history, it came to pass that on the Monday morning, which was the first day of the Litany of May, as Maria, gaily clad in his of red and white, was issuing from his bedroom to repair to Mass in the church of San, he found in the antechamber a score of not latterly seen about his court. Who had command of the entrance was responsible for their presence. Before the Duke could comment upon this unusual attendance, perhaps before he had well observed it, 3 of them were upon him. "This from the—" cried, and with his dagger clove the Duke's brow, slaying him instantly. Yet before he fell, blade was buried in his right thigh, so that presently that white-stockinged leg was as red as its fellow. As a consequence, reaching Milan at dusk that evening found entrance him at the gate, which was held by Del with a strong following of men-at-arms. Not until he had disclosed himself first lieutenant was he admitted and informed of what had taken place. The irony of the event provoked in him a terrible mirth. "Poor purblind fool," was his comment. He never guessed when he was torturing that he was torturing him into signing his own death warrant. That and the laugh with which he rode on into the city left wondering whether his wits had turned. He rode through streets in uproar, where almost every man he met was armed. Before the broken door of a half-shattered house hung some revolting bleeding rags, what once had been a man. These were all that remained of the infamous kennel master who had been torn into pieces that day by the mob, and finally hung there before his dwelling, which on the morrow was to be razed to the ground. He came to the old and the church of Saint, and paused there to survey the Duke's body where it lay under an apronful of roses which had been cast upon it by a harlot. Thence he repaired to the stables of the palace, and by making himself known procured a fresh horse. On this he made his way through the ever-increasing tumult of the streets, back to the gate, and he was away through the darkness to cover for the second time that day the 20 miles that lie between Milan and— It was past midnight when, so jaded that he kept his feet by a sheer effort of the will, he staggered into Maria's bedchamber, ushered by the servant who had preceded him to rouse the prince. Maria sat up in bed, blinking in the candlelight at that tall, swaying figure that was almost entirely clothed in mud. "Is that you, Lord? You will have heard that is dead, God rest his soul." A harsh, croaking voice made him answer. "Aye, and avenged, Lord Duke." A quiver crossed the pale fat face under its sleek black cap of hair. The coarse lips parted. Lord Duke, you said." The high-pitched voice was, "Your brother Maria is dead, my lord, and you are Duke of Milan." "Duke of Milan? I am—" The grotesque young face showed bewilderment, confusion, fear. "And Maria dead, do you say?" Did not mince matters. He was dispatched to hell this morning by some in Milan. "Jesus Mary!" croaked the prince and fell to trembling. "Murdered and used." He heaved himself higher in the bed with one arm, whilst he flung out the other in accusation. He did not love his brother. He profited greatly by his deaths, but it does not permit that others shall lay hands on a— Laughed oddly. He had been forestalled. Perhaps it was as well. No need now to speak of his intentions. He was slain on his way to Mass this morning, at just about the hour that I arrived here from Bergamo. The accusing arm fell heavily to the prince's obese flank. The beady eyes still peered at the young. "Almost I thought, and is dead, murdered. God rest him." The phrase was mechanical. "Tell me about it." Recited what he knew, then staggered out, on the arm of the servant who was to conduct him to the room prepared for him. "What a world! What a dunghill!" he muttered as he went. "And how well the old abbot knows it. Pax in cella bella. Vi, the inheritance." Cain, Count of Lord of, and of all the lands on lake as far as, was buried with great pomp in the church of San In. His chief mourners were his captains summoned from Bergamo to do that last to their departed leader. At their head, as mourner-in-chief, walked his adoptive son Cain, Count of. The others included of us and the Burgundian. And the Piedmontese were absent, having remained at Bergamo with the army. Thereafter the captains assembled in the Hall of Mirrors to hear the will and last instructions of. To read them came secretary, accompanied by the notary who had drawn up the testament 3 days ago. Thither also came the countess, robed entirely in black and heavily veiled. The rich and important fief was now disclosed to have been left by to his adoptive son, in earnest of my love and to recompense his loyalty and worth. Apart from that and a legacy in money for the whole of his vast territorial possessions of cities, lands, and fortresses mostly acquired since he had been deposed in of besides the enormous sum of 400,000 ducats, were all bequeathed to his widow. He expressed the wish that should succeed him in the command of his, and reminding his other captains that strength lies in unity, he recommended them to remain united under his leadership, at least until the task of restoring order to the duchy should be fulfilled. To his captains also he recommended his widow, putting it upon them to see her firmly established in the dominions he bequeathed to her. When the reading was done, the captains rose in their places and turned to Madonna Beatrice, where she sat like an ebony statue at the table's head. Ever theatrical, ever a man of attitudes, drew his sword with a flourish and laid it on the board. Madonna, to you I surrender the authority I held under my lord, and I leave it in your hands until such time as it shall please you to reinvest me in it. The ceremonious gesture caught the fancy of the others. Followed the example instantly, and presently 5 swords lay naked on the oak. To these, after a moment, a little scornful of this ritual, as he was of all unnecessary displays, added his own. The Countess rose. She thanked them in a voice that shook with emotion, and one by one restored their weapons to them, naming each as she did so. However, she left upon the board, wherefore, wondering a little, remained when she dismissed the others. Slowly then she resumed her seat. Slowly she raised and threw back her veil, disclosing a face, which beyond a deeper pallor resulting, perhaps from contrast with her sable raiment, showed little trace of grief. Her feline eyes considered him, a little frown between their fine black brows. You were the last to offer me that homage. Her voice was slow and softly attuned. Why did you hesitate? Are you reluctant? It was a gesture, Madonna, that becomes thee of this world. Sincerity requires no symbols, and it was only at the symbol that I boggled. My service and my life are unreservedly at your command. There was a pause. Her eyes continued to ponder him. Take up your sword, she said at last. He moved to do so and then checked. Yourself you restored theirs to the others. The others are not as you. Upon you has fallen the mantle of. How much of that mantle will you wear? As much of it as my lord intended. You have heard his testament, Madonna, but not your own interpretation of it. Have I not said that my life and services are at your command, as my lord to whom I owe everything enjoined upon me? Your life and services, she said slowly. Her breast heaved as if in repressed agitation. That is much to offer. Do you ask nothing in return? I offer these in return for all that I have received already. It is I who make payment, Madonna. Again there was a baffled pause. She sighed heavily. You make it hard for me. There was a pathetic break in her voice. What do I make hard? She rose and in evident timidity came to stand before him. She set a white hand on the black velvet sleeve of his tunic. Her lovely face, with which time had dealt so mercifully, was upturned to his, and there was now no arrogance in its lines or in her glance. She spoke quietly, wistfully. You may think that with my lord scarce buried this is not the hour for what I have to say. And yet, by the very fact of my lord's death and by the very terms of his testament, this is the hour, because it must be the hour of decision. Here and now we must determine what is to follow. Tall and coldly stern he stood, looking down upon her who swayed a little there, so close to him that his nostrils were invaded by the subtle essences she used. I await your commands, Madonna. My commands. My commands. Dear God, what commands have I for you? She looked away for an instant, then brought her eyes back to his face and her other hand to his other sleeve, so that she held him completely captive now. A faint stirred in the pale cheeks. My lord has left me great possessions. They might serve as a footstool to help you mount to a great destiny. A little smile hovered about his lips as he looked down upon her who waited so breathlessly, her breast now touching his own. "You are offering me," he said and stopped. "Can you be in doubt of what I am offering? It is the hour of great decisions, for me and for you." Closer she pressed so that her weight was against him. She was deathly pale again, her eyes were veiled. "In unity is strength." That was the last reminder to us. And in what unity could there be greater strength than in ours? His army, the strongest that ever followed him, is solidly behind us so that we stand together. With that and my resources, you need set no bounds to your ambition. You may be Duke of Milan if you will. You may even dream and make yourself King of Italy. His hovering smile settled and deepened. But the dark eyes grew sad. "The world and you have never suspected," he said gently, "that I am not really ambitious. You have witnessed my rise in 4 short years from a poor nameless, starveling scholar to knighthood, lordships, wealth, and fame, and therefore you imagine that I am one who has striven for the bounties of fortune. It is not so, Madonna. I have for ends that are nowise bound up with the hope of any of these rewards, which I hold cheap. They are hollow vanities, empty bubbles, gewgaws to delight the children of the world. Possessions come to me, titles, which deceive me no more than I desired them." She drew away from him a little and looked at him almost in awe. "God, you talk like a monk." "It is possible that I think like one, and very natural remembering how I was nurtured. There is one task, one purpose which has detained me in this world of men. When that is accomplished, I think I shall go back to the cell where there is peace." "You—" Her hands had fallen from his arms. She gasped now in her amazement. "With the world at your feet if you choose. To renounce all. To go back to the chill loneliness and joylessness of monkhood. You are mad. Or else sane, Madonna. Who shall judge? And love. Is there no love in the world? Does that not lend reality to all these things that you deem shams? Does it heal the vanity of the world?" He cried, "It is a great power, as I perceive. For love men will go mad, they will become beasts, they will murder and betray." "Heretic." That startled him a little. Once before he had been dubbed heretic for beliefs to which he clung with assurance, and experience had come to lay bare his heresy to his own eyes. "Upon occasion, Madonna, we have talked of love, you and I, had I given heed, had your beauty me, what a treacherous thing should I not have been in size. Do you wonder that I mistrust love as I mistrust all else the world can offer me? While lived that," she broke off. Her eyes were on the ground, her hands now folded in her lap. She had drawn away from him a little and leaned against the table's edge. Now she parted her hands and held them out, leaving him to guess her mind. "Now his behests are upon me, and they shall be obeyed as if he still lived. What is there in his behests against what I was offering? Am I not commended to you by his testament? Am I not a part of his legacy to you? The service of you is, and your loyal servant, Madonna, you shall ever find me." She turned aside with a little gesture of irritation and remained silent, thoughtful. A sleek secretary broke in upon them. The Count of commanded the Lord's presence in the library. A courier had just arrived from Milan with grave news. "Say to His Highness that I come." The secretary. "You give me leave, Madonna." She stood leaning sideways against the heavy table, her face averted. "Eyes, you may go." Her voice rasped, but he waited yet a moment. "The sword, Madonna. Will you not arm me with your own hands for your service?" She turned her head to look at him again, and there was now a curl of disdain on her pale lips. "I thought you looked askance on symbols. Was not that your profession?" She paused, but without waiting for his answer, added, "Take up your sword yourself, you that are so fully master of your own destinies." And on that she turned and went, trailing her funereal draperies over the gay mosaics of that patterned floor. He remained where she left him until she had passed out of that great hall and the door had closed. Then, at last, he fetched a sigh and went to restore his blade to its scabbard. His thoughts were on hardly cold in the grave, on this widow who had so shamelessly wooed him, yet in terms which demanded as a condition the satisfaction of her inordinate ambition, and lastly on that obese young prince who waited for him. And in the mirror of his mind, he saw a reflection of a scene now some months old. He saw again the glance of those beady, lecherous eyes lambent about the countess. Inspiration came to him of how best he might gratify her vast ambition, her greed of greatness. Her suggestion to him had been that he should make her Duchess of Milan, and Duchess of Milan he would make her yet. On that half-ironic thought, he came to the library where the prince waited. Maria was seated at a table near one of the windows. Spread before him were some parchments, writing materials, and a horn of unicorn that was almost a yard long, of solid ivory, one of the library's most treasured possessions. The prince was more than usually pallid, his glance unsteady, his manner nervous and agitated. Perfunctorily, he made the inquiries concerning the obsequies of which courtesy demanded. He reiterated excuses already made for his own absence from the ceremony, an absence really based on resentment of the yoke which had imposed upon him. That done, he picked up a parchment from the table. "Here's news," he said, and his voice trembled. "Has been created Duke of Milan." He paused, and the little dark eyes blinked up at the tall, standing composed at his side. "You knew already." "Not so, Highness. And you show no surprise. It is a bold step, and it may cost Messer his head. But it was to be expected from what had gone before." The beady eyes returned to the parchment, which shook in the podgy fingers. "Fra the Bishop of preached a sermon to the people lauding the murder of my brother, and promising in his name a golden age for Milan, with immunity from taxation. Thereupon they laid at his bastard feet the keys of the city, the standard of the Republic, and the ducal." He dropped the parchment, and sat back folding plump, white hands across his paunch. "This calls for action speedily. We can provide action enough to surfeit Messer." The great flabby face grew almost kindly, the little eyes beamed upon the. "Serve me well in this, and you shall know gratitude." His gesture seemed to wave the notion of reward aside. He came straight to facts. "We can withdraw 8,000 men from Bergamo. The place is at the point of surrender, and 4,000 will well suffice to tighten the last grip upon the vitals. Perhaps the Lord has not included that in his calculations. With 8,000 men we can sweep him out of Milan at our pleasure. And you'll give orders. You'll give orders at once. The army, they tell me, is now in your control. Its authority has descended to you, and has been accepted by your brother captains. And now this arch-dissembler went to work. Hardly so much, Highness. His captains have sworn fealty, not to me, but to the Lady Beatrice. But you, then." The news dismayed him a little. "What place is yours?" "At your Highness's side, if your Highness commands me." Yes. But whom do you command? Where exactly do you stand now?" "At the head of the army in any enterprise into which the Countess sends her captains." "The Countess?" The prince shifted his bulk uneasily in his chair, slewing round so as to face the soldier more fully. What if the Countess should not? He waved his fat hands helplessly. "It is not likely that the Countess should oppose your own wishes, Highness." "Not likely. But Lord of Heaven, it's possible." He heaved himself up, nervous, agitated. "I must know. I'll send for her." He reached for a handbell on the table. But's hand closed over his own before he could ring. "A moment, Lord Prince. Before you send for the Lady Beatrice, had you not best consider precisely what you will say to her? What is to say beyond discovering her disposition towards me? Can you entertain a doubt upon that, Lord Prince?" Was smiling. Their hands came away together from the bell and fell apart. Her disposition towards your potency is, to my knowledge, of the very kindliest. Such indeed, that I'll be frank with you, I found it necessary once to remind her of her duty to her lord. Ah! The fat pale face quivered into something akin to malevolence. The prince remembered a sudden coolness in the countess and her removal too, and perceived in this meddler's confession the explanation of it. By Saint, that was bold of you. I am accounted bold, reminded him, deeming it necessary. Aye. The shifty eyes fell away uncomfortably under his glance. But if she is kindly disposed, then. I know that she was, Highness, and may be rendered so again. Though perhaps less easily now than heretofore. Less easily? Why so? As widow, she is in wealth and power the equal of many a prince in Italy. She has considerable dominions, torn by from the great heritage left by the Duke my father. In that rare burst of indignation, his whole bulk quivered like a great jelly. They might be restored to the ducal crown by peaceful arts. Peaceful arts? What arts? Will you be plain? But the time for direct answers was not yet. And not only has the Countess lands, but the control of a vast fortune. Some 400,000 ducats. You will need money, Highness, for the pay of this great army now under Bergamo, and your own treasury will hardly supply it. There is taxation. But your Highness knows the ills that wait on that for a prince newly come into his own. And not only the lands and money of which your Highness stands in need, but the men also does the Countess bring. You but repeat yourself. Looked at him and smiled. Never, do I believe, did a prince find a bride more richly dowered. A bride? The youth was startled, terrified almost. A bride? Would less content your Highness? Would you be satisfied to receive the assistance of the Countess's possessions, when you may make them your own and wield them at your pleasure? He stared, his jaw fallen. Then slowly he brought his lips together again and licked them thoughtfully, screwing up his mean eyes. You are proposing that I should take to wife's widow, who is twice my age. He asked the question very slowly, as if pondering each word of it. Laughed. Not proposing it, Highness. It is not for me to make such proposals. I do not even know what the lady will say. But if she is willing to become Duchess of Milan, she can provide the means to make you Duke. Maria sat down suddenly. The sweat broke from his pale brow. He mopped it with his hand, disturbing the black fringe that disfigured it. Then, lost in thought, he stroked the loose folds of his enormous chin, and gradually his eyes kindled. At long length he put forth his hand again to the bell. This time did not interfere. He perceived in the act the young prince's surrender to the forces of greed and lust which himself had loosed against him. He took his leave and went out with the sad knowledge that greed and wantonness would make of the woman, too, a ready prey. His work was done. She should have the thing she coveted and find in it her punishment. VII. Prince of... As had calculated and disposed, so things fell out, and Maria, in the 22nd year of his age, led to the altar the widowed countess of who was 39. As a young girl, she had married at the bidding of ambition, a man who was 20 years her senior. As a middle-aged woman now, and for the same reason, she married one who was almost as much her junior. She had not the foresight to perceive that the grievance on the score of disparity of years which she had nursed against would be nursed against herself to her ultimate destruction by this sly, furtive, and cruel prince to whom now she gave herself and her vast possessions. That, however, is no part of the story I have set myself to tell. Defended in vain his usurped dominion against Maria's legitimate successor. Maria, within command of some 7,000 men, laid siege to Milan, whilst went north to make an end of the Bergamo resistance. Because in haste to have done, he granted easy terms of surrender, permitting him to ride out of the city with the of war lance on thigh. Thereafter, having restored order in Bergamo and left there a strong garrison under an officer of trust, he marched with the main army to join Maria, who was conducting operations from the mills on Monte, 3 miles from Milan. Some 4 weeks already had he spent there, with little progress made. Had enrolled and constrained to the defense of the city almost every man of an age to bear arms. It was necessary to make an end, and himself with a few followers entered the castle of which was being held against by the castellan. From its walls, having attracted the people by trumpet blast, he published Maria's proclamation, wherein the prince solemnly undertook that if the city were at once surrendered to him it should have nothing to fear, that there should be no pillage, executions, or other measures punitive of this resistance to the state's legitimate lord. The news flew in every direction, with the result that before nightfall all those whom had constrained to follow him had fallen away, and he was left with only his mercenaries. With these, next morning, he hacked a way out through the gate, as the people were throwing open to the new duke the gates of the city on the other side. Maria entered with a comparatively small following, and in the wake of a train of bread carts sent ahead to relieve the famine, which already was beginning to press upon the inhabitants. The acclamations of "Live the Duke" quieted his natural timidity as he rode through the streets to shut himself up in the castle of, which remained ever afterwards his residence. Not for Maria the palace of the old, or the gaiety of courts. His dark, scheming, yet pusillanimous nature craved the security of a stronghold. For assisting him to the ducal throne, and no doubt to ensure their continued support, he rewarded his captains generously, and none more generously than to whom he considered that he owed everything. Was not only confirmed in the lordship of enfeud, for himself and his heirs forever, but the duke raised the fief into a principality. Remained the duke's marshal-in-chief and military adviser, and it was by the dispositions which he made during that summer and autumn of 1412 that the lands of the duchy were finally cleared of the insurgent brigands who had renewed their depredations. Peace being restored at home, and industry being liberated at last from the trammels that had lain upon it since the death of prosperity flowed swiftly back to the state of Milan, and the people heaped blessings upon the shy, furtive ruler of whom they saw so little. It is possible that Maria would have been content to rest for the present upon what was done, to leave the frontiers of the duchy as he found them, and to dismiss the greater part of the costly in his employ. But at his elbow goaded him to further enterprise, and met his sluggish reluctance with a culminating argument that shamed him into action. Will you leave, in tranquil possession, the brigands who have encroached upon the glorious patrimony built up by your illustrious father? Will you his memory, and be false to your name, Lord Duke? Thus and similarly, with a heat that was purely histrionic. He cared no more for the integrity of patrimony than he cared for that of the kingdom of England. What he cared for was that the order to dispossess those tyrants would sound the knell above. Thus at last should he be enabled to complete the service, to which 5 years ago he had dedicated himself, and to which unfalteringly, if obscurely and tortuously, he had held. Very patiently had he waited for this hour, when, yielding at last to his bold importunities, the Duke summoned a council of the officers of state and the chief condottieri to determine the order in which action should be taken. At once urged that a beginning should be made by recovering, than which few strongholds were of more importance to the safety of the duchy. It provoked a protest from, who was the Duke's minister of state. An odd proposal this from you, Lord, remembering that it was by your own action in concert with the Count of that the Marquis was placed in possession of. Crushed him with his logic. Not odd, sir, natural. Then I was on the other side. And if, being on the other side, I conceived it important that should hold, now that I am opposed to him, I conceive it equally important that he should be driven from it. There was a pause. Maria, somnolent in his great chair, looked round the group. What is the military view? He asked. He had noticed that not one of the captains had voiced an opinion. He was answered now by the burly. I have no views that are not. I have followed him long enough to know that he's a safe man to follow. Uninvited, expressed the same sentiment. Maria turned to, who sat silent and thoughtful. And you, sir? He asked, reared his blond head and braced himself for battle. But to his amazement, for once for the first time in their long association was on his side. I am of's mind magnificent. We who were with my lord when he made alliance with of no, for a crafty, daring man of boundless ambition. His occupation is a menace to the peace of the duchy. After that the other captains, and who had been wavering, threw in their votes so that the military opinion was solidly unanimous. Maria balanced the matter for a moment. You are not forgetting, sirs, that for good I have in my hands a precious hostage, in the person of his nephew, the Marquis, in whose name rules. You laugh. That hostage was procured to ensure, not the good faith of, but the safety of the real prince of. Has told your magnificence that is crafty, daring, and ambitious. It is a part of his ambition to make himself absolute sovereign, where at present he is no more than regent. Let your magnificence judge if the thought of harm to the hostage you hold would be a deterrent to him. A while still they debated. Then Maria announced that he would take thought and make known his decision when it was reached. On that he dismissed them. As they went from the council chamber, the captains witnessed the phenomenon of a yet closer unity between and the new prince of linked arms with and drew him away. You will do a service in this matter, sir, if you send word to Lady and her brother urging them to come at once to Milan and petition the Duke to place upon his throne. He is of full age, and only his absence from enables to continue in the regency. Looked at him suspiciously. Why do you not send that message yourself? Shrugged and spread his hands a little. I have not the confidence of the princess. A message from me might be mistrusted. His fine blue eyes pondered him still with that suspicious glance. What game do you play? He asked. I see that you mistrust me too. I ever have done. It's a compliment, said. If it is, I don't perceive it. If you did, you wouldn't pay it. You are direct, and for that you. I am not direct, and yet you may come to me for that too when you understand it, if you ever do. You ask what game I play. A game which began long ago, in which this is the last move. The alliance I brought about between and was a move in this game. The securing of the person of as a hostage was another, to make it possible for to occupy and make himself lord of Genoa, yet another. My only aim was to unbridle his greed so that he should become a menace to the duchy, against such a day as this, when on the Duke's side it is my duty to advise his definite destruction. His eyes were wide, amazement overspread his florid, handsome face. By the bones of Saint, you play mighty deep. Smiled. I am frank with you. I explain myself. It is tedious but necessary so as to conquer your mistrust and procure your cooperation. To make me a pawn in this game of yours. That is to describe yourself unflatteringly. Of is no man's pawn. No, by God. I am glad you perceive that. Should I have explained myself if I did not? Said to assure him of a fact of which clearly he was far from sure. Tell me why you so schemed and plotted. Sighed. To amuse myself, perhaps. It interests me. Said of me that I was a natural strategist. This broader strategy upon the great field of life gives scope to my inclinations. He was thoughtful, chin in hand. I do not think there is more in it than that. And abruptly he asked, You'll send that message? Too considered. There was a dream that he had dreamed, a game that he could play, making in his turn a pawn of this crafty brother captain who sought to make a pawn of him. I'll go to in person, he announced. He went, and there dispelled the fretful suspense in which the princess waited for a justice of which she almost despaired. He dealt in that directness, which was the only thing found too in him. But the directness now was in his manner only. Lady, I come to bid you take a hand in your own and your brother's reinstatement. Your petition to the Duke is all that is needed now to persuade him to the step which I have urged, to march against the usurper and cast him out. It took her breath away. You have urged this. You, my lord. Let me send for my brother that he may thank you, that he may know that he has at least one stout, brave friend in the world. His friend and your servant, Madonna. He bore her white hand to his lips, and there were tears in her eyes as she looked upon his bowed, handsome head. My hopes, my plans, my schemes for you are to bear fruit at last. Your schemes for me. Her brows were knit over her moist dark eyes. He laughed, a jovial, debonair, and laughter-loving gentleman, this of. So as to provide a cause disposing the Duke of Milan to proceed against the regent. The hour has come, Madonna. It needs but your petition to Maria, and the army marches. So that I command it, I will see justice done to your brother. So that you command it. Who else should? His bright face was overcast. There is Cain. That knave. She recoiled, her countenance troubled. He is the regent's man. It was he who helped the regent too, and to the lordship of Genoa. Which he never could have done, assured her, but that I abetted him. I saw that thus I should provide a reason for action against the regent, when later I should come to be on the duke's side. Oh, that was shrewd. To feed his ambition until he overreached himself. Strutted a little. It was a deep game. But we are at the last move in it. If you mistrust this, mistrust him. She laughed a bitter little laugh, and she poured forth the tale of how once he had been a spy sent by to embroil her, and how thereafter he had murdered her one true and devoted friend Count. Feeding her mistrust and bringing fully to share it, conducted them to Milan and procured audience for them with the Duke. Maria received her in a small room in the very heart of the fortress, a room to which he had brought something of the atmosphere of his library at. Here were the choicely bound manuscripts, and the writing table with its sheaves of parchment, and its horn of unicorn, which, as all the world knows, is a prophylactic against all manner of ills of the flesh and the spirit. Its double window looked out upon the court of San, where the October sunshine warmed the red brick to the of the rose. He gave her a kindly welcome, then settled into the inscrutable inertia of an obese Eastern idol whilst she made her prayer to him. When it was done, he nodded slowly, and dispatched his secretary in quest of the Prince of. The name conveyed nothing to her, for she had not heard of Salatus' dignity. You shall have my decision later, Madonna. It is almost made already, and in the direction you desire. When I have conferred with the Prince of upon the means at our command, I will send for you again. Meanwhile, the Lord of will conduct you and your brother to my Duchess, whom it will delight to care for you. He cleared his throat. You have leave to go, he added in his shrill voice. They bowed and were departing when the returning secretary, opening the door and holding up the arras that masked it, announced, the Prince of. He came in erect and proud of bearing, for all that he still limped a little. His tunic was of black velvet edged with dark brown fur, a heavy gold chain hung upon his breast, a girdle of beaten gold gripped his loins and carried his stout dagger. His hose were in white and blue stripes. From the threshold he bowed low to the prince and then to Madonna, who was staring at him in sudden panic. She to him almost despite herself, and then made haste to depart with and her brother. But there was a weight of light in her breast. If action against depended upon this man's counsel, what hope remained? She put that question too. He quieted her fears. After all, he is not omnipotent. Our fealty is not to him, but to the Duchess Beatrice. Win her to your side, and things will shape the course you desire, especially if I command the enterprise. And meanwhile this man whom she mistrusted was closeted with the Duke, and the Duke was informing him of this new factor in their plans against. She desires us to break a lance in her brother's behalf. But is loyal too. They have no opinion thereof, and to impose by force of arms a prince upon a people is perhaps to render that people hostile to ourselves. If that were so, and I confess that I do not share your potency's apprehensions, it would still be the course I should presume to advise. In you have a neighbor whom ambition makes dangerous. In you have a mild and gentle youth, whose thoughts, since his conversion from debauchery, turn rather to religion than to deeds of arms. Place him upon the throne of his fathers, and you have in such a man not only a friendly neighbor but a grateful servant. You believe in gratitude. I must, since I it. There followed that night a council of the captains, and since they were still nominally regarded as in the service of Swido, the Duchess herself attended it, and since the fortunes of the legitimate ruler of was one of the issues, the Marquis and his sister were also invited to be present. The Duke, at the head of the long table, with the Duchess on his right and on his left, made known the intention to declare war immediately upon the regent upon two grounds: his occupation of the Milanese stronghold and lands of, and his usurpation of the regency beyond the Marquis' attainment of full age. Of his captains now, he desired an account of the means at their disposal, and afterwards a decision of those to be employed in the undertaking. Came prepared with a computation of the probable forces which could levy, and they were considerable, not less than 5,000 men. The necessary force to deal with him was next debated, having regard also to certain other enterprises to which Milan was elsewhere committed. At length this was fixed by. It was to consist of the Germans under Swiss, Italian mercenaries, and amounting in all to some 7,000 men. That would leave free for other eventualities the of and of, with whom were and de. Against this, and on the plea that the Duke might require the services of the Prince of at home, begged that the enterprise against should be confided to his leadership, his own taking the place of, but all else remaining as disposed. The Duke, showing in his pale face no sign of his surprise at this request, looked from two, appearing to ponder, what time the Princess held her breath. At length the Duke spoke. "Have you anything to say to that?" "Nothing, if your Highness is content." "You will remember that of is one of the most captains of the day, and if this business is not to drag on unduly, indeed if it is to be brought to a successful issue, you would do well to send against him of your best." A sly smile broke upon that sinisterly placid countenance. "By which you mean yourself." "For my part," said, "I do not willingly march under another." "And for mine," said, "whilst lives I do not march under another at all." The Duke looked at. "You hear, sir?" Flushed uncomfortably. "I had set my heart upon the enterprise, Lord Duke." The Princess interposed. "By your leave, Highness, does my vote count for anything in this matter?" "Assuredly, Madonna." "Your own and your brother's." "Then, Lord Duke, my vote, indeed my prayer, is that my lord of be given the command." The Duchess raised her long eyes to look at her in wonder. Sat inscrutable. The request wounded without surprising him. He knew her unconquerable mistrust of him. He had hoped in the end, which was now approaching, to prove to her its cruel injustice. But if occasion for that was him, it would be no great matter. What signified was that her own aims should be accomplished, and after all, they were not beyond the strength and skill of, who had his talents as a leader when all was said. The Duke's eyes were steadily upon. He spoke after a pause. "Almost you imply a doubt of the Prince's capacity." "Not of his capacity." "Oh, not of that." "Of what, then?" The question troubled her. She looked at her brother, and her brother answered for her. "My sister remembers that the Prince of was once the Marquis' friend." "Was he so? When was that?" The Duke looked at, but it was, who answered the question. "When, in alliance with him, he placed him in possession of and Genoa." "The alliance was the Lord's, not served under him." "But so also did." "Where is the difference between them?" "My lord have acted then with a view to my brother's ultimate service," the Princess answered. "If he was a party to the Marquis' occupation of, it was only so that in that act the Marquis might provide a cause for the action that is now proposed against him by the Duke of Milan." Laughed softly at the light he suddenly perceived. "Do you mock that statement, sir?" Challenged him. "Do you dare to say what was in my mind at the time?" "I have you for directness. But it seems you can be subtle too." "Subtle?" Flushed indignantly. "In what have I been subtle?" "In the spirit in which you's occupation of," said, and so left him gaping foolishly. "What else did you think I had in mind?" He smiled almost ingenuously into the other's face. The Duke rapped the table. Sirs, we wander, and there is this matter to resolve." Answered him. Here, then, is a solution your highness may be disposed to adopt. Instead of and his troops, I take with me and his own which is of a similar strength, and like mainly horse. Thus we march together and share the enterprise. But unless commands it, Lord Duke, your highness will graciously consider sending another in the place of mine, said, and was about to add his own voice to that, when the Duke, losing patience, broke in. Paysan. I am Duke of Milan, and I give orders here. You are summoned to advise, not to browbeat me and say what you will and will not do. Let it be done as says, since has set his heart upon being in the campaign. But leads the enterprise. The matter is closed on that. You have leave to go. Aye. The door ajar. The event which was to deviate so abruptly and brutally from the peaceful ways of a student and a scholar, and to extinguish his cherished hopes of learning Greek at under the far-famed Messer, was upon him so suddenly and so unheralded that he scarcely it until it was. He and the friar had supped in the unclean and crowded common room of the hostelry of the Stag, so called, it is presumed, inn of the lords of who had adopted the Stag as their device, and it is to be confessed that they had supped abundantly and well under the particular auspices of Sir, the host, who used his cousin Fra with almost more than cousinly affection. He had placed them a little apart from the noisy occupants of that low-ceilinged, grimy chamber, in a recess under a tall, narrow window standing open, so that the stench, compounded of garlic, burnt meats, rancid oil, and other things, which pervaded the apartment was here diluted for them by the pure evening air. And he waited upon them himself, after a protracted entertainment with the friar, conducted in a mutter of which nothing reached. He brought them of his best, of which the most conspicuous item was a lean and stringy fowl, and he produced for them from his cellar a flask of which at least was worthy of a better table. Tired and hungry, did justice to the viands, without permitting himself more than a passing irritation at his companion's whining expositions of the signal advantages of traveling under the aegis of the blessed Francis. The truth is that he did not hear more than the half of all that Fra found occasion to urge. For one thing, in his greed, the friar spoke indistinctly, slobbering the while at his food. For another, the many tenants of the inn were very noisy. They made up a motley crowd, but had this in common, that all belonged to the lower walks of life, as their loud, coarse speech, freely interlarded with blasphemy and obscenity, abundantly bore witness. There were some peasants from or perhaps from beyond the Po, who had come there to market, rude, brawny men for the most part, accompanied by their equally brawny, bare-legged women. There were a few of the town and others who may have been artisans, one or two of them, indeed, so proclaimed by their leather aprons, and at one table a group of 4 men and a woman were very boisterous over their wine. The men were soldiers, so to be judged at a glance from their leather, and studded girdles with heavy daggers slung behind. The woman with them was a gaudy, sinuous creature with haggard, painted cheeks, whose mirth, now shrill, now raucous, was too easily moved. When first he heard it, had shuddered. She laughs, he had told the friar, as one might laugh in hell. For only answer Fra had looked at him and then veiled his eyes, almost as if himself he were suppressing laughter. Soon, however, grew accustomed to the ever-recurring sound and to the rest of the din, the rattle of platters and drinking cans, the growling of a dog over a bone it had discovered among the foul rushes rotting on the bare earthen floor. Having eaten, he sat back in his chair, a little torpid now and drowsy. Last night he had lain in the open, and he had been afoot almost since dawn. It is little wonder that presently, whilst again the taverner was muttering with his cousin the friar, he should have fallen into a doze. He must have slept some little while, a half-hour perhaps, for when he awakened the patch of sunlight had faded from the wall across the alley, visible from the window under which they sat. This he did not notice at the time, but remembered afterwards. In the moment of awakening, his attention was drawn by the friar, who had risen, and instantly afterwards by something else, beyond the friar. At the open window behind and above Fra, there was the face of a man. Upon the edge of the sill, beneath his face, were visible the fingers by which he had hoisted himself thither. The questing eyes met and seemed to dilate a little, the mouth gaped suddenly. But before could cry out or speak, or even form the intention of doing either, the face had vanished. And it was the face of the peasant with whom they had dined that day. The friar, warned by his quickening stare, had swung round to look behind him. But he was too late, the window space was already empty. "What is it?" he asked, suddenly apprehensive. "What did you say?" Told him, and was answered by an obscenely morphological oath, which left him staring. The friar's countenance was suddenly transfigured. A spasm of mingled fear and anger bared his fangs, his beady eyes grew cruel and sinister. He swung aside as if to depart abruptly, then as abruptly halted where he stood. On the threshold surged the peasant, others following him. The friar sank again to his stool at the table and composed his features. "Yonder he sits, that friar rogue. That's thief." Thus the peasant as he advanced. The cry, and more than all, the sight of the peasant's companions, imposed a sudden silence upon the babel of that room. First came a young man, stalwart and upright, in steel cap and gorget, booted and spurred, a sword swinging from his girdle, a dagger hanging on his hip behind, a little crimson feather adorning his steel cap, proclaiming him an officer of the captain of justice of. After him came two of his men armed with short pikes. Straight to that table in the window recess the peasant led the way. "There he is. This is he." Belligerently he thrust his face into the friar, leaning his knuckles on the table's edge. "Now, rogue," he was beginning furiously, when Fra, raising eyes of mild astonishment to meet his anger, gently interrupted him. "Little brother, do you speak so to me? Do you call me rogue?" "Me?" He smiled sadly, and so calm and gently wistful was his manner that it clearly gave the peasant pause. "A sinner I confess myself, for sinners are we all. But I am conscious of no sin against you, brother, whose charity was so freely given me only today." That saintly threw the peasant's simple wits into confusion. He was thrust aside by the officer. "What is your name?" Fra looked at him, and his look was laden with reproach. "My brother," he cried, "attend to me." The officer barked at him. "This man charges you with theft." "With theft?" Fra paused and sighed. "It shall not move me to the sin of anger, brother. It is too foolish, a thing for laughter. What need have I to steal, when under the protection of Saint Francis I have but to ask for the little that I need? What use to me is worldly gear? But what does he say I stole?" It was the peasant who answered him. 30 florins, a gold chain, and a silver cross from a chest in the room where you rested. Remembered how the friar had sought to go slinking off alone from the peasant homestead, and how fearfully he had looked behind him as they trudged along the road until overtaken by the muleteer. And by the muleteer it would be, he thought, that they had now been tracked. The officer at the gate would have told the peasant of how the friar and his young companion in greed had ridden in, then the peasant would have sought the muleteer, and the rest was clear as it was to him that his companion was a thieving rogue, and that his own 5 ducats were somewhere about that scoundrel's person. In future, he swore, he would be guided by his own keen instincts and the evidence of his senses only, and never again allow a preconception to befool him. Meanwhile, the friar was answering. "So that not only am I charged with stealing, but I have returned evil for good, I have abused charity. It is a heavy charge, my brother, and very rashly brought." There was a murmur of sympathy from the staring, listening company, amongst whom many lawless ones were, by the very instinct of their kind, ready to range themselves against any who stood for law. The friar opened his arms, wide and invitingly. "Let me not depart from my vows of humility in the heat of my own defense. I will say nothing. Do you, sir, make search upon me for the gear which this man says I have stolen, though all his evidence is that it chanced to be in a room in which for a little while I rested." "To accuse a priest," said someone in a tone of indignation, and a murmur arose at once in sympathy. It moved the young officer to mirth. He half swung on his heel so as to confront those mutterers. "A priest?" he jeered. Then his keen eyes flashed once more upon the friar. "When did you last say Mass?" Before that simple question Fra seemed to lose some of his assurance. Without even giving him time to answer, the officer fired another question. "What is your name?" "My name." The friar was looking at him from eyes that seemed to have grown beadier than ever in that white, pitted face. "I'll not expose myself to ribald unbelief. You shall have written proof of my name. Behold." And from his gown he fetched a parchment, which he thrust under the soldier's nose. The officer conned it a moment, then his eyes went over the edge of it back to the face of the man that held it. "How can I read it upside down?" The friar's hands, which shook a little, made haste to turn the sheet. As he did so, perceived two things: that the sheet had been correctly held at first, and that it was his own lost letter. He had a glimpse of the abbot's seal as the parchment was turned. He was momentarily bewildered by a discovery that was really threefold. First, the friar was indeed the thief who had rifled his scrip. Second, he must be in a more desperate case than suspected, to seek to cloak himself under a false identity. And third, that the document proffered upside down was a test to discover whether the fellow could read, a trap into which the knave had tumbled headlong. The officer laughed aloud, well pleased with his own cleverness. "I knew you were no clerk," he mocked him. "I have more than a suspicion who you really are. Though you may have stolen a friar's habit, it would need more than that to cover your ugly, pockmarked face and that scar on your neck. You are my friend, and there's a halter waiting for you." The mention of that name made a stir in the tavern, and brought its tenants a step nearer to the group about that table in the window recess. It was a name known probably to every man present, with the single exception of the name of a bandit of evil fame throughout and Savoy. Something of the kind may have guessed. But at that moment the recovery of the abbot's letter was his chief concern. "That parchment's mine," he cried. "It was stolen from me this morning by this false friar." The interpolation diverted attention to himself. After a moment's blank stare, the officer laughed again. Began actively to dislike that laugh of his. He was too readily moved to it. Why, here's disowning Peter. Oh, to be sure, the associate becomes the victim when the master rogue is taken. It's a stale trick, young cockerel. It won't serve in. Bristled. He assumed a great dignity. "Young sir, you may come to regret your words. I am the man named in that parchment, as the abbot of the Of can testify." "No need to plague Messer the abbot," the officer mocked him. "A taste of the cord, my lad, a hoist or two, and you'll vomit all the truth." The hoist felt the skin roughening along his spine. Was it to be taken for granted that he was a rogue, simply from his association with this spurious friar, and were his bones to be broken by the torturers to make him accuse himself? Was this how justice was dispensed? He was bewildered, and as he afterwards confessed, he grew suddenly afraid. And then there was a cry from the peasant, and things happened quickly and unexpectedly. Whilst the officer's attention had been on, the false friar had moved very soft and stealthily nearer to the window. The peasant it was who detected the movement and its import. "Lay hands on him," he cried in sudden alarm lest his florins and the rest should take flight again, and that alarm spurring him, himself he leapt to seize by arm and shoulder. Fury blazed from the bandit's beady eyes. His yellow fangs were bared in a grin of rage, something flashed in his right hand, and then his knife sank into the stomach of his assailant. It was a wicked, vicious, upward, ripping thrust, like the stroke of a boar's tusk, and the very movement that delivered it flung the peasant off, so that he hurtled into the arms of the two soldiers and momentarily hampered their advance. That moment was all that needed. He swung aside, and with an agility to execute as remarkable as the rapidity of the conception itself, he hoisted himself to the sill of the narrow, open window, crouched there a second, measuring his outward leap, and was gone. He left a raging confusion behind him, and an exclamatory din above which rang fierce and futile commands from this young officer. One of the men-at-arms supported the swooning body of the peasant, whilst his fellow vainly and stupidly sought to follow by the way he had gone, but failed because he lacked the bandits. Horror-stricken and half-stupefied, stood staring at the wretched peasant whose hurt he judged to be mortal. He was roused by a gentle tugging at his sleeve. He half turned to find himself looking into the painted face of the woman, whose laughter earlier had jarred his sensibilities. It was a handsome face, despite the tawdriness it derived from the raddled cheeks and two vividly reddened lips. The girl she was little more looked kindly concern upon him out of dark, slanting eyes that were preternaturally bright. "Away, away," she muttered feverishly. "This is your chance." "Bestir, my chance," he echoed and was conscious of the mounting to his cheeks. His first emotion was resentment of this misjudgment, his next a foolish determination to stand firm and advance his explanations, insisting upon justice being done him. All this whilst he had flung his question, "My chance." With the next heartbeat, he perceived the strength of the appearances against him. This poor drab, these evil ones about her and him, offering him their sympathy only because they believed him made kin with them by evil, advised the only course a sane man in his case must follow. "Make haste, child," the woman urged him breathlessly. "Quick, or it will be too late." He looked beyond her at the others crowding there, to meet glances that seemed to invite, to urge, and from one bloated face which he recognized came an eloquent wink, whilst the fellow jerked a dirty thumb backwards towards the door in a gesture there was no misunderstanding. Then, as if sudden resolve had been reflected in his face, the press before him parted, men and women shouldered and elbowed a way for him. He plunged forward. The company closed behind him, opening farther ahead, closed again as he advanced and again opened before him, until his way to the door was clear. And behind him he could hear the young officer's voice raised above the din in oaths and imprecations, urging his men-at-arms to clear away with their pikes, calling upon those other soldiers lounging there to lend a hand, so as to make sure at least of one of these two rogues. But that rascally company, it seemed, was skilled in the tactics the occasion needed. Honest men there may have been, and no doubt there were amongst them. But they were outnumbered, and moreover, honest though they might be, they were poor folk, and therefore so far in sympathy perhaps with an unfortunate lad as not to hinder him even if they would not actively help. And meanwhile the others, making of being no more than spectators, solicitous for the condition of the peasant who had been stabbed, pressed so closely about the officer and his men that the latter had no room in which to swing their pikes. All this guessed by the sounds behind him rather than saw. For he gave no more than a single backward glance at that seething group as he flung across the threshold, out of that evil-smelling chamber into the clean air of the square. He turned to the left and made off towards the cathedral, his first thought being to seek sanctuary there. Then, realizing that thus he would but walk into a trap, he dived down an alley just as the officer gained the tavern door, and with a view halloo started after him, his two pikemen and the other soldiers clattering at his heels. As raced like a stag before hounds down that narrow street of mean houses in the shadow of great church, it may well be that he recalled the abbot's parting words, "Pax in cella, bella," and wished himself back in the tranquillity of the cloisters, secure from the perils and vexations of secular existence. This breathless flight of his seemed to him singularly futile and purposeless. He knew what he was running from, but not what he might be running to, nor indeed whither to run at all. And for escape, knowledge of the latter is as important as of the former. Had not instinct, the animal instinct of self-preservation, been stronger than his reason, he would have halted, saved his breath, and waited for his pursuers to overtake him. For he was too intelligent to wear himself in attempting to escape the inescapable. Fortunately for him, the instinct of the hunted animal sent him headlong forward in despite of reason. And presently there was reason, too, to urge him. This when he realized that, after all, his pursuers were not as fleet of foot as himself. Be it from their heavy boots and other accoutrements, be it from his greater youth and more Spartan habits of life, he was rapidly outdistancing them, and thus might yet succeed in shaking them off altogether. Then, too, he reflected that if he kept a straight course in his flight, he must end by reaching the wall of this accursed city, and by following this must gain one of the gates into the open country. It was close on sunset, but there would be at least a full hour yet before the gates were closed. Heartened, he sped on, and only once was he in any danger. That was when the straight course he laid himself brought him out upon an open square, along one side of which ran a long building with a noble arcade on the ground level. There was a considerable concourse of people moving here both in the open and under the arches, and several turned to stare at that lithe green figure as it sped past. Caring nothing what any might think, and concerned only to cross that open space as quickly as possible, gain the narrow streets beyond. Still intent upon keeping a straight line, he turned neither to right nor to left. And presently he found himself moving no longer between houses, but along a grass-grown lane, between high brown walls where the ground underfoot was soft and moist. He eased the pace a little to give his aching lungs relief, nor knew how nearly spent he was until the peace of his surroundings induced that lessening of effort. It lessened further until he was merely walking, panting now and gasping, and mopping the sweat from his brow with the back of his hand. He had been too reckless, he now told himself. The pace had been too hot. He should have known that it must defeat him. Unless by now he had shaken off those pursuers, or others they might have enlisted, and that was his great fear, he was a lost man. He came to a standstill, listening. He could hear sounds in the distance which warned him that the pursuit still held. Panic spurred his flanks again. But though it might be urgent to resume his flight, it was more urgent still to pause first to recover breath. He had come to a halt beside a stout oaken door which was studded with great nails and set in a deep archway in that high wall. To take his moment's rest he leaned against these solid timbers. And then, to his amazement, under the weight of his body, the ponderous door swung inwards, so that he almost fell through it into a space of lawn, and narrowly enclosed within tall hedges which were very dense and trimly cut. It was as if a miracle had happened, as if that door had been unlocked for his salvation by supernatural agency. Thus thought he in that moment of exaggerated reaction from his panic, nor stayed to reflect that in entering and in closing and bolting that door, he was as likely to entrap as to deliver himself. There was a deep sill, some 2 feet above the ground, on the inner side. On this sat down to indulge the luxury of a sense of security. But not for very long. Presently steps, quick and numerous, came pattering down that lane to an accompaniment of breathless voices. Listened and smiled a little. They would never guess that he had found this door ajar. They would pass on, continuing their now fruitless quest, whilst he could linger until night descended. Perhaps he would spend the night there, and be off in the morning by the time the gates of the city should have been reopened. Thus he proposed. And then the steps outside came to a sudden halt, and his heart almost halted with them. He paused hereabouts, said a gruff voice. Look at the trodden ground. That was a shrew-eyed sleuth, thought as he listened fearfully. Does it matter? Quoth another. Will you stand pausing too, whilst he makes off? Come on. He went this way, we know. Hold. It was the gruff voice again. He came this way, but he went no farther. Bah. Peace, don't argue with me, man. Use your eyes. It's plain to see. No one has gone past this door today. He's here. And on the word a heavy blow, as from a pike butt, smote the timbers and brought to his feet as if he himself had been struck. But this door is always locked, and he could scarcely have climbed the wall. He's here, I say. Don't argue. 2 men to guard the door, lest he come forth again. The rest with me to the palace. Come. His voice was harsh and peremptory. There were no further words in answer. Steps moved off quickly, returning up the lane. Steps paced outside the door, and there was a mutter of voices of the men placed on guard. Wondered if prayer would help him. He could think of nothing else that would. Us bridges. Dissensions at the very outset between and protracted by some days the preparations for the departure of the army. This enabled of fully to make his dispositions for resistance, to pack the granaries of and otherwise victual it for a siege, and to increase the strong body of troops already under his hand, with which he threw himself into the menaced city. Further, by working furiously during those October days, he was enabled to strengthen his bastions and throw up fresh earthworks, from which to shatter the onslaught when it should come. Upon these very circumstances of which and his captains were duly informed followed fresh dissensions. advocated that operations should be begun by the reduction of which was being held for, and which, if not seized before they marched upon, would constitute, he argued, a menace upon their rear. His view was that the menace was not sufficiently serious to merit attention, that whilst they were reducing it would further be strengthening himself at, and that, in short, they should march straight upon, depending that, when they forced it to a capitulation, would thereby be scared into immediate surrender. Of the captains, some held one view, some the other, and took sides with, who commanded the foot-ins, took sides with his leader, as did also do, who captained 1,000 horse. Yet would have overruled them but for the princess, who with her brother entered now into all their councils. These were on the side of. Hence a compromise was effected. A detachment under including's troops was to go against, to cover the rear of the main army proceeding to. To that army, now not more than some 4,000 strong, yet strong enough in its view for the task in hand, made at last a speedy advance. But as they were brought to a halt by the fact that had blown up the bridge over the, leaving that broad, deep, swift-flowing river between the enemy and the city, which was their goal. At 20 miles higher up, there was a bridge which ascertained had been left standing. He announced that they must avail themselves of that. 20 miles there and 20 miles back. Snorted, "It is too much. A weariness and a... I'll not dispute it. But the alternative is to go by way of, which is even farther. The alternative, answered, is to bridge thee and the above their junction where the is narrower. Our lines of communication with the army at should be as short as possible. You begin to perceive one of the disadvantages of having left that army at. It is no disadvantage if we make proper provision. And you think that your bridges will afford that provision." His manner was almost supercilious. "Resented it. Can you deny it? I can do more. I can foresee what will happen. Sometimes you leave me wondering where you learnt the art of war, or how ever you came to engage in it." They held their discussion in the kitchen of a peasant's house, which for the princess' sake they had invaded. And the princess and her brother were its only witnesses. When now moved wrathfully in great strides about the dingy chamber, stamping upon the earthen floor and waving his arms as he began to storm, one of those witnesses became an actor to calm him. The princess laid a hand upon one of those waving arms in its gorgeous sleeve of gold-embroidered scarlet. "Do not heed his taunts, messer. You have my utter trust and confidence. It is my wish that you should build your bridges." Tilted his chin to look at her between anger and amusement. "If you are to take command, Highness, I'll say no more." He bowed and went out. "One of these days I shall give that upstart dog a lesson in good manners," said between his teeth. The princess shook her head. "It is not his manners, sir, that trouble me, but his possible aims. If I could trust him..." "If you could trust his loyalty, you should still mistrust his skill." "Yet he has one great repute as a soldier," put in, who instinctively mistrusted the thrasonical airs of the swaggering, and mistrusted still more his fawning manner towards. "He has been fortunate," answered, "and his good fortune has gone to his head." Meanwhile went straight from that interview to dispatch, with 500 and 600 horse too. There was a fresh breeze when the latter discovered this. He demanded to know why it should have been done without previous consultation with himself and the princess, and was beside him when he asked the question. His answer was a very full one. "You will be a week building your bridges. In that time it may occur to do what he should have done already, to destroy the bridge at. And what do I care about the bridge at when I shall have bridges of my own here? When you have bridges of your own here, you need not care. But I have a notion that it will be longer than you think before you have these bridges, and that we may have to go by way of in the end." "I shall have my bridges in a week," said. Smiled. "When you have them, and when you have put 2,000 men across to hold them, I'll bid return from. But in the meantime..." Interrupted him, and suddenly he was very stern. "In the meantime you will remember that I command. Though I may choose to you and her highness, as the shortest way to convince you of error, yet I do not undertake to obey you against my better judgment. By God, swore at him, I'll not have you gay with me. You'll measure your words, or else you'll eat them. Very coldly looked at him, and observed's white restraining hand which again was upon sleeve. At the moment I have a task in hand to which I belong entirely. While it is doing, if you forget that I command, I shall remove you from the army. He left the swaggerer fuming. Only my regard for you, Madonna, restrains me, he assured the princess. He takes that tone when he should remember that, if it came to blows between us, the majority of the men here would be upon my side, now that he has sent nearly all his own away. He clenched his hands in anger. Yet for your sake, lady, I must suffer it. There can be no quarrel between his men and mine until we have placed you and your brother in possession of. These and other such professions of staunch, selfless loyalty touched her deeply, and in the days that followed, whilst the troopers, toiling like woodmen, were felling trees and building the bridges above the junction of the rivers, and were constantly together. She was driven now to the discomfort of living under canvas, sharing the camp life of these rude men of war, and did all in his power to mitigate for her the hardships it entailed, hardships which she bore with a high gay courage. She would go with him daily to watch the half-naked in the river, bundling together whole trees as if they were mere twigs, to serve as pontoons. And daily he gave her cause to admire his skill, his ingenuity, and his military capacity. That should have sneered at this was but another proof of worthlessness. Either he could not understand it, or else of treacherous intent he desired to deprive her of its fruits. Meanwhile her with talk of actions past, in all of which he played ever the heroic part. The eyes of her mind were dazzled by the pictures his words drew for her. Now she beheld him leading a nightly charge that shattered an enemy host into shards. Now she saw him at the head of an escalade, indomitably climbing enemy walls under a hail of stones and scalding pitch. Now she saw him in council, wisely planning the means by which victory might be snatched from overwhelming opposition. One day when he spoke of these things, as they sat alone watching the men who swarmed like ants about the building of his bridge, he touched a closer note. Yet of all the enterprises to which I have set these rude, soldier hands, none has so warmed me as this, for none has been worthier a man's. It will be a glorious day for me when we set you in your palace at. A glorious day, and yet a bitter. A bitter. Her great dark eyes turned on him in question. His countenance clouded, his own glance fell away. Will it not be bitter for me to know this service is at an end, to know that I must go my ways, resume a mercenary's life, and do for hire that which I now do out of enthusiasm and love? She shifted her own glance, embarrassed a little. Surely you do yourself less than justice. There is great and fame in store for you, my lord. And fame? He laughed. I would gladly leave those to tricksters like, who rise to them so easily because no scruples ever deter them. And fame? Let who will have those, so that I may serve where my heart bids me. Boldly now his hand sought hers. She let it lie in his. Above those pensive, mysterious eyes, her lined brows were knit. Aye, she breathed, that is the great service of life. That is the only worthy service as the heart bids. His second hand came to recruit the first. Lying almost at her feet, he swung round on his side upon the green earth, looking up at her in a sort of ecstasy. You think that, too. You help me to self-contempt, Madonna. To self-contempt. It is the only contempt that you will ever know. But why should you know that? Because all my life until this moment I have served for hire. Because if this adventure had not come to me by God's grace, in such worthless would my life continue. Now that I know the opinion in which you must hold such service, it is over and done for me. When I shall have served you to your goal, I shall have performed my last. There fell a long pause between them. At last, when my brother is crowned in, he will need a servant such as you, Messer. Aye, but shall you, Madonna? Shall you? She looked at him wistfully, smiling a little. He was very handsome, very splendid and very brave, a knight to win a lady's trust, and she was a very lonely, friendless lady in sore need of a stout arm and a gallant heart to help her through the trials of this life. The tapering fingers of her disengaged hand descended gently upon his golden head. "Shall I not?" she asked with a little tremulous laugh. "Shall I not? Why then, Madonna, if you will accept my service, it shall be yours for as long as I endure. It shall never be another's." "Oh, my—" That hand upon his head, overheating its very indifferent contents, drove him now to an excessive precipitancy. He carried the hand he held almost fiercely to his lips. It was withdrawn, gently but firmly as was its fellow. His kiss and the bold use of her name scared her a little. "My friend." "Your friend, and more than your friend, Madonna. Why, how much more can there be than that? All that a man may be to a woman, I am your knight. I ever have been since that day in the lists at Milan, when you bestowed the palm on me. I joy in this battle that is to be fought for you. I would joy in death for you if it were needed to prove my worship. How glibly you say these things. There will have been queens in other lists in which you have borne off the palm. Have you talked so to them? Oh, cruelty!" He cried out like a man in pain. "That you should say this to me. I am swooning at your feet, you wonder of the world. My nose, sir, is too long for that." She mocked him, but with an underlying tenderness, and tenderness there was too in her moist eyes. "You are a whirlwind in your wooing as in the lists. You are reckless, sir. Is it a fault? A soldier's fault, then. But I'll be patient if you bid me. I'll be whatsoever you bid me. But when we come to—" He paused for words, and she took advantage of that pause to check him. "It is unlucky to plan upon something not yet achieved, sir. Wait until that time arrives. And then—" he asked her breathlessly, "and then? Have I not said that to plan is unlucky?" Boldly he read the converse of that statement. "I'll not tempt fortune then. I dare not. I will be patient." But he let it appear that his confidence was firm, and she added nothing now to shake it. And so in ardent wooing whilst he waited for his bridge, spent most of the time that he was not engaged in directing the construction of it. In those days sulked like Achilles in his tent, with a copy of which he had brought from Milan in his baggage. The bridges took not a week, but 11 days to build. At last, however, on the eve of All Saints, as Fra tells us, accompanied by and her brother bore word himself to that the bridges were ready, and that a party of 50 of his men were encamped on the peninsula between the rivers. He came to demand that should so dispose that the army should begin to cross at dawn. That, said, assumes that your bridges endure until dawn. He was standing where he had risen to receive his visitors, in the middle of his roomy pavilion, which was lighted by a group of 3 lanterns hung at the height of his head on the tent pole. The book in which he had been reading was closed upon his forefinger. "Endure until dawn." Was annoyed by the suggestion. "What do you mean?" His remark had been imprudent. Still more imprudent was the laugh he now uttered. "Ask yourself who should destroy them," he said. "In your place, I should have asked myself that before I went to the trouble of building them. How should know of it, shut up as he is in, 8 miles away?" Part of his question was answered on the instant by a demoniac uproar from the strip of land across the water. Cries of rage and terror, shouts of encouragement and command, the sound of blows, and all the unmistakable din of conflict rose fiercely upon the deepening gloom. "He knows, it seems," said, and again he laughed. Stood a moment, clenching and unclenching his hands, his face white with rage. Then he span round where he stood, and with an inarticulate cry dashed from the tent. One withering glance flashed into his sardonically amused countenance, then, summoning her brother, she followed. Set down his book upon the table by the tent pole, took up a cloak, and followed them at leisure, through the screen of bare trees behind which his pavilion had been pitched, and along the high bank of the swirling river towards the head of Spridge. There, as he expected, he found them, scarcely visible in the gloom, and with them a knot of men at arms and a half-dozen stragglers, all that had escaped of the party that had sent across an hour ago. The others had been surrounded and captured. Last of all to win across, arriving just as reached the spot, was, who had commanded them, an excitable Neapolitan who leapt up the bank from the bridge ranting by all the patrons of Naples that they had been betrayed. Over the river came a sound of tramping feet. Dimly reflected in the water they could see the forms of men who otherwise moved invisible on the farther bank, and presently came a sound of axes on timber. "There goes your bridge," said, and for the third time he laughed. "Do you mock me, damn you?" Raged at him, and then raised his voice to roar for. 3 or 4 of the men went off vociferously at a run to fetch them, whilst turned suddenly upon, whose tall cloaked figure stood beside her. "Why do you laugh?" Her voice, sharp with disdain, resentment, and suspicion, silenced all there that they might hear his answer. "I am human, I suppose, and therefore not entirely without malice." "Is that all your reason? Is your malice so deep that you can laugh at an enemy advantage which may wreck thee of days?" And then with increasing sharpness and increasing accusation, "You knew," she cried, "you knew that the bridges would be destroyed tonight. Yourself you said so. How did you know? How did you know? What are you implying, Madonna?" Cried aghast. For all his hostility towards, he was very far from ready to believe that he played a double game. "That I have no wits," said, quietly scornful. And now the impetuous, smarting under his own particular misadventure and near escape, must needs cut in. "Madonna is implying more than that. She is implying that you've sold us two of. Are you implying it too?" His tone had changed. There was now in his voice a note that the princess had never heard, a note that made his blood run cold. "Speak out, man. Though I give license for innuendo to a lady, I require clear speech from every man. So let us have this thing quite plainly." Was brave and obstinate. He conquered his fear of sufficiently to make a show of standing his ground. "It is clear," he answered sullenly, "that we have been betrayed." "How is it clear, you fool?" Shifted again from cold wrath with an insubordinate inferior to argument with a fellow man. "Are you so inept at the trade by which you live that you can conceive of a soldier in the Marquis's position, neglecting to throw out scouts to watch the enemy and report his movements? Are you so much a fool as that? If so, I shall have to think of replacing you in your command." Interposed aggressively, and this partly to protect who was one of his own lieutenants, and partly because the sneer at the fellow's lack of military foresight was a reflection upon himself. "Do you pretend that you foresaw this action of? I pretend that any but a fool must have foreseen it. It is precisely what any soldier in his place would do, allow you to waste time, material, and energy on building bridges, and then promptly destroy them for you. Why, then, did you not say this 10 days ago? Why?" His voice sounded amused. His face they could not see. "Because I never spend myself in argument with those who learn only by experience." Again the princess intervened. "Is that the best reason you can give? You allowed time, material, and energy, and now even a detachment of men to be wasted, merely that you might prove his folly to my lord of. Is that what you ask us to believe? He thinks us credulous by God. Swore, kept his patience. I had another reason, a military one with which it seems that I must shame your wits. To move the whole army from here would have taken me at least 2 days, perhaps 3. A mounted detachment from to destroy the bridge could reach in a few hours, and once it was seen that I moved my army thither, that detachment would have been instantly dispatched. It was a movement I feared in any case, until your bridge-building operations here deceived into believing that I had no thought of. That is why I allowed them to continue. Though your bridges could never serve the purpose for which you built them, they could excellently serve to disguise my own intention of crossing at. Tomorrow, when the army begins to move thither, that detachment of us will most certainly be sent to destroy the bridge. But it will find it held by 1,000 men under, and the probable capture of that detachment will compensate for the loss of men you have suffered tonight." There was a moment's utter silence when he had done, a silence of defeat and confusion. Then came an applauding splutter of laughter from the group of men and officers who stood about. It was cut short by a loud crash from across the stream, and thereafter with a groaning and rending of timbers, a gurgling of swelling, momentarily arrested, waters, and finally a noise like a thunderclap. The wrecked bridge swinging out into the stream snapped from the logs that held it to the northern shore. "There it goes," said. "But you no longer need bewail your. They have served my purpose." He cast his cloak more tightly about him, wished them good night almost gaily, and went striding away towards his pavilion. Crestfallen, swallowing his chagrin as best he could, stood there in silence beside the equally silenced princess. Swore softly and vented a laugh of some little bitterness. "He's deep, always deep, by saint. Never does he do the things he seems to do. Never does he aim where he looks. Ix. A letter survives which the Princev wrote some little time after these events to Duke Maria, in which occurs the following criticism of the captains of his day. They are stout fellows and great fighters, but rude, unlettered, and lacking culture. Their minds are fertile, vigorous soil, but unbroken by the of learning, so that the seeds of knowledge with which they are all too sparsely sown find little root there. When they came there 3 days after breaking camp, they found that all had fallen out as calculated. A detachment of horse 100 strong had been sent in haste with the necessary implements to destroy the bridge. That detachment had surrounded, captured, disarmed, and disbanded. They crossed, and after another 3 days marching down the right bank of they crossed the just above Quinto, where took up his quarters in the little castle owned there by the Lord Prato, who was within. Here, too, were housed the princess and her brother and the lord of, the latter by now recovered from his humiliation in the matter of his bridges to a state of normal self-complacency and arrogance. An 18th-century French writer on tactics, in his age, in the course of a lengthy comparison between the methods of Cain and the almost equally famous Sir John, offers some strong adverse criticisms upon his dispositions in the case of this siege of. He considers that as a necessary measure of preparation, when at Quinto should have thrown bridges across the above and below the city, so as to maintain unbroken his lines of, instead of contenting himself with ferrying a force across to guard the eastern approaches. This force being cut off by the river could, says neither be supported at need nor afford support. What the distinguished French writer has missed is the fact that, once engaged upon it, was as little in earnest about the siege of as he was about bridges. The one as much as the other was no more than a strategic demonstration. From the outset, that is to say, from the time when arriving at Quinto he beheld the strong earthworks had thrown up that the place was not easily to be carried by assault, and it was within his knowledge that it was too well to succumb to hunger save after a siege more protracted than he himself was prepared to impose upon it. But there was swaggering and thrasonical in spite of all that had gone, and there was the princess supporting the handsome with her confidence. And not content that should girdle the city, arguing reasonably enough that months would be entailed in bringing to surrender from hunger, was loud and insistent in his demands that the place be assaulted. Once again, as in the case of the bridges, yielded to the other's overbearing insistence, went even the length of inviting him to plan and conduct the assaults. 3 of these were delivered, and all 3 repulsed with ease by an enemy that appeared to be uncannily prescient. After the 3rd repulse, the same suspicion occurred too, and he expressed it, not, however, as he should have done, but to the princess. "You mean," she said, "that someone on our side is conveying information of our intentions." They were alone together in the castle of Quinto, whose pointed windows overlooked the river. It was normally a bare room with stone walls, and a vaulted white ceiling up which crawled a troop of the rampant lions of the crudely frescoed in a dingy red. Had brought to it some furnishings that made it habitable, and so it became the room they chiefly used. The princess sat by the table in a great chair of painted leather, faded but comfortable. She was wrapped in a long blue gown that was lined with lynx fur against the chill weather which had set in. Big and gaudy in a suit of sulfur, his tunic reversed with black fur, his powerful yet shapely legs booted to the knee, strode to and fro across the room in his excitement. It is what I begin to fear, he answered her and resumed his pacing. A silence followed and remained unbroken until he went to plant himself, his feet wide, his hands behind him, before the logs that blazed in the cavernous fireplace. She looked up and met his glance. "You know what I am thinking," he said. "I am wondering whether you may not be right, after all, in your suspicions." Gently she shook her head. "I dismissed them on that night when your bridges were destroyed." His vindication was so complete, what followed proved him so right that I could suspect him no longer. He is just a mercenary fellow, fighting for the hand that pays. I trust him now because he must know that he can win more by loyalty than by treachery. He agreed, "You are right, my princess. You are always right. I was not right in my suspicions of him. So think no more of those." Standing as he did, he was completely screening the fire from her. She rose and crossed to it, holding out her hands to the blaze when he made room for her beside him. "I am chilled," she said. "As much, I think, by our want of progress as by these November winds." "Nay, but take heart," he bade her. "The one will last no longer than the other. Spring will follow in the world and in your soul." She looked up at him and found him good to look upon, so big and strong, so handsome and so confident. "It is heartening to have such a man as you for company in such days." He took her in his arms, a masterful, irresistible fellow. "With such a woman as you beside me, I could conquer the world." A dry voice broke in upon that rapture. "You might make a beginning by conquering." Starting guiltily apart, they met the mocking eyes of who entered. He came forward easily, as handsome in his way as, but cast in a finer, statelier. "I should be grateful to you, and so would Her Highness, if you would accomplish that. The world can wait until afterwards." And to cover his confusion and plunged headlong into contention. "I'd reduce tomorrow if I had my way." "Who hinders you?" "You do." "There was that night attack." "Oh, that," said, "do you bring that up again? Will you never take my word for anything, I wonder? It is foredoomed to failure. Not if conducted as I would have it." He came forward to the table, swaying from the hips in his swaggering walk. He put his finger on the map that was spread there. If a false attack were made here on the east, between the city and the river, so as to draw the besieged, a bold, simultaneous attack on the west might carry the walls. "It might," said slowly and fell to considering. "This is a new thought of yours, this false attack." "It has its merits." "You approve me for once." "What condescension!" Ignored the interruption. "It also has its dangers. The party making the feint, and it will need to be a strong one or its real purpose, will be guessed, might easily be thrust into the river by a determined sally." "It will not come to that," answered quickly. "You cannot say so much." "Why not?" "The feint will draw the besieged in that direction, but before they can sally, they will be recalled by the real attack striking on the other side." Pondered again, but finally shook his head. "I have said that it has its merits and it tempts me. But I will not take the risk." "The risk of what?" Was being exasperated by that quiet, determined opposition. "God's death." "Take charge of the feint yourself, if you wish. I'll lead the storming party, and so that you do your part, I'll answer for it that I am inside the town before daybreak, and that will be in my hands." Had remained with her shoulders to them, facing the fire. His entrance, discovering her in his arms, had covered her with confusion, filled her with a vexation not only against himself but against also. From this there was no recovery, until words came now to promise a conclusion of their troubles far speedier than any she had dared to hope. "You'll answer for it," said, "and if you fail—" "I will not fail. You say yourself that it is soundly planned." "Did I say so much?" "Surely not. To be frank, I am more afraid of than of any captain I've yet opposed." "Afraid?" said and sneered. "Afraid," repeated quietly. I don't charge like a bull. I like to know exactly where I am going. In this case, I have told you. Slowly crossed to them. Make the at least Lord Prince, she begged him. He looked from one to the other of them. Between you, you distract me a little. And you do not learn, which is really sad. Well, have your way. The adventure may succeed. But if it fails, do not again attempt to persuade me to any course through which I do not clearly see my way. In her thanks was nearer to friendliness than he had ever known since that last night at. Those thanks he received with a certain chill austerity. It was to be's enterprise, and he left it to make all the dispositions. The attempt was planned for the following night. It was to take place precisely at midnight, which at that time of year was the 7th hour, and the signal for launching the false attack was to be taken from the clock on San, one of the few clocks in Italy at that date to strike the hour. After an interval sufficient to allow the defenders to engage on that side, would open the real attack. In his and carrying his peaked helm in the crook of his arm, went to ask of the princess a blessing on his enterprise. She broke into expressions of gratitude. Do not thank me yet, he said. Before morning, God helping me, I shall lay the state of at your feet. Then I shall ask your thanks. She flushed under his ardent gaze. I shall pray for you, she promised him very fervently, and laid a hand upon his steel brassard. He bore it to his lips, bowed stiffly, and clanked out of the room. Did not come to seek her. Lightly armed with no more than back and breast and a steel cap on his head, he led out his men through the night, making a wide so that their movements should not be heard in. Since mobility was of the first importance, he took with him only a body of some 800 horse. They filed along by the river to the east of the city, which loomed there a vast black shadow against the faintly irradiated sky. They took up their station, dismounted, unlimbered the scaling ladders which they had brought for the purposes of their demonstration, and waited. They were, as calculated, close upon the appointed hour, when at one point of the line there was a sudden commotion. A man had been caught who had come prowling forward, and who, upon being seized, demanded to be taken at once before their leader. Roughly they did as he required of them. And there in the dark, for they dared kindle no betraying light, learnt that he was a loyal subject of the Duke of Milan, who had slipped out of the city to inform them that the Marquis was advised of their attack and ready to meet it. Swore profusely, a rare thing in him who seldom allowed himself to be mastered by his temper. But his fear of craft drove him now like a fiery spur. If was forewarned, who could say what countermeasures had not prepared? This came of lending ear to that bellowing calf. Fiercely he gave the order to mount. There was some delay in the dark, and whilst they were still being marshalled, the bell of San told the 7th hour. Some moments after that were lost before they were spurring off to warn and withdraw. Even then it was necessary to go cautiously through the dark over ground now sodden by several days of rain. Before they were halfway round, the din of combat burst upon the air. Had permitted men to reach and faggot the moat, and even to plant some ladders before moving. Then he had thrown out his army in 2 wings, one from the gate to the north, the other from a gate on the opposite side, and these 2 wings had swept round to charge in flank and to envelop him. 2 things only saved. In the first place, counterattack was prematurely launched before was sufficiently committed. In the second, taking matters into his own hands and employing the infantry tactics advocated by, drew off his men, and formed them up to receive the charge he heard advancing from the north. That charge cost a score of piked horses, and it failed to break through the bristling human wall that rose before it in the dark. Having flung the charge back, formed his men quickly into the hedgehog, embracing within it all that he could compass of other detachments, and in this formation proceeded to draw off, intent upon saving all that he could from the disaster that was upon them. Meanwhile the other battle, issuing from the gate on the south and led by himself, had crashed into his own body, which and were vainly seeking to marshal. They might have made an end of that detachment, which comprised the best part of had not with his 800 horse at last come up to charge the enemy rear. That was the saving stroke. Caught now between 2 masses, realizing that his counter-surprise had failed and unable in the dark to attempt afresh, ordered his trumpeters to sound the retreat. Each side accounted itself fortunate in being able to retire in good order. The arrest. In the castle of Quinto, paced like a caged panther, the half of his still hanging upon him, his blond head still encased in the close-fitting cap of blood-red velvet that served to protect it from the helmet. And as he paced, he ranted of treachery and other things to the half-dozen captains who had returned to render with him the account of that galling failure. The princess occupied the big chair by the table, whilst her brother leaned upon the back of it. Beyond stood Range de and 3 others, their flashing in the golden light of the cluster of candles set upon the table. Over by the hearth in another high-backed chair sat, still in his black corselet, his long legs in their mud-splashed boots stretched straight before him, his head cased in a close-fitting cap of peach velvet, disdainfully listening to his furious tirade. He guessed the bitterness in the soul of the boaster, who had promised so much to achieve so little. Therefore he was patient with him for a while. But to all things there must be an end, and an end there was to patience. Talking mends nothing, he broke in at last. It may prevent a repetition. There can be no repetition, because there will be no second attempt. I should never have permitted this, but that you plagued me with your insistence. And I should have succeeded had you done your part. Roared in fury, a vain, humiliated man reckless of where he cast the blame for his own failure. By God's life, that is why disastrous. Had you delivered your own attack as was concerted between us, must have sent a force to meet it. Remained calm under the accusation, and under the eyes of that company, all reproachful save. The Swiss, unable to contain himself, laughed aloud. If the Lord had done that, sir, you might not now be alive. It was his change of plan, and the charge he delivered upon rear, that enabled us to extricate ourselves, and so averted a disaster that might have been complete. And whilst you are noticing that fact, said, it may also be worthy of your attention that if had not ranged his foot to receive the charge from his right wing, and afterwards formed a hedgehog to encircle and defend you, you would not now be ranting here. It occurs to me that an expression of gratitude and praise would be not so much gracious as proper. Glared. Ah, yes. You support each other. We are to thank you now for a failure, which your own action helped to bring about. Continued unruffled. The accusation impugns only your own intelligence. Does it so? Does it so? Huh? Where is this man who came, you say, to tell you that was forewarned of the attack? Shrugged. Do I know where he is? Do I care? Does it matter? A man comes to you out of the night with such a message as that, and you don't know what has become of him. I had other things to do than think of him. I had to think of you and get you out of the trap that threatened you. And I say that you would have best done that by attacking on your own side, as we agreed. We never agreed that I should attack, but only that I should pretend to attack. I had not the means to push home an escalade. His suavity suddenly departed. But it seems to me that I begin to defend myself. He reached for his steel cap and stood up. It becomes necessary, cried who in 2 strides was at his side. Only that I should defend myself from a charge of rashness in having yielded to your insistence to attempt this night attack. There was a chance, I thought, of success, and since the alternative of starving the place would entail a delay of months, I took that chance. It has missed, and so forces me to a course I've been considering from the outset. Tomorrow I shall raise the siege. You'll raise the siege. That ejaculation of amazement came in chorus. Not only of, but also of. You'll raise the siege, sir. It was who spoke now. And what then? That shall be decided tomorrow in council. It is almost daybreak. I'll wish you a good repose, Madonna, and you, sirs. He bowed to the company and moved to the door. Put himself in his way. Ah, but wait. Tomorrow's voice was hard and peremptory. By then your wits may be cooler and clearer. If you will all gather here at noon, you shall learn my plans. Good night. And he went out. They gathered there not at noon on the morrow, but an hour before that time, summoned by messages from, who was the last to arrive and a prey to great excitement. De and 3 other officers awaited him with the princess and the marquis. Was not present. He had not been informed of the gathering, for reasons which first words made clear to all. When did arrive punctually at noon, for the council to which he had bidden the captains, he was surprised to find them already seated about the table in debate, and conducting this with a vehemence which argued that matters had already gone some way. Their voices raised in altercation reached him as he mounted the short flight of stone steps, at the foot of which a half-dozen men of his company were lounging. A silence fell when he entered, and all eyes at once were turned upon him. He smiled a greeting and closed the door. But as he advanced, he began that the sudden silence was unnatural and ominous. He came to the foot of the table, where there was a vacant place. He looked at the faces on either side of it, and lastly seated at its head, between, and, "What do you debate here?" he asked them. Answered him. His voice was hard and hostile, his blue eyes avoided the steady glance of, "We were about to send for you. We have discovered the traitor who is communicating with for warning him of our every measure, culminating in last night's business. That is something, although it comes at a time when it can no longer greatly matter." "Who is your traitor?" None answered him for a long moment. Saving who was flushed and smiling disdainfully, and the princess whose eyes were lowered, they continued to stare at him, and he began to mislike their stare. At last pushed towards him a folded square of parchment bearing a broken seal. "Read that." Took it and turned it over. To his surprise he found it superscribed to the magnificent Lord Cain, Prince of. He frowned and a little kindled in his cheeks. He threw up his head, stern-eyed. "How?" he asked. "Who breaks the seals of a letter addressed to me?" "Read the letter," said peremptorily. Read. "Dear Lord and friend, your fidelity to me and my concerns saved last night from a blow that in its consequences might have led to our surrender, for without your forewarning we should assuredly have been taken by surprise. I desire you to know my recognition of my debt, and to assure you again of the highest reward that it lies in my power to bestow if you continue to serve me with the same loyal devotion." Looked up from the letter with some anger in his face, but infinitely more contempt and even a shade of amusement. "Where was this thing manufactured?" he asked. His answer was prompt. "In by the Marquis. It is in his own hand, as Madonna here has, and it is sealed with his own seal. Do you wonder that I broke it?" Sheer amazement overspread's face. He looked at the princess, who fleetingly looked up to answer the question in his glance. "The hand is my uncle, sir." He turned the parchment over and conned the seal with its stag device. Then the amazement passed out of his face, light broke on it, and he uttered a laugh. He turned, pulled up a stool, and sat down at the table's foot, whence he had them all under his eye. "Let us proceed with method. How did this letter reach you?" Waved to and hostile of tone and manner, answered the question. "A clown coming from the direction of the city blundered into my section of the lines this morning. He begs to be taken to you. My men naturally brought him to me. I questioned him as to what he desired with you. He answered that he bore a message. I asked him what message he could be bearing to you from. He refused to answer further, whereupon I threatened him, and he produced this letter. Seeing its seal, I took both the fellow and the letter to my lord. Himself completed the tale, and perceiving that seal took it upon himself to break it, and so discovered the contents to be what already he suspected. That is what occurred. Entirely at his ease, looked at them with amused contempt, and finally at in whose face he laughed. God save you. I often wonder what will be the end of you. I am no longer wondering what will be the end of you, he was furiously answered, which only went to increase his amusement. And you others, you were equally deceived. The letter and advocacy of my falseness and treachery were not to be resisted. I have not been deceived, protested. I was not classing you with those addled heads. It will need more than abuse to clear you, warned him angrily. You too. And you, Madonna, and even you, Lord Marquis. Well. It may need more than abuse to clear me, but surely not more than this letter. Falsehood is in every line of it, in the superscription, in the seal itself. How, sir? The princess asked him. Do you insist that it is forged? I have your word that it is not. But read the letter again. He tossed it to them. The Marquis pays your wits a poor compliment, and the sequel has justified him. Ask yourselves this, if I were, indeed, his friend and ally, could he have taken a better way than this of putting it beyond my power to serve him further? It is plainly superscribed to me, so that there shall be no mistake as to the person for whom it is intended, and it bears his full signature, so that there shall be no possible mistake on the score of whence it comes. In addition to that, he has sealed it with his arms, so that the first person into whose hands it falls shall be justified in ascertaining, as you did, what of may have occasion to write to me. It was expected that the soldiers who caught the clown would bear him straight to you, countered. Was it? Is there no oddness in the fact that the clown should walk straight into your own men, on a section of the line that does not lie directly between and Quinto? But why waste time even on such trifles of evidence? Read the letter itself. Is there a single word in that which it was important to convey to me, or which would not have been conveyed otherwise if it had been intended for any purpose other than to bring me under this suspicion? Almost has overreached himself in his guile. Out of his intentness to destroy me, he has revealed his true aims. The very arguments I used with them, said, looked in amazement at his lieutenant. And they failed. He cried, incredulous. Of course they failed, you foul traitor. Bawled at him. They are ingenious, but they are obvious to a man caught as you are. It is not I that am caught, but you that are in danger of it, in danger of being caught in the web that has spun. To what end? To what end should he spin it? Answer that. Perhaps to set up dissensions amongst us, perhaps to remove the only one of the captains opposed to him whom he respects. You're modest, by God. Sneered. And you're a purblind fool, cried in heat. Then are we all fools, said. For we are all of the same mind on this. I've said sadly. You're all of the same emptiness. That's clear. Well, let us have in this clown and question him. To what purpose? That we may wring from him his precise instructions, since the letter does not suffice. You take too much for granted. The letter suffices fully. You forget that it is not all the evidence against you. What? Is there more? There is your failure last night to make the false attack you undertook to make, and there is the intention you so rashly proclaimed here afterwards that you would raise the siege of today. Why should you wish to do that if you are not's friend, if you are not the canker-hearted traitor we now know you to be? If I were to tell you, you would not understand. I should merely give you another proof that I am's ally. That is very probable, said with a heavy sneer. Fetch the guard. What's this? Was on his feet even as Rose and came up with him, laying hands on his weapons. But De and another captain between them overpowered him, whilst the other two ranged themselves swiftly on either hand. Looked at them and from them again too. He was lost in amazement. Are you daring to place me under arrest? Until we deliberate what shall be done with you. We shall not keep you waiting long. My God! His wits worked swiftly, and he saw clearly that they might easily work their will with him. Of the 4,000 men out there, only 800 would be on his side. The others would follow the lead of their respective captains, the leaders upon whom he could have depended in this pass and were away at. Perceiving at last this danger, hitherto entirely unsuspected, he turned now to the princess. Madonna, he said, it is you whom I serve. Once before you suspected me in the matter of Spridges, and the sequel proved you wrong. Slowly she raised her eyes to look at him fully for the first time since he had joined that board. They were very sorrowful, and her pallor was deathly. "There are other matters, sir, besides that which I remember. There is the death of, for one." He recoiled as if she had struck him. "Oh," he echoed and uttered a queer little laugh. "So it is, who rises from his grave for vengeance." "Not for vengeance, sir. For justice. There would be that if there were not the matter that Messer has urged to convict you." "To convict me? Am I then convicted without trial?" None answered him, and in the pause that followed the men-at-arms summoned by clanked in, and at a sign from closed about. There were 4 of them. One of the captains deprived him of his dagger, the only weapon upon him, and flung it on the table. At last roused himself to some show of real heat. "Oh, but this is madness. What do you intend by me?" "That is to be deliberated. But be under no delusive hope. You are to decide my fate." "You?" He looked at the others. He had paled a little, but amazement still rode above fear. Unable longer to contain himself, turned furiously upon. "You rash, vainglorious fool. If is to be tried, there is none under the Duke's magnificence before whom he may be arraigned. He has been arraigned already before us here. His guilt is clear, and he has said nothing to dispel a single hair of it. There remains only to decide his sentence. This is no proper arraignment. There has been no trial, nor have you power to hold one," insisted. "You are wrong, Captain. There are military laws. I say this is no trial. If is to be tried, you'll send him before the Duke. And at the same time, put in, you'll send your single witness, this clown who brought that letter. Your refusal to produce him here before me now in itself shows the malice by which you're moved." Flushed under that charge, and scowlingly considered the prisoner. "If the form of trial you've received does not content you, and since you charge me with personal feeling, there is another I am ready to afford." He drew himself up and flung back his handsome head. "Trial by battle, Lord Prince." Over's white face a sneer was spread. "And what shall it prove if you ride me down? Shall it prove more than that you have the heavier weight of brawn, that you are more in the lists and have the stronger thews? Does it need trial by battle to prove that? God will defend the right," said. "Will he so?" Laughed. "I am glad to have your word for it. But you forget that the right to challenge lies with me, the accused. In your blundering stupidity, you overlook essentials always. Your very dullness acquits you of hypocrisy. Shall I exercise that right upon the person in whose service I am carrying arms, upon the body of the Marquis of—" The frail boy named started and looked up with dilating eyes. His sister cried out in very real alarm, but covered them with his answer. "I am your accuser, sir, not he." "You are his deputy no more," answered, and now the boy came to his feet white and tense. "He is in the right," he announced. "I cannot refuse him." Smiling looked at, confused and awkward. "Always you overreach yourself," he mocked him. He turned to, "You could not refuse me if I asked it. But I do not ask it. I only desired to show the value of offer. You have some decency still," told him, "whilst you cannot lay claim even to that. God made you a fool, and that's the end of the matter. Take him away." Already it seemed they had their orders. They laid hands upon him, and submitting without further words, he suffered them to lead him out. As the door closed upon him, exploded. He raged and stormed. He pleaded, argued, and vituperated them, even the princess herself, for fools and dolts, and finally threatened to raise the army against them, or at least to do his utmost with his Swiss to prevent them from carrying out their evil intentions. "Listen!" commanded sternly, and in the silence they heard from the hall below a storm of angry outcries. "That is the voice of the army, answering you, the voice of those who were maimed last night as a result of his betrayal. Saving yourself, there is not a captain in the army, and saving your own Swiss, hardly a man who is not this morning clamoring for death. You are confessing that you published the matter even before was examined here. My God, you villain, you hell-kite, you swaggering ape, who give a free rein to the base jealousy in which you have ever held. Your mean spite may drive you now to the lengths of murder. But look to yourself thereafter. You'll lose your empty head over this. They silenced him and bore him out, whereafter they sat down to seal's fate. Xi, the pledge. Unanimously, the captains voted for death. The only dissentients were the Marquis and his sister. The latter was appalled by the swiftness with which this thing had come upon them, and shrank from being in any sense a party to the slaying of a man, however guilty. Also, not only was she touched by his forbearance in the matter of trial by battle against her brother, but his conduct in that connection sowed in her mind the first real doubt of his guilt. Urgently she pleaded that he should be sent for trial before the Duke. In refusing, conveyed the impression of a great soul wrestling with circumstances, a noble knight placing duty above inclination. It was a part that well became his splendid person. Because you ask it, Madonna, for one reason, because of the imputations of malice against me for another, I would give years of my life to wash my hands of him and send him to Duke Maria. But out of other considerations, in which your own and your brother's future are concerned, I dare not. Saving perhaps and his Swiss, the whole army demands his death. The matter has gone too far. The captains one and all proved him right by their own present insistence. Yet I do not believe him guilty, the young Marquis startled them, and I will be no party to the death of an innocent man. Would any of us? Asked him, is there any room for doubt? The letter, the boy interrupted hotly, is, as says, a trick of my uncle's to remove the one enemy he fears. That touched vanity with wounding effect. He dissembled the hurt, but it served to strengthen his purpose. That vain boaster has seduced you with his argument, eh? No, not with his argument, but with his conduct. He could have challenged me to trial by combat, as he showed. What am I to stand against him? A thing of straw. Yet he declined. Was that the action of a trickster? It was, answered emphatically. It was a trick to win you over. For he knew, as we all know, that a sovereign prince does not lie under that law of chivalry. He knew that if he had demanded it, you would have been within your right in appointing a deputy. Why then did you not say so at the time? The princess asked him. Because he did not press the matter. O Madonna, believe me, there is no man in Italy who less desires to have blood on his hands than I. He spoke sorrowfully, heavily. But my duty is clear, and whether it were clear or not, I must be governed by the voice of these captains, all of whom demand, and rightly, this double-dealing traitor's death. Emphatically, the captains confirmed him in the assertion, as emphatically repeated that he would be no party to it. You are not required to be, assured him. You may stand aside, my lord, and allow justice to take its course. Sirs, the princess appealed to them, let me implore you again, at least to send him to the Duke. Let the responsibility of his death lie with his master. Rose, Madonna, what you ask would lead to a mutiny. Tomorrow either I sends head to his ally in, or the men will be out of hand, and there will be an end to this campaign. Dismiss your doubts and your fears. His guilt is crystal clear. You need but remember his avowed intention of raising the siege, to see in whose interest he works. Heavy-eyed and she sat, tormented by doubt now that she was face to face with decision where hitherto no single doubt had been. You never asked him what alternative he proposed, she reminded him. To what end? That glib dissembler would have fooled us with fresh falsehoods. Got to his feet. He had been manifesting impatience for some moments. Have we leave to go, my lord? This matter is at an end. De followed his example. The men below are growing noisier. It is time we them with our decision. I in God's name. waved them away, and himself strode off from the table towards the hearth. He stirred the logs with his boot and sent an explosion of sparks flying up the chimney. "Bear him word of our decision. Bid him prepare for death. He shall have until daybreak tomorrow to make his soul." "O God, if we should be wrong," groaned the princess. The captains clanked out and the door closed. Slowly turned, reproachfully he regarded her. "Have you no faith in me? Should I do this thing if there were any room for doubt? You may be mistaken. You have been mistaken before, remember." He did not like to remember it. "And you? Have you been mistaken all these years? Are you mistaken on the death of your friend Count and what followed?" "Oh, I was forgetting that," she confessed. "Remember it, and remember what he said at that table, which may, after all, be the truth. That Count has risen from the grave at last for vengeance. Will you not send for this clown at least?" Cried, "To what purpose now? What can he add to what we know? The matter, Lord Marquis, is finished." And meanwhile was seeking in the small chamber in which they had confined him on the ground floor of the castle. With perfect composure heard the words of doom. He did not believe them. This sudden thing was too monstrously impossible. It was incredible the gods should have raised him so swiftly to his pinnacle of fame, merely to cast him down again for their amusement. They might make sport with him, but they would hardly carry it to the lengths of quenching his life. His only answer now was to proffer his pinioned wrists and beg that the cord might be cut. Shook his head to that in silence. Grew indignant. What purpose does it serve beyond a cruelty? The window is barred, the door is strong, and there is probably a guard beyond it. I could not escape if I would. You'll be less likely to attempt it with bound wrists. I'll pass you my parole of to remain a prisoner. You are convicted of treachery, and you know as well as I do that the parole of a convicted traitor is never taken. Go to the devil then, said, which so angered that he called in the guard and ordered them to bind his ankles as well. So trussed that he could move only by hops, and then at the risk of falling they left him. He sat down on one of the two stools, which with a table made up all the furniture of that bare chill place. He wagged his head and even smiled over the thought of his refusal to accept his parole, or rather over the thought that in offering it he had no notion of keeping it. I'd break more than my pledged word to get out of this, said he to himself. And only an idiot would blame me. He looked round the bare stone walls and lastly at the window. He rose and hopped over to it. Leaning on the sill, which was at the height of his breast, he looked out. It opened upon the inner court, he found, so that wherever escape might lie, it lay not that way. The sill upon the rough edge of which he leaned was of granite. He studied it a while attentively. "The fools," he said, and hopped back to his stool, where he gave himself up to quiet meditation until they brought him a hunch of bread and a jug of wine. To the man-at-arms who acted as, he held out his pinioned wrists. "How am I to eat and drink?" he asked. "You'll make shift as best you can." He made shift, and by using his two hands as one contrived to eat and to drink. After that he spent some time at the sill, patiently drawing his wrists backwards and forwards along the edge of it, with long rests between whiles to restore the blood which had flowed out of upheld arms. It was wearying toil, and kept him fully engaged for some hours. Towards dusk he set up a shouting, which at last brought the guard into his prison. "You're in haste to die, my lord," the fellow insolently mocked him. "But quiet you. The stranglers are bidden for daybreak. And I am to perish like a dog." Furiously asked him. With pinioned wrists and ankles he sat there by his table. "Am I never to have a priest to shrive me?" "Oh, a priest." The fellow went out. He went in quest of, but was absent, marshalling his men against a threatened attempt by and the Swiss to rescue. The captains were away about the same business, and there remained only the princess and her brother. Messer is asking for a priest, he told them. Has none been sent to him? Cried. He'd not be sent until an hour before the stranglers. Shuddered and sat numbed with horror. Swore under his breath. In God's name, let the poor fellow have a priest at once. Let one be sent for from Quinto. It would be an hour later when a preaching friar from the convent of Saint was ushered into his prison, a tall, frail man in a long black mantle over his white habit. The guard placed a lantern on the table, glanced compassionately at the prisoner, who sat there as he had earlier seen him with pinioned wrists and ankles. But something had happened to the cords meanwhile, for no sooner had the guard passed out and closed the door than stood up, and his bonds fell from him like cobwebs, startling the good monk who came to shrive him. Infinitely more startled was the good monk to find himself suddenly seized by the throat in a pair of strong, nervous hands, whose thumbs were so pressed into his windpipe that he could neither cry out nor breathe. He writhed in that unrelenting grip until a fierce whisper quieted him. Be still if you would hope to live. If you undertake to make no sound, tap your foot twice upon the ground and I'll release you. Frantically the foot was tapped. But remember that at the first outcry, I shall kill you without mercy. He removed his hands, and the priest almost choked himself in his sudden greed of air. Why do you assault me? He gasped. I come to comfort and... I know why you come better than you do, brother. You think you bring me the promise of eternal life. All that I require from you at present is the promise of temporal existence. So we'll leave the shriving for something more urgent. It would be a half-hour later, when cowled as he had entered the tall, the bowed figure of the priest emerged again from the room, bearing the lantern. I've brought the light, my son, he said almost in a whisper. Your prisoner desires to be alone in the dark with his thoughts. The man-at-arms took the lantern in one hand, whilst with the other he was driving home the bolt. Suddenly he swung the lantern to the level of the cowl. This priest did not seem quite the same as the one who had entered. The next moment on his back, his throat gripped by the vigorous man who knelt upon him, the guard knew that his suspicions had been well-founded. Another moment and he knew nothing. For the hands that held him had hammered his head against the stone floor until consciousness was blotted out. Extinguished the lantern, pushed the unconscious man-at-arms into the deepest shadow of that dimly lighted hall, adjusted his mantle and cowl, and went quickly out. The soldiers in the courtyard saw in that cowled figure only the monk who had gone to shrive. The postern was opened for him, and with a murmured pax, he passed out across the lesser bridge and gained the open. Thereafter, under cover of the night, he went at speed, the monkish gown tucked high, for he knew not how soon the sentinel he had stunned might recover to give the alarm. In his haste, he almost stumbled upon a strong picket, and in fleeing from that he was within an ace of blundering into another. Thereafter he proceeded with more caution over ground that was everywhere held by groups of soldiers, posted by against any attempt on the part of the Swiss. As a result, it was not until an hour or so before midnight that he came at last to his quarters, away to the south of, and found there everything in ferment. He was stopped by a party of men to whom at once he made himself known, and even whilst they conducted him to their captain, the news of his presence ran like fire through the Swiss encampment. Who was in full when entered his tent, gasped his questioning amazement whilst threw off his mantle and white woolen habit, and stood forth in his own proper person and garments. We were on the point of coming for you, told him. A fool's errand. What could you have done against 3,000 men who are ready and expecting you? But he spoke with a warm hand firmly gripping his shoulders, and a heart warmed indeed by this proof of trust and loyalty. Something we might have done. There was a will on our side that must be lacking on the other. And the walls of Quinto. You'd have beaten your heads in vain against them, even had you succeeded in reaching them. It's as lucky for you as for me that I've saved you this trouble. And what now? Asked him. Give the order to break camp at once. We marched to rejoin the company of the White Dog, from which I should never have separated. We'll show and those princes what can do. Meanwhile they already had some notion of it. The alarm at his escape had spread through Quinto, and had been fetched from the lines to be informed of it in detail by a half-naked priest and a man-at-arms with a bandaged head. It had taken some time to find him. It took more for him to resolve what should be done. At last, however, he decided that would have fled too, so he assembled his captains, and with the whole army marched on the Swiss encampment. But he came too late. At the last, the Swiss had not waited to strike their camp, realizing the danger of delay, but had departed, leaving it standing. Back to Quinto, and the agitated princess went with the news of failure. He found her waiting alone huddled in a great chair by the fire. That he will have gone to his own is certain, he declared. But without knowing which road he took, how could I follow in the dark? And to follow meant fulfilling that traitor's intention of raising this siege. He raged and swore, striding to and fro there in his wrath, bitterly upbraiding himself for not having taken better precautions, knowing with what a trickster he had to deal, damning the priest and the sentry and the fools in the courtyard who had allowed to walk undetected through their ranks. She watched him and found him less admirable than hitherto in the wildness of his ravings. Unwillingly, almost, her mind contrasted his under stress with the calm she had observed in. She fetched a weary sigh. If only had been true and loyal, what a champion would he not have been? Raging will not help you, she said at last, the least asperity in her tone. It brought him pained to a halt before her. And whence, Madonna, is my rage? Have I lost anything? Do I strive here for personal ends? How? I rage at the thought of the difficulties that will rise up for you. For me, can you doubt what will follow? Do you think that all that we have lost tonight is, with perhaps his Swiss? The men are mostly of his own company, the company of the dog. A well-named company, as God lives. And those who are not serve under captains who are loyal to him, and who, knowing nothing of his discovered treachery here, will be beguiled by that seducer. In strength he will be our superior, with close upon 4,000 men. She looked up at him in alarm. You are suggesting that we shall have him coming against us. What else? Do we not know enough already of his aims? By all the saints, things could not have fallen out better to give him the pretext that he needed. He was raging again. Had this sly devil contrived these circumstances himself, he could not have improved them. By these he can justify himself at need to the Duke. Oh, he's turned the tables on us. Now you see why I meant to give him no chance. She kept her mind to the essence of the matter. Then if he comes against us, we are lost. We shall be caught between his army and my uncle. His overweening vanity would not permit him to admit, or even to think, so much. He laughed, confident and disdainful. Have you so little faith in me? I am no apprentice in this art of war. And with the thought of you to spur me on, do you think that I will suffer defeat? I'll not lay down my arms while I have life to serve you. I will take measures tomorrow. And I will send letters to the Duke, informing him of defection and begging reinforcements. Can you doubt that they will come? Is Maria the man to let one of his captains mutiny and go unpunished? He laughed again, full of a confidence by which she was infected. And he looked so strong and masterful, so handsome in the half he still wore, a very god of war. She held out a hand to him. My friend, forgive my doubts. You shall be by no more fears of mine. He caught her hand. He drew her out of the chair and towards him until she brought up against his broad mailed breast. That is the fine, brave spirit that I love in you as I love all in you. You are mine. God made us for each other. Not yet, she said, smiling a little, her eyes downcast and veiled from his ardent glance. When then? Was his burning question. When has been whipped out of? His arms tightened about her until his hurt her. It is a pledge. A pledge. She echoed on a questioning, exalted note. The man who does that may claim me when he wants me. I swear it. Exile.
Sdurai.
My Lord of had shut himself up in a small room on the ground floor of the castle of Quinto to indite a letter to the high and most potent Duke Maria of Milan. A heavy this of quill on parchment for one who had little scholarship. It was a that fell to him so rarely that he had never perceived until now the need to equip himself with a secretary. The princess and her brother, newly returned from Mass on that Sunday morning, 4 days after his escape, were together in the discussing their situation, and differing a good deal in their views, for the mental eyes of the young Marquis were not dazzled by the effulgence of male beauty, or deceived by his histrionic attitudes. Into their presence, almost unheralded, were ushered 2 men. One of these was small and slight and active as a monkey, the other a fellow of great girth with a big, red, boldly humorous face, blue eyes under black brows flanking a beak of a nose, and a sparse fringe of hair straggling about a gleaming bald head. The sight of those 2, who smirked and bowed, brought brother and sister very suddenly to their feet.
Alex.
She cried on a note of gladness, holding out both her hands.
And
said as he rolled forward, near upon another 500 refugees from both Guelph and Ghibelline, whom we've been collecting in Piedmont and Lombardy to swell the army of the great and settle accounts with master. They kissed her hands and then her brother. My Lord Marquis, cried the fire-eating, his gimlet glance appraising the lad. You're so well grown I should hardly have known you. We are your servants, my lord, as Madonna here can tell you. For years have we for you and suffered for you. But we touch the end of all that now, as do you. Is brought to bay at last. We are hounds to help you pull him down. At no season could their coming have been more welcome or uplifting than in this hour of dark depression, when recruits to the cause of the young Marquis were so urgently required. This she told them, announcing their arrival a good omen. Servants were summoned and dispatched for wine, and whilst the newcomers drank the hot spiced beverage provided, they learnt the true meaning of her words. It sobered their exultation. This defection of, and his powerful company amounting to more than half of the entire army, altered their outlook completely. Blew out his great cheeks, frowning darkly. You say that is the agent of? He cried. We have proof of it, she sadly assured him, and told him of the letter. His amazement deepened. Does it surprise you, then? She asked. Surely it should be no news to you. Once it would not have been. For once I thought that I held proof of the same, that was on the night that died at his hands. Later, before that same night was out, I understood better why he killed. You understood? Why he killed him? She was white to the lips. Was leaning forward across the table, his face eager. She uttered a fretful laugh. He killed him because he was my friend, mine and my brother's, the chief of all our friends. Shook his great head. He killed him because this, whom we all trusted so completely, was a spy of. What? Her world reeled about her, her senses battled in a mist. The thick, droning voice of came to deepen her confusion. It is all so simple, so very clear. The facts that was dressed as we found him, and in the attic where we had imprisoned, should in themselves have explained everything. How came he there? Was all but convicted of being an agent of. But for we should have dealt with him out of hand. Then at dead of night went to liberate him, and by that very act convicted himself in size. And for that stabbed him. The only flaw is how one agent of should have come to be under such a misapprehension about the other. Saving that the thing would have been clear at once. That I can explain, said breathlessly, if you have sound proof of guilt, if it is not all based on rash assumption. Assumption? Laughed, and he took up the tale. That night when we determined upon flight, we first repaired, because of our suspicions, to lodging. We found there a letter addressed superscribed to be delivered in the event of death or disappearance. Within it we found a list of our names, and of the part which each of us had had in the plot to kill the regent, and the terms of that letter made it more than clear that throughout had been agent for the destruction of the Marquis here. That letter, said, was a safeguard the scoundrel had prepared in the event of discovery. The threat of its dispatch to would have been used to compel us to hold our hands. Oh, a subtle villain, your best and most loyal friend Count, and but for he spread his hands and laughed. Then interposed. You said, Madonna, that you could supply the link that's missing in our chain. But she was not listening. She sat with drooping head, her hands listlessly folded in her lap. It was all true. All true. Her tone seemed the utterance of a broken heart. And I have mistrusted him and, oh God. She cried out, when I think that by now he might have been strangled and with my consent. And now, cut in her brother, almost brutally considering the pain she was already bearing, you and that swaggering fool have between you driven him out and perhaps set him against us. The swaggering fool came in at that moment with inky fingers and disordered hair. The phrase that greeted him brought him to a halt on the threshold, his attitude magnificent. What's this? He asked with immense dignity. He was told by so fiercely and unsparingly that he went red and white by turns as he listened. Then, commanding himself and wrapped in his dignity as in a mantle, he came slowly forward. He even smiled condescendingly. Of all this that you tell I know nothing. It may well be as you say. It is no concern of mine. What concerns me is what has happened here, the discovery that was in correspondence with, and his avowed intention to raise the siege. Add to this that he has slipped through our hands and is now abroad to work your ruin, and consider if you are justified in using hard words to me, but for whom your ruin would already have been encompassed. His majestic air and his display of magnanimity under their reproach imposed upon all but. It was she who answered him. You are forgetting that it was only my conviction that he had been agent aforetime which disposed me to believe him agent now. But the letter, then, was showing signs of exasperation. In God's name, where is this letter? Growled the deep voice of. Who are you to question me now? I do not know your right, sir, or even your name. The princess presented him, and at the same time. They are old and esteemed friends, my lord, and they are here to serve me with all the men that they can muster. Let Messrs see this letter. Impatiently produced it from the script that hung beside his dagger from a gold-embossed girdle of crimson leather. Slowly spelled it out, reading over his shoulder. When he had done, he looked at and from to the others, first in sheer amazement, then in scornful mirth. Lord of heaven, Messer, you've the repute of a great fighter, and to be sure you're a fine figure of a man, also I must assume you honest. But I would sooner put my trust in your animal strength than in your wits. Sir, oh I to be sure you can throw out your chest and roar and strut. But use your brains for once, man. The boldly humorous red face was overspread by a sardonic grin. Master took your measure shrewdly when he thought to impose upon you with this foxy piece of buffoonery, and my faith, if had been less nimble, this trick would have served its purpose. Nay, now don't puff and blow and swell. Read the letter again. Ask yourself if it would have borne that full signature and that superscription if it had been sincere, and considering that it imparts no useful information save that was betraying you, ask yourself if it would have been written at all had anything it says been true. The very arguments that used, cried the Marquis. To which we would not listen, said the princess bitterly. Sniffed. They are the arguments any man in his case would use. You overlook that the letter is an incentive, an undertaking to reward him suitably if he broke in, exasperated by the man's grandiose stupidity. To the devil with that. Sir, to me, by heaven, sirs. The princess laid her hand on his great arm. This is not seemly to my lord. I know it. I crave his pardon. But I was never taught to suffer fools gladly. Sir, your every word is an offense. You calmed them. Don't you see, Messer, that he but uses you as a whipping boy instead of me? It is I who am the fool, in his eyes, for these deeds are more mine than any others. but my old friend is too courteous to say so.
Courteous.
Snorted. That is the last term I should apply to his boorishness. By what right does he come hectoring here? By the right of his old affection for me and my brother. That is what makes him hot. For my sake, then, bear with him, sir. The great man bowed, his hand upon his heart, signifying that for her sake there was no indignity he would not suffer. Thereafter he defended himself with great dignity. If the letter had been all, he might have taken views. But it was, he repeated, the traitor's avowed intention to raise the siege. That in itself was a proof of his double dealing. How did this letter come to you?
I ask,
Answered whilst added in bitter self-reproach, and this messenger was never examined, although demanded that he should be brought before us. Do you upbraid me with that, Madonna?
Cried.
He was a poor clown who could have told us nothing. He was not examined because it would have been waste of time. Let us waste it now, said.
To what purpose, sir?
Why, to beguile our leisure. No other entertainment offers. Contained himself under that sardonic leer. Sir, you are resolved, it seems, to try my patience. It requires all my regard and devotion for Her Highness to teach me to endure it. The messenger shall be brought. At's request not only the messenger, but the captains who had voted's death were also summoned. Demurred at first, but bowed in the end to her stern insistence. They came, and when they were all assembled, they were told by the princess why they had been summoned, as well as what she had that morning learnt from. Then the messenger was brought in between the guards, and it was the princess herself who questioned him. You have nothing to fear, boy, she assured him gently as he cowered in terror before her. You are required to answer truthfully. When you have done so, and unless I discover that you are lying, you shall be restored to liberty. Who had come to take his stand at her side, bent over her. Is that prudent, Madonna? Prudent or not, it is promised. There was in her tone an asperity that dismayed him. She addressed herself to the clown. When you were given this letter, you would be given precise instructions for its delivery, were you not? Yes, magnificent Madonna. What were those instructions? I was taken to the ramparts by a knight to join some other knights and soldiers. They pointed to the lines straight ahead. I was to go in that direction with the letter. If taken, I was to ask for the Lord. Were you bidden to go cautiously? To conceal yourself? No, Madonna. On the contrary, my orders were to let myself be seen. I am answering truthfully, Madonna. When you were told to go straight ahead into the lines that were pointed out to you, on which side of the ramparts were you standing? On the south side, Madonna. By the southern gate. That is truth, as God hears me. The princess leaned forward, and she was not the only one to move. Were you told, or did you know what soldiers occupied the section of the lines to which you were bidden? I just knew that they were soldiers of the besieging army, or the Lord's army. I am telling you the truth, Madonna. I was told to be careful to go straight, and not to wander into any other part of the line but that. De made a sharp forward movement. What are you saying?
The truth. The truth.
Cried the lad in terror. May God strike me dumb forever if I have uttered a lie.
Quiet. Quiet.
The princess admonished him. Be sure we know when you speak the truth. Keep to it and fear nothing. Did you hear mention of any name in connection with that section of the line?
Did I?
He searched his mind and his eyes brightened. I did. They spoke amongst them. They named one Orbe cut in and laughed in sheer contempt. It's clear, I think, that's letter was intended for just the purpose that it served.
Clear?
How is it clear? Contempt was in the question. In everything now that we have heard this clown. Why was he sent to the southern section? Do you suppose did not know that himself and those directly under him, of whom I was one, were quartered in Quinto on the western side? Then his voice swelled up in anger. Why was this messenger not examined sooner? Or, he checked and his eyes narrowed as they fixed themselves on's flushed and angry face, or was he?
Was he?
Roared. Now what the devil do you mean? You know what I means. You led us all within an ace of doing murder. Did you light us so because you're a fool or a villain?
Which?
Sprang for him, roaring like a bull. The other captains got between, and the princess on her feet, commanding, imperious, added her voice sharply to theirs to restore order. They obeyed that slim, frail woman, scarcely more than a girl, as she stood there straight and tense in her wine mantle, her red gold head so proudly held, her dark eyes burning in her white face. Captain, that was ill said of you, she reproved him. You forget that if this messenger was not examined before, the blame for that is upon all of us. We took too much for granted and too readily against the prince of. It is now that you take too much for granted, answered. Why did intend to raise this siege if he is honest? Answer me that. His challenge was to all. Do answered it. For some such reason as he had when he sent his men to hold the bridge while you were building bridges here. His intentions are not clear to dull eyes like yours and mine. Considered him malevolently. You and I will discuss this matter further elsewhere, he promised him. You have used expressions I am not the man to forget. It may be good for you to remember them, said the young captain, no whit intimidated. Meanwhile, Madonna, I take my leave. I march my out of this camp within an hour. She looked at him in sudden distress. He answered the look. I am grieved, Madonna. But my duty is to the prince of. I was seduced from it by too hasty judgment. I returned to it at once. He bowed low, gathered up his cloak, and went clanking out. Hold there, thundered after him. Before you go, I've an account to settle with you. Turned on the threshold, drawn up to his full height. I'll afford you the opportunity, said he, but only after I have the answer to my question, whether you are a villain or a fool, and only if I find that you're a fool. The captains made a barrier which could not pass. Livid with anger and humiliation, his grand manner dissipated, he turned to the princess. Will your highness suffer me to go after him? He must not be permitted to depart. But she shook her red gold head. Nay, sir. I detain no man here against his inclinations. And captain seems justified of his. Justified. Dear God. Justified. He the groined sailing, then swung to the other four captains standing there. And you? He demanded. Do you also deem yourselves justified to mutiny? Was prompt to answer. But then was his own lieutenant. My lord, if there has been an error, we are all in it, and have the honesty to admit it. I am glad there is still some honesty among you. And you? His angry eyes swept over the others. One by one they answered as had done. But they were men of little account, and the defection of the four of them would not have reduced the army as did's, whose amounted to close upon 1,000 men. We are forgetting this poor clown, said the princess. Looked at him as if he would with joy have wrung his neck. You may go, boy, she told him. You are free. See that he lives unhindered. He went with his guards. The captains, dismissed, went out next. His spirit, badly bruised and battered, looked at the princess, who had sunk back into her chair. However it has been achieved, she said, its ends could not better have been served. What is left us now? If I might venture to advise, quoth, smooth as oil, I should say that you could not do better than follow this example. What? Return to your fealty, too. Return. Leaned towards him from his fine height, and his mouth gaped. Return, he repeated. And leave. Why not? That would no more than's intention to raise the siege. He will have an alternative. I care nothing for his alternatives, and let us be clear upon this. I owe him no fealty. My fealty was sworn not to him, but to the Duchess Beatrice. And my orders from Duke Maria are to assist in the reduction of. I know where my duty lies. It is possible, said the princess slowly, that had some other plan for bringing to his knees. He stared at her. There was pain in his handsome eyes. His face was momentarily almost convulsed. And there was little more than pain in his voice when he spoke. Oh, Madonna, into what irreparable error is your generous heart misleading you? How can you have come in a breath to place all your trust in this man whom for years you have known, as many know him, for a scheming villain? Could I do less, having discovered the cruelty of my error? Are you sure, can you be sure upon such slight grounds that you were in error? That you are not in error now? You heard what's said of him on the night my bridges were destroyed, that never looks where he aims. That, sir, is what has misled me to my present shame. Is it not rather what is misleading you now? You heard what Messer had to tell me. I do not need to hear Messer or any other. I know what I can see for myself, what my wits tell me. She looked at him almost slyly, for one normally so wide-eyed, and her answer, all considered, was a little cruel. Are you still unshaken in your confidence in your wits? Do you still think that you can trust them? That was the death blow to his passion for her, as it was the death blow of the high hopes he is suspected of having scented in her, seeing himself perhaps as the husband of the princess of supreme in court and camp. It was a sword thrust full into his vanity, which was the vital part of him. He stepped back, white to the very lips, his countenance disordered. Then, commanding himself, he bowed and steadied his voice to answer. Madonna, I see that you have made your choice. My prayer will be that you may not have occasion to repent it. No doubt the troops accompanying these of will be your sufficient escort too, or you may join forces with Dis. Although I shall be left with not more than half the men the enterprise demands, with these I must make shift to reduce, as my duty is. Thus, Madonna, you may yet owe your deliverance to me. May God be with you. He bowed again. Perhaps he hoped still for some word to arrest him, some retraction of the injustice with which she used him. But it did not come. I thank you for your good intentions, my lord, she said civilly. God be with you too. He bit his lip, then turned, and threw high that handsome golden head which he was destined to leave, some few years later, between the pillars of the inn Venice. Thus he stalked out. All considered, it was an orderly retreat, and that was the last she ever saw of him. As the door banged, smacked his great thigh with his open palm and exploded into laughter. XIII. The occupation of. When proclaimed his intention of raising the siege of, he had it in mind, in view of the hopelessness of being able to reduce the place reasonably soon, to draw into the open by means of that strategic movement which Thucydides had taught him, and to which he had so often already and so successfully had recourse. His Swiss, being without baggage, traveled lightly and swiftly. They left their camp before on the night of Wednesday, and on the evening of the following Friday brought them into the village of, where had established himself in his old quarters of 3 years ago. There they lay for the night. But whilst his weary followers rested, himself he spent the greater part of the night in the necessary dispositions for striking camp at dawn. And very early on that misty November morning he was off again with, and all the horse, leaving to follow more at leisure with the foot, the baggage, and the artillery. Before nightfall he was at San, where his army rested, and on the following Sunday morning, at just about the time that was reaching, Prince of, was approaching the Lombard gate into, by the road along which he had fled thence years before, a nameless outcast waif whose only ambition was the study of Greek at. He had traveled by many roads since then, and after long delays he had reached, no longer as a poor nameless scholar, but as of renown, not to solicit at the university the alms of a little learning, but to command whatever he might crave of the place, holding even its prince in subjection. Greek he had not learnt, but he had learnt much else instead, though nothing that made him love his fellow man or hold the world in high regard. Therefore, he was glad to think that here he touched the end of that long journey begun 5 years ago along this Lombard road. The mission upon which he had set out blindly that day was, after many odd turns of fortune, all but accomplished. When it was done, he would strip off this soldier's harness, abdicate his princely, and return on foot humbler than when he had set out, and cured of his erstwhile heresy, to the benign and peaceful shelter of the convent at. There was no attempt to bar his entrance into the capital. The officer commanding the place knew himself, without the necessary means, to oppose this force, which so unexpectedly came to demand admittance. And so the people of issuing from Mass on that Sunday morning found the great square before his cathedral, and the main streets leading from it blocked by outlandish men at arms, Italians, Gascons, Burgundians, Swabians, Saxons, and Swiss, whose leader proclaimed himself Captain General of the army of the Marquis of. It was a proclamation that not at all reassured them of their dread at the presence of a rapacious and violent soldiery. The Council of Ancients, summoned by heralds, assembled in the communal palace to hear the terms of this brigand captain as they conceived, had swooped upon their defenseless city. He came attended by a group of officers. He was tall and soldierly of bearing, in full save for his helm, which was borne after him by a page, and his escort, from the brawny, bearded to the fierce-eyed Faraday, was calculated to inspire dread in peaceful citizens. But his manner was gentle, and his words were fair. Sirs, your city has nothing to fear from this occupation, for it is not upon its citizens that we make war, and so that they give no provocation, they will find my followers orderly. We invite your alliance with ourselves in the cause of right and justice. But if you withhold this alliance, we shall not visit it against you, provided that you do not go the length of actively opposing us. The high and mighty Lord Maria, Duke of Milan, weary of the encroachments upon his dominions resulting from the turbulent ambition of your Prince Regent, the Marquis, has resolved to make an end of a regency which in itself has already become an usurpation, and to place in the authority to which his majority entitles him your rightful prince, the Marquis. I invite you, sirs, to perform your duty as representatives of the people by swearing upon my hands fealty to that same Marquis in the cathedral at the hour of vespers this evening. That invitation was a command, and it was punctually obeyed by men who had not the strength to resist. Meanwhile, a measure of reassurance had been afforded the city by his proclamation enjoining order upon his troops. The proclamation was in no equivocal terms. It reminded the men that they were in occupation of a friendly city which they were sent to guard and defend, and that any act of pillage or violence would be punished by death. They were housed, some in the citadel, and the remainder in the fortress palace of the princes, where himself took up his quarters. In his own closet, occupying the very chair in which had sat and so contemptuously received the unknown on that day when the young student had first entered those august walls, that night penned a letter to the princess, wherein he gave her news of the day's events. That letter, of a calligraphy so perfect that it might be mistaken for a page from some monkish manuscript of those days, is one of the few fragments that have survived from the hand of this remarkable man, who was adventurer, statesman, soldier, and humanist. Most and most dear lady, he addresses her Madonna. The exordium is all that need concern us now. Ever since, at your own invitation, I entered your service that evening in your garden hereat, where today I have again wandered, reviving memories that are of the fairest in my life, that service has been my constant study. I have pursued it by tortuous ways and by many actions appearing to have no bearing upon it, unsuspected by you when not actually mistrusted by you. That your mistrust has wounded me oftentimes and deeply would have weighed lightly with me had I not perceived that by mistrusting you were deprived of that consolation and hope which you would have found in trusting. The facts afforded ever a justification of your mistrust. This I recognized, and that facts are stubborn things, not easily destroyed by words. Therefore I did not vainly wear myself in any to destroy them, but toiled on, so that, in the ultimate achievement of your selfless aims for your brother, the Marquis, I might prove to you without the need of words the true impulse of my every action in these past 5 years. The fame that came to me as the I won, and the increase of power they brought me, I have never regarded as anything but weapons to be employed in this your service, as means to the achievement of your ends. But for that service accepted in this garden, my life would have been vastly different from all that it has been. No burden heavier than a scholar would have been mine, and today I might well be back with the brethren at an obscure member of their great brotherhood. To serve you, I have employed trickery and double-dealing until men have dubbed me a rogue, and some besides yourself have come to mistrust me, and once I went the length of doing murder. But I take no shame in any of these things, nor, most dear lady, need you take shame in that your service should have entailed them. The murder I did was the execution of a rogue. The conspiracy I scattered was one that would have made a net in which to take you. The deceits I have put upon the Marquis, chiefly when I made him serve my dear lord's turn and seduced him into occupying, so as subsequently to afford the Duke of Milan a sound reason for moving against him, were deceits employed against a deceiver, whom it would be idle to combat in honest fashion. In his eyes more than any others, for he is not the only victim of the duplicity, I have used to place you ultimately where you should be. I am a double-dealing Judas. And it is said of me, too, that in the field as in the council, I prevail by subterfuge and never by straightforward blows. But my conscience remains tranquil. It is not what a man does or says that counts, but what a man intends. I have embraced as a part of my guiding philosophy that teaching of Plato's which discriminates between the lie on the lips and the lie in the heart. On my lips and in my actions lies have been employed. I confess it frankly, but in my heart no lie has ever been. If I have employed at times dishonest means, at least the purpose for which they have been employed has been unfalteringly, unswervingly honest, and one in the final achievement of which there can be only pride and a sense of duty done. To this, if you believe it, and the facts will presently constrain you to do so, unless my fortune in the field should presently desert me, I need add no details of the many steps in your service. By the light of faith in me from what is written and what is presently to do, you will now read aright those details for yourself. We touch now the goal whither all these efforts have been addressed. Upon this follows his concise account of the events from the moment of his escape from Quinto, and upon that an injunction to her to come at once with her brother too, depending upon the protection of his arm and the loyalty of a people which only awaits the sight of its rightful prince to be increased to enthusiasm and active support. That letter was dispatched next day to Quinto, but it did not reach her until almost a week later between and. Meanwhile, early on the morrow, the city was thrown into alarm by the approach of a strong body of horse. This was Dis, and himself rode in with a trumpeter to make renewed submission to the Lord, and to give him news of what had happened in Quinto upon the coming of. Racked him with questions as to what was said, particularly as to what the princess said and how she looked, and what passed between her and when all was done, far from the stern reproaches, had been expecting, he found himself embraced by a more joyous than he had ever yet known that sardonic soldier. That gaiety was observed by all in the days that followed. He was a man transformed. He displayed the of a boy, and moved about the many tasks claiming his attention with a song on his lips, a ready laugh upon the slightest occasion, and a sparkle in his great eyes that all had hitherto known so somber. And this notwithstanding that these were busy and even anxious days of preparation for the final trial of strength. He rode abroad during the day with 2 or 3 of his officers, one of whom was always surveying the ground of the peninsula that lies between and Po to the north of, and at night he would over maps which he was preparing from his daily notes. Meanwhile he kept himself day by day informed, by means of a line of scouts which he had thrown out, of what was happening at. With that clear prescience, which in all ages has been the gift of all great soldiers, he was able not merely to opine but quite definitely to state the course of action that would pursue. Because of this, on the Wednesday of that week, he moved De and his out of, and transferred them bag and baggage by night so that the movement might not be detected and reported to the enemy to the woods about, where they were ordered to encamp and to lie close until required. On the morning of Friday arrived at last in the Marquis and his sister, escorted by the band of exiles under, and the people turned out to welcome not only the princes, but in many cases their own relatives and friends. With his captains and a guard of 50 lances, received the princes at the Lombard gate, and escorted them to the palace where their apartments had been prepared. The acclamations of the people lining the streets brought tears to the eyes of the princess, and a flush to the cheeks of her brother, and there were tears in her eyes when she sought in his room to abase herself in the admission of her grievous misjudgment, and to sue pardon for it. "Your letters, sir," she told him, "touched me more deeply than anything I can remember in all my life. Think me a fool if you must for what is past, but not an ingrate. My brother shall prove our gratitude so soon as ever it lies within his power. Madonna, I ask no proofs of it, nor need them. To serve you has not been a means, but an end, as you shall see. That vision at least does not lie in the future. I see now, and very clearly. He smiled a little wistfully as he bowed to kiss her hand. You shall see more clearly still, he promised her. That colloquy went no further. Broken upon them to announce that his scouts had come galloping in from with the news that the Lord had made a sally in force, shattering a way through besiegers, and that he was advancing on with a well-equipped army computed to be between 4,000 and 5,000 strong. The news had already spread about the city, and was causing amongst the people the gravest apprehension and unrest. The prospect of a siege and of the subsequent vengeance of the Lord upon the city for having harbored his enemies filled them with dread. Send out trumpeters, ordered, and let it be proclaimed in every quarter that there will be no siege, and that the army is marching out at once to meet the Marquis beyond the Po.
XIV. The vanquished.
Sally from had been made at daybreak on that Friday morning. It had been shrewdly planned, for was no bungler, and before he had brought more than half his men into action, startled by the suddenness of the blow that fell upon him, was rooted and in flight. After that, this being no more than the preliminary of the task before him, marched out every man of his following to go against at. Thus, by that ancient plan of attacking a vital point that had been left undefended, had succeeded in drawing his enemy from a point of less importance in which he was almost impregnably entrenched. Had perceived, as had calculated that he would, that it could serve little purpose for him to hold an outpost like, if in the meantime the whole of his dominions were to be wrenched from his grasp. No sooner was he gone, however, than informed of his departure, his broken troops, and with drums beating, trumpets blaring, and flags flying, marched like a conqueror into the now undefended city of. For the resistance it had made, he subjected it to a cruel sack, giving his men unbounded license, and that same evening he wrote to Duke Maria in the following terms. Most potent Duke and my good lord, it is my joyous task to give your highness tidings that, informed of the reduction in our numbers resulting from the defection of the Prince of, and several other captains acting in concert with him, the Lord of, greatly presumptuous, did today issue from for wager of battle against us. A vigorous action was fought in the neighborhood of Quinto, in which despite our inferior numbers we put the Marquis to flight. Lacking numbers sufficient to engage in pursuit, particularly as this would have led us into territory, and since the reoccupation of and its restoration to your duchy was the task with which your highness entrusted us, I marched into the city at once, and I now hold it in the name of your exalted potency. By this complete and speedy victory, I hope to merit the approbation of your highness. Meanwhile's march on had anything but the aspect of a flight. The great siege train he dragged along with him over the sodden and too yielding ground of that moist plain delayed his progress to such an extent that it was not until late on that November afternoon when he reached, here to receive news from his scouts that a considerable army, said to be commanded by the Prince of, was circling northward from. The news was unexpected and brought with it some alarm. He had gone confidently and rather carelessly forward, fully expecting to find the enemy shut up in. Hence all the ponderous siege train which had so hampered his progress. That, forsaking the advantage of stout walls, should come out to meet him and engage him in the open was something beyond his dreams, and but for the unexpectedness of it, he would have rejoiced in such a decision on the part of his redoubtable opponent. It was in that unexpectedness, as usual, that lay his advantage. Compelled now to act in haste, not knowing at what moment the enemy might be upon him, made dispositions to which it was impossible to give that thought which the importance of the issues demanded. The first of these was to order the men, who were preparing to encamp for the night, to be up again, and to push on and out of this village before they found themselves hemmed into it. That circling movement reported suggested this danger too. They came out in rather straggling order to be marshaled even as they marched. His aim, and it was shrewd enough, was to reach the broad causeway of solid land between Corno, and where marshlands on either side would secure his flanks and compel the enemy to engage him on a narrow front. What was to follow he had not yet had time to consider. But if he could reach that objective, he would be secure for the present, and he could rest his men in the two hamlets on the marshes. but a mile beyond was upon his left flank and rear. He had little warning of it before the enemy was charging him. But it was warning enough. He threw out his line in a crescent formation, using his infantry in a manner which merited entire approval, and obviously intent upon fighting a rearguard battle whilst bringing his army to the coveted position. But the infantry were not equal to their commander, and they were insufficiently trained in these tactics. Some horses were piked, but almost every horse piked meant an opening in the human wall that opposed the charge, and through these openings, heavy riders broke in, swinging their ponderous maces. From a rearguard action on his part, the thing grew rapidly to the proportions of a general engagement, and for this could not have been placed worse than he was with his left, now that he had swung about, upon the quaking boglands of, and his back to the broad waters of the Po. He swung his troops farther round, so as to bring his rear upon the only possible line of retreat, which was that broad firm land between Corno and. At last he achieved the desired result, and then, very gradually, fighting every inch of the ground, he began to fall back. At every yard now the front must grow narrower, and unless captains were very sure of their ground, some of them would presently be in trouble in the bogs on either side. If this did not happen, they would soon find it impossible, save at great cost and without perceptible progress, to continue the engagement, and with night approaching they would be constrained to draw off. Smiled darkly to himself in satisfaction, and took heart, well pleased with his clever tactics by which he had extricated himself from a dangerous situation. He had won a breathing space that should enable him to marshal his men so as to deal with this rash enemy who came to seek him in the open. And then suddenly, a quarter-mile away from the direction of Corno, towards which they were so steadily falling back, came a pounding of hooves that swelled swiftly into a noise of thunder, and before any measures could be taken to meet this new menace, this horse was upon his rear. Had handled his well and strictly in accordance with his orders from whither he had been moved at noon so as to be in readiness, he had made a leisurely and cautious advance, filing his horse along the very edge of the bogland, so that their hoofs should give no warning of their approach. Thus until he had won within striking distance. And the blow he now struck, heavy and unexpected, crumpled up's rear clove through, driving his men right and left to sink to their waists in the marshes, and scattered such fear and confusion in those ahead that their formation went to pieces and gaped to renewed frontal attacks. Less than 3 hours that engagement lasted, and of all those who had taken the field with, saving perhaps 1,000 who fled helter-skelter towards after's passage, there was not a survivor who had not yielded. Stripped of their arms and deprived of their horses, they were turned adrift, to go whithersoever they listed so long as it was outside of territory. The maimed and wounded of his army were conveyed by their fellows into the villages of, and. It was towards the 3rd hour of that November night when the triumphant army, returning from that stricken field, re-entered, lighted by the bonfires that blazed in the streets, whilst the bells of his cathedral crashed out their peals of victory. Deliriously did the populace acclaim, Prince of, in its enormous relief at being saved the hardships of a siege, and delivered from the possible vengeance of, for having opened its gates to his enemies. On foot, marched proudly at the head of a little band of captives of rank, who had been retained by their captors for the sake of the ransoms they could pay. The jostling, pushing crowd hooted and execrated, and mocked him in his hour of humiliation. White-faced, his head held high, he passed on apparently unmoved by that expression of human baseness, knowing in his heart that if he had proved master, the acclamations now raised for his conqueror would have been raised for him by the very lips that now execrated him. He was conducted to the palace, to the very room whence for so many years he had ruled the state of, and there he found his nephew and niece awaiting him when he was brought in between and. Bareheaded, stripped of his tall figure bowed, he stood like a criminal before them, whilst they remained seated on either side of the writing table that once had been his own. From the seat whence he had dispensed justice was justice now to be dispensed to him by his nephew. "You know your offence, my lord," greeted him, a cold, dignified, and virile, in whom it was hardly possible to the boy whom he had sought to ruin in body and in soul. "You know how you have been false to the trust reposed in you by my father, to whom God give peace. Have you anything to say in extenuation?" He parted his lips, then stood there opening and closing his hands before he could sufficiently control himself to answer. "In the hour of defeat, what can I do but cast myself upon your mercy? Are we to pity you in defeat? Are we to forget in what you have been defeated? I ask not that. I am in your hands, a captive, helpless. I do not claim mercy. I may not deserve it. I hope for it. That is all. They considered him and found him a broken man indeed. It is not for me to judge you, said, and I am glad to be relieved of that responsibility. For though you may have forgotten that I am of your blood, I cannot forget that you are of mine. Where is his highness of? Fell back a pace. Will you set me at the mercy of that dastard? The princess looked at him coldly. He has won many titles since the day when, to fight a villainy, he pretended to become your spy. But the title you have just conferred upon him, coming from your lips, is the highest he has yet received. To be a dastard in the sight of a dastard is to be in the sight of all upright men. His white face writhed into a smile of malice. But he answered nothing in the little pause that followed before the door opened upon. He came in supported by two of his Swiss, and closely followed by. His had been removed, and the right sleeve of his leather, as of the silken tunic and shirt beneath, had been ripped up, and now hung empty at his side, whilst his breast bulged where his arm was strapped to his body. He was very pale and obviously weak and in pain. Came to her feet at sight of him thus, and her face was than his own. You are wounded, my lord. He smiled rather whimsically. It sometimes happens when men go to battle. But I think my lord here has taken the deeper hurt. Pushed forward a chair, and the Swiss carefully lowered to it. He sighed in relief, and leaned forward so as to avoid contact with the back. One of your knights, my lord, broke my shoulder in the last charge. I would he had broken your neck. That was the intention. His pale lips smiled. But I am known as the Fortunate. Just now my lord had another name for you, said, and observing the set of her lips and the scorn in her glance as it flickered over, at the power of hate in one naturally so gracious. He had had a taste of it himself, he remembered, and perhaps she was but passing on to what rightly had belonged to him throughout. He is a rash man, she continued, who will not trouble to conciliate the arbiter of his fate. My lord has lost his guile, I think, together with the rest. I said, we have stripped him of all save his life. Even his mask of benignity is gone. You are noble, said, you gird at a captive. Am I to remain here to be mocked? Not for me, faith, answered him. I have never contemplated you with any pleasure. Take him away. Place him securely under guard. He shall have judgment tomorrow. Dog, said with venom as he drew himself up to depart. That's my device, as yours is the stag. Appropriate, all things considered. I had you in my mind when I adopted it. I am punished for my weakness, said. I should have left justice to wring your neck when you were its prisoner herein. I'll repay the debt, answered him. Your own neck shall remain unwrung so that you withdraw to your principality of Genoa and abide there. More of that tomorrow. Peremptorily he waved him away and hustled him out. As the door closed again, relaxing the reins of his will, sank forward in a swoon. XV. The last fight. When he recovered, he was lying on his sound side on a couch under the window, across which the curtains of painted and gilded leather had been drawn. An elderly, bearded man in black was observing him, and someone whom he could not see was bathing his brow with a cool, aromatic liquid. As he fetched a sigh that filled his lungs and quickened his senses into full consciousness, the man smiled. There, it will be well with him now. But he should be put to bed. It shall be done, said the woman who was bathing his brow, and her voice, soft and subdued, was the voice of the princess. His servants will be below by now. Send them to me as you go. The man bowed and went out. Slowly turned his head and looked up in wonder at the princess with whom he was now alone. Her eyes, more liquid than their wont, smiled wistfully down upon him. Madonna, he exclaimed, do you serve me as a handmaid? That is not. You are thinking it an insufficient return for your service to me. But you must give me time, sir, this is only a beginning. I am not thinking that at all. Then you are not thinking as you should. You are weak. Your wits work slowly. Else you might remember that for 5 years, in which you have been my loyal, noble, unswerving friend, I, immured in my stupidity, have been your enemy.
Ah,
He smiled. I knew I should convince you in the end. Such knowledge gives us patience. A man may contain his soul for anything that is assured. It is the doubtful only that makes him fret and fume. And you never doubted. She asked him, wondering. I am too sure of myself, he answered. And God knows you have cause to be, more cause than any man of whom ever I heard tell. Do you know, Lord Prince, that in these 5 years there is no evil I have not believed of you? I even deemed you a coward on the word of that vain boaster. He was none so wrong by his own lights. I am not a fighter of his pattern. I have ever been careful of myself. Your condition now proves that. Oh, this today, that was different. Too much depended on the issue. It was the last throw. I had to take a hand, much though I dislike a rough and tumble. So that we won through, it would not much have mattered if the vamplate of that fellow's lance had brought up against my throat. There are no more fights for me, so what matter if I left my life in the last one? The last one, Lord Prince. And that is not my title any more. I am a prince no longer. I leave the rank behind with all the other vanities of the world. You leave it behind. She found him obscure. When I go back to, which will be as soon as I can move. What do you go to do at?
what?
Why's what the other brethren do.
Pax in cella.
The old abbot was right. There is yonder a peace for which I am craving now that my one task here is safely ended. In the world there is nothing for me.
Nothing. She was amazed.
And in 5 years you have won so much. Nothing that I covet, he answered gently. It is all vanity, all madness, greed, and bloodlust. I was not made for worldliness, and but for you I should never have known it. Now I have done, and your dominions, and I'll bestow them upon you, Madonna, if you will deign to accept a parting gift from these hands. There was a long pause. She had drawn back a little. He could not see her face. You have the fever, I think, she said presently in an odd voice.
It is your hurt.
He sighed. You would think so. It is difficult for one reared in the world to understand that a man's eyes should remain undazzled by its glitter. Yet, believe me, I lave it with but one regret.
And that?
The question came breathlessly upon a whisper. That the purpose for which I entered it remains unfulfilled. That I have learnt no Greek. Again there was a pause. Then she moved forward, rustling a little, and came directly into his line of vision. I hear your servants, I think. I will leave you now. I thank you, Madonna. God be with you. But she did not go. She stood there between himself and the fireplace, slight and straight as on the first evening when he had seen her in her garden. She was dressed in a close-fitting gown of cloth of silver. He observed in particular now the tight sleeves which descended to the knuckles of her slim, tapering hands, and remembered that just such sleeves had she worn when first his eyes beheld her. Over this gown she wore a loose of sapphire velvet, reversed at throat and wide gaping sleeves with ermine. And there were sapphires in the silver caul that confined her abundant red-gold hair. He said wistfully, dreamily, it was just so you looked, and just so will I remember you as long as I remember anything. It is good to have served you, lady mine. It has made me glorious in my own eyes. You have made yourself glorious, Lord Prince, in the eyes of all. What do they matter? Slowly she came back to him. She was very pale, and a little frown was puckering her fine brows. Very wistful and mysterious as deep pools were those dark eyes of hers. She came back, drawn by the words he had used, and more than the words, by something odd in his gently musing tone. "Do I matter nothing?" He smiled with an infinite sadness. "Must you ask that now? Does not the whole of my life in the world give you the answer that never woman mattered more to a man? I have known no service but yours, and I have served you per fas nefas." She stood above him, and her lips quivered. What she said when at last she spoke had no apparent bearing upon the subject. "I am wearing your—" Surprise flickered in his eyes as they sought confirmation of her statement in the azure and argent of her wear. "And I did not remark the chance," he cried. "Not chance. It is design. It was sweetly and generously courteous so to me. It was not only to you that I assumed these. Have they no message for you?" "Message?" For the first time in their acquaintance, she saw fear in his bold eyes. "Clearly they have not, no message that you look for. You have said that you covet nothing in this world. Nothing within my reach. To covet things beyond it is to taste the full bitterness of life. Is there anything in the world that is not within your reach?" He looked at her as she smiled down upon him through her tears. He caught his breath gaspingly. With his sound left hand, he clutched her left, which hung at the level of his head. "I am mad, of course," he choked. "Not mad. Only stupid. Do you still covet nothing?" "I one thing." His face glowed. One thing that would change into a living glory the tinsel glitter of the world. One thing that would make life, oh God. "What am I saying? Why do you break off?" "I am afraid." "Of me?" "Is there anything I could deny you, who have given all to serve me? Must I in return offer you all I have? Can you claim nothing for yourself?" She stooped to kiss his lips. "My very hate of you in all these years was love dissembled. Because my spirit leapt to yours, almost from that first evening in the garden there, did it so wound and torture me to discover baseness in you. I should have trusted my own heart rather than my erring senses. You warned me early that I am not good at inference. I have suffered as those suffer who are in rebellion against themselves." He pondered her, very pale and sorrowful. "Yes," he said slowly, "I have the fever, as you said a while ago. It must be that. IV. Sanctuary." These grounds into which he had stepped through that doorway in the red wall seemed, so far as the tall hedges of his would permit him to discover, to be very spacious. Somewhere in their considerable extent there would surely be a hiding place into which he could creep until the hunt was over. He went forward to investigate, stepping cautiously towards a deep archway cut in the dents. In this archway he paused to survey a prospect that evoked thoughts of paradise. Beyond a wide sweep of lawn, whereon two peacocks strutted, sparkled the waters of a miniature lake, where a pavilion of white marble, whose smooth dome and graceful pillars suggested a diminutive Roman temple, appeared to float. Access to this was gained from the shore by an arched marble bridge, over whose white parapet trailing geraniums flamed. From this high place the ground fell away in a flight of 2 terraces, and the overflow from the lake went cascading over granite boulders into tanks of granite set in each of them, with shading vine trellises above that were heavy now with purple fruit. Below, another emerald lawn was spread, sheltered on 3 sides within high walls of yew, fantastically cut at the summit into the machicolations of an embattled parapet, and bearing at intervals deep arched niches in which marble statues gleamed white against the dusky green. Here figures sauntered, courtly figures of men and women more gaudy and glittering in their gay raiment than the peacocks nearer at hand, and faintly on the still warm air of evening came the throbbing of a lute which one of them was idly thrumming. Beyond, on the one open side, another shallow terrace rose, and upon this a great red house that was half palace, half fortress, flanked at each side by a massive round tower with covered battlements. So much questing eyes beheld, and then he checked his breath, for his sharp ears had caught the sound of a stealthy step just beyond the hedge that screened him. An instant later he was confronted by a woman, who with something furtive and cautious in her movements appeared suddenly before him in the archway. For a half-dozen heartbeats they stood thus, each regarding the other, and the vision of her in that breathless moment was destined never to fade from his mind. She was of middle height, and her close-fitting gown of sapphire blue laced in gold from neck to waist revealed her to be slender. There was about her an air of delicate dignity, of command tempered by graciousness. For the rest, her hair was of a tawny golden, a shade deeper than the golden threads of the caul in which it was confined. Her face was small and pale, too long in the nose, perhaps, for perfect symmetry, yet for that very reason the more challenging in its singular, elusive beauty. Great wistful eyes of brown, wide-set and thoughtful, were charged with questions as they conned. They were singularly searching, singularly compelling eyes, and they drew from him forthwith a frank confession.
"Lady," he faltered, "of your charity, I am pursued." "Pursued?" She moved a step and her expression changed. The wistfulness was replaced by concern in those great somber eyes. "I am likely to be hanged if taken," he added to quicken the excellent emotions he detected. "By whom are you pursued?" "An officer of the captain of justice and his men." He would have added more. He would have said something to assure her that in seeking her pity, he sought it for an innocent man betrayed by appearances. But she gave signs that her pity needed no such stimulant. She made a little gesture of distraction, clasping her long, tapering hands over which the tight, blue sleeves descended to the knuckles. She flung a swift, searching glance behind her, from the green archway to the open spaces. "Come," she said, and beckoned him forward. "I will hide you." And then on a note of deeper anxiety, for which he blessed her tender, charitable heart, she added, "If you are found here, all is lost. Crouch low and follow me." Obediently he followed, almost on all fours, creeping beside a balustrade of mellow brick